that you know much better. With no skeleton inside your hands, got no home address. I come and go as you command, and it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love but love to keep around, and it's fine with me. Promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. On your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life, and it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, it's slowly killing me. Say it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine. Set you free. 3, 2, 1, and go! Let it fucking burn! It's not too late to walk away from the ledge and face another day without a tragedy. What you are driving to is will lead to your demise. You are losing yourself, falling into a voice. I'm watching you die, but my hands are fully tied. But how could I make you see through my eyes? I can make you see through my eyes. There's something in us I have always despised. If only I could see all your eyes. There's something inside us that's prone to demise. Saying the words you shouldn't let it all, but turning into what you say you would never become. If I could make you see through my bleeding eyes, you could see all your lies, weighing everything. With back against the wall, body folded and scuffed, we're forced to forget what we seem to have lost. Now do you feel your days are done? How would you be remembered? But what you set out to be, all defeated by this.
Hello everybody and welcome to Magic Spotlight Spider-Man here in Liverpool. My name is Arne Juza and I'm sitting here with a new member of our team, Andrea Mengucci. Andrea, how are you doing?
I'm very excited to be here about this new dress just for this occasion. You know, they told me you gotta look very, very sharp, you know, to balance Martin, Arne, Filipa, Simon. So I'm trying my best this weekend.
So this weekend we're playing Standard. Let's talk about the structure of this event. Let's talk about what do you do day one, what do you need to make it to day two, what are the money prizes and things like that. So let's take a look at the structure.
Yeah, so it's gonna be a very, very cool event. You know, those like 2 days event with 9 rounds in day one, and then you know, more in day two to the top 8. The top 8 has that very, very big juicy prize.
Okay, so here's the main event schedule. We start with 9 rounds of Standard on day one. You need 18 points to advance to Sunday, which means usually 6 and 3 or better, but somebody with 5 wins and 3 draws can also sneak in.
Yeah,
so.
let's not mention that. Let's not mention that.
Sure.
And encourage that option.
And then what happens on Sunday?
Yeah, on Sunday there's going to be 6 rounds of Swiss, and then the top 8 advances to the single elimination playoff, which, you know, is that type of events that me, you, especially you, because I believe, Martin, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're one of the person, maybe the second person in the world that has played more GPs.
Yeah, me and Shuhei might have played like the more GPs.
I remember reading stuff like that. So this is exactly what we used to do back in the days. Well, I guess at the time with buys. Now, no more buys. Everyone's playing from round one. Marco Del Pivo, Jean de Prade, the best players in the room, you know, had to battle out. Marcio Carvalho had to battle out from round one, from the beginning. So it's very cool. 9 rounds, very, very many.
Yeah, let's show the prize pool as well. This is also what we're playing for this weekend. So as you mentioned, the top 8 players are going to qualify themselves for the Pro Tour. That's mostly why most of the competitive players are here, but here is the other prizes.
Yeah, of course. We're going to have forward promos to the top 124 to 28 and non-forward promos for everyone. It's a copy of the Spectacular Spider-Man, which... yeah, it's a very cool additional thing for registering to these events. But of course, as you mentioned, the goal of everyone is the top 8 invite and that Infinity Gauntlet Trophy, which I heard we're going to see live later on.
Yeah, also the invite is to Pro Tour Lorwyn Eclipsed Enrichment. Lorwyn was definitely one of my favorite sets of all time. Such a cool format, Mull Drifter, all the cool stuff.
Yeah, I was At my early stages of the game, I remember competing in the pre-release, 60 people pre-release. The winner got a T-shirt written Lorwyn on it. I don't know if you have one of those, but that is definitely the earlier days of pre-release, which I great memories of.
There is also an Infinity Gauntlet trophy for the winner, something extra special that we're going to be revealing a little bit later in the day, unboxing live on the stream. So make sure you wait for that, because that is a super cool thing that the winner is going to walk away with. We also have as you mentioned, the special promo card, the Spectacular Spider-Man. Everybody who plays in the event gets one, and if you make the top 128, you get a foil copy of that. And you can only get them at these spotlight events, so this is going to be a super cool card to have, something sought out by collectors, and that's just like this really nice added value to these tournaments. Is not just playing for the qualification to the PT, not just the money prizes. We also have the extra promo. Andrea,
yes.
Have you tried any of these decks that last weekend we had a spotlight in Baltimore, right? And it turns out, there's a lot of VV, lots of blue-red decks, sure, but as it turns out, all you need to win one of these is a poison dart frog. So have you tried any of these decks yourself?
Yeah, Frank, our statistic expert actually told me before. Do you know how many dart frog are in the tournament this weekend?
I know.
Yes,
it's zero.
It's unfortunately zero. Nobody had the courage to register virtually 14 cards in the sideboard. But the one person that did that in Baltimore won the Infinity Gauntlet trophy.
That said, we do have at least one person who is not playing a sideboard. There is at least one person that showed up with 60 card decks, and we checked with that person that it is on purpose. So that is the next level of, I just don't even want a sideboard. I'm just playing this maybe mono red deck, whatever it is. I'm just not going to sideboard.
Yeah, arena, the full arena best of one experience, even in real life.
Yes.
Yeah. No. So last week's I've played in my RCQs. I actually got to win one. So I'm qualified to the regional championship in Turin.
Cool.
I don't know if I'll play or commentate. We'll see. I haven't been offered anything yet. But, maybe we'll see about that. But I was playing Vivi, unfortunately. No cool stories there. Played a lot of mirror matches. Got to learn a ton. On Saturday, 2 RCQs, one on Saturday, one on Sunday. On Saturday, I lost. But I learned a lot. And then on Sunday, I got the win with that deck. So I'm now fully ready to commentate the Vivi mirror match. No, never mind. We're trying not to show too many of those this weekend.
All right, cool stuff. Congratulations on making it to the RC in Turin. I guess we're going to be seeing you one way or another, either on the top tables or in the coverage booth.
Tables.
I'm sure you all are excited to see some live action and some actual cards being played. So let's toss it back to our casters. I think we have Filipa and Simon Nielsen in the booth right now. So let's toss it back to them.
Thank you, Martin and Andrea. That was a great segment. I'm here, Filipa, with Simon Nielsen, and we are ready here for the start of the Magic Spotlight Spider-Man in Liverpool. It's a very nice day. A lot of people here to play Magic. It's very exciting to be here. Simon, when I saw you, you told me, Filipa, it feels like I haven't seen you in 6 months. And I was thinking, yeah, that's because we haven't seen each other in 6 months.
It has, 6 months is so long. We haven't gotten to done one of these. I started doing commentary the first time this year actually, and now I just love it here. And I sleep in the booth, I am so ready. So it's been a long 6 months. I've been in hiatus, but now I came out of the woodworks, and I am so ready for this tournament.
Actually, we are not going to start with round 1, but a bit later. Why, you might ask? Well, because Simon didn't show up on time.
Yeah.
I'm joking.
No, I slept in, so they had to delay the whole thing. Yeah, that's how it goes.
But actually, I think this is going to be very interesting. Day 1 is going to be closed deck list, and always that gives an element of surprise. What do you think, Simon, is the biggest difference between having an open and closed deck list tournament?
The very biggest thing has to be the mulligans. Just looking at your opening hand, and you don't know if your Torch the Tower is going to be premium or unplayable, and that matters a lot when you're deciding whether to keep or which cards to bottom. But it also matters in terms of the smaller choices. So whether or not, for instance, your opponent plays Torch the Tower in the deck or not can determine which 2-drop you're supposed to play on turn 2. So, and also navigating yourself into their sideboard plan can matter a lot as well. So there's a lot of high-level things that don't get expressed as much in closed deck list. But what does get expressed is the ability to surprise your opponent and And the way where you can, the decision making has to be a lot more of like, okay, I don't know if they play a sweeper or not in their deck, but I'm gonna I'm far ahead enough that I'm gonna play around it anyways. And so like that sort of thinking where it's a little bit more ethereal and you have to do some guesswork.
Some mental games we are going to have here this weekend. The deck lists are closed, but this is an open tournament, meaning that anyone can join. It doesn't need to be qualified to be here, which is great because we get to see a lot of players, new players as well, new faces they are trying here. And it's crazy to know that for some of these players, it's going to be their first big tournament and they can walk away with an invite to the Pro Tour.
And a gilded gauntlet trophy, which is going to be so sick to see another player cash that in. We saw Alexander McIsaac yesterday, I was about to say last weekend, win in Baltimore, taking home one of these. Only 2 copies of this trophy in the world.
That's amazing, and I talked about the new players we are going to see, but there's also a lot of players that we see in these tournaments over and over again. They are here to grind the tournaments to make sure they get that qualification, that amazing prize that you talked as well, Simon. So one thing that we like to do between the casters is to do a bit of a caster fantasy draft, where we pick players that we think are going to perform well in the tournament, and then throughout the tournament today and tomorrow, you will see at home who is going to do better from the caster team, who had the best prediction. So that's take a look at our graphics for the caster fantasy draft. Simon, what is usually your strategy to pick the players that you think are going to do well? Is it based on people that you know, what decks they're playing?
Usually, I base it based on people I know. You know, I try and pick my teammates and my countrymen if I can, and so yeah, you know, that's what I've started to do here. I picked Stefan Schütz. You know, he's the only member of Team Moxville Handshake who's actually here, and that's because the other team members, Arne Huschenbeth, who's sitting right there so comfortably in that chair. So yeah, so we have 2 members of the team on the casting team, 1 in the tournament. So I'm picking Stefan Schütz, and then Oscar Christensen, a countrymate who just qualified for the Pro Tour again and is back on tour and is, I think, on a tear right now. Usually what happens when you qualify for Pro Tour is that you just earn a second invite immediately for the same Pro Tour because now you're just on a roll and you have momentum.
Yeah, and with our caster team, we have members from a lot of different countries, which is always nice because each of us knows our locals and also tries to support a bit our local players. For example, I have some of the Portuguese players, Andrea has some of the Italian players, including his good friend Marco Del Pivo, that has been doing pretty well in tournaments, and we love to see him doing well in the European scene. Arne also with great choices there. I don't know, every one of these names I started recognizing. When I started casting these events, regional championship, 3 years ago, I didn't know many of these names, but these players, these local players from Europe come over and over again to this competitive scene, and we get to know more and more of them.
Yeah, it's very nice to see. Like, you know, people like, you know, Lauri Tornström and like Jedrick Smith, who like, you know, we what's also known from like the Magic Online era. Jedrick being, you know, one of your picks, who is the inventor of the 4-color control deck that some people are bringing this weekend, and one of the like, you know, Polish players who always shows up and always does, you know, does a good showing, especially with the blue decks.
And one thing that Mengucci was telling to Martin is that this is not like the old GPs in the sense that there's no bias. The players cannot sleep in. They have to join around number 1. They have to be there to give their best. And that's actually really interesting because they are coming to a tournament that, as we said, is closed deck list. And sometimes they just don't know what to expect. They might be with a deck that they have practiced a lot with all the matchups, but then there's a wild card and it's closed deck list. And sometimes you end up losing games like that. Did it ever happen to you that you just join round 1 and like you were not expecting that matchup and you just lost because of that?
Yeah, no, definitely must have done. Like, I've lost plenty of round 1s. I think like my win rate in like round 1s, because it's like right after I've woken up, it's way worse than in the rest of the tournament, close deck list or not. But yeah, absolutely. This is a point where like, you know, some people can, you know, get some, like, you know, their brews aren't quite fully figured out and you can really surprise people with your creativity. And then day 2, if you make it there, that's when you really stand a test. You know, is your deck actually good enough as well when people know what's going on? That's the real test of a good deck. If you don't just win by surprising people, but actually, you know, your deck has a lot of force.
We also did some predictions on what decks do you think are going to do well this weekend. Let us know, tweet, chat, YouTube as well. I know that we are live on both. What decks do you think are going to perform well this weekend? There's a lot of different decks we saw as well last weekend in the Spotlight Series Baltimore. We saw a lot of new decks doing well. For example, the Leyline deck particularly showing and just performing very well.
Yeah, it's so interesting with the Leyline Red deck because there's been 4 standard format Spotlight Series events this year, and 2 of them have been taken down by Leyline of Resonance, which is very impressive because that's not a card that people are playing that much, but it is banned in Best of 1 Arena, and so I think people are just sleeping on it, thinking that it's this lock type of card where you just yeah, do you have it or not? But then if you actually pick up and play the deck, I think the deck is really hard to play. I'm constantly timing out, roping out on Arena, trying to figure out these lines because your cards are so bad. You really have to time them well to make it work. So that's a deck I'm excited to see more of this weekend and see if other people are picking it up and giving the respect it deserves.
And now I'm thinking, Simon, Martin was saying that there was one player that just showed up without a sideboard, and I'm wondering if this player was thinking, I cannot play Leyline in my Best of 1 deck, so now I'm going to be able to do so here.
Yeah, maybe it's very possible. It actually could make sense that it is someone who playtested in Best of 1 on Arena, because that's a very popular way to play Standard these days. And so people playing this tournament have to make the engagement into Best of 3. And if someone's playing their first tournament and they haven't actually figured out a sideboard yet, figured out that whole dynamic, it kind of makes sense to just run with your Best of 1 strategy, which is pretty fun. You obviously not recommended for if you really want to maximize your chances. But yeah, I mean, it kind of mimics the way that you prepare for this tournament.
And Simon, I feel like there's a clear deck to beat here in the tournament this weekend, the Vivi deck. We have to talk about it. And I was thinking, if you were not going to bring the Vivi deck, how would you approach this matchup? And what kind of deck would you bring to try to counter, let's say, the most played deck in the meta?
Yeah, it does seem like the other really good option is the Simic Ouroboros deck. That's been the talk of the town. Actually had not only a really solid win rate over in Baltimore last weekend, but also actually came out slightly ahead in the Cauldron matchup. I believe that matchup was played 46 times, and it was 24-22 in favor of Ouroboros. So that's a deck that's showing a lot of power, and people are still refining it and trying to figure out exactly the right mix of things. It's playing a bunch of mana dorks, just so many creatures. Playing Jackal from the Spider-Man set. And oh yeah, here we see our caster predictions for which deck is going to win. This is as expected, yeah?
I mean, we have to be honest here, right? So we all chose EZ Cauldron and Vivi as the card of the weekend. Now let's show the real one.
The real one, yeah.
We decided to make alternative picks here. This is more for the fun. And let's see the other decks that we think can be a surprise of the weekend. Because all of us think that there's decks that can really show up and perform well and surprise us all. And I expect that, and I hope for that as well.
Yeah, exactly. Last weekend, of course, we were surprised by the Leyline Red deck, but I wonder if there's even more surprises. Maybe there's Blue-White Auras. Maybe there's the Green-White Gearhulk deck, which is also doing kind of well, which is very interesting, but not actually showing up at the top tables, just having a solid win rate. That's an interesting one. And yeah, then there's, the Sultai Reanimator strategy with the amazing Spider-Man, what's it called?
Superior Spider-Man.
Superior Spider-Man. Oh yeah, and there we have it. Yeah.
There we go. So these are our caster predictions. Besides the Vivi deck, what decks do we think are going to do well? I'm going to talk about the one I chose, the Sultai Reanimator with the Superior Spider-Man. I love Bringer of the Last Gift, and this card allows us to get that on turn 4, which is absolutely insane. The strategy of this deck is that you start milling cards in your graveyard. You try to mill a bunch of good cards, including the Bringer of the Last Gift, and then you just play the Superior Spider-Man, get the ability of the Bringer, and magic happens. What about you, Simon? What did you choose?
Before I actually talk about my pick, which I've already talked about anyways, we even see the arena-tuned Leyline Resonance shown on the screen. That's not the actual card that people get to play with in paper here. But what's so cool about the Superior Spider-Man is that other animation effects don't work on... there's a lot of big threats now that say if it has been cast, it triggers. But Bringer of the Last Gift is one of those, right? And you wouldn't normally be able to reanimate it. But since the Spider-Man just copies a card in your graveyard, it actually still checks that it's been cast. So that is very cool. Leyline Red, of course, winner of last weekend, got to go with it again. We see Mengucci with the very smart spike pick of the Aura board deck. Frank Karsten, of course, missing the assignment of picking a non-Vivi deck and just picking Vivi again. That's fair. You do you, Frank.
I mean, we cannot blame Frank because Frank is someone that goes based on statistics, right?
Yes.
You cannot tell me, don't pick the best statistic deck, right?
There's no way. And then there's the Mono Black Demon deck, which I know you love.
Yeah, I do love that deck. I mean, the Mono Black Demon is an absolutely beast. I think it's an underrated deck, in my opinion. I feel like it has a lot of potential, also combo potential, which is great. And I think it can perform really well. But let's see this weekend. I love that Martin decided to choose that deck. Maybe we don't have as many copies as the other ones, but I think it's a deck that has possibilities to shine.
Yes. Absolutely. There's a good handful of people playing that deck as well this weekend, and yeah, I'm really excited to see. I think a lot of our matches are going to be it's very interesting. I kind of view it as a boss fight, right? So we have, we know the Vivi Cauldron deck is the best thing. We can see it by the numbers that it is the most likely to win any given match, but that doesn't mean that you can't topple it. And there's a lot of people who purposely chose to bring something else. And these people are saying, you know what, I think I can rise up to the challenge. I can beat the Vivi deck. And so what we're going to be witnessing is a ton of boss fights. It is, people with the biggest challenge that we can see. Will the underdog actually be able to win and beat the top dog of this format? So that's what I'm excited to see, how many of them actually will succeed.
I'm excited to see that too. And another thing I'm excited to see is actually the mirror. I know that this might be a bit of a topic that people are not going to agree with me. I'm sorry, chat, but the thing is that I feel like this mirror in particular has a lot of different lines and can get very interesting, especially when we go to the last rounds where we have more experienced players, because if they are being here on feature match, they have been doing well, they have experience with the deck. I think it will give us a lot of interesting lines of play.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't think chess is a bad game, and I think Magic is also fine if it's sometimes chess, and that's exactly what the mirror is. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with the opportunity to sometimes you'll get to show that maybe later in the tournament we have a really high stakes match. We see two excellent players pilot this deck where the mirror isn't just as draw dependent as some mirrors of the past, but actually has a lot of positioning, and the way the combo kind of interact with each other is really interesting. The fact that some player can combo off, but then the combo's only generating mana, so you could run out of cards, and then the other person with enough card flow could potentially outlast the combo despite a big board state being created on both sides. So I think that's actually going to be something interesting to see later on in the tournament.
I'm also excited to see that. Another thing that I always like to do is on day 2 to see the conversion, see what decks did well and didn't do. Today we are going to also see the meta breakdown. I think that's also very interesting. Frank always prepares a segment about that, so we can give you all the best insights on what decks are going to be here this weekend and we are going to be able to showcase. Again, I feel like our goal for the weekend is to showcase a lot of good Magic, different decks, and show the different ways to win these days in Standard. And for you watching at home, let us know what deck are you rooting for, if there's any of those decks that you really want to see win and take that special prize.
Oh yes,
I'm excited to see that as well. Yeah, that's actually a really nice thing that they added here in this tournament, and I think it's very nice to showcase your talent and to brag to all your friends.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, can you imagine you're showing up at your local game store, you put the actual Infinity Gauntlet with literal gold on the table, and then they proclaim, yes, I am the champion.
Not even you, Simon, as one of those in your gigantic collection of trophies.
Yes, I have a tiny trophy shelf that I just try and build in layers, and it is the most hardworking shelf on this side of the Atlantic. But yeah, that is a trophy I'm certainly going to be envious of to see other people bring. But obviously the upside is that I get to watch them win that trophy from here in the commentary booth, my favorite place to be.
Yeah, and we are not the only ones on the commentating booth this weekend. So actually, there's going to also be Arne and Andrea Mengucci. Andrea Mengucci being the first time joining here the booth of the Spotlight events. But not new at all in this Magic world, been streaming for so many years, winning so many tournaments. It's nice to have him here as well this weekend. Arne, we've been with for some time. We also have Martin doing interviews, which I think is going to be very exciting because I feel like Martin knows all the players, all the stories, so I feel like he's going to bring us some amazing stories for you all and to see some different things here from the tournament. And Frank always with the best segments. It's going to be a day and a weekend full of Magic, and we are going to put 8 players in the Pro Tour, which I feel like is super exciting. Some of these players being their first time qualifying for the Pro Tour.
Yes, exactly. That's certainly a thing we're going to do. We're going to, give some people the dream of qualifying for the Pro Tour. Actually, it's going to be, claimed this weekend here. That is why a lot of people are showing up. Some people are going to be Liverpool locals or in general, England locals who are coming out to just play a big Magic event, excited to play something in their country. There are going to be people who are coming in to try and qualify for the Pro Tour. There are going to be people who just come here because they love the game so much.
True. And another thing that we are going to be doing during the weekend is also showcase some cards that will enter standard with the avatar set. So that's another thing that we are going to be looking at, see how the format is going to shape. We also have the regional championship in 3 weeks in Antwerp, which is very exciting. It's modern format. So we have a lot of things to talk about, but now I know that you all want to see some Magic. So let's take a look at what exactly we are going to be watching here. And looks like our players are getting ready. We see
so this is Cohen de Brouwer versus Andre Strasky. And Cohen here is playing something very interesting. He's playing Simulacrum Synthesizer, Jeskai Artifacts. So this is a deck that tries to just spam artifacts on board. Use United Battlefront, which is 4 mana. Look at the top 7 and put 2. It's essentially a collector company for artifacts. Put 2 artifacts with cost 3 or less in play. Simulacrum Synthesizer says whenever an artifact with mana value 3 or more comes into play, you get a construct token, which is as big as the number of artifacts you have. So you can see how this deck is going to spam a lot of board state very quickly. And well, I'm interested to see how it lines up against Strasky's Izzet Cauldron deck. Strasky here is someone who's been a mainstay of the Pro Tour for years and years. Multiple top 8s, including a win. One of the last times that we had a dominating deck in Standard, which was in the Pro Tour Oko in Richmond. We're going to see him here with a different best deck in the format, trying to compete for this tournament. Showing up, Strasky is, kind of has moved out of the game a little bit, but, he still has the love for it and still does show up occasionally, and we're so happy to see that.
I feel like every time Andre Strasky says he's going to retire from Magic, that's when he wins a big tournament and keeps showing his skill in the game, so I'm excited to see here both players 2-0. This is going to be round 3 of the Magic Spotlight Spider-Man in Liverpool. Both players ready. They are both 2-0, so great start here for the weekend. We have 9 rounds today. These players are trying to get 18 points or better in order to qualify for tomorrow, day 2 of the event, and try to get that top 8 and qualification for the Pro Tour alongside $50,000 in prize pool.
Oh, yes, exactly. That is what people are playing for here. And I love that you set the, Spotlight Series Spider-Man, which is exactly what this is. We see the spider webs here in this new layout designed for the purpose of the set with those spider webs across the names here. Cohen de Brouwer from the Netherlands on this very interesting Jeskai Artifacts deck. Let's talk a little bit more about this deck. See if we can get it on screen, but probably can't. So yeah, it's 4 copies of United Battlefront, 4 copies of Simulacrum Synthesizer, and then also 4 copies of Authority of the Consuls to try and slow down the opponent. Plays Cryogen Relic from Edge of Eternities, combining that with Pinnacle Starcage, which is a way where you can get rid of all the opponent's artifacts and creatures, mana value 2 or less, and then also your own Cryogen Relic, triggering it as it leaves the battlefield and drawing an extra card. So this deck is just built value upon value. Has Spring-Loaded Saw Blades. That's an artifact that deals 5 damage to an attacker. This one here, Clade Fired Bricks, 2 mana artifact, gain 2 life in search of a plains when it enters. All of these things, they're kind of mopey, they don't do that much. But then, once you, get them onto your Pinnacle Starcage, and maybe you, get rid of that Starcage, you get it back somehow. You just get so much value out of your small trinkets here, and that's the exact way that this artifact deck is built.
Exactly, and Repurposing Bay being such an important card as well to be able to get rid of those artifacts and get bigger. And I have to say, I'm scared of a card of this deck that is called the Fire Crystal, which I've recently lost to a lot, that gives your creature haste. So suddenly those tokens from Simulacrum are going to attack immediately. So we already are going to get rid of their fear of missing out. We know how important that card is in the Izzet Cauldron deck, and immediately we are going with that Perilous Snare. And
yeah, Perilous Snare, kind of this Banishing Light type effect, but is an artifact. This is also very important because it lets your Repurposing Bay search it up. Repurposing Bay, kind of the birthing pot for artifacts, is also a big part of the engine here in Cohen's deck. By the way, I love this. You see this island here inside another sleeve? This is a Multiversal Passage, one of the new lands from the Spider-Man set, which where you can name a basic land type, and then it becomes that basic land type. And Straczky has decided to bring some islands and mountains to use them to indicate what his Multiversal Passages are naming. So essentially, once it's in play, you have to pay 2 life or put it into play tapped. But once it's in play, it is essentially an island, and so it's much clearer for the game state to just have that island being shown here, as you see now at Proft's Eidetic Memory.
Yeah, and this Multiversal Passage, a great addition in Standard for the mana base, especially the one that run 3 or more colors. And now Andre Straczky
United Battlefront? Oh,
yeah. Oh, United Battlefront. Let's take a look at the top cards and let's see what our Jeskai artifact player is able to find here.
Alright, so there's 2 Cryogen Relics. There is also the Saw Blades, but it says it comes into play, deals 5 damage to a tapped creature. So currently none of those in Straczky's board. Of course, it has Flash, but you can't flash it out with the United Battlefront. And yeah, we'll see if there's some way to contest with it. Mako here. Mako is something that's a card that's very scary for Andre Straczky to potentially untap with, because if he has another card draw and discard effect, he will put counters on it from discarding and then also counters on it from the Prof triggering. So stuff like Winter Night Stories could make this Mako into a 7-power attacker, which is so much after you just paid, I guess, not just 1 mana for it, but paid one mana for that and 2 mana for the Prof. You could really get a lot of mileage out of that combination.
Absolutely, and you don't want to give a lot of turns to the Izzet player because things can start escalating really quickly, and you have so much card draw that you're bound to find what you need eventually.
Yeah, so that's 2 Cryogen Relics were picked there, and that's just some extra card draw here. So I don't think at all what Cohen was hoping for. I think he was hoping for a little bit more board impact here, as now Straczky's going to do that exact thing I mentioned, draw 2 cards, can choose to discard an instant sorcery or creature with flying, or just discard 2 cards in case he wants to pump up that Mako even further to provide more pressure onto what Cohen is doing.
You can also start pumping that flyer. It's going to be difficult to deal with.
It's true. So there aren't that many ways to block flyers in Cohen's deck. The main ways to create blockers is to make the construct tokens. And we actually see here yet 2 more copies of Prof Eidetic Memory being discarded, and there we go, 2 more counters from the Prof here. It gets a counter for each extra card you've drawn this turn, and so yeah, when you combine that, when a creature also gets counters when you discard, cards like the Steamcar Scholar just become so much value. Like, this was essentially 6 power and toughness for 3 mana, as well as some card selection. So that's the power, once you've invested in your pieces, that this deck can provide, even outside of its amazing combo.
And now our Jeskai artifact player is having some trouble here out to deal with both creatures. Even a card like Split Up as board wipe doesn't quite work very well there, because there's a tapped and untapped creature on Andre Straczky's side.
Oh yeah, so instead just going for the Repurposing Bay here, and now can really cash in those Cryogen Relics that were developed earlier. Be able to sacrifice them and search up a 3-cost artifact, draw a card, and then potentially can find another Perilous Snare, get rid of one of these troublesome permanents, and keep his life total a little higher here.
There it is. Okay, we are taking care of that Mako. It lived to be a very big creature, but now out of the board, only the Scholar left on Straczky's side.
Yeah, and so I don't believe we have life totals on the screen, right?
We do not.
All right, so yeah, we'll, at the moment, I'll try to predict based on what we've seen so far. I believe that Cohen...
there.
Yeah, so Cohen gained 2 life and lost 6, so should be at 16 at the moment. And Straczky's life total, I don't think matters too much, but I think he's it should still be at 20. Here we see Winter Night Stories here. Draw 3, discard 2, once again triggering that Prof so much. And what Straczky's looking for here is that Vivi. I think he has the Cauldron in hand, and that is the big combo where you can turn all your creatures with counters, give them the ability to make mana equal to their power and toughness. So this is going to be quite brutal here if you can discard the Vivi. It doesn't even need to discard anything else, because Winter Night Story says discard 2 cards unless you discard a creature. Then can put a counter on the Scholar, make 3 mana with that Cauldron, and then play something else that can get counters from the Prof, and then make even more mana. So this is a huge burst of mana for Stratsky, and you see him pause here, as now he's trying to figure out what's actually the best way to do with this, with all these options that he has now. It's not just a 5-mana turn now; it is a much more explosive hand.
Yeah, and Cohen tapped out, so not much that can be done from the Jeskai artifact side. Now Andre Stratsky here trying to optimize the turn. This deck has a lot of lines, and we see that Vivi in the graveyard, which is a key thing to do. We also know that there's a Cauldron in hand, so let's see how much can Andre Stratsky get from this turn.
Yeah, so I think there's a Riddler in hand as well. So that is another way you can draw an extra card if you just warp that one in. I might be seeing that card wrong, but like, it will warp out at the end of turn, but before that it can get a ton of counters for the Prof and make even more mana. The issue is, of course, can you actually leverage the extra mana you get? You can, of course, Winter Night Stories, again, try and dig for even more cards, but I actually might not be a Riddler in hand. Now, I think Stratsky might be out of creatures after doing this Vivi onto the Steamcore Scholar. And something that's a bit of an issue sometimes is if you do this combo without without too much like to do with it on the turn you do it, well, now you have exposed your Cauldron and like used up the Vivi to make this. So if there actually is an answer from Cohen's side, which he can shoot up another Perilous Snare, it will be a lot tougher here. So yeah, we see another Winter Night Stories. That's after the Steamcore Scholar has gotten 3 more counters from Prophetic Memory. So attack for 6 there, putting Cohen down to 10, and now making 6 mana here to continue this turn. Playing another Winter Night Stories, drawing 3, discarding 2, and can even harmonize this for a single blue mana, tapping that Scholar. Of course, something really tricky with this deck is that you have to announce preemptively which combination of blue and red you make before you draw those cards. So there's a bit of trickiness for Stratsky to try and decide how you do this, as we now see the Harmonized cost being paid, 2 mana floating, 3 more cards being drawn and discarded. And let's see if Stratsky can find something else to add to this board presence so that Cohen can't just stabilize behind another Perilous Snare on that Cauldron, and potentially even getting a Simulacrum Synthesizer into play. Yeah, but yeah, I think it is just a pass here. Nothing else for Stratsky to do with that mana after drawing 6 extra cards.
And I mean, the thing is that I feel like Stratsky really wanted to go wide so that then multiple creatures add the Vivi ability, but here these Jeskai artifact decks doing a great job with those snares. And now we have Simulacrum, and with a repurposing bay on the battlefield, things can start to get ugly fast. So let's cry 2. Now every time an artifact with mana 3 or greater enters, we are going to start creating giant tokens. They don't have flying though, so Cohen still needing to find a way to deal with that Scholar. We are working on getting the live totals on the screen. It's the first round that we're casting today, so we are working on getting everything sorted, and we should be able to get it for the next games or rounds.
All right, so yeah, we see here deciding to ignore the Cauldron and the Vivi, thinking that Stratsky didn't do too much with that mana, so maybe it's not actually that scary to leave that in play, rather than dealing with the huge flyer there with the last copy of Perilous Snare in Cohen's deck. So yeah, now out of options for those, but I actually think this makes a lot of sense, because he also, like, it's not just the Perilous Snares, there's also Pinnacle Starcage in this deck, which can exile all artifacts and creatures with mana value 2 or less. And so if Stratsky now develops a board of cheap creatures like, let's say, Fear of Missing Out and the Mako, well then Cohen can sacrifice that clay-bricked, Clayfire? What? Oh, it's the clay-fired bricks. Yes, there we go. Clay-fired bricks to get rid of all of those. And we see here a warped Riddler now for Stratsky, and using that to play the Winter Night Stories. This is a beautiful combination where the even though the Riddler is leaving at end of turn, it's still in play for a little while to be able to do a lot of damage here, and might even be able to trigger the Prof here, put 4 counters on this Riddler, make 8 mana, play something else, use the Cauldron on that something else, else to get another counter on that and make even more mana. So there's a ton of opportunities here for Stratsky to do something cool. And I think he might be looking for his one copy of Wild Ride, if he has that. He doesn't even play the Wild Ride. So there's no way for Stratsky to actually produce damage from this position unless he puts a Vivi into play and plays literally 10 instants and sorceries to bring Cohen's life total down to 0.
One thing I see in Stratsky's end is the Into the Flood Maw, so that can be used to bounce something and get a creature back, for example.
Yeah, that's true. That is one way you could get a very cheap Mako or Steamcore Scholar or whatever you might place. Of course, the Perilous Snare goes right back into Cohen's hand, but Cohen is so flush with cards right now. I think he's had like 7 cards in hand for almost this entire game, is what it looks like, because of those Cryogen Relics.
Yeah, counting the number of artifacts to see how big it's the construct there. And I have to say something, Simon. Let's keep in mind that Cohen untapping is very dangerous because of that one fire crystal that you can get eventually with the repurposing bay, and you are able to get some of those big constructs, and they have aced.
Yeah, it's actually quite a beautiful design there, where like if he just plays a second Simulacrum Synthesizer on this turn and activates the repurposing bay, you could produce so many hasty constructs, and it might not be too easy for Stratsky to deal with that. If he doesn't leave enough blockers. And you remember, this is closed deck list, so Stratsky, like, might not even realize the card exists. Like, actually, if you look at the mana base from this Jeskai deck, it is almost just a blue-white deck. It plays 2 Sunbillow Verge, and that is it for red sources. So the Fire Crystal is a card that is almost impossible to cast with this deck, but it's just in the deck to tutor up with that repurposing bay.
Exactly. So right now it just looks like an Azorius artifact, and
as you see here, yet another Winter Night Stories being cast, and as we continue to turn here. So this was the Fear of Missing Out coming into play, discarding a card, drawing a card. Now there was 5 cards drawn, so Prof put 5 counters on it, which made the Fear of Missing Out able to generate 7 mana. So now we have 4 mana in pool as we're resolving this Winter Night Stories. But this is post-combat, so again, remember, there is no more combat damage coming out this turn. So this is just Stratsky setting up for a future turn, trying to provide as much board presence as possible. Maybe he figures out that this deck would play Pinnacle Starcage. That is the big challenge when you play against in these closed deckless format. You don't know that card is in Cohen's deck, but you kind of have to do some deck building on the fly, try and look at the cards that Cohen has played and figure out, okay, if these cards make sense in the deck, which other cards would make sense? And you have to know the options available in the standard format. So if he knows that he's supposed to put creatures in play that have mana value of 3 or more, it's going to be much more impactful. But instead he puts in the Mako here, which is going to allow for a lot more burst of mana, because this one will also naturally get counters, so that you could save that Cauldron activation for something else and kind of keep the chain going of having mana generation. Another thing Stratsky could look for here is a second Vivi, which he can put under the Cauldron, giving the ability twice to all the creatures, and generating just even more mana. So it's very easy for this turn to just end up having produced 30 mana or so. It's kind of like trivial sometimes with this deck when it's going off, and it is really fun to watch.
Wow, and now Stratsky having the ability to play another Fear of Missing Out.
So I believe that this is 1 mana floating right now. I think Stratsky might be writing down the mana, or maybe even saying it out loud. And yeah, this Fear of Missing Out, putting another counter on that Mako here, as trying to move to the side and make way on the board. Now up to 5 mana in pool from this Mako. Remember, the life totals here are 10 life for Cohen to 20 life for Stratsky. So you see, that is a Nathan Starrier, Duelist of the Mind. That is a card that has seen some play in these decks now and again. So he comes into play, and I wonder why there is a loot already from that. But is whenever you commit a crime, you can draw a card and then discard a card. And so that means every single Into the Flood Maw, etc., are going to trigger that, drawing and discarding even more cards, putting more counters on the Mako, and building more of a board. But look at this board here. It is all 1 and 2 cost things. And I think Cohen is just sitting there pretty chill, just waiting for this Pinnacle Starcage to completely ruin Stratsky's day. And I think what's going to be really important, actually, Stratsky is going to have to leave up 2 copies of Into the Flood Maw. because there's one to bounce the Star Cage when it gets searched up by the repurposing bay, and then it needs to bounce it again, response to the trigger when it comes back down. And I think he only has a single island left up here. Obviously has all this mana right now, but nothing going into next turn. As we see here, that is a counter being put on from the Cauldron, exiling a non-relevant creature, so that's why it's not put under the Cauldron here, but putting the counters on the Duelist of the Mind, and it's equal to the number of cards you've drawn this turn, which is, kind of a massive power. So yeah, we'll see here the Into the Floodmaw being pointed on that Scholar. Stratsky has kind of run out of card draw, but not really, because this will trigger the Duelist of the Mind to commit a crime, and then also will trigger the Scholar here. So drawing and discarding even once more.
What a turn for Stratsky here. I mean, like, these just took a 180.
Well, yeah, that's just what happens if you let the opponent untap with this Agatha Soul Cauldron. But as I'm saying, I'm not even sure that this is that bad for Stratsky because of the value of that Pinnacle Star Cage. Of course, now the Steam Cost Scholar is in play. It is a 3-cost creature, and this Riddler coming down. And because the Duelist of the Mind made so much mana, you could play the Riddler here. You could even use the Into the Floodmaw on something else, like let's say bounce the Construct token. Or just use the Torch the Tower to get it out of hand. Yeah, that makes sense. Going down to 1 card in hand, so this Riddler will now draw 2 cards. Now you have 2 big threats. So if you can amount enough card draw next turn, you can actually make these lethal through the Prophet's Eidetic Memory. Remembering that the Pinnacle Star Cage only exiles artifacts and creatures, but will leave that Prophet's Eidetic Memory alive, will leave the Steam Cost Scholar and the Quantum Riddler in play. So there's still some potential for Stratsky to do stuff as he continues playing things for free, essentially, because this Duelist of the Mind with the counter just has so much mana available. And there's a Vivi being picked up, I believe. Yes, Vivi in Stratsky's hand. Finally triggering that Mako. I believe there might have been some triggers missed even from that one because there was so many cards discarded this turn. Stratsky says, okay, you can go. I have my Into the Floodmaw. I am ready for anything that you might throw at me. But I don't think he's ready for Pinnacle Star Cage. Oh, he actually could be, right? He could just wait until end of turn to bounce the Pinnacle Star Cage and then get all of these guys back and have so much damage for next turn. So yeah, very smart for Stratsky to just leave up this Into the Floodmaw. Remember that he actually chose to just waste a Torch the Tower to do this.
Lead up here, so destroy.
Wow! Wow! Yes. So that's a completely different type of sweeper, which is not at all what we were leading up to. And yeah, nothing Stratsky can do here. He just has to bin all 6 creatures here. He's just left with a single Fear of Missing Out. Yeah, well, he does still have the ability. Again, end of turn to Into the Floodmaw something. And get back his Fear of Missing Out, and maybe has to just try and win with that one alone. Doesn't take that much, because it can attack twice, of course. So it only needs, like, a couple cards drawn for his turn, and he'll be able to attack for lethal with that one.
Now, the Pinnacle Star Cage here.
Yeah.
Repurposing Bay. That's going to make...
Yeah, so that's going to deal with...
the Fear of
Missing Out and... yeah, it's going to deal with the Fear of Missing Out and the Cauldron here. So the way this works is that there's 2 triggers. One from Synthesize that makes a construct, and one from the Star Cage. And so you can stack them in a way where this Star Cage resolves first, getting rid of those cards, leaving the Prophet, and then this Simulacrum will trigger here, making the construct afterwards so that it's ready to block. But Stratsky doesn't actually need very much here. He's going to use the Into the Floodmaw, bouncing that Pinnacle Star Cage, and then there'll be a couple blockers left in play for Cohen, as he actually plays an Authority of the Consuls, which will make creatures come into play tapped on Stratsky's side. So this is getting very interesting. But yeah, if you can clear away those blockers, the fish token, it's actually going to be a tapped fish even, so that doesn't block. If you can clear away the construct token here, this Fear of Missing Out is going to be basically lethal off of that Agatha Soul Cauldron. So yeah, he just needs a little bit more card draw here, discarding this Vivi, drawing a card, and resetting that mana engine once again. I believe
there's
that Stratsky
an
has...
Authority of the Console, so Cohen gaining
1 life, yeah, going up to 11. 11 is really important here. And actually, Stratsky didn't use the Cauldron end of turn there, which also could have been important to get this Fear of Missing Out up to power. So yeah, right now, as it stands, if you can get rid of this construct token and draw 2 extra cards, this Fear of Missing Out is lethal. because the prof will end up triggering twice as the fear of missing out gets to attack twice. And then the Cauldron giving an extra +1, that'll be 12 damage. If he can't get rid of the Construct token, he needs this fear of missing out to be so big that the Construct has to jump twice. And that's going to be a lot more challenging. And he doesn't even have that many cards left in his deck to perform this combo here.
That's Simon. I mean, counting the number of cards left.
Counting the size of that Construct, it's actually not that big. It is a 4. Yeah, I believe it's just a 4/4 here. So 2 Torch the Tower could also do the job. But yeah, it's going to be tricky for Strasko to actually figure out how to finish this game, as he's going to line up into another marathon turn, just putting out his artifacts. He knows exactly what's going on and how these cards interact with the Vivi deck, because he has prepared for this matchup, as most people will have going into this tournament. If they choose not to play Vivi, well, they sure have a plan to defeat it.
And that's a bit of the advantage of not playing the most played deck, right? Because you get to practice a lot against the most played deck and to tune your sideboard to beat it. So I'm interested to then see game 2 what are going to be the changes that Koan is going to make against this Vivi deck, and also what Straski will do against the Artifacts deck. Now 3 mana here, we are playing the Vivi.
Yeah, so
he enters tapped, he gains 1 life because of that enchantment there. Authority of the
12, and then that is another Winter Night Stories, I believe. Yes, so that will trigger the Vivi, which will, of course, naturally have its own ability. So there's some opportunity for mana to
Flood Mod, that's huge.
Wait, I believe that is lethal then. If Straski was able to find the last copy of Into the Flood Maw, I believe that he should be able to bounce that Construct token and go into combat. There should be Delirium many, many times over. And so this Fear of Missing Out will get 3 counters at first, untap and attack again and get 3 more counters. So it's going to be 5 into 8, 13 damage coming in here. Of course, the Vivi has triggered twice, so that's also going down to 10 life. Yeah, should be enough. And yeah, Straski just explained, yeah, I'm just gonna attack twice with the Fear of Missing Out, and it's gonna be lethal. And Straski finds, digs through almost his entire deck and finds the 4th copy of Into the Flood Maw to secure this victory.
Into the Flood Maw, absolutely MVP of this game. I have to say this card was absolutely unbelievable. You give your opponent a little fish, but that doesn't even matter. And another card that surprised me, Simon, was Winter Night Stories.
Yes.
That card is just so good in this deck.
Yeah, I also believe that Straski played all 4 copies of Winter Night Stories, which digs how many cards? 24 cards deep just by those alone. So that is almost half his deck just by those Winter Night Stories. And it is so easy with this deck to be able to harmonize it because the creatures get so big, and it's very trivial to just pay a single mana and tap the creature you just played to get to use it again. It doesn't generate that much card advantage necessarily, because if you keep discarding creatures, you'll just flood out. So a lot of time it's going to have to discard lands. And so you only go up like 1 card each time you play it and flash it back. But still, of course, that adds up over time.
I have to say, very well played here by Andre Straski. This EZ Cauldron deck showing a lot of mastery with the deck, but also our Jeskai Artifact player playing really well, showing a lot of practice with this deck. So I'm very curious. Let's see if it's possible to get our player's sideboard on the screen so we can see what might enter or not here in the sideboard. And Simon, usually how would you approach, if you are now on the play as the Jeskai Artifact decks, this match against Vivi, this game against Vivi?
Yeah, it's very interesting to see in the sideboard here. There are 2 copies of Dauntless Scrapbutt, which is just a 3/1 for Magic of Eternities that exiles the graveyard and makes a land token. The big part here is, of course, the exiling the graveyard part. I'm not sure it's good enough against this Vivi deck. Of course, it uses its graveyard, but very briefly, only for 1 single card. But maybe that one comes in. And then there's 3 copies of Hide on the Ceiling, which is a way where you can exile any number of artifacts and creatures, and then they come back at the end of turn. But it's an instant, so it's like a very tricky card to time. You could use it to protect your artifact. You could use it to blink your stuff for value. You do that on a Cryogen Relic and something else, and that's just 2 extra cards drawn, as well as blinking out maybe Straski's creatures and removing the counters from them. So there's a lot of cool things. You could even blink out the Cauldron, and then it comes back and no longer has a Vivi under it. So I think actually Hide on the Ceiling is going to be an interesting card here. Cost blue and X instant here from Spider-Man.
Love to see that. One thing that I was thinking, Simon, is that you know that probably you don't think about this because you would play very similarly to Andrei Strasky, but someone maybe like me, I don't think I would have won that game or played in that such optimal way. And I think maybe some people at home would also think that. I just think that this is the most played deck right now of Standard, but at least it's a deck that does reward when you really know how to play it.
I think the Cauldron deck especially rewards resistance, as in like you can do so many crazy things on your turn, but especially if you don't have Wild Ride in your list, it's not that easy to convert crazy into victory. Because as we saw there, Strasky just spammed things on the board, but it ended up losing 6 creatures to a sweeper. And that's really what you need to decide with the Vivi deck, is that it actually is capable of running out of gas. And so if you expend all your gas on one big combo turn, and the opponent has some way to clear it all up, it's actually not going to be enough. So you really have to determine how much is enough for you to present lethal next turn, where the opponent is probably not going to be able to work around it if they don't have a sweeper, while still holding enough cards in your hand to go again the turn after. And if you can, instead of doing one combo turn that draws 30 cards and produces 50 power, if you can do a turn that draws 10 cards and produces 15 power 3 times, it might be a lot stronger. And trying to pace yourself that way. So that's the challenge of the Vivi deck. It allows you to do so much, but it's also at risk of just running out of threats in deck if you're not careful.
Absolutely, and welcome everyone to the stream. If you are joining now, we are here at the Magic Spotlight Spider-Man in Liverpool. This is round 3 of day 1. We have a total of 9 rounds. Players with 18 points or more are going to advance into day 2. That's players that usually have 6 or more wins. And we are going to watch game 2 now with Jeskai Artifacts versus the EZ Cauldron deck. EZ Cauldron deck took game 1. And we are starting already with the best 1-drop in this deck, the Mako that is able to grow very fast. On the other side, we are going to get a plane and gain 2 life.
Of that clay-fired bricks, just doing its thing. There's also a lot of this craft mechanic in this set here, where you can craft other artifacts either in play or in your graveyard. Clay-fired bricks turns into a for 7 mana, turns into an Anthem effect that gives +1 to each creature, as well as makes 2 1/1s. Not the most exciting one, but there's other cards like Braided Net, which sometimes see play in this deck. There is one copy of that, which is going to be an insane card draw engine if you get to craft that. As we see here now, Pinnacle, or not Pinnacle, Stark.
Snare taking that, props. And I mean, this is the engine of the deck that starts giving you so many +1/+1 counters, so very smart move of removing it here early on the game.
Yeah, as you see Strasky there having the perfect 1-2 start there of Mako into Proft. So developing board very quickly here, and is now potentially going to follow up with more creatures or spells that discard cards and make this Mako's power grow even more. As a reminder here, Coing is at 20 life actually, because of the 2 life gain from Clay-fired bricks and the 2 damage from the Mako.
So tapping 2 mana here. Let's see what Andrei Strasky is able to do. If there's some other profts. I see Into the Flood Maw, Duelist in the Mind, and Vivi in end. There's also a Multiversal Passage, one of the new cards from Spider-Man. Great addition in terms of lands for Standard.
Yeah, the Multiversal Passage really has shown up in just so many decks here. As we see now, Duelist of the Mind come down. Yeah, it's not triggered yet, but you can use this Paradise Snare to get back your Proft.
Wow.
Donate a fish, but you get to trigger the Duelist of the Mind. Nathan Starr's World Championship winning card here, drawing and discarding a card. That will trigger the Mako, and then the Proft will come into play. Draw a card, and that's 2 more counters onto that Mako here. So it's going to be attacking 4/5 this turn, and creating an impressive board here for turn 3 for Strasky. Just kind of playing more of a Proft, just damage aggro deck. It's very typical of this Cauldron deck. It might try to juke in the post-board games and board out some combo pieces to better be able to just be more of a Proft deck and utilize these other synergies that just create a lot of damage by themselves.
5 damage taken there. And United Battlefront.
Let's see what we get here. Is it just going to be 2 Cryogenic Relics? This time it's a complete
wow,
brick.
this is absolutely insane. There were 2 United Battlefronts. There were like lands, but not a single artifact.
Not even a clay-fired brick on this bricked United Battlefront. That was incredible to watch, or not necessarily from Cohen's seat here. But yeah, that was a lot of exciting things that did not happen here, as we now see the Winter Night stories coming for Stratsky, who's smelling blood here, drawing into the flood mode. That's a way you can bounce that fish token, and you do so much damage here. So the Duelist of the Mind now is 4 power. And the Mako is 7, so that's 11 power plus 3 cards drawn, so it's 14 damage. I believe the Stratsky's 1 point short of winning right now.
Yep, and needs to get rid also of that fish that can block the Mako there. So let's see what Stratsky is able to do. Attacking.
Oh, so instead of dealing almost lethal here, decides to go for the Winter Night stories instead.
Harmonizing there.
Yeah, so this way you could load the counters onto the Duelist of the Mind instead. So that one has... Oh, actually, no, I think it was lethal because there was the crime would be triggered. So I think it's very possible that Stratsky had 15 damage coming up on this turn by bouncing the fish. But instead he's going for this line here, which is going to have 6 cards drawn this turn, plus the 1 from draw step. So that's 13 damage in the air of Duelist of the Mind. That's how strong this card is if you get to untap with it. Getting 6 counters from Proft and attacking for 7. So yeah, that puts Cohen all the way down to 2 life here, which is also very close to dying to just a Vivi plus 2 spells being cast.
Things are not looking good for Artifact player, and I mean, that United Battlefront just not getting anything was absolutely insane. Let's see what 3-mana artifact Cohen can get from that repurposing bay, and it has to be
the Pinnacle Starcage. Yeah, so that does actually remove all these creatures here, and we'll see if Stratsky has a good follow-up. We see the big upside of playing these cards like Clay-Fired Bricks is that they do enable your repurposing bay to work, and that you can search up these effects for cheap, whichever one you need. And yeah, the more times you untap with the repurposing bay, the more value you get to accrue from this interaction. So we'll see if Cohen can survive here at 2 life, trying to stumble back from a completely wasted turn 4 here, while Stratsky was firing on all cylinders.
I cannot stop thinking if Cohen did manage to get a Simulacrum, for example, from that United Battlefront, how things could be different, or even a repurposing bay. But yeah, let's see if this is going to be enough now with that Pinnacle Starcage to slow things down at least.
Well, I do see a Cauldron in Stratsky's hand and a Vivi in the graveyard, so he might be able to just do a combo off turn here. And we can definitely see, how this deck has amassed this massive win rate in these times here. So just see a Braid being such a crucial card in this matchup, destroying the Pinnacle Starcage, getting back your things, and now can play this this Soul Cauldron here, putting a counter on presumably the Duelist of the Mind, and letting it make a little bit of mana here. It's not going to be that much because there was only 1 card drawn this turn, but it's going to make 2 mana. Play the Fear of Missing Out. Yeah.
Okay, let's discard a card. Discarding an Into the Flood, more interesting there, and we're starting to get more counters. That means more mana.
It absolutely does, but it's only 2 more mana, and it only works on your turn, so you can't actually use it to keep up this. I believe that's a Disdainful Stroke in Stratsky's hand. Yeah, Disdainful Stroke and Into the Flood Mode, but it's not able to keep up any of these things. It is still just turn 4, remember, or turn. This is turn 5, I guess. So he does have a land drop to make and can potentially leave up that Into the Flood Mode through that. But we will go into the Proft being triggered as well, putting count on the Fear of Missing Out. There's still 5 mana left to be made on this turn, but I don't believe that Stratsky has things to spend that on unless he has Winter Night Stories. Okay, of course, there's always a Winter Night Stories in hand here. So that's 3 more cards, 2 more discard, and that means the Mako can make 4 mana once it's being activated. And you could potentially do even more with that.
Absolutely insane. We see here why this is the most played deck of Standard.
Yes.
It is absolutely devastating when you get all your pieces together, and Winter Night Story is really helping you find the missing pieces of the puzzle.
Right, yeah, so it is 2 Into the Flood Maw and a Winter Night Stories. This Duelist of the Mind is not attacking, by the way, because remember, all of these cards came into play this turn off of the
Also
Operate
has
and the Starcade.
Vigilance, so it
and it has
would help,
Vigilance,
yes.
yeah. So this is just the Winter Night Stories being flashed back here, and I believe that Mako made 4 mana here. So there's 3 mana floating, but currently no other way to make more mana this turn, as we see just 3 cards drawn and 2 discarded. So this was just Stratsky finding a Vivi, deciding not to discard it, but hold it up for later. Gets to play an island here, and then hold up the Into the Flood more.
And tapping that Duelist is actually really smart, because also plays a bit around the split up, because then you have a tapped creature. So I really like this play here from Stratsky.
Yeah, it's very interesting, because now he knows they're split up in the list and can play around it accordingly against this blue-white artifact deck. And there actually is a split up in hand here, which is going to be somewhat devastating here. But this Repurposing Bay has nothing to do, and Cohen just says, yep, that is good enough. I believe that you can turn this Duelist Divine. Remember again, Cohen was at 2 life that turn, so the Duelist was just lethal by itself.
Congratulations to Andrei Stratsky of winning round 3 here of the tournament. I have to say, great start here for Andre, but I hope to see more of this Jessica artifact deck as well. It was a really fun, so congratulations also to Cohen on just showcasing here on the feature match. Still 2-1-1, so still a lot of games to play and still a chance to make it into day 2.
Absolutely, yeah, and just wonderful to see Stratsky here starting off the tournament 3-0. You know, he is someone who has described himself as a retired pro from Czech Republic. Has done that many times, saying I am retiring now, and then immediately winning a tournament right afterwards. And yeah, he's just doing it again.
If Stratsky wins, I'm going to go on Twitter and I will tweet the following: I'm retiring from Magic today.
Oh, that's such a good idea. Yeah, you know, that will work. Yeah.
And then I will not.
And then you'll win your next match on Arena.
Yes, I will win my Friday Night Magic tournament. I mean, very fun things here. Simon, is always a pleasure to cast with you. I think we're going to see more Magic as well, more matches for the round 3. But overall, what did you think of this matchup?
I think the main thing to say here is that this really showcased the groundwork of what people are dealing with in Standard. When I mentioned boss fight, I meant it. This is not, a tutorial boss fight where, it feels a little scary, but you can ultimately always win. No, this is a real challenge to beat this Vivi deck. And some people are going to succeed doing that. So yeah, we're going to see how this plays out here. Hopefully also seeing some matches between non-Vivi decks as well, displaying what Standard has to offer beyond that first layer, and maybe will be more indicative of what the format will look like come November 10th. So yeah, keeping an eye out for stuff like this Simulacrum Synthesizer deck from Cohen. Maybe if you're interested, that's a deck to pick up in November when the format could potentially change a bit.
I'm excited to see what things are happening in Standard, and also to see what happens here this weekend, what players are going to qualify to be on the Pro Tour. I feel like that's a dream of many players here, and just what decks we're going to see on coverage. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, good night. Let us know where are you watching from. We are here in Liverpool this weekend for a full weekend of Magic. This is just the beginning. I'm Filipa, joined by Simon Nielsen. If you don't know Simon by now, I mean, you haven't seen a lot of Magic competitive, right? And you can be also here in this Spotlight event. So this one, he's here in Liverpool, but we have others. So go to Fanfinity website and check what are going to be the next events, and you can be here featured on a match. Now let's see, because we have our next match of round 3 ready. Let's take a look at what our players are going to bring, what decks we're going to see, and who ends up winning. So looks like our players there are getting ready. I immediately recognize Pivo,
Yes.
Marco Del Pivo being the first choice for Andrea Mengucci Fantasy Draft. They are good friends and winning a lot of tournaments as well in the past.
Yeah, so Pivo is most well known for being a regional champion in a previous regional championship round, as well as a Pro Tour top 8 in Barcelona 2023. Up against Thiago Almeida here, who is playing Esper Mill. This is a really interesting deck that kind of, it's a control deck essentially, that tries to play, one of its sweepers is Reality Rupture, which it's kind of impressive because it destroys all creatures, but it also mills half the opponent's deck. Well, milling half your deck is not actually anything special, but when you follow it up with the Churning Monument, which will exhaust to mill cards from the opponent's deck equal to the number of cards in their graveyard, if you've milled half their deck,
Absolutely.
Well, then that's their entire deck.
Yeah.
So that is the combo that we're looking out for here. Let me just correct myself on those card names because I definitely butchered.
Singularity, Rupture, and for sure Monument.
Okay, thank
Simon.
you so much, Filipa. Yeah,
Those cards are absolutely insane together, and let's see if our Espremil player here is able to survive long enough against the most played deck of the weekend and of Standard at the moment. I'm excited to see how this plays out. I see some counter magic in this deck, which I feel like it's going to be very interesting. Also some removal. It's not going to be easy to play against.
Yeah, actually, I really like what Almeida has done with this deck here. So normally you see this combo, Singularity Rupture, Riveter, and Monument in just a blue-black deck. But what this version is, it's playing white and gets way better control tools. You have Authority of the Consoles to stem the bleeding from all these red decks. You have Get Lost as a premium removal spell that can target a lot of different things. And it even can kill the prof, because it can kill enchantments or creatures. Very important. And also plays 3 copies of Day of Judgment. So not relying on your sweeper being a 6 mana cost, but actually can also sweep the board before you get to that point with Day of Judgment. Also playing 4 copies of Consult the Star Charge to find the combo here, and 3 copies of No More Lies. Another reason to play white in these decks. So yeah, that's basically the deck list here. Finishing up with stock ups. Yeah, stock up, Consult the Star Charge, Meringue, River Regent, all the card draw that we know and love from the blue control decks, combined with some of these white control tools, and then the Singularity Rupture. It's almost actually, when I look at this deck, it seems to be basically a blue-white deck that is splashing Singularity Rupture. Of course, not too easy since it is a double black card, but it is, that and 2 copies of Shoot the Sheriff are the only black cards in this main deck here. Also 3 steps ahead, 4 copies here for Thiago.
Thiago already surveilling, keeping the card on top, and we see Mako there, turn 1 from Marco. And I see that Thiago is a Portuguese player, so yay!
Yay, go Portugal. Mako, of course, from Italy here, and has been, also like someone who's gone into a bit of content creation and social media management of Team Wealthy Council, heavy play as well, showing up there on those t-shirts. One of the main members of that team, just performing PT after PT, kind of a team of consisting of a lot of newcomers to the PT and RC, people qualifying from the RC and such. But they've refined their process enough under the leadership of Sen Mayashi Thorn, and are now this kind of a brute force to lead with in the Pro Tour. When you're sitting down on a draft pod and you see one of those blue shirts from Team Worldly Council, well, you are in trouble because they are so good at draft. Right now here we're playing Standard.
Absolutely.
As Thiago just passed right back there. And there's a fear of missing out, getting countered by 3 steps ahead. Just 3 mana counter target spell. And that means the Mako is not going to get triggered any further here. Just 2 damage there from Mako. So that does bring Thiago down to 16 life, I believe.
Yeah, we do need to keep track, but we will try to get the life totals for the next games. And yeah, 3 steps ahead. We are going to be countering our opponent until we are able to combo and just mill Marco away. Let's see if that's going to be possible here. Thiago, that is 2-0, so this deck is working. We see that the Meringue River region, the instant side of it, we're going to draw 3 cards there and discard.
You know what? I kind of love to see the different ways that multiversal passage is being represented in this feature match area.
Yeah, absolutely. We see that an off island before Andre just put an island on top.
Yeah, I think Andre put an island in the sleeve so that it was easy to be untapped, whereas Mako here has it on top. So yeah, well, there's a lot of different ways. You could also do a little slip of paper where you write it on. Maybe there'll be people with crayons who are going to color their multiversal passage the color that they need to be. I think there's a lot of maybe a little sticker.
Yeah, we should do best multiversal passage of the weekend.
Oh yeah, an award ceremony.
Prize.
Right, so that's again just Mako attacking for 2, which is Marco with his Mako. Doesn't actually do that much damage here, and I wonder if his hand is just not really coming together, or if he's trying to play against control in a much more paced way, where now we see him bait here with the Agatha Soul Cauldron, and Thiago goes 3 steps ahead, but not with the kicker effect to draw 2 cards and discard a card. So this is very interesting, as we now see Singularity Rupture just to kill the 2/2 and mill Mako for half his deck, and I think think this
But
means...
milling, it can be a tricky thing to do against the Vivi deck, right?
It kind of can, but yeah, we saw the Cauldron get dealt with here, and if Marco doesn't have a way to give haste, that might mean he can't actually, he might be able to combo off, but not be able to turn that into something big. And if there's a River Churn Monument in Thiago's hand, he can just follow up for 6 mana, mill Marco for the rest of his library here. As we now see the count, the library count, and yeah, that's there's all these cards being milled. A ton of Winter Night Stories probably going in the graveyard here.
How many Vivis? 1, 2. Another Agatha Soul Cauldron, so there's already... That makes 4 Agatha Soul Cauldron on the graveyard.
Right, so that's not actually available to Marco anymore, regardless of how much card draw he might have from these Winter Night Stories, as we see them being kind of like put to the side to indicate that they are ready to be used. And yeah, Marco now is going to just display his graveyard, try and have a thing, okay, what to do from this position here.
So it's certain to say that Marco has Delirium.
Yes, that will definitely also happen here. So yeah, but also seems like there's no Wild Ride here, and people might be getting punished for not having those. Regardless, regardless, you would just see 5 mana, draw 3, discard 2. Wow, Marco's turn is not really looking up. And I actually think, again, this is closed deck list. I think Marco's thinking it's totally fine to just spend your time drawing cards, because he's just going to try and win with regular creatures here, playing this Multiverse Passage tapped, and because he's against the control deck. If he can just outcard the control deck, it's fine. But if there is a River Churn Monument, as we see there, I don't think that he is planning on that. I love that Thiago is doing the count, despite it being half the deck from before. So it literally...
Just making sure.
Yeah, you're just making sure. I guess there was like a card being exiled in the Winter Night Story. So just making sure this River Churn Monument, mill cards equal to the number of cards in your graveyard. And that is going to finish up Marco's deck here. I don't think Marco was expecting that he would just be dead when he just played a card draw spell on that turn. But yeah, no, it totally worked.
Get milled. I mean, that's a way to deal with the VV deck. I love to see this deck here showcasing a bit different. I mean, very interesting with the Singularity Rupture, a lot of counter magic, and just a lot of answers for the VV deck. I think maybe this deck is just tuned to beat the VV deck. What do you think, Simon?
I mean, absolutely. Everyone who's showing up here either choosing to beat the VV deck or potentially even try and beat the rest of the matchups and try and, see if you can scrape by in the VV matchup.
I'm curious how this deck does against Mono Red, though.
With the 3 copies of Authority of the Consuls, if you get to start on one of those, it makes your life so much easier.
That's true.
But it is true, it does have very clunky cards, and I don't believe that the Singularity Rupture River Churn Monument is a main part of the game plan for Thiago here if he is to be paired against Mono Red. Instead, he's going to bring in stuff like Beza and like more removal spells, like more Shoot the Sheriffs, and try to use those to stem the bleeding against Red and potentially turn it into a win.
And for this matchup, what do you think we're going to see for sideboard here on both sides?
Yes, so there's going to be 2 copies of Rest in Peace, which are very, very interesting in the sideboard, because they turn off the River Churn Monument, but of course makes it much harder for people's deck trying to function, because he doesn't get to use Delirium, doesn't get to use Harmonize, and doesn't get to use the Agatha Soul Cauldron. So the Rest in Peace is very interesting in this sideboard here, which we potentially could see. There's also the potential to use stuff like the Duress on the Gate to stop that Cauldron in other ways if you want to, as well as 2 copies of Elspeth Stormslayer, which is just this kind of like sideboard juke from control decks where you get to bring in this additional threat here. It's going to make...
a win con.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of a powerful Planeswalker that hasn't seen too much play yet in Standard. On Marco's side here, he's going to have to do a lot of upgrading for the Into the Flood Moss, the Torch the Towers, the Abrades, all of those he would want to remove for more cards like Spell Pierce. 2 copies of Quantum Riddler in the sideboard can replace those. As well as a Spider Sense, one of the new cards from the Magic Gathering Marvel Spider-Man set, which is a way to counter an instant or sorcery or triggered ability. But you can, it costs 2 mana, but you can play it for just a single mana by using Web Slinging, returning a tapped creature you control to your hand. So it's a negate effect, but kind of better, because you can play it for that 1 mana mode as well. Plus, it countering triggered abilities sometimes comes up. But I actually see here, if I do that count correctly, there are not enough cards here to, that's 5 cards to bring in and 7 cards to bring out. So Marco is going to have to leave some of these interaction effects in his deck against the control deck, which is going to be interesting to see which one he chooses to do. and which ones are going to be the most effective here.
Going to be an interesting game here, game 2 with Marco on the play. And yeah, both players 2-0 here on round 3, trying to keep being undefeated. That would be great. It's always good on day 1 to go undefeated for as long as you can, to make your life easier if you qualify for day 2.
Absolutely. I also love to see here 3 copies of Duelist of the Mind in Marco's deck. So definitely on that Nathan Steuer hype train, playing some copies of that, the new tech here. And even more interestingly, this deck I think is kind of tuned for the Mira as well to some extent. It only has 1 Abrade, but it has 3 copies of Vivi, not 4.
Okay.
So it's not, so that means he's a little bit less likely to make the combo happen. But in the Mira, where drawing Vivi can kind of be a downside, because you can, if it's in your graveyard, they can exile it with their Agatha's Soul Cauldron.
That's true.
So instead people here is like trying to rely on some of the other good cards, like Duelist of the Mind, which is probably very good in the Mirror as just a cheap threat that attacks for a lot of damage, and just isn't like required that your Soul Cauldron works, because that card is unreliable in the Mirror. It makes a lot more sense to kind of do it that way and be way better set up.
And Simon, I have to say, Nathan rewarding players committing crimes.
Yes, exactly. No, that's also like how he is as a person. Yeah, if you know him, yeah, he'll you know, committing crimes such as taking the last cookie from the office. That's the sort of crimes that Nathan encourages. Never would do himself. Nathan never would do himself. Nathan is a saint, but he will encourage everyone else to be on their their worst behavior this Halloween.
Oh, I love that. Okay, so we have there the Multiversal Passage as a mountain tapped. We are surveilling the top card. It's another land. It goes on the bottom and
actually goes into the graveyard. Yeah,
graveyard,
so I think
so people
Thiago
are like, no, it's on the
too used to playing with Scrylands from back in the day. Yeah, no, it does go in the graveyard there. As we now see, you know, the names that card there, Duelist of the Mind, Duelist of the Nathan Steuer coming down here. So it's just a 0/3 flyer, but it gets a +1 for each card you've drawn this turn. And yeah, that's 1 card drawn for the turn. So now it's already 1/3, and that's a Riddler, so that's even more cards. So let's see here. I wonder if Marco has a Spell Pierce in hand, because this is not a very efficient turn 2 here, but it would be efficient if you're required to leave up a mana for Spell Pierce at all times.
And here, let's see. Oh, okay,
Get lost. So that, I think that is a Spell Pierce, yeah, but there's just an island revealed. And that will also actually trigger the Duelist of the Mind. Remember, countering spells is also committing crimes. So you draw a card and then discard a card. So yeah, let's see here. He might actually get rid of that Cauldron here, deciding that he is not near the Vivi anyways. And next turn he can go Mako into Steamcore Scholar. So just attacking with this Duelist of the Mind, coming in for 3. Did the Riddler actually trigger?
Yeah, he did trigger.
Okay, yeah, so I believe that Mako maybe already attacked with the Duelist for 2 and then the Get Lost happened. Okay, yeah, see, so it came in for 3 damage. Okay, so Thiago down to 17 life. As we go on here, we see the nice warp counter for that Riddler. And yeah, you can just kind of go ham onto this board. Not many things in hand left for Mako, though.
Absolutely. There's a Mako, there's 2 lands.
And a Scholar. So if he just goes, like, plays out those 2, he's gonna, you know, create a lot of damage, create a lot of board state, but be so vulnerable to a potential Day of Judgment, which I do see in Thiago's hand. Remember that Mako didn't see that card last game. Might be thinking that the Sweepers all cost 6 mana. So yeah, this is just a Scholar coming down, and maybe Thiago is totally fine to say, yep, you know what? I'm just gonna let everything happen here. I'm gonna take, you know, a little bit more damage here from this Duelist of the Mind. It's gonna come in for 3. Actually, just gonna come in for 3, put 1 counter on the Mako here. And yeah, there we see that into the Flood Maw that Mako was forced to leave in his deck because of the deck building not allowing for boarding out all of the removal spells.
Life.
Now down to 14. And here we just see the 3 steps ahead, just drawing 2 and discarding. Also note the mana base of Thiago doesn't actually have double blue yet to even be able to use it as a cancel effect. Just discarding that River Churn Monument, thinking that, yeah, that's a little ways away for me to actually use the combo part of it. Of course, you could also just play out the River Churn Monument and slowly mill, I believe it's 2 cards at a time.
Yep.
But and eventually like turn that into a win, but that is a lot more unreliable. As we now see here, Day of Judgment clearing that board. But There's a Riddler in Warp here, which is going to refuel the hand for Mako. It's going to be a perfect opportunity to just tap out and play that here under the counter spells of the opponent, unless you have something else you might want to play. So this is Mako deciding, do you actually play... yeah, okay, so that's the big question here. Do you play just a Steamcore Scholar from your hand and try to get down to one card in hand when you play the Riddler for even more value? Or do you just get it into play now when it's dodging counter magic? And here we see Prof being picked up from a Micro as well. Okay.
So we have here the artifact that I'm sure Marco didn't want to see. The Reversion.
Yeah, Riverturn Monument by itself, not actually that impressive of a card here, but it is just going to... actually, it is any number of target players, or can even target himself. I'm not sure if he would. As we see now the Prof coming down, and there's 2 copies of No More Lies in hand here. And they cannot counter that Prof, because there's 3 mana. 3 mana up when that card got played. So that means, the Riddler is going to get a counter from Prof, an attack for 5, and I believe that puts...
9?
Yeah, puts him down to 9?
I believe so. It was 14.
17, 14, 9. Yeah, I believe you're very right here. Okay, 2 more cards milled. That is another multiversal passage, that artwork there, going into the graveyard from that Riverturn Monument. As we now see Consult the Star Charge picked up.
That card can absolutely get you a lot of card advantage. And
yeah, I do love that here. The issue is, of course, he can't kick this and then also have the No More Lies up because there's not enough blue. But decides to go for it main phase here to play around a counterspell. I do like that. You don't need to play your instant
maybe a Get Lost, something like that can be an answer.
Yeah, exactly. There's the Get Lost. Could try to answer that Riddler or the Prof, depending on whichever one you choose. There's another Riverturn Monument, not actually very exciting, and another No More Lies, where you probably don't need that. So, yeah, Thiago might just end up picking up a land here to set up for the future.
And let's take a look here at what Thiago is going to decide to do. Immediately that Get Lost on the Riddler. It is gone, leaving Marco with no creatures available, but also Thiago with no mana available and only a Reversion Monument in play.
Yeah, so it's still not looking that great for Thiago this game. I thought it was going to look so juicy after the Day of Judgment, but this Izzet deck just has so much replenishing power. It can just keep going. As we now see the Steamcore Scholar here, drawing 2, discarding 1 or 2 cards, and then the counters are going to come up from the Prof, the counters are going to come up from the Mat tokens.
And Thiago at 9 life, we don't have currently the life totals on the screen, but we are working on getting that fixed. So as of now, Thiago at 9.
Yeah, so we see here just the value here, discarding the Winter Night Stories instead of discarding 2 cards. I believe there are 2 copies of Fear of Missing Out in hand, but Marco really has to be careful with overextending again. There was just a Consult the Star Chart cast, so it's very, very likely that Thiago found a sweeper. But of course the issue is you can't really play around Singularity Rupture anyways, because if that card resolves here, then Thiago can just untap and win with that Monument. So actually Marco is quite incentivized to not play around the Singularity Rupture, maybe not even play around the Sweeper at all, and just put as much stuff into play as he can, now harmonizing that Winter Night Stories, drawing 3, discarding 2 mountains, and passing without using the map tokens, potentially bluffing a Spell Pierce.
Let's see here what Thiago will be able to do, playing a land.
That is a Meringue River Regent, which is a great top deck here.
Absolutely, going to be able to bounce 2 things. Let's see here what Thiago is going to choose. Fear of Missing Out and the Scholar are now back in end, leaving Marco only with that Prof's.
Yeah, but it is interesting how Prof work, because all of these things, Marco is just going to repeat his turn, draw even more cards and get more advantage there, and still get the counters right back. Of course, needs to position in a way where he can attack through that Meringue River Regent next turn, just to 6-7. There is nothing in Thiago's hands, so if Thiago doesn't draw an answer next turn, and Marco can solve this puzzle the right way, setting up the power and toughness to line up right into the dragon, that is going to be... It's going to be a great position for him.
Color here, a good way to start drawing, discarding, getting some counters, but Marco really needing to find a way to close out this game, because we did see game 1 how this Esper Mill is able to win out of nowhere, and we already have 1 piece of the combo.
Yes, exactly. So I mentioned that Thiago's in a bit of trouble, but also has a card in his deck that just wins the game if it is cast and resolves. So it's going to be interesting to see if that actually works, as now we see a map token revealing the Quantum Riddler on top.
Yeah, that map token being there from the get loss that Thiago played before.
Yeah, it's really awkward with Get Lost. It's such a flexible removal spell, but the control deck really does not like to the opponent to have map tokens. Map tokens are quite good against control. So it's a bit of an awkward card in that sense, because you always give them enough time to use the map tokens. But on the other hand, you also really value flexible removal spells. So here we see Marco just saying...
Missing out.
Oh, and the Riverchurn Monument is going to mill over that Riddler and prevent it from being drawn, as we see the last card being discarded here from Marco. Counter onto that Marauding Marco, and potentially another map token being used this turn here. Marco just going... or Pivo. I'm just going to call him Pivo to not confuse it with the Marauding Marco. Pivo here kind of going all in onto this board. Again, thinking that if you have Singularity Rupture, I'm going to lose anyways. So I do not play around a sweeper here.
Absolutely. Very well played. And we see here Marco really trying to find a way to finish the game and...
figuring out where to put these counters. I believe 3 cards have been drawn this turn, because of course the land you hit off the map tokens don't count.
And Simon, what is the power and toughness of Meringue River region?
It is a 6/7, so you need to...
You know that's a new meme for the younger people?
6/7?
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Oh, you don't? Well...
I'm too old to understand this.
I'm too old to even have heard about it, so...
Really? Okay, that doesn't make me feel so bad.
That's the Rupture! Oh, wow!
Okay. Board wipe, let's Bill off of your deck. Sounds good.
Wow, so now Marco, I wonder if he left in the 1 copy of a Braid in his deck, because that is his only out. He needs to get rid of this Riverchurn Monument, otherwise that card is going to mill him out next turn, and there's no way to give haste, no way to deal the last 9 points of damage here, and yeah, that is an amazing top deck for Thiago here. So yeah, so many cards being milled, potentially some Winter Night Stories going into the graveyard. I can definitely see, it's really funny that like a lot of the Vivi decks have started to cut wild right now, and that actually makes this deck much more viable, because otherwise like, one of your combo pieces is going to find the lethal spell for your opponent by milling over a Wild Ride like with large certainty. So that's very interesting here. But yeah, neither Strasky nor Pivo registered that card, and as a result are much more weak to this off the charts Singularity Rupture deck that I bet no one was expecting. There's a Vivi being picked up, 2 lands in hand. Yeah, this the deck kind of has run out of steam somewhat. I mean, there is the, of course, the Winter Night Stories providing more value. There's going to be the Prof putting counters on the Vivi now, and even more things coming. So
I believe
Marco could do some stuff, but he needs to play 8 more spells or find an Abrade if he didn't board it out at all, which is very possible that it's in the sideboard. So I did not find it there. There's a Fear of Missing Out, I believe, in hand. So can now activate the Vivi here, play the Fear of Missing Out, has 2 chances. Yeah, I guess it's the Fear of Missing Out and the Winter Night Stories are the only chances here to try and get something going. Doesn't even... I guess could potentially draw into a Cauldron plus Vivi and actually continue a turn with even more card draw, but it's dicey to get to do all of that while you're running on this low amount of gas. So here we see Vivi here paying for the Harmonized cost here, leaving 2 mana floating. I believe that should be 3 mana floating.
And we see Cauldron in hand into the Flood Maw, which can be a way to return the monument.
That's another way to do it. If you could return the monument and then counter it with a Spider Sense, that would work too. So actually, if you can keep this Flood Maw, play the Fear of Missing Out, discard something else, and draw into that Spider Sense, that could be another way to win this game. Wait, no, it does not work, because Spider Sense only counters instants and sorceries.
And
so instead, going to play the Cauldron here. There's certainly a Vivi in the graveyard, so can continue this turn here. As we now see Fear of Missing Out coming on down, has to discard this into the flood more now, because yeah, it's actually true. Marco's deck does not have any counter spells for the Rivertrend Monument, and also see the Spider Sense is in the graveyard regardless. But yeah, that's a Cauldron being activated onto the Vivi. Remember, or onto the Fear of Missing Out. Remember that the Vivi now regains the ability to make mana as well. So that's going to be 8 mana being able to produce here. And oh, this is beautiful play actually from Marco. So he went Fear of Missing Out, and then trigger on the stack, activate Cauldron on it, still with the trigger on the stack, make mana. So now I can play the Into the Flood one, empty my hand. Fear of Missing Out does not require you to have a card in hand. It just says discard a card, draw a card. If you can't discard, you still draw. But did he find something else to let him continue this turn? He triggered Vivi once again there. So that is what... That is 2 triggers from Vivi, so that I believe that puts Thiago at 7 life, which is still ways away from lethal.
And honestly, Marco, I think just trying to find a way.
It's just,
to...
yeah.
But
yeah, so the Rivertrend Monument coming in here. But very importantly for Thiago here, he chose to pick a blue land off that start chart, knowing that he needed triple blue for his combo. And that paid off on this turn here, 5 turns later. And yeah, that's just beautiful showcase of this Esper Mill deck here from Thiago Almeida from Portugal.
Portugal, yes, very well played. Thiago here taking the win at 3-0 now on this Magic Spotlight. Spider-Man in Liverpool, a great start to the day with Esper Mill, which is a deck that we were not expecting to see, but I love to get to showcase different decks here on stage, and beating the most played deck of the weekend, which is the Vivi deck. Not only beating the most played deck of the weekend and the deck to beat, but also piloted by one of the best players we have here.
Yes.
Choice 1 of Andrea Mengucci for the caster fantasy draft, so the players that we think are going to do well. Very well played here by Thiago. Congratulations on this win. And what a round 3 and way to start the day here that we had, Simon.
Yeah, that was actually really cool to see, especially like we've seen in past Spotlights events that it is possible to beat the Vivi deck by being aggressive, and we've seen some of the red decks and other aggressive decks like Blue Green do well into it. But I'm really curious if this weekend people are over-preparing for the aggressive decks and won't have enough sideboard cards to bring in against control, like we saw with Pivo's list, having to leave it into the flood more. And then actually we might be able to see some of the control decks do well into Vivi this weekend specifically. So that's something I'm going to be interested to see if it plays out that way.
I'm also interested to see, and I mean a lot of more Magic to be played today. Me and Simon add the coverage of round 3, but for round 4 we are going to have Arne and Mengucci, which are the other caster duo. But now I know that Martin Juza is dying to interview the winner of the game, so let's go for our winner's interview.
Hello everybody, we have finally had our first feature match here at Magic Spotlight Spider-Man in Liverpool, and I'm sitting here with Thiago Almeida, who now moved to 3-0 with his take on Esper Mill. Congratulations on the win, first of all.
Thank you.
And talk to me about the deck. There's a lot of people playing blue-red. How does Esper Mill fit into the metagame?
Well, I actually started with blue-white control.
Okay.
And what I felt was that you would control the game exactly the same way as Esper, but when it came to winning, you would go like, okay, now I have the game control, now I'm going to play an Elspeth, now I'm going to play one of the avatars, but it's going to take me 4, 5, 6 turns to win, and that's their chance to recuperate, because, I mean, you get out of resources. And when I found this deck, the first version I found of this deck a couple of months ago, I just love the idea that, okay, you're going to do your ref, as you always do, because you know to clear the board, and then suddenly, you are in a position that you have a 1-turn kill after that with the artifact. Because you just go mill half, mill the other half, and you're done. And so I like that strategy to win. And so I started playing with the deck in Arena, ladder. Start making a couple of changes because the original version was too focused on milling them out. And I like more let's control the environment. You're going to win eventually. I just don't want to spend like 5, 6 turns winning afterwards. And I hit Mythic, and I was hooked. I was hooked on the deck. And from that point on, I started only playing with sideboards, tried to refine the deck, playing with my friends. Sometimes whenever they had time, hey, can you play this matchup against me because I want to test it out? But basically, that was it. That's how I got to the deck.
Does the deck have any obvious strengths and weaknesses? Like, what are the matchups you want to see? What are the matchups you don't want to see?
Well, I do like the Vivi match.
Okay, that's important.
Especially game one, because they have very little to none interaction with me, so they're going to do their thing. As long as I can do even if he's doing his thing well, as long as I can do my thing, I think I'm favored to win. And in the second game, I mean, sideboard helps. I have like 9 cards.
Okay.
To basically to mitigate their sideboard.
Yeah.
And so I like the matchup. Mono red, it's like just to talk about the big ones. If it's straight up mono red, I won in the first round. It's like I'm gonna say it's like 50-50.
Play or draw.
Yeah, play or draw. It's a lot important.
Yeah.
The new mono red deck. I mean, honestly, I haven't played it. I didn't have time to play this. But the rest of the field, I would say like for weaknesses. Aristocrats. The race from I cannot win against that thing. Like game one, I think I won 1 in 100 games. Let's say.
Okay.
It's really horrible.
So would you say it's more of a metagame deck that you chose for this tournament specifically because you expected a lot of Vivi, a lot of red?
Yeah. Okay. As long as because I had good matches against, and the other ones were not horrible. I mean, okay. I can say that.
Cool. Anyone you want to give a shout out to? Any special occasion this weekend?
Yeah. So it's my birthday today, actually,
cool.
And we came to this GP exactly because we were in Amsterdam playing the fanfics Spotlight series in Amsterdam, and you announced this one, and we're like, oh my God, my friend Rodrigo is here with me. Said, oh my God, this is your birthday. We have to go. And I said, yes, let's do my birthday in Liverpool. And so him, and I'm going to give a shout out to him, to Pedro Serrão, Mario, Leonor, Dinis Maia, that all came with me. Okay. All took out times of their families, and said, let's go on a 4-day trip to Liverpool, just to celebrate your birthday and play some Magic.
This is great. This is why we love the Spotlight series. I remember all the road trips with my friends and just everybody telling their families and wives, hey, this is just the 2 or 3 days I want to have to myself. I'm going to play some cards with my friends, cube draft, have fun. Great stuff. Congratulations again and happy birthday. Yeah. It's great to see you at 3-0 with the Esper Mill deck, and hopefully it's going to continue, and we're going to see you tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm going to try. Thank you.
Happy birthday to Tiago, or parabéns in Portuguese, and very well played. Now, one thing that we are excited to see is that Tiago chose a deck that is a bit of a meta deck, right? To beat the meta, let's say. And we need to know, after all, we've been talking about meta for the beginning of this day. What is the meta here for this event? And who better to do that than the one, the only, Frank Karsten.
Frank Karsten!
Yeah, so we are going to pass now to Frank Karsten with that segment.
Hey, everybody. Exactly. I have Frank Karsten with me here, the data analyst. He has a PhD in mathematics. He's ran the numbers. He's crunched the numbers. Frank, tell me what is being played this weekend in this tournament.
Yep. Well, I indeed fixed all the archetypes on Melee, went through them last weekend at Magic Spotlight Spider-Man in Baltimore. Is at Cauldron was the most played deck at 31.9% of the field. Unexpectedly, it is also the most played deck this weekend, but let's say only at 29.3%. It's almost the same number as last weekend, just 2 percentage points lower. Also heavily played, Mono Red Aggro, the second deck over there, 19.3%, which is very similar to last weekend. There it was 18.5%. Dimir mid-range here in Liverpool, 8.3% of the field. Last weekend, 8.6%. So all of these numbers are very much in line with what we saw this past weekend. The one main difference is Simic Uroboroid. This deck was, let's say, only 2.6% last weekend in Baltimore, but it posted excellent results. It had like a 56% win rate, put Kellen Pastor into the top 8, had a slightly favorable matchup against Izzet Cauldron over there. And here, the group of Simic Uroboroid players, it's not just spiraling out of control into astronomical levels like Uroboroid itself, but, almost doubled. And this deck can just flood the board with cheap creatures, boost them with the namesake card, and is, perhaps well positioned to do well this weekend here in Liverpool as well.
What about the other category? People always ask, hey, what are some of the off-meta decks? You know, what is something that I can surprise my opponent with? Have you found anything interesting in there?
Yeah, there is a lot of spice, and indeed this order category is pretty big. Some of the notable ones are Mono Red Leyline. There's 5 players on that particular deck, which Alex McIsaac used to win the Magic Spotlight Spider-Man in Baltimore this past weekend. Although, I mean, he had a Poison Dart Frog in his sideboard. Here, I ran through all the decks. Unfortunately, no Poison Dart Frog, so people not really believing in their mascot here. There's also 2 Boros Mice decks, which was another deck that made the top 8 this past weekend, with strong results against Izzet Cauldron. One of those 2 players is 3-0 at the moment, so, you know, some potential there. And yeah, there's a lot.
Boros Mice is actually a deck, Team Channel Fireball, Ultimate Guard, Team TCG player now. We almost played that deck at the Pro Tour in Chicago earlier this season. That was the 2 most popular decks were the 5-color Overlords and Mono Red. But Paul Reed on our team was like, yeah, Boros aggro, it's pretty good. You know, the Mice synergies are great. So I think that deck is a sleeper of the format for sure. And yeah, there's only 5 people playing it, but I believe maybe moving forward, you know, if something changes in Standard or there's, you know, new cards coming in, I think that deck could be pretty cool. What's one? Let's pick one. What was the most interesting one deck you've seen?
Well, that's a tough one.
The spiciest.
I mean, there is a lot. Like last round, we already saw the Jeskai Artifact and the Esper Mill deck, which was pretty cool. Looking at the top tables, yeah, there's like anything from mono white tokens to Temur Onslaught, Landfall decks, Sultai Control, Riddler decks, Bunnycorn decks. I gotta say, out of all the possibilities, I am most excited by the Artifacts deck.
Okay.
I mean, I've been playing Affinity in Modern for so long, so seeing artifact-based strategies in Standard being competitively viable as well is a lot of fun to me. But yeah, like as I said, there's like so many different decks in the field, and a bunch of them are actually undefeated. I'm absolutely keeping an eye on what rises to the top tables, and will make sure that we will see all of that spice in the feature match area.
The one deck that I saw when we were looking through these interesting decks was Mono Black Aggro. The deck is actually doing really well on Magic Online. A friend of mine is playing it, has been playing it for the past week. He has like 6 trophies. And that deck, it looks like a deck that you can find those cards in your draft decks from Bloomborough and like from Outlaws. So pretty easy to put it together, and that is something that, you know, if you like aggro decks, that could be a good deck to play if you don't want to play red. So definitely lots of stuff to choose from.
Yeah, for sure. Even though Izzet Cauldron is the clear deck to beat and the dominant deck in the metagame here this weekend, it is exciting to see just the number of possibilities, and yeah, we'll see who rises to the occasion this weekend.
All right, thank you, Frank, for the numbers. We will have more numbers for you for day 2, the conversion rates and day 2 metagame shares, all that stuff coming up in day 2. But before that, I believe we have Live 4 coming up. So right back in the booth to this time, Andrea and Arne waiting for you.
I go. Hello, welcome to round 4 of Spotlight Series Liverpool with me from Germany, Arne Huschenbeth.
Yeah.
It's a pleasure to be here. Of course, Andrea Mengucci from Italy. It's my first time, you know, sitting here in a nice suit alongside. Actually, we decided that we would wear the same exact outfit, but I put a little
yeah, you have the little
here.
fancy scarf.
Yeah, no, actually, we didn't decide that we would, but, you know, it's just, we're men, often this combination goes together. But let's talk about other combinations, blue and green, because, man, you look at that.
What a nice segue.
That's a nice segue, yeah. Blue and green, those will be the 2 decks that we'll be featuring. Simic Urboroid versus Simic Omniscience. You know, not usually 2 decks that you see very much in Standard, so it's very, very cool that they're both 3 and 0 in this Spotlight series. Yeah, have you had any experience with these 2 decks? You are, you know, the Standard expert here, so, you know, let the viewers know about the decks.
Well, first of all, I also want to say I'm really looking forward to be here with Andrea Mengucci, to be in the booth together. I followed Andrea from when I started playing Magic, very much so on the Proto. He was making top 8s and everything. So it's very exciting to now be sharing the coverage booth here with you. Simic, Omniscience, Simic, Ouroboros. We saw it in the top 8 in Baltimore last weekend, crushing it in the hands of Calvin Pastor, and we actually have the same exact 60 card list here as well. And I think we're already ready to go down and have the Simic match, mirror match here ahead of us.
Let's go. Who do you guess is the Simic Ouroboros player?
Who do I guess just from looking now? There's a little. There was a little mascot. Did you see that? A little yellow thing. We saw that there. Maybe that's the Kona. The dog.
Okay. So you're guessing that right side is Omniscience. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go with that.
Ooh, that's a nice combination there. Purple and green. Okay. That's good. That's good. Kind of seems like blue and green.
Almost. Yeah. Maybe you couldn't find a blue shirt. Yeah, Simic Omniscience is a really spicy combo deck. It's sort of the after Abuelo's Awakening was banned.
Exactly. They banned Abuelo's Awakening. Blue White Omniscience was one of the best decks at Pro Tour Chicago, the Final Fantasy Pro Tour. And this deck now relies around Kona Rescue Bestie. You want to tap it with one of the two mythic land, Evendo and Uthros, and you just put into play Omniscience, and then you have the little Meringue plus a Rolling Dragonstorm combo to just do a bunch of fun stuff and kind of win the game that way. This is
exactly you go off. You have the Meringue region again, and you just draw your entire deck, and then you have even one copy of Monument 2 Endurance in here.
Yeah, we've seen it the round before, winning against Marco Del Pivo from the Esper deck.
I think this monument that was Riverture Monument. This one is the one that whenever you discard a card, you can choose either to draw a card, create a treasure, or each opponent loses 3 life.
I guess that's how he wins. He bounces it back, and then he discard cards with Rolling Dragonstorm.
Exactly. He resets it with the Meringue River Regent, and then he can basically go around that restriction, that limitation of only being able to use that deal-free ability once.
You were right. The player on the right is indeed playing Omniscience, so good guess there. Joshua Pyle Carter versus Tomasz Krupiczka.
I think that's a pretty good pronunciation.
Yeah, my Czech roots are kicking in.
Czech roots.
No, actually.
The cabin crew days. Yeah.
Ooh, there it is. That's the first land that comes in. It's, of course, a copy of Uthros.
Uthros Titanic God Core.
All right, what does it do? So it's a
Tolarian Academy, essentially, if you have Station 12 going on.
Oh, yeah, that's not what's going to happen. This is just an island that can tap Kona.
We have one artifact in our deck, so that wouldn't make much sense to go to Station 12.
Look at that, Llanowar Elf. That is the card that everyone was so scared when they announced it in Foundations. Like, oh wow, 5 years of Llanowar Elf. Green is going to be amazing. Well, turns out that green's fine, and turns out that it's very cool that you can get your things going, your ball rolling as early as turn 2. Wow.
Yeah, and we're looking at Llanowar Elf into Jackal, Genius Geneticist, and we haven't really talked about the Simic Ouroboros deck. It has this new amazing card from Spider-Man, which copies creatures that are equal to its mana, to its power. So now Thomas can play a Llanowar Elf, and it gets copied. So he gets 2 Llanowar Elf, and the Jackal grows by 1 power. So now if he plays, for example, a Floodpits Drown on next turn, that will be copied. That card really goes off, and this is the perfect start for Thomas here. Going Llanowar Elf into Jackal, into copy. That is 6 potential mana on turn 3, which is astonishing.
Yeah, so Jackal is a card that we have seen, breaking through last weekend by Calvin Pastor, and very good year. He actually, Thomas also had the opportunity to put into play Siren of like the Siren,
the Spyglass Siren,
and he would have made 2 maps and 2 Sirens. Instead, he chose to go for Llanowar Elf, untapping with virtually 5 mana. If he has a land, it's going to be 6. And what does he do with that much mana? What are these decks paid?
So he has the namesake card, of course, Ouroboros,
which unfortunately does still not work with Jackal. Jackal would need to be a 4-power creature for Ouroboros to be copied.
Absolutely.
And that is a You know, when I first read Jackal, I thought it was power, so it was like, oh wow, it just plays Ouroboros the next turn and it copies. No, actually, Jackal needs to be on 4 power. So he can work his way. He can play now, for example, a Floodpit's Drowner or Popach Recruiter, you know, these type of cards. Or he can put counters on Jackal with Innkeeper's Talent. That way, it's going to grow up to 4, and then Ouroboros goes in the first with, man, 2 Ouroboros in play. The next turn, you must win the game. Like, that must be too much damage already.
Yeah.
So,
if I'm in Thomas' shoes here, I really would try to find a way to present lethal the quickest possible. This is really a racing matchup. You know, Joshua just resolved Stock Up, and we already know he picked up a Kona Rescue Bestie in that Stock Up. And if he has Omniscience in hand, he can just win the game on turn 4. Next turn, which would be very bad for Thomas, of course. But in any case, he has to be very fast. And unfortunately, he does not have much interaction at all here in game 1. He only has 1 copy of Tishana's Tidebinder. If he has that in hand, he can leave that up and interrupt the Kona, preventing the Omniscience to hit the battlefield with that survival ability. But it's really just that 1 Tishana's Tidebinder. So besides that, no interaction. This deck is very proactive. Floodpit's Drowner doesn't help, of course, because that would tap and trigger survival. But there's Ouroboros.
okay, so we see Ouroboros. What happens between an aggro deck and a combo deck is usually that the aggro deck needs to apply so much pressure that the combo deck is, you know, pushed into finding the pieces that doesn't, you know, very, very quickly. So yes, if Joshua now has the 2 pieces, follows up with a Maranga Reaver and like so on, okay, yes, he can win the game. But if he does not, then maybe next turn, Thomas already has 20 power, 16 power to win the game. But look at that, Joshua pays 2 life, Breeding Pool, plays the combo card, Kona, taps it with Uthros, puts into play a permanent in second main phase.
Yes.
Let's see what it is.
It could also be a Maranga River region for what it's worth to sort of reset the board a little bit.
Wow.
we do the flipping, the slow rolling, and there we go. Omniscience in play, one of the most powerful cards in Magic's history. Stock Up being cast, and yeah, from here on out, we will see Joshua go through the motions, but it's, oh wow, picking up. He's already showing what he's picking up.
It's honestly so powerful what just happened. Like, this is turn 4 on the right, turn 3 on the left, and these 2 players have put into play like so much. Like we of course we talk about VB, we talk about powerful decks, but these 2 decks that are just shown are incredible. Like these type of starts usually just, you know, on the other side wins the game. Unfortunately, I guess Thomas was on the draw, and that takes you know, pretty big change. So yes, 2 Maranga Reaver and Rolling Dragonstorm, it's a combo. It's officially like you draw your deck.
Absolutely.
Super simple.
And with drawing a deck, you get that 1 monument out, bounce it every time, and you can drain the opponent to death if you have enough cards in the library. But even if you don't, you can put a bunch of dragons into play, and that should be a position where you cannot lose from. Okay. So Simic Omniscience picking up the first game here.
I was looking at Spell Pierce. I was looking at the sideboard of the Simic Ouroboros deck, looking for Spell Pierce. I didn't find it, but I found a card called Repulsive Mutation. This is a card from Murders of Karlov Manor that I remember was very powerful in draft, but you know, I've actually never seen it in action in Constructed. It's very cool. It's X green blue instant. Put X+1/+1 counter on a creature, and then you counter up to target spell unless its controller pays mana equal to the greatest power among creatures you control. So in a deck with how many creatures? Like 30 creatures? 34 creatures, it's not going to be hard for you to have something on so that your opponent has to like pay, you know, 2, 3, or even more to counter the Kona, to counter whatever, the Stock Up, or just any sort of things that get to you that get you to the combo.
Yeah, absolutely. That's amazing. That's really, really good here. But noteworthy, I do want to say to that, we're playing 4 Cavern of Souls.
Oh wow!
In Joshua's Simic Omniscience deck, so he's prepared for that Repulsive Mutation.
It is. There's more tools that Simic Ouroboros can have in the sideboard. He has Insidious Fungus, that is the disenchant. Of course, you can kill the Omniscience. Whenever like the Stock Up was on the stack, you could have just killed the Omniscience there. He also has, as you mentioned, Tishana's Tidebinder, 1 main, 2 side. So I guess that's it. I mean, it's still like a lot of cards.
That's 8 cards to bring in, and you know, I mean, the Simic Omniscience deck, as we maybe remember from playing with Blue-White Omniscience back in the days, you know, sometimes you just fizzle out. You don't have to turn 4 kill every time. It needs a lot of different pieces. It needs the Kona, it needs the Planet, it needs the Omniscience, it needs the card draw. So, you know, you fizzle out. But yeah, he's looking to bring all those 8 cards in. That is 8 pieces of interaction, and he's going to be able probably to take out some Azure Beastbinders. They don't look very good here at all. Floodpit's Drowner you could think about taking out. I think Innkeeper's Talent is a card that you're not too excited to have in a matchup like this. It doesn't present the fastest clock, and so you can perhaps trim on some of those. On the other side, Simic Omniscience. We're looking at free Heritage Reclamation, free Quantum Riddler, free Spider Sense, free Tishana's Tidebinder, and 2 Aegis Turtle and 1 Fresh Start in the sideboard. Not a whole lot that I would want to bring in here. Perhaps you could consider bringing in the Tidebinder and the Fresh Start, as both can mess with some of the opposing creatures. Tidebinder can counter the first Ouroboros trigger and turn it into a 1/3, making it rather embarrassing. But yeah, perhaps he's just interested in leaving his deck as B. His deck looks kind of good in this matchup already. I think, you know, after thinking about it a little bit more, this matchup might actually be a little bit favored for the Omniscience deck. But we'll see how it plays out. And if we have another fast start like that one with the Llanowar Elf and the Jackal, you know, we might have a turn 4 kill from the Simic Ouroboros side.
Yeah, I mean, now the not only sided in 8 cards, it's also going to be on the play.
Yes.
That is, both of these things are very important. And again, I mean, you mentioned it briefly, but like the Simic Omniscience had the nuts. Like he had by far the best thing that the deck can produce. So he had he needed a mythic land on turn 1 to station the Cone on turn 4, and then he needed all the pieces by turn 4. It happens. I mean, of course, with the Mulligan, you know, the London Mulligan plus Console the Star Charts and Stock Up, those things will happen. But, you know, not always do. We're playing, of course, competitive Magic. Sometimes, you know, decks can fizzle. But
absolutely. I'm certainly curious about a little mascot. Maybe we can ask Joshua after the match or sometime during the day what is up with that. What is that even? Is that like a Pokemon?
Dinosaur.
Or dinosaur? It looks like a little bird maybe. Maybe it's a Chocobo from the Final Fantasy set. Yeah. But yeah, this is certainly a very play-draw dependent matchup, I would think. Very racy. And yeah, we basically get to see these two very, very different Simic decks in action here. And you know, those might also be longer around with, you know, the World Championship coming up in a month. We have the Avatar set coming up. These type of decks might be around even after, you know, the potential.
Yeah, I mean, we know that the 10th of November, Wizards of the Coast are gonna, you know, do an announcement where change is gonna happen in Standard. So this weekend is very interesting to see what may happen, what decks may be good after a potential, you know, weakening of the blue-red strategies. So these 2 decks, I'm gonna assume, will be untouched and will definitely be viable.
Yeah.
in the post 10th of November world. All right, let's see. Thomas Kupichka on the left. Let's see if he has the very powerful turn 1. Ooh, he does not have a Llanowar Elf. He has Gene Pollinator. This is a card from Edge of Eternities. That was a powerhouse in draft. And you can see here, you can tap a non-land permanent to make mana. And actually, I'm thinking about, you can tap the Innkeeper's Talent to make mana. And that's pretty cool. You could turn an enchantment into a mana source, basically. Well, you can Gene Pollinator into Birds of Paradise, I would say. All right, we see Kina Curator. I love that card in Legacy. Do you know that?
No, I was not aware at all. Where does he play?
Yeah, so I have this green-black deck that plays Gaia's Cradle and like a lot of powerful cards, but you actually play Keen-Eye Curator to stop the Reanimator deck from reanimating cards. That deck doesn't play many removal spell. You just put a Keen-Eye Curator, erases Murktide, erases Tamio, erases Barago, if anything, and you just attack for 7 while keeping the graveyards clean. That's, you know, I love that card, and I'm gonna now for sure have to root for Thomas, who has that card in his deck.
It's always funny how cards that are, you know, innocuous maybe in Standard all of a sudden have a high impact in Vintage or Legacy.
For sure, yes. All right, we see an attack with all Edge's Turtle is going to attempt to block, so only 3 damage leaking through. And then for 3 mana, we have, is that Tyvar?
I believe it must be.
Okay.
Aegis Turtle, by the way. I mean, that was... I guess it makes some sense here. It absorbed 3 damage, and it will on the next turn as well. So it's a cheap pseudo removal spell. It's an anti-mono red card. But Joshua here, there's even the second Aegis Turtle in the stock up.
Yeah, let's talk about Tyvar the Pummeler. This is a 3/3/3 that will be able to, for 5 mana, creature you control get +X/+X, where X is the greatest powers among creatures you control, giving you that little overrun, I mean, I say little, that overrun effect that can just kill the game, kill the opponent. It may even happen now. I mean, obviously, I would rather deploy more things or hold back because, well, once again, Joshua has the Mythic Land in play, so he can just win the game on the spot on turn 4. We'll see. We'll see. It's scary. It's scary. If Thomas has a copy of, you know, one of the many cyber cards, Repulsive Mutation, Tishana's Tidebinder, he maybe just has to, like, pass.
I actually was able to spot a Repulsive Mutation here already in hand.
Okay, so that card
does have it.
Is basically a mana leak here.
Yeah, even better, right? Like upside, even it can pump a creature. But yes, at face value, it is a mana leak, absolutely. And that's obviously going to take care of a Kona.
Unless there's a Cavern of Souls.
Exactly.
All right, so yes, we see an attack with almost everyone. I wonder what's going to happen to that Gene Pollinator that hasn't attacked. Oh, what's going to happen is that he's holding up a Forest and another mana source to be able to play a Repulsive Mutation for green and blue. Oh, Cavern of Souls, come on. He has it again.
Damn.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Let's see. Does
he can still counter?
That's true.
The first spell that comes from the Omniscience.
That's true. So we're going to second main now. And in second main, ooh, Meringue is coming down. 5, 6 mana. Well, we're not paying for that. 6, 7. Bounce 2 creatures.
Ooh, he doesn't bounce the Azure Beastbinder. That actually leaves Thomas the ability to turn the Meringue River region into a 2/2 on the next attack. Paw Patch Recruit triggers, for what it's worth, are triggering now.
Okay, so
we have 2 triggers there.
Yeah, let's talk about Azure Beastbinder. That is a card that it's played a lot in Dimir. I haven't seen this card too much before, but like it's, you know, it's gonna turn the Meringue into a 2/2 that
it can turn off. I got a Soul Cauldron, which is a big one, of course. In this format, it can turn a Screaming Nemesis into a 2/2. It's just a fairly nice little blue interactive creature. It's just like Floodpit's Drowner, and sort of the deck wants to be very creature heavy, right? It wants to play to the board, Ouroboros. So having a creature with an ability that interacts with the opponent's creatures is exactly where you want to be with this deck.
All right, I would have thought that the Paw Patch Recruiter would have 2 counters. I guess the way it's worded is that it only happens once, the Meringue. I mean...
that could be... That's interesting, actually,
Let's try to get that. The Paw Patch Recruiter says, whenever a creature you control becomes the target of a spell, and opponent control put a +1/+1 counter on target creature.
I would also think...
Yeah, I would have thought there were 2 counters going around, but that's fine. Maybe you know, the player definitely has more experience with their deck. So Breeding Pool is the draw step. We can see how now that a Cavern of Souls is in play, well. Naming, I'm assuming, one of the many types of Kona. This, okay, so Beastbinder turns off Meringue, but look at that Aegis Turtle blocking so easily, crazy. Is Tomas gonna hold up mana once again? He is very, very interesting. And we'll see. So we did not deploy the Kina Curator, which is back in hand. Tyvar the Pummeler is back though, and it can overrun, given +3/+3. And let me see if it also gives Trample. It does not give Trample. Trample is definitely a powerful ability of Overrun, so I cannot say that this card gives Overrun, but it also has the ability to become indestructible, unfortunately.
We see a big attack here from Joshua, attacking for 10, but right into the Tyvar, which can gain indestructible here. So this is Interesting.
Yeah, that's the first sentence actually. Tap and untap creature you control, Tivar gains indestructible until end of turn, tap it.
And Thomas doesn't save any time. He's going for the block.
Kona is a 4/3/2, so it just dies. Oh my god. Let's see if Joshua picked it up. Ay. What's happening? There is some talk about Azure Beastbinder.
Wait, the Meringue Revolution is also just a 2/2, isn't it? Am I just... But...
Oh no, you know what happened? He turned off... okay, so when Azure Beastbinder attacked, it turned off Kona. It made it into a 2/2.
Okay.
The Meringue cannot block Azure Beastbinder, so it did not target the Meringue, but it targeted Kona instead. Now the Kona is a 2/2, so it doesn't even need to give indestructible to Tivar because it just dies as it's a 2/2. So basically what he did was he turned off the Kona ability to trigger, right? Because it says loses all abilities until next turn. So basically it just meant that if Joshua drew an Omniscience, he wouldn't be able to put it into play with Kona.
I have to say I'm a little confused, but I'm trying to follow, because he attacked with the Beastbinder, didn't he? And then he would have attacked it to the 6/7, which could have just eaten the Beastbinder.
No, Beastbinder says...
creature can be blocked with power 2 or greater.
Yeah, can be blocked by
I misremembered. I thought it was power 2 or less.
No.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, that's why it's able to block with all those turtles.
Gotcha.
Those foil turtles are able to block that Azure Beastbinder. Let's see what's going to happen with the combat step. Everything comes in. I'm assuming the Beastbinder turns Meringue into a 2/2 now. 2/2 without any abilities.
Yes.
That is important. So yeah, some blocks and just actually 2 damage coming through. Joshua will go down to 10. He's thinking about playing Repulsive Mutation as a combat trick here. Which is interesting.
He could also activate Taiva here with the Gene Pollinator tapping the Azure Beast.
I would honestly just pass and turn on the Sanctuary if nothing happens.
Yeah, leaving up the counter spell for a potential Meringue Revolution I think is a really good idea.
Nope. We're tapping out. We are playing the Keen-Eyed Curator that we knew about, and we're holding up.
That's fine too. Yeah. You can still hold up the counter spell.
We're holding up a counter spell for 4, executable 4 now. Console start charts resolves. It's going to be a powerful. Look at the top 5. That's like even better than Impulse, a card that used to be in the Standard. I don't think it's anymore. It used to be in Dominaria United.
Yes.
So that rotated out very recently alongside many other cards. All right, untap and draw. Kona's dead. Honestly, just a pretty sad death for little Kona.
Yeah. This has been such a very different game to the first game. we have these Aegis turtles in play. We're attacking for 2-3 damage every turn from the Thomas side, and
yeah, one play that Thomas made that I was a little bit suspicious about is he exiled the stock up with Keen-Eyed Curator. And I wouldn't have done that because later on, the Keen-Eyed Curator requires those 5 types, which, as you can see now, there's instant and there's creatures. But there's no sorceries anymore because stock up was exiled with the previous Keen-Eyed Curator. So given that there's no, like, Snapcaster style effect, maybe it was just better to let the stock up chill in the graveyard and then exile it later on with the Keen-Eyed Curator that I'm going to replay to get all the 5 types, give it +4/+4, and the trample. Very powerful ability. Okay, so we're seeing the offspring of Popach populating the field, waiting for an Urubaroi to pump everything. But we'll see. I mean, this is just a very good attack. The Azure Beastbinder just holding the team here.
Yeah, I have to say, during sideboarding, I mentioned, yeah, let's sport out Azure Beastbinder, but I was clearly wrong because that has been the MVP of this game, shutting off the big creatures.
Tishana's Tidebinder goes on the stack. It would love to counter the ability of Azure Beastbinder turning off the Meringue, but with this mana leak, this Repulsive Mutation has been held in hand for so long, and it's finally time for Tomasz to fire it off. Of course, Cavern of Souls named, actually, I don't know what it named, but it must have named some...
Dog? or even better than Mana Leak here. Convolute, I suppose, is going to be the equivalent, and an extra 1% card as well. But there we go. We have something from Joshua. What is it?
If he has the Dragon Exhale, right? That's like counter unless you pay 4, if I'm not mistaken. That's what a card does, but doesn't look like Joshua has it. Otherwise, it would have just Lame, stifle the ability of Azure Beast Binder, eat it with the Meringue Reaver Regent.
He could have a copy of Unauthorized Exit as well, which is a Disperse with Surveil.
What card?
What card? That is a
Unauthorized Exit. Oh, that's just a bounce spell.
Disperse effect.
We've got 3 triggers of Popatch Recruit now. So, you know, last year when I was playing RCQs, there was a time where I played 2 or 3 RCQ with the green-white deck that was just relying a lot on Popatch Recruiter. You had Overlord of the White Overlord, and then you had, you know, just like a lot of tokens. You had the Cage, Collector's Cage, which we put into play Overlord, and Popatch Recruiter was a card that was very good in that metagame where Dimir and Golgari were very popular, and you were able to just basically just shut him off after Offspring in that Popatch Recruiter. So it's nice to see it back here.
That's another deck that, you know, perhaps after the ban window next month, we could see make a comeback.
Yeah, so we see Tomasz going all in on that Beast Binder. It's now a 5 power, so it will kill the Aegis Turtle if they attempt to chump. We'll see. Yeah, of course it doesn't chump, so that's just 5 damage going through. Josh was down to 5, and well, he doesn't have Kona. I think the card in end is, I mean, it's 2 cards. I think he didn't have very much in hand. So even if he draws Kona and has Omniscience, I thought the 3rd card was a Cavern of Souls. So this may be over. Okay, Cavern of Souls is here. Let's see. 2 mana for a Console Surcharge. Looking at top 7. Selecting a card. Again, even if you have Kona, you can station, but there's only 1 card left, so the Omniscience doesn't do anything. That's the thing with Omniscience. It's not a win. You need also something else. That's the thing in Legacy again with like Show and Tell. You know, you couldn't go Show and Tell Omniscience, but then you need something else. Whereas if you just go Show and Tell Emrakul, which Kona, I guess, can do, but like the biggest creature to put into play in this deck is Meringue. Okay, wow, he is stationing.
Tapped out. What does he have? Roiling Dragons. So that's not that impressive. Made me chuckle.
I don't think... Yeah, I think this is it. So actually, being on the play didn't matter too much. It was just a matter of Joshua never drew Omniscience in this game.
Yes. He fizzled out a little bit. This game is not over by any means. Is it over? I mean, we can still maybe find another Meringue region and bounce the Azure Beast Binder on the other side.
Don't you think there's 5 damage on board?
5 damage on board. 3 blockers. I mean, there's...
Yeah, I counted exactly 5. If it's just the right...
Oh, the Soulstone Sanctuary activation.
I see right-click, attack with all.
No, I think it's not enough, right?
Is it not?
He has 2 1 power.
Oh, Popatch is a 1/1. You're
4 damage right now, but he can activate the Soulstone Sanctuary to go for lethal. Yes.
Yeah. Well, there's also the ability of Kina Curator to make it a 7/7 trample. I don't know actually. No, yeah, I can just block with a 6/7. But yeah, we just have the Soul Sanctuary. The opponent's tapped out. Doesn't even have a blue up. Because of course the players are not playing an open deck list. We used to see competitive Magic being open deck list lately to play around something like you know, Into the Flood Maw or Ethereal. No, that card maybe. Into the Flood Maw. What was the card that Blue-White Omniscience was playing before for 1 mana bounce and so?
Oh, yeah, that round rotated. Ifara's Dispersal.
Ifara's Dispersal, the card rotated out. It was very important in the Omniscience deck as both a you know, cheap interaction and an enabler. Very, very powerful.
Yeah. Certainly very cool that we still see an Omniscience build here with the Kona rescue.
All right, I was afraid Thomas wouldn't see lethal, but he just pointed his finger on Soulstone Sanctuary, so he must have it. Yes. There we go. I mean, you just got to play it out. I mean, Joshua knew he was dead on board. You still have to make your point and have it.
Absolutely.
I respect it. It totally makes sense. You have 25 minutes. You're not going to go to time. And you're playing a high-level tournament with, you know, a lot on the line. You know, this is not a, a casual event. So it's very important that, you know, you do respect the players for wanting to just make sure that the opponent kills them.
Yeah, absolutely. They might not see it, they might not do the math, they might not think about it. I mean, you know, I've played Magic for a long time now, and it certainly has happened that the opponent has lethal on board and they just don't attack. And
I mean, Arne,
get another turn.
Arne didn't mention another thing that has happened, which is that you don't see that you have lethal on board and you give your opponent another turn and they top deck and you win. But, you know, that's the difference here.
It doesn't happen to me. Maybe you should tell about that.
Exactly. He says that your opponent makes a mistake. He doesn't make a mistake.
Mistakes? No, that doesn't happen here.
It doesn't happen here. We have, you know, German excellency. We don't do any mistakes here. All right, so we're going to game 3. We have said many things about the sideboarding already. We will say many things about being on the play and on the draw. Man, I just love the blue-green deck. It really reminded me that little green-white deck with Cage that I was playing, except instead of the Overlord of Mistmore, you play Urboroid. They both cost 4, and they both just, I don't want to say win the game on the spot, but like, if they untap with it, you just win. That's usually what Urboroid does.
I've actually also gotten to play with the deck a little bit after Calum Pastore made the top 8, and I wanted to, you know, get some games in to be prepared for this coverage here. And I was very impressed. And I played a version with 4 Quantum Riddler, and the deck is so good at emptying and like vomiting out its hand very quickly that the Quantum Riddler is just absolutely amazing in that deck as well, drawing you cards fastly, and you can even copy it with Jackal too at some point. You can go all the way up to 5 with the Jackal and have 2 Quantum Riddlers. Yeah, the deck is super fun. Jackal, Genius Geneticist is maybe the sweetest card from Spider-Man, honestly. That card is so cool. Gives it a little bit of like birthing pod vibes in a way. Just really paying you off for playing a ton of creatures, for playing Llanowar Elf. I really love that card, and I hope the deck sticks around.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this card can be also a cube edition. You know, now lately I'm seeing these new cards always with, ooh, can this card go in the cube? Because, you know, that's one of the beauty of Magic, is that cards never stop. They always print new cards, and as a cube fan, your mind is always on, ooh, is this card high power enough to compete with the other, you know, bombs that we've had for 30 years of Magic? You know, it might be. So that is what I'm thinking. Yeah, you've mentioned Quantum Riddler. That card is a beast. That card is dominating Modern right now, so it's no surprise that it would fit well here. Although only a couple of copies in this 75, 1+1. Maybe the decklist will tune a little bit in the future. Again, this was just same 75 of Calum Pastore, which is a very strong player. I remember him, you know, dominating the GP scene for a very long time. So it's cool to see with the Spotlight series coming back. All right, so we see 2 Birding Pool. On one side is tapped, on the other side is untapped.
2 powerful 1-drops facing off against each other here.
They're both from Foundations, so we're going to see a lot of Llanowar Elf and Aegis Turtle for the next years.
I'm sure.
Ooh, holding up mana 4 is Repulsive Mutation.
Another Aegis Turtle, I can't believe it.
You can't counter it, because there's 1 mana.
We have a little bit of a slow start for Thomas. I see Freelance, a Tishana's Titan, and a Repulsive Mutation, but fittingly, Joshua also has a weird start. He would have actually liked more card advantage instead of these turtles in this particular draw, because Thomas is not really putting up much pressure here.
What is the second card from the left in Thomas's end? Is that a forest, or is it?
I think it is a forest.
The forest, yeah.
We have a Cavern of Souls again, passing the turn, and then consult the Star Charts. Oh my god, that is big here.
Although Thomas had to tap out. You can't just hold mana forever.
No, that's true. That's a tough spot. Yeah, you kind of want to hold up the Repulsive for this.
Yeah, I mean, Memory Deluge without flashback. The Consult the Star Chart sometimes does that, and sometimes it does a lot better. All right, we see Jackal. We see Jackal, but right now it's... I mean, that's a problem with Jackal, right?
Yeah.
That's a problem with Jackal. If you have it at the beginning, it's fantastic. If you have it later on, it's a 2-mana 1/1 trample.
Absolutely, yeah. You could think about slow rolling, like something like the Pollinator, but yeah, you obviously want to not do that usually. You have Innkeeper's Talent to help with a little bit in the late game to get online, but it's not a good top deck. No.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see an attack for 1 rather than just deploying in it, though. Okay, we see Kona, uncounterable, stationing. Second main, we're gonna cast Tishana's Tide Binder. So now that Kona is a 3-3 with no ability. It's a Hill Giant. And Tishana's Tidebinder, when it came out, so good. It was so good in Modern. I was very, very excited about it. It's not that good in Modern anymore, but it's cool to see that in Standard still does its job. And we see now the Jackal in. There's only 2 mana. There's only 3 mana up, so we could counter unless Joshua pays 4 with that repulsive mutation. Let's see what this is. Rolling Dragonstorm, that resolves. We are aiming at countering Meringue River Regent now.
I'm honestly impressed by these turtles. They've been doing a lot of work here. Kudos to the sideboard plan by Pyle Carter.
I mean, Turtle is basically like an icy manipulator. It's a 1 mana tapper every turn of the game until the end. You're just always gonna block the biggest threat. Not the biggest threat, but like, you know, the biggest if X is in -4.
Should we have a Mengucci quote counter or collection at the end of this event? Aegis Turtles essentially icy manipulator. That's certainly one for. Already enjoying this here with you in the booth.
Yeah, if you want references about old cards, I can do that as long as you want. You know, I've mentioned Show and Tell. I've mentioned I don't know, top lands that add green, which is
a touch of Magic history here with Andrea, the Eternal Weekend Master.
Yeah. Eternal Weekend, you mentioned it. You know, that's another event that Wizards of the Coast support every year. It's gonna.
Oh my God! Look at that. Sorry to interrupt you.
Fungus
we
copied.
Get 2 fungus. That's quite a sweet one to copy in the late game.
Well, but you can't. Joshua can't Tishana stifling Jackal ability for the rest of the game.
Yeah, he has the Tidebinder. This is Tidebinder mirror match here. We just turned into the Icy Manipulator Wizard deck over there. Where's the Omniscience even?
Yeah, you know, this is now. I'm honestly just thinking about what does Joshua need to do to win this game, because his goal is just to you know, put together a combo. So maybe he just wants to draw another copy of Kona, which will of course be legend ruled, will legend rule the one with no text, and then you can still go ahead and combo again. Or you can just chain stock ups after console the start charts and eventually win. On the other side, Thomas just needs power. He needs Innkeeper's Talent, Tivar, you know, as you mentioned, Quantum Riddler. Like if he had 4 copies of Quantum Riddler in 60, that's just an amazing top deck. So let's see. Looks like, though, this is going to be a repulsive mutation, attempting a countering that Tishana's Tidebinder.
Yeah, that is a tough situation. You know, Josh still has 3 cards in hand, but he hasn't played something extremely, like, sort of meaningful. So Thomas saying, yeah, I really need this fungus trigger and my Jackal to keep on going, and I'm going to make my Sanctuary very big and basically hoping there's no Meringue River Region coming down. Spending his counterspell there.
All right, so we got a fungus, and the fungus now says, I'll kill Omniscience when the Omniscience comes in after the first spell is for free is put on the stack. But fungus also says, you know, sack, draw a card. And drawing a card is always a nice ability to have stapled onto a creature. So
punching in for 6 here with the Sanctuary.
6, wow. Look at that, unauthorized exit on Kona after blocking. That means that Kona will be reset from the Tishana's shackles.
Yeah, and this might sort of the whole play out here of the Tishana baiting out the repulsive mutation. Perhaps Joshua was very happy this all played out like this, because now he gets the Kona down and Omniscience perhaps into play.
I know, but like those fungus are there. Like the fungus will be able to kill an Omniscience. Now the problem is that Joshua can go, Kona puts into play an Omniscience, you know, I still have priority, second Omniscience. And now what do you do? There's only 2 cards left, though, so...
Oh, another repulsive mutation. Wow, he had 2 left in his hand. That's amazing.
You can put a counter on something. I would put it on the Jackal there.
Yeah, you could do that. He's going for the Tidebinder?
Tidebinder is weird, though, because it doesn't even go through the turtles. All right, we see Rolling Dragonstorm. That's a very good card. Whenever Joshua will draw the first region, he's going to be able to pick up those Dragonstorm. And this is a game of small advantages. So picking back those Charter cores up, you know, just sitting around, doing nothing, waiting until a dragon comes in. There's no other dragons in blue and green.
Some of the Simic Omniscience decks have played Bloomvine Regent, but this particular list is not playing that one.
Unable to Scream says the Soulstone Sanctuary is now a 3/5.
It's still, it doesn't give Defender, so it's actually not that great.
It's a 3/5. It will be blocked by the Icy Manipulator, though, which we're not able to block the 6/6. All right, let's untap that Forest. Okay.
There you go. He listened to you.
Yeah, because actually, Thomas has headphones. They are linked to me.
Oh, really, Mengucci? Yeah, that's how it works. Well, then I got to connect myself with Joshua real quick and help him out a little bit.
All right. I also connected with the top of the deck of Thomas, and I told him, please draw something meaningful. And he drew Innkeeper's Talent, which is a very powerful enchantment, one that was dominating Standard back in the time when Gruul was a menace. Innkeeper's Talent, able to give now all these things that are in play, Word 1, not bad. Able to put a counter on Tishana's Binder now, and being able to attack through that Aegis Turtle, and then later on is going to be leveling it up to 3, making so that those counters are doubled.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. Oh, no, I'm actually not surprised. Never mind. He is, of course, choosing to not go to level 3 with the Innkeeper's Talent, because he rather wants to hold up the fungus mana here, and then in combat the blowout on the Unable to Scream. That's a nice play.
It's a nice play indeed. I'm wondering why the Tishana didn't attack into the corner. You're basically trading, so I guess that's why. Yeah.
He wants to make it a 6/5.
Yeah, Kona is a 4/3. I thought for a second it was a 3/3, but no, it's a 4/3. Draw, I think it's a land, but we have so much stuff going on right here. Okay, the Innkeeper's Talent is a little bit off camera, but that is the card that's going to be leveled up to level 3 now. We can see it on the screen soon. The Innkeeper's Talent, a very, very important card at the moment. Yeah, so level 3, big in combat, put 2 counters on Tishana, it becomes a 7/6, and now vroom, attack with all.
Yeah.
Space bar on Magic Arena, that's why you would click.
I think it's fine to just attack with the 2 big creatures still. You don't necessarily want to maybe lose the fungus and then randomly lose the game.
No, I mean, not the fungus, but the rest I would have just sent. You're not, I mean, I don't know what it, I think he drew Multiversal Passage, but I don't know, maybe he drew something else.
Yeah, Joshua still has 2 cards now. I think it's respectable to play this a little bit more safe here in Thomas's shoes. And yeah. And I'm kind of hoping for like an Ouroboros.
Oh, wow. Chump.
Oh, yeah, that's
Next turn. Thomas has more than 11 damage. Draws. Is this a Meringue River Regent?
I believe it was a Stock Up, which is a pretty good one.
Yeah, Land Meringue does it.
Yeah.
I mean, I think, again, Thomas doesn't have anything in hand, so we'll see. Ooh, those islands are beautiful. Foil, uninched from John Haven. One of the best to ever do it. So, yeah, I love those. I don't love the Cavern Souls, but that's not a story. We'll focus on the good things.
Exactly.
Let's focus on the good things. What's happening?
I think we're looking at 2 islands and more card draw. A Rolling Dragonstone, a Consult, and a Stock Up. So this is not really what Joshua we're looking for.
Meringue was on strike this game. That's a very important card to draw if you want to win the game with that Simic deck. Maybe even more important than Kona. But yeah, the whole Cyber plan really came up together. The Fungus, the Tishana, the Repulsive Dispersal, Mutation, sorry. So yeah, lots of interaction from the Simic Ouroboros deck.
Yeah, we're in game 3 here, so this is for the marbles. Who stays undefeated?
Look at the top 8. Choose a card. It's basically the same thing that you do in a tournament. You look at the top 8, you choose a winner. Here, you look at the top 8, you choose a card, you put the rest at the bottom. Well, what a card also the star charts. You know, I mentioned Eternal Formats before. That's also a card that sees a lot of play in Modern. It came all the way to 2nd place at Pro Tour Atlanta. We see Kona.
Kona coming into play. Omniscience, but there is the Fungus. But you know what you can actually do, and I think Joshua has it in hand. Joshua has a Tight Binder in hand. So if the Fungus goes Double omniscience. Oh man.
That is it. I mean,
It would have been sweet though.
we've mentioned it. You do need a lot of payoff once your combo is in, and the late game you kind of cast the payoff, right? So he did a combo, but his hand was empty. He played all the cantrips already, spending mana, looking for that combo. So you know, of course, you're playing standard. The combo cannot be that good, but still, we've seen in game 1 how good it was.
Yeah, congrats to Thomas. That was a tightly played game. The repulsive mutations did a lot of work, even though, here we go again, even though Cavern of Souls was part of the game, repulsive mutation was able to convert itself into being a useful counterspell, pumping up the Sanctuary for free. Really a sweet counterspell for a creature deck.
Yep, I was rooting for Simic Ruberoid. That was my pick to win the tournament. I'm glad that Thomas win. Of course, my condolences to the Simic Omniscience player, although the tournament is still very long for him. You know, you need 18 points to make day 2. He has 9 right now, so just halfway with 5 rounds remaining. Yeah.
Pretty good start to Thomas. And yeah, we're going to have a little bit of an ad, and then we are back with the second feature match of the round.
Water, earth, fire, air. Not long ago, we made it our mission to protect cards, shielding them from the elements. Only our Avatar The Last Airbender Squirrels could protect them. And when you needed them the most, we released them.
As you can see, the new Avatar The Last Airbender collection by Squirrels will protect your cards on your next adventure from all of the elements. If you want to know some more, check out the link down below.
And we're back. We are back. We've seen a Simic mirror match, although very, very different decks among each other. And we have another match for you from round 4.
We have the mono-red Leyline deck that took down the last Spotlight Series in Baltimore. Again, congratulations to Alexander Max Isaac against a very spicy control deck, Sultai Control. And yeah, let's take a look at the list here real quick. Yeah, Sultai Control, what's going on there?
Rang River Regent once again in 4 copies. This time, though, is not going to be cheating it into play with Omniscience. It's going to be tapping 6 lands, bouncing 2 creatures, and then gain all the tempo back to then maybe play, win the game. Yeah, a lot.
Right. It sounds like we're ready to go down there.
Let's go. We've got, yes, exactly. So we've seen the list from Kellen Pastor in the previous round in the top 8, and now we see the list from the winner, except he, the player here, Patrick Pierrick Botin, actually has 15-card sideboard. There's no Dart Frog in the sideboard.
Deeply disappointed with that.
No. I'm a fan.
Deeply disappointed.
I'm a fan of competitive.
I was hoping for many Poison Dart Frog.
Okay, so we see Leyline of Resonance. That was in the opening hand. That is, of course, so powerful to just have an enchantment that you start the game with. And from now on, every time Pierrick is going to target a creature, he's going to make a copy of it. And but against a control deck with the removal spells, it may be a little bit worse. Because, of course, if there's a removal spell in response, you're kind of wasting your pump spell anyway. So pump spell, historically, not very good against removals. We see, unless you are into Gloom of Verge, that is the perfect combo. Those 2 lands seem the same, but they're actually different. You wouldn't say that, but it is. We see a 3rd mountain. Let's see. The Slickshot Show-Off has been plotted. That means that whenever Pierrick wants, he can cast it for free. And of course, oh, but nothing's going on over there. Respecting the 2 blue mana from Alex, who has a lot of interactions with just 2 mana. You can play anything from Shoot the Sheriff, you know, promo card. If you play the RCQ Season Standard, you must have 1 copy or 2 of that card. I do have a playset because I played 4 RCQ, so, you know.
Congratulations.
Thank you. No, I played.
I'm bowing right now here.
I actually won one though.
Nice.
I won one last weekend, so I got my ticket to the next RC, which is going to happen in Turin, here in Europe, in Italy.
Very nice, very nice, very nice. Best of luck there.
Ooh, we see the Verge, which is adding both blue and green because on the Undercity Sewer. So now the mana base of Alex is fully online.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting? This tournament is closed deck lists, and the players have not cast a single spell. It is turn 5. Pierrick doesn't really know what's going on the other side there, right? I think Alex probably already is like aware, okay, this is the Leyline deck, this is the winner from the last Baltimore Spotlight Series. But Pierrick is like, okay, blue-black, am I playing against Dimir? No, there's a blue-green deck. Maybe now he is like, this is like a Sultan control, maybe?
What are the green cards? What are the green cards? Let's check it out.
The main one, there's multiples, but the main one is the Takir Dragonstorm, the card advantage spell, Rakshasa's Bargain, the instant speed sort of stock up that puts the cards in the graveyard, really, really strong one. And there's also 3 copies of Urgent Necropsy, which is very good against Vivi Cauldron specifically. It's a 4-mana spell that can use the Collect Evidence ability to blow up an enchantment, a planeswalker, a creature, an artifact, all at the same time, so it can blow up a Soul Cauldron, a Proft, and a creature, of course, and a Fear of Missing Out too sometimes, as it counts as an enchantment, of course. So it's very strong in that particular matchup. Very sweet deck, I have to say. Very sweet deck.
Yeah, so we've mentioned before, Aegis Turtle is Icy Manipulator, Urgent Necropsy is Pernicious Deed. Oh, yeah. Although Pernicious Deed, of course, from back in the days, it would never destroy Planeswalker. That was not a thing. So Pernicious Deed, in fact, does not destroy Planeswalker, but Urgent Necropsy does, except, are there even any Planeswalker in the standard format that I've seen that see competitive play?
Very little, but there's one big one. That's the Kaito. The Kaito Bane of Nightmares, one of the best planeswalkers we've seen in a long time. Yeah. There we see a Necropsy cast to exile Deadly Cover to blow up that Leyline.
Oh, wow. That's actually a good play, though. Like, usually, historically, I would say blue-black deck are not able to handle enchantment, but the green splash now definitely comes in handy. You know, green is on the other side, very able to destroy enchantments. Rakshasa's Bargain, when this card came out, actually a lot of people were excited to play it in most formats, from Modern to Legacy, and it didn't quite stick around, so it's nice to see that it still finds its place in Standard in this.
Yeah, and it's very strong at Enable Collect Evidence because it counts as mana cost 6, hybrid cost 2 counts as 6 in total, so it's very good at enabling both Deadly Cover, which there are 3 copies in, 3 copies of Urgent Necropsy in Alex Campbell's deck. I kind of like his deck, to be honest. And here we see the second spell of the game cast here on turn number 7. We have 7 mountains in play. This is just a very funny game so far.
Yeah, you can tell which turn it is of the game because Pierrick does not miss a land drop.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to have 7 mountains in play, but
I love how precise it is. Like, look at that, 2, 1, 1, 1. You know, just I mean, it makes me. Okay, the show is starting. That is a spell that I love to play in Darkspawn Draft, and it is very, very good in this deck.
Inside Out, yes, 3+0.
Turn Inside Out is gonna be turn it inside out, and if it resolves, when the creature dies, you'll be able to manifest Dread.
Yep. Very, very powerful combat trick.
Removals in response. So we can see now they're checking the power of the card. We see Might of the Meek. It's the follow-up. Might of the Meek.
Yes, Might of the Meek, give trample, draw a card. If there's a mice in play, you get 1+0 as well. In response to that, we might see a removal spell here, though. A DN, for example, or Caustic Exhale is an option too. Caustic Exhale -3/-3, but that one is a little problematic because it could be trumped by something like a Full Bore, by a toughness boosting effect. Might of the Meek resolves. Alex Campbell, does he also take the damage? He's sitting there patiently. He's playing against mono red, so there's no... Another Might of the Meek. There's no like protection, no Snakeskin Veil, you know, like we've seen Leyline of Resonance decks in the past that had green, but this one is not playing that. And yeah, if this damage goes through, that this is just lethal. If Calisol Sword and Barrick just going all in here, and I think Alex might have had enough now. Now he's going for the Caustic Exhale.
Oh wow! So was this a case of Pierrick was needed to wait?
Yeah.
Because. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if Pierrick holds the last pump spell, Caustic Exhale cannot kill.
Yes. He got overly a little bit greedy here, perhaps. But he does get the Manifest token at the very least. Yeah, if he would have just hit Alex for 10, the Slick Shot was at 10 power there, then the Callous Cell Sword would have already been lethal, so he could have played around the Exhale. But, you know, Alex hasn't really done anything for this entire game, so he might be sitting on it 3 steps ahead as well. He has Shoot the Sheriff, which actually doesn't kill the Slick Shot, doesn't it?
Oh,
I think it does kill the Slick Shot. The Slick Shot is a wizard. But yeah, he could have had a second Exhale as well, which would have stifled the full bore protecting from the first Exhale.
Slick Shot Show Off is a bird wizard, so in fact, it is not an outlaw.
Yes.
Although
It is from Outlaws of Thunder Junction.
Set, yeah.
A little bit confusing, but no, it is not.
Reckless Lucky. That is a card.
That is a card, yes.
A card that you don't see.
That one is not able. Oh, there you see the second Caustic Exhale. So either way, it would have not worked out.
Oh, okay.
For Pierrick.
So it's interesting that Alex let Pierrick draw all these cards with Might of the Meek.
Yeah, that was actually
It didn't interact.
Okay, the Strategic Betrayal, Exile in the Graveyard, and the last creature.
Is there relevant Exile in the Graveyard? I don't think it is.
Some of these versions play Violent Urge, but this is the Alexander McIsaac version of the deck, so there's no Delirium here.
Yeah, I was wondering if there was a way to give double strike, but no, there's only a way to fireball with that Colossal Sword. I'm looking at the mana base. There's 2 Blades Mire Verge only, so it's going to be very hard for...
Well, he just drew it for the turn.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to have some Grizzly Bear action here.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to play 4. This card adds black, so if you draw like 2 of those, you have to mulligan. So that's why there's only a 2. But yeah, so Grizzly Bear are going to be in here. Look at that, 2 mana 2/2.
Certainly a little bit unfortunate for the mono player to have 2 more lands than the Sultai control player right now in play. That is with an 18 land deck, I believe. Or how many lands does he play? 19, yeah.
Yeah, so Colossal Sword, 2 mana 2/2. But again, the whole game was basically made when Pierrick decided to go off, hoping that Alex was just sitting on a pile of lands.
And sorceries, maybe, yeah.
But Alex was not, and... Okay, so we see there's a little bit of a judge call on the floor, so we are now back to us. We're still here. We're still matching colors. I guess you're a little bit more darker than Mabaya. We are watching, of course, Spotlight Series Liverpool. We've seen a Blue Gramir match, and now we see Mono Red versus Sultai. That Sultai deck, is that something you like? I mean, you love to play Control. Every time at the PT, even if Control is not popular archetype, you just somehow playing Control. At the PT in Chicago, the last one I played, a standard one, you were playing Juza Shiko when everyone was playing Blue Grim Prowess or...
Yeah. No, I do like playing Control. It's been serving me well this year. We have some really nice Control cards right now in the format. But of course, with Vivi Cauldron being such a powerful deck that has so much ability to card draw, Control is not necessarily in the best spot. But there's still some Control players in the event. We have some 4-color Control this time around with like the Mystical Teaching and Inevitable Defeat, a little bit of a Black Splash. It's essentially Jeskai Control. But they have the ability to burn you out. Some of them play Pyromancer's Goggles even, so they can copy red spells, so they can copy Lightning Healers, they can copy Inevitable Defeat. Some play, oh god, how is it called? Cursed Recording. It's essentially the same as very similar to the Pyromancer's Goggles. So there's a lot of, there's some, I think we have 16 people on that archetype. There's some in the tournament, plus that Sultai control deck, plus some blue-white control players.
Yeah, we've seen around before Esper Control defeating Marco Del Pivo.
Yeah, that one too. That one looked really sweet.
Playing a Wrath of God that means half of the deck. that is a card. All right, so we see Rakshas's Bargain, binning to spell. That means that he also picked up 2 spells most likely. So that's very nice whenever your card draw sees 4 spells to choose from. Alex, I'm gonna assume, just like my guess of I've played Paper Tournament forever. I'm assuming he's an arena player. The way he holds his land all in a single pile, just like they do on Arena. Whereas Pierrick on the other side, has played his fair share of Paper and landing those lands. No way, another land. Unbelievable.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That's 10 lands, 9 lands. Oh my god, Pierrick can't believe it himself.
But look at that, bam, 2/2 once again.
Empty-handed. And it's a counter spell. 3 steps ahead on a grizzly bear.
Yes.
You didn't have that on your bingo card, huh?
Yes, 5 mana counter and draw and discard. That reminds me a little bit of a Mystic Confluence. We are mentioning older cards. That card is right now definitely a powerhouse in Vintage Cube. I love Mystic Confluence. Actually, my last Arena Cube trophy, I was playing with Mystic Confluence. Speaking of which, Arne, have you played any of the Vintage Cube on Arena that they released this week?
I actually had the honor to be in the very, very first Arena Power Cube draft with LSV and Paul.
And me.
And you as well, right? You were out so quickly.
I went 0-3 and left my spot very quickly. I drafted a classic 5-color combos that never combo, but that is what it is. Sometimes you gotta do. You got it. Ooh, this time Rakshas's Bargain once again picks up 2 spell, reveals 2 cards to the light.
2 lands here. I put him in the graveyard. You have him in play. Look, that's what you.
You should.
Alex was. No, he was not intentionally meaning to do that, but like.
Look at that land. What does that do?
That is a Surveil 2 for 4 mana. It's the Sultai.
Heal Kishla Village.
Yeah.
Okay. Comes to play untapped if you control an island or a swamp in a surface.
Essentially Castle Ventress, if you remember that one from the good old Control days 5 years ago.
Yes, from Throne of a Drain. Ooh, Reckless Lucky, let's go. That's the card that's gonna change the tide.
We still haven't dealt Alex a point of damage, by the way. Yeah, I mean, if we had an advantage bar, this game, it would certainly be at 110% for Alex, I think. I don't know how many cards he has in hand, but yeah, Pierrick has had enough.
Thank you, Pierrick. You're doing everyone the service. You're doing everyone a service. I am definitely happy to be able to go to now the sideboard, looking at the Sultai sideboard, who will be able to sideboard some extra removal spell in the form of Stab. That is a reprint of the figure, right?
Yes, it's this figure essentially. That's a more well-known.
It's not anymore legal in a standard. It rotated out, so you only got Stab. And then we have Morlun, the Vara Spiders. This is a card that I've been very impressed with when I drafted Spider-Man. X-Black, definitely coming in this matchup. X-Black, 2/1 lifelink, fireballs the opponent, and you gain life equal to the damage. And you put counters on this thing, so Luis can here just play a lifelinker either on turn 2.
Yeah, very, very nice.
Or later on, this gives X cards definitely very, very nice because of that. And then we see a bunch of more interactions, but I don't know. I think this is just Stabs and maybe Essence Scatter, just not too much.
I like the Essence Scatter. The plotted Slick Shot is dangerous, so just being able to counter it is very nice. And the Stabs are excellent. Alexander McIsaac put some attention onto this deck, this mono-red Leyline deck, and perhaps that made Alex here add these 3 copies of Stab to the sideboard or up the numbers if he had that already. He can also bring in the Heritage Reclamation if he wants to get rid of the Leyline. To be fair, Leyline might just be boarded out by the mono-red Leyline opponent. Let's take a look at his sideboard. We have 4 Felonious Rage, 4 Fanatical Firebrand, 3 Pyroclasm, 2 Rabbit Gnaw, 1 Dreadmaw's Ire, and 1 Razorkin Needlehead. So a little bit of a different sideboard than Alex McIsaac from last weekend, who ran the full 4 Razorkin Needlehead. Yeah, I mean, we can bring in those Felonious Rages. They at least, they give 2/0 for 1 mana at instant speed, and then when the creature dies, you get a detective token. So that can be nice in response to a removal spell, to at least have for 1 mana still a 2/2 in play for the Leyline player here. And then we have Fanatical Firebrand, which you can just bring as an additional creature and perhaps take out some of those weaker combat tricks, like Dreadmaw's Ire doesn't seem very exciting. Leyline of Resonance is also a card I would be looking to side out in such an interactive matchup. It essentially puts you down a card. Callous Sellsword is another one you could perhaps trim. But yeah, all in all, I think Pierrick is not very happy to run into the Sultai control deck here. There's a lot of interaction on the other side. Caustic Exhale and Stab. That's potentially 7 1-mana spells. Because yeah, Exhale costs only 1 mana when you have that Meringue River Regent revealed from your hand.
Yeah, so there's a removal spell that's quite good in Standard right now that I don't see in the sideboard of, in the main deck of the Sultai deck. That is the sorcery one that, if it has Void, it gives -10, -10. So for just 1 mana, you're able sometimes to just kill a thing. But the sorcery speed is really just the name of the game. You have Prophetic Memory, you have Leyline of Resonance. You really need instant speed cards to interact. Yeah. So that is why, you know, that card, I believe it's called like Tragic...
Tragic Trajectory? Absolutely,
Tragic Trajectory seems very good when you read it. It's like, wow, they just had like a better Fuddle Push. No, Sorcery. Sorcery is just kind of taking that down. But we see now the players are drawing 7. I didn't know if that was drawing 7 or probably shuffling, but no. It's picking up 7 cards. Red sleeves versus black sleeves. Red deck versus, you know, black deck. There's... These sleeves definitely tell the whole story of the matchup. Let's see now. Will Pierre once again begin with a Leyline of Resonance, or as Arne here predicted, cited out the ley line, the players seem to be taking a mulligan, both of them.
We have a question here on YouTube. Can I find the decklist anywhere? The decklists are not public. These players are playing with closed decklists. This is not like the Pro Tour, the Regional Championship. So we will have a change on day 2 for that, though. On day 2, the decklist will be public, and you can all see exactly what they're running with. And we will not be revealing the decklist on stream either. We will be talking about some of the cards they have in the deck, but we don't want to give the players too much of a disadvantage by posting them or revealing them. So,
Arne, since you have access to the Twitch chat right now, is there any question that, you know, while these players shuffle, you know, any of you in the chat, this is always...
Yeah, we have a question actually pointed to you. Can we get Papa Mango's carbonara receipt? Recipe?
No, sorry, that's a traditional
family secret. Okay.
No, yeah, no, actually, a very important tip that people, I don't think whenever they cook do as often, is that while you do the sauce, it's important that you take water from the boiling pasta and you just mix it in the sauce, so that whenever you bring the spaghetti or whatever pasta it is, you just mix the whole thing. So this is definitely a very important tip from an Italian.
There you go, guys. Write that down.
This is, because last week, well, a few days ago, Simon Nielsen, our other co-caster, was in my home. We were doing videos for Mango's workshop, and Simon said, I want to study how does like an Italian man cook his carbonara. So, I brought it to my father, and then, he just did this coaching session with Simon for free.
Okay. We have Nicole Dubin also here, saying that I'm perhaps wrong. Alexander McIsaac said never cut ley lines.
Never cut ley lines.
Get some insider expert information there from Nicole. Thank you very much. Okay, never cut the ley lines. So
never cut the ley line. If you play this deck at home or Magic Arena, you can't play that in best of 1 because Leyline of Resonance is banned. Am I right?
On Arena, only in best of 1.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right, so we see
it's nerfed, actually, I think. Was it? No, it was nerfed in Alchemy. Never mind, sorry. Yeah, nerfed in Alchemy, banned in best of 1. It's a card that has many faces.
It's strong. That means it's a strong card. Such strong as the Reckless Lucky, a pauper playable. Hard Claw here coming in whenever you attack with 1 or more lizard. Our Claw deals 1 damage. Unfortunately, the Reckless Lucky, I'm gonna assume it's not a lizard. Is it a lizard?
It's a Goblin Pirate.
Okay, yeah. It doesn't seem like a lizard.
There we see
it's a sorcery
omen side of.
Yeah, that's a
Disrupt the Stormbrute. 2 minutes, essentially Reef Soul, if you remember that one from
Reef Soul, yes.
Eldritch Moon Limited.
Ooh, there's a combat trick coming up here. It's just turning the Arclaw into a Manifest Dread, basically. Oh no! Pumping the power.
Yeah.
Wow. So the removal spell does not work, and the Arclaw survives to live another turn and dealing potentially 3 damage in this combat step, with the ability to be pumped to a 2/3.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens here. 1 damage, and then after you take the damage, I can pump it. That's the little combination of that card, which, saw so much play in Standard and even very strong in Vintage Cube, which I keep on mentioning because I love it so much. We have a card here. That is a...
Full Bore.
Full Bore. Is that a +3/+2 effect?
It is basically just 3/2. It gives a warp creature haste and trample, I believe, but there's
so this is just Lava Spike.
Creatures. Yeah, it's just
3
Lava
damage.
Spike.
To the face of Alex Campbell, who this time around drops from the comfy 20 life that he ended last game. Now he's at 11.
Yeah.
Let's see if Patrick will miss his first land drop of the game. Not yet. He drew a land, as I mentioned it. So Pierrick still has never missed a land drop since the game began. That's not usually what you want to do, unless the game is very quick. At that point is a good achievement to have. All right, we're holding in begin combat. That means that the higher club of dive wouldn't deal the 1 damage, but no, we're going in. Boom.
I think Alex was sort of saying like, wait a minute, maybe trying to bluff, or maybe thinking about if he has a removal on the higher club before attacks.
But Pierrick doesn't really have too much going on, so it's just happy to pump. Do you have a removal spell? Sure, play. You don't have the removal spell, take 4. And he does not. Wow. Okay. Yeah, this is a matchup of basically just like, I try to do 20 damage. Can you stop it in the first 5 turns of the game? If the answer is yes, well, we have a game. If not, you die, because here I am attacking you. I'm lava spiking you. I am pumping my Hard Claw to the max. All right.
This is not looking too bad for Pierrick. 2 good creatures here. There's 1 mana away from Deadly Cover up to fully stabilize Alex here, and he doesn't really have that much in the way of stabilization. He could play a D-End, perhaps, or a Necropsy to blow up 1 creature, but not the other one. And
wait, only 1 creature?
Necropsy?
Yeah.
Yeah, it only kills 1 creature. Like, you can only target 1 of each type.
So I said it was like
Pernicious Deed.
Pernicious Deed. It's a lot worse. It's a lot worse.
Yeah, I suppose it is.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, Pernicious Deed is. I should have said that to Martin. Martin, before asking me the question, what would you print to standard? And I think Pernicious Deed is just a nice little, sweeper to have access to.
Yeah.
Also not even in Modern, because they never reprinted that in an Horizon set. Okay. Wow, Mark Andrew, we're just dying with a full grip here. Unless...
This is lethal damage coming across, so he has to do something, but he's...
Wow.
He was looking for the stab to prevent another damage.
You know the meme, lose the game or draw 25 cards? It's right now Eric Campbell losing the game, but look at that card end. He has 7 cards, But, with 7 cards, it's easier to scoop, because you have, like, a lot of things to... you have your hands full.
Oh, you can already use the cards from your hands to scoop up the other cards.
Scoop up the lands in the middle. So yeah, this is...
Always look at the bright side of life, huh?
Yeah. So 1-1, pretty simple game. In one game, Mono Red did nothing. In the other game, Sultai did nothing. So, we are at least...
yeah, maybe we have for game 3, we have a little bit of a back and forth. I would welcome that.
For sure.
Although, to be fair, the Mono Red Leyline deck, I feel like it is a very all-in type deck. It doesn't play much card advantage. It doesn't have a transformative sideboard plan. It doesn't play something like that gives it 2 cards, or Case of the Crimson Pulse, something like Urabra's Forge. Nothing like that in the sideboard. So it's literally just, I play my creatures, they cost 1 and 2 mana, I play my pump spells, and I hope for the best. If I draw a little bit too many lands, it's going to be a problem.
I would assume that the Sultai deck had the edge in this matchup.
Yeah, I would think so too. Now on the play as well, Alex really just has to mulligan to a hand where he has that early interaction to survive and stem that early bleeding and maybe run Pierrick out of creatures at all.
Yeah, because like in the past, Mono Red actually was good against controller. You had access to the links, Sunspine links, or Innkeeper's Talent. And I mean, these cards are still legal. It's just that the Mono Red doesn't play it anymore.
This deck is, well, there's 2 different versions of Mono Red, right? We have that sort of bigger version with Soulstone Sanctuary, Rockface Village, with Nova Hellkite, Screaming Nemesis. That version does have these aspects, these tools in the sideboard. But yeah, this new version by McIsaac from last weekend does play 14 sideboard cards and a Poison Dart Frog. Not in this case, unfortunately. But yeah, it does have less tools in terms of sort of grinding, playing to the long game. Ooh, it really just wants to end the game on turn 3.
Look at that. Leyline of Resonance is in play, so in fact, it was not sided out.
Yeah, there you go. I think Nicole was certainly right, and I was wrong.
Yes. Okay, so we see here, if there is a 1-drop, there's of course plenty of which the Mono Red player can choose from, and there it is. It is, drum roll, ooh, Fanatic of Firebrand, all the way from Pro Tour, no, sorry, not Pro Tour, Rivals of Ixalan.
All the way, yeah, reprinted in Foundations, and there we see a Heritage Regular.
Oh wow, these enchantments.
Couldn't wait, played the second land, and boom,
I mean,
disenchant.
you do have to wait because once a spell's on the stack, the ley line will copy it.
No, he was. I mean, like he wasn't even thinking about it. He was so sure to do that this turn. No.
Ooh, wow, look at that Pierrick hand. Not a single land, only 2. Perfect number. And boom, more Fanatical Firebrand hitting the field. And also another little 1/1.
Is that Stadium Headliner, I believe is a card called?
Stadium Headliner from the Dragonstorm set. It has an ability called Mobilize. Whenever this creature attacks, you can create a tapped 1/1 attacking warrior to sacrifice at the end of the turn. That is a very powerful ability for a 1-drop. And yes, I can sack it to deal damage equal to the number of creatures you control the target creature. But, you know, it's not that many creatures that you want to kill on the side of Alex Campbell. So...
yeah, good old Drown in Sorrow, Infest type effect would be exactly what Alex Campbell would want here, but that is not in his sideboard.
It is not, because the card of choice is instead Urges Necropsy, which is a lot worse in this matchup. Again, it's to be able to kill Cauldron, Proft, and Vivi. Just, you know, I can do like a nice 4-mana kill it all. Okay, so we have Mobilize here. We're going to mobilize our 1 into play, and this is right now 5 damage. 5 creatures, 5 damage. Simple math. No, Alex does not.
Alex takes the damage. I mean, there's a little risk involved here. If you play a removal spell, you all of a sudden you tap yourself out, and then Pierre can play a pump spell on something. Deal more damage. For example, you could have had Turn Inside Out on the Warrior token, which is actually a really nice combo, where the Warrior token gets sacrificed and you still get a 2/2. So it's like a Lightning Bolt for 1 mana, you get a 2/2 as well. Lightning Lava Spike, rather.
Very
free
cool.
to the face. But yeah, this is exactly what Pierrick wants to be doing. He wants to play these creatures. He wants to poke at Alex, because Alex is a control deck, but not like the blue, the white-based control decks. He doesn't have Pinnacle Starcage. He doesn't have Day of Judgment. He doesn't have Beza. So he's relying on Deadly Cover-Up to like wipe the board from a position like this. And that one might just be too slow, you know? He might just take too much damage and be able to... And Pierrick might be able to finish the game off.
Are there any option for black in standard that you would be able to play in the current format to be able to just, as you said, like infest, like 3 mana, -2/-2, that you're access to?
There's absolutely options. We have multiple of them, but they just, you know, they don't line up that well against the rest of the format. Now with the Simic Ouroboros deck and this, I mean, to be fair, the mono red leyline deck, I don't even, like, there's going to be a lot of subset of games where a -2 on everything is not even what you want, because it's very bad against the plotted slick shot after all. So
that's true.
It just doesn't fit the format that well right now, I suppose. And you know, I think it might just be correct to not put it in your sideboard when you play a control deck.
But now his super aggressive start from the mono red deck is definitely rewarding him for his choice of deck. You know, kind of exploiting a hole in the metagame, which is, you know, nobody goes wide. Well, I'm gonna go wide, and nobody's playing this. Sweeper effect that are cheap. Well, I'm going to play a lot of cheap creatures and attack you before you can drop that 5 mana sweeper. Restless Lucky continuing to send as much damage as possible to Alex's face. Let's see. Pierrick is thinking about it more. Nope, we're going all in. Everything comes in. A 1/1 token comes in. 1 second opponent. The trigger goes on the stack. And we are taking 5 damage from after this D-end removal spell.
6/1 power creatures coming on. That's kind of funny.
6/1 power creature, but one of them is going to be exiled forever alongside all its rest of the copies.
It's actually really nice to get the slick shot out of the deck, as that's the most dangerous sort of haste threat Pierrick has. Oh, he has a slick shot in. Ooh, that could actually... You know, does the end actually have to take that slick shot? Because that slick shot is going to draw now Pierrick a card from that D-end ability. And if he draws a pump spell or some, for example, if he draws Turn Inside Out, he could do the play I was talking about last turn. I wonder if you actually want to take this slick shot there, because right now it's not threatening. It's just a 1/2. There's no spells in hand. Yeah, you don't have to take it. So that's actually a line you could have chosen for.
But yeah, that slick shot was taken. So Pierrick is going to draw an extra card. Alex is going to go down to, I believe, there's not a token in play right now, but I'm assuming it's going to happen soon, or at least They just mentioned each other that a token is there and it's gonna go away. So draw card. Ooh, turn inside out. You mentioned it.
He did draw it. Are you kidding me? Oh my God, see? There you go. I mean, maybe I jinxed him. Maybe I manifested that turn inside out. Oh, he should have put it on the mobilize.
Yeah, I was
on the warrior.
I was thinking about it. So you just wait. What happened with the Leyline?
Is still
no.
Oh, the Leyline. No, it got disenchanted turn 2. Not lethal quite yet. But yeah, this is a lot of damage.
Turn inside out on the mobilized token is a very nice play.
Yeah.
And I've never thought about it, but it is something that Pierre should be aware of for the next rounds. Maybe we can definitely. Oh wait, he did that. He did that.
Oh, he did that. It looked like he put it on the lackey. But
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, he knows what's up.
Exactly. You don't just go 3-0 at the beginning with not knowing what your cards do.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Handshake and Mono Red, surprisingly, I want to say, takes the match after that very disappointing match 1 where nothing happened. It's nice to see that he was able to fight back. Again, if you're home watching these players compete at a high-level event, Pierre had a very bad run in game 1, but he did not let it happen. His face remained calm. He, got hit by that bad variance and then was able to take the match, win after win. So, very often people ask me, like, what's a tip that you can give to a competitive player? Honestly, just don't tilt. Just never tilt.
Absolutely.
If you got unlucky, it happens. But you will be able, he got very unlucky game 1. It's okay. That's okay. We have that 3 game Magic the Gathering. It's a beautiful game because it has 3 game. Best of 3 reduces variance, and you can stay calm in that game 1 and fight back in game 2 and 3. So
fantastic takeaway, absolutely. You lose, even if you lose your first couple of rounds. We saw that just at the last Pro Tour again in Atlanta, where Reed Duke, absolute machine, started 1-4 in the tournament, back against the wall. Where is he? 9 rounds later, 10-4. Never give up.
Reed does it all the time, though. There's so many stories of Reed going 4-4, 12-4 at Pro Tours. I remember at least twice that happened. And we were talking about like one of the best.
Yeah, his mental capabilities are off the charts.
We can't really compare to him, but we can definitely compare to Pierre again, who had a very cool win here. So congrats to him and his Leyline of the Resonance deck winning. So both decks that top 8'd the last Spotlight Series in Baltimore got the win here. Blue-green on Herboroid on the side, Mono Red Resonance on the side, showing that you should probably net deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And now we're going to have a very sweet little segment where we're going to take a look at what is at stake in this tournament.
2, 3. Hey everybody, I am sitting here with Emma Manchot, the community manager of Infinity, and she has something very special to announce.
Hello everyone at home, we hope you are having a wonderful time at our Spotlight Spider-Man event. We have here this incredible prize for the winner of today's event. Well, this weekend's event.
Let's take a look at it.
Take a look.
So our friends at Wizards of the Coast, Marvel, and East Continental Gems have brought the Infinity Gauntlet to life for this event. So what this means is, not only are we playing for the 8 slots for the next Pro Tour, which is the Lorwyn Pro Tour in Richmond, but the winner of this event is gonna go home with a real Infinity Gauntlet replica with an embedded Madeira Citrine Soulstone set in 18 karat gold.
This is just an incredible prize. It is gorgeous, it is heavy, and just the engravings on the gauntlet, it is a gorgeous, gorgeous prize, and we cannot wait to hand it over to our next Spotlight champion.
This is super cool, super exciting. You can win actual gold at this event. You have no idea how heavy this actually is.
Do you want to try and?
I'm actually, you know what? It looks like this bad things could happen. So let's not do that.
That's fair. That's fair.
But yeah, shout out again to Wizards of the Coast, Marvel, and East Continental Gems. This is a super incredibly cool thing. Only 2 people in the world are gonna have a chance to have this. One has already been handed out to the winner in Spotlight Spider-Man in Baltimore. And the second one is going to be handed over to the winner tomorrow evening.
we cannot wait. And stay tuned for more Magic, and soon we'll crown our new champion.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Let's get back to the booth.
Okay, so that wraps up the round 4 of Spotlight Series Liverpool. We're gonna have, of course, 5 more rounds. Me and Arne will come back in a couple of rounds. You're gonna be with. We're gonna leave you in very good hands here. You're gonna have Simon and Filipa taking over for round number 5. So, thank you for watching this very cool set of matches. I'll see you very soon.
Apparently not quite yet.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Well, we can talk a little bit about the event. We have 580 players here, and we are playing for 8 slots for the Pro Tour. The top 8 of this event will go directly to the Pro Tour. We have a lot of the line, 50,000 in prizes.
Where you can play against Arne Huschenbeth, of course, at the Pro Tour.
Yes, indeed. You can.
How did you qualify to the Richmond Pro Tour? Tell the viewers at home, what was your journey in this 2025 competitive year?
Oh, I had a very good journey, I can say. It started off very well with the top 16 at Pro Tour Chicago. Thank you for asking, by the way. Yeah, let's all
I love about hearing people brag. Some people don't do that enough, so I have to ask what happened. Okay. Looks like now we are ready for break. I'm sorry, there was a little bit of a thing before, but again, my first time having a coverage, so still very excited to be here. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you very soon. Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone, welcome back here to the Magic Spotlight Spider-Man in Liverpool. I'm Filipa, joined by the one, the only Simon Nielsen, and we are going to be your caster duo here for round number 5. Things are getting pretty interesting, I have to say. I was watching the matches that Arne and Andrea Mengucci were casting, and they were so interesting. So a lot of fun decks that we are going to see today, including the one for this match right now. Simon, do you remember what deck did I say that could win this weekend?
You said Sultai Reanimator.
Yeah, and we are going to watch some
Sultai.
Yeah.
Nice.
Versus a very interesting deck as well, because you know Mono Green Landfall, right? This one is kind of like that, but it's Gruul, so it does have the splash for the World Soul Rage. Oh, looks like we have standings here. So after round 4, we see here 10 players, the top 10 with 12 points, so 4-0. Names that I know immediately, I see on second place, Andrzej Strasky. Anyone else that you recognize
Emmanuel
there?
de Pra, Sergio Garcia, another one to shout out. Jacopo Di Napoli is like one of those like Magic Online players, like plays a lot of control and is actually playing Vivi this tournament here. So that's another name to keep an eye out for, I would say. Certainly one of the Italian players, and I believe also a previous regional championship winner. So yeah, Jacopo Di Napoli, certainly an eye to keep, certainly someone to keep an eye out for. Andrzej Strasky, though, headlining the field there alongside Tomasz Kubiczka. Tons of people at 4-0, actually 35 people at 4-0. So this list would extend onwards. And yeah, I guess we are about ready to see some fireworks, you know.
Exactly, ready for some action to start here, round 5.
You know how like fetch lands are like kind of, you know, sought after and hard to get?
Yes.
Sometimes you could just show up to one of these tournaments and play 7 copies of Evolving Wilds of different names.
Love
That's
that.
exactly what Oscar Vass is doing here. So this is the mono green landfall base, just like all of the landfall triggers, Bristling Beal, Sash's Tokubo, etc. And yeah, it's I'm really looking forward to take a look at this list powered up by all of these Evolving Wilds effects as well as Fable Passage.
You know, this was kind of a strategy that I thought we were not going to see after the lands of Street of New Capenna rotated out. Those lands were really good, the sacrifice lands, but it looks like it is working quite well here with these Evolving Wilds. And just, you have so many landfall benefits with the Final Fantasy cards as well, the Chocobos, and yeah, very interesting deck. These players are 3-1. We are trying to showcase the more interesting decks here on day 1. And as the weekend evolves, because we are really in the beginning, we'll start showing, of course, the players that are doing the best. But I think it's fun for us to showcase more interesting decks. Let us know, tweet, chat, YouTube, what decks are you looking forward to see this weekend here in the standard tournament. As a reminder, there's 9 rounds today. And players with 18 points or more are going to advance in day 2. Top 8 gets an invitation for the Pro Tour. We also saw the very nice trophy that the winner will get. There's $50,000 prize pool, so definitely high-stake event here, and anyone can join. So make sure that you go to the Fanfinity website and check the next Magic Spotlight events, and you can be here featured very soon.
Oh yes, as we see here, Lincoln Yang on the Sultai Reanimator to one side, Oscar Vass from Sweden on the other side, Lincoln Yang from China actually. I was looking up the MTG ELO project, and the last Lincoln Yang played a GP in Brussels in 2016 and nothing else. So it's interesting to see them over here, as well as Oscar Vass coming in from Sweden and cracking one of these many Evolving Wilds. In this case, it is Secret Tunnel. Escape Tunnel, actually, being cracked here for Forest. So this deck is primarily mono-green, but because it has all of these ways to search up lands that are, and it has 14 forests, might as well throw a single mountain in there so you can splash 4 copies of World Soul's Rage. That is a way where you can get all of these lands that you sacrifice to put into the graveyard into play at once and trigger landfall so many times. You know, it's especially one card that loves having landfall triggered a bunch of times in the same turn, and that is Tifa Lockhart. Right now, though, we see Stashish Tokubo.
Absolutely, Tifa having Trample is absolutely insane. Same thing for the Mossborn Hydra. Those are very difficult creatures to deal with, and this deck really thrives on all these counters and just trying to kill eventually in one turn.
Exactly. On the other side, the Sultai Reanimator deck, we haven't talked that much about it leading up to this round, but it's Superior Spider-Man, the 4-mana creature that lets you copy something in your graveyard. And what you want to copy is Bring of the Last Gift, which is this big demon, 8 mana. You're not planning to cast it, but it says if you cast it, and the Spider-Man was cast, you get to destroy the opponent's board and bring your entire graveyard into play. So essentially acting as a living death effect, or living end effect, if you will. So that's a very powerful combination, but first, Lincoln needs to set up the graveyard, needs to find the Bring of the Last Gift and put it in the graveyard somehow with stuff like Bitter Triumph, Esper Origins, Town Greeter, etc. So this might be a Bitter Triumph here being represented by 2 mana past. But there's a Bristly Bill and a land here. So
2 counters going to be put, one on the Chocobo, the other one on the Bristly Bill.
Yeah, and this is actually very interesting timing here because there are 4 copies of Snakeskin Veil in Oscar's list. And so this Bitter Triumph could be in for a rough time if that indeed is there in Lincoln's hand. There's also Awaken the Honored Dead. Okay, so it seems like there was actually no 2-drop in Lincoln's hand. So the 3-drop here could be Steamcore Scholar, but I do see an Awaken the Honored Dead, which is a 3-mana saga that destroys a non-land permanent when it comes into play, and then it mills you, and then it returns something from your graveyard to your hand. So you could find your Spider-Man combo piece this way. This card is extremely strong in this deck here, trying to take care of the Bristly Bill, but...
The Veil is there, and that Bristly Bill now with even 1 more counter. That's why this protection spell works so well in this deck, because then eventually you can double these counters with the Bristly Bill ability.
Oh, yes, exactly. And yeah, there's a lot of damage, like already 6 power facing down, but it's going to be even more as we see now another Chocobo. It's a traveling kind, and Oscar not even bothering to look at the top of his deck, because it's not quite lethal, I assume.
It's insane, because your birds are going to get double the triggers and also the land.
Right, so the Chocobo gets 2 triggers from that, and then the Fable Hatch is being cracked here, so that's another 2 counters on the Chocobo, and another counter on Bristly Bill, so that is 7-14 damage. So that's almost lethal.
Oh wow, this is absolutely insane. These birds work so well together. And I mean, one thing I love about this deck is that even if Yang here manages to remove everything and be left out at 3, there's always these World Soul Rage threat to take those last bits of, and that's why I really prefer the Gruul version over the mono green one.
Yeah, because it's like very possible right now that, oh, it's right. It's whenever lands come into play, you double the triggers, right? So the so it's actually 15 damage. Yeah, putting Lincoln down to 2. Because yeah, it's actually very possible that Lincoln mills over the Bring of the Last Gift right now, or mills over the Spider-Man. Well, I guess like that's the 3rd chapter. Mills over the Bring of the Last Gift right now, and then actually gets to do the thing, clear the board, but then the World Soul Rage could still finish the game. And I do believe that is a bringer being milled over right here. So does Lincoln have the Spider-Man? No, it does not seem like it, and just has to pack it up in the face of this brutal green aggro deck. You know I love me that style of deck and those counters. Oscar Vass showing Vass up.
I love these. I mean, both very interesting decks. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see exactly what this Sultai deck wants to do. It has a lot of interesting things. You start milling your graveyard. You want, as you said, to have the Bringer, but also to have cards like Terror of the Peaks that then all your creatures are going to enter with the Bringer of the Last Gift, and just... with Terror of the Peaks, you just deal enough damage to kill your opponent. Exactly.
The Terror of the Peaks is like there's 1 copy in here. There's no way to cast it in this deck, and which is like very common. Like the mana base, if you were supposed to be a 4-color deck, it's really hard to untenable to do. So instead, this list plays just that the 1 copy of Terror of the Peaks can discard it in many ways, such as with Steamcore Scholar. It is a creature with flying, and it's mostly here as like normally your combo doesn't really need it because you kill the opponent's board and get a big board yourself. But if you are in danger of dying to burn, or especially against control decks, which could have sweepers, then it's really nice to have access to that 1 copy of Terror of the Peaks so that your combo actually kills them, rather than just putting stuff into play that they can then answer.
And that's why some players are also putting Crater Roof Behemoth as another way to just finish the game immediately as you get the Superior Spider-Man, getting your Bringer of the Last Gift, but this list looks like more this Terror of the Peaks. Another card that I really like in this deck is the Radioactive Spider.
Yeah.
Against, like, you have a 1/2 Death Toucher that you can just pay 2 mana, sacrifice, get your Superior Spider-Man, and make sure that you have the card that you really need to enable your combo.
Exactly, yeah. Searching up a any Spider Hero card, I believe it does. And yeah, well, the Superior Spider-Man is indeed a Spider Hero. So it's kind of nice that you have like this extra redundancy in terms of finding your payoff card. You don't always need to find Bring Up the Last Gift, because there are also 3 copies of Ardent, the Usurper, in this deck, which reanimates a big demon every turn. That card is very strong, especially if you get it down early. So like that's, gets a little bit of redundancy in that end, but redundancy to the Superior Spider-Man effect is much more difficult because you can't just use a regular reanimate effect on the Bring of the Last Gift, since it says if you have cast it. So if you just were to zombify it, zombify is legal in Standard, doesn't actually work. And this is why we see cards like Radioactive Spider do it, as well as Awaken the Honored Dead, which if you happen to mill over a Superior Spider-Man, the third chapter of Awaken the Honored Dead can then bring that back from the graveyard.
Yeah, not only that, but also allow you to discard cards. So this deck just works super well together. I also, as you said, really like Arden. It works really well if you get, for example, Almarang, River Region. It just works really well in this deck. About sideboard, Simon, what are you seeing that the Sultai player can bring to try to stop this very explosive Gruul landfall?
It's actually really tough because some of the sideboard cards here, Malicious Eclipse and Harvester of Misery, are aimed at stopping the red decks, which have small creatures. But it's so easy for Oscar's deck to outgrow those, and like having removal spells that are so timing restrictive might not be the greatest idea. Maybe Harvester of Misery can line up well, especially killing a Hydra or something, or killing a Bristly Bill in response to the trigger. Strategic Betrayal, however, I think it's going to be very good. So it's a 2-mana, just Edict effect, and since all of Oscar's threats are just so potent, it can be quite important. Though there are also 4 copies of Llanowar Elves, which Oscar might be not too unhappy to sacrifice.
What about on the Gruul landfall side? I've heard there's like some spice in it, even splashing. Oh, and we are ready for action.
Oh yeah, so there's 2 copies of Ghost Vacuum and 2 Keynote Curator in this sideboard, which are ready to stop the graveyard shenanigans of this deck, as well as 2 copies of Magebane Lizard, not for this matchup, but kind of cute to that your red splash also enables that. And here we see Bristly Bill coming in. Is that a Harvester of Misery? It is indeed. Dealing with that Bristly Bill. So yeah, the timing sensitive cards, the timing did line up right. I do believe Harvester is probably good enough for this matchup, and we see exactly why. Because now there's also 5/4 menace in the graveyard for you to reanimate later, or even just, you know, potentially in turn 4, just Superior Spider-Man, copy that one, kill something else. And there we see Awaken the Honored Dead, get rid of the Ghost Vacuum. Of course, all the things I just said about reanimating the Harvester doesn't play out in this scenario because of the Ghost Vacuum, but now the Vacuum is off the table, and yeah, that's a really strong part of this Awaken the Honored Dead. Not just a removal spell, but also a way to answer hate cards like Vacuum and Rest in Peace.
Absolutely. So we see here a land entering, but no creature to get the landfall benefit. Tapping 2 lands now.
Ooh, and Sea Chip Impact coming in from the sideboard. So this is another interesting inclusion here, as it's just a naturalized effect, but just kills the Awaken the Honored Dead, and that is good enough to kind of stop that from doing from like milling over cards and setting up Linkang's graveyard there. So of course the escape tunnel can, you know, like the amount of like Evolving Wilds effects in Oscar's deck doesn't mean that he'll frequently have a tap land and not be able to play a 3-drop on this turn, but potentially next turn I do believe Oscar has a good play in hand, as we now see the Town Greeter come in here, mill 4 cards and pick a land from among them to put into your hand. And I believe that's a Bringer of the Last Gift.
Yeah, it looks over. So bringing a land back here, but that's exactly the card that you need to have in your graveyard. There's also a Town Greeter getting milled.
I actually didn't notice until now, but the Spider-Man logo to kind of signify that there's Oscar has won game 1. That's a really cool, nice little detail here from our production team. Of course, we love all the people at CSL setting us up for success. You know, they make us look good, but it's kind of invisible that they're the ones putting in all this work. So yeah, big shout out to CSL, the production team.
And it looks like one of the cards milled was Overlord of the Baelmurk, as we see.
So not a Bringer of the Last Gift. I see. Yeah. So thank you so much to Andrea Mengucci, who's at the card viewer right now, doing what he does best. And
right in our days. Okay, so let's see here what Oscar is able to get. I mean, tough situation. Oscar has been like being effective in dealing with some threats from the other side to prevent Linkang Yang from comboing, but not applying too much pressure. Now this is a way to apply pressure.
Oh yes, indeed.
Oh, look at that.
So with the Fable Passage, so yeah, it's gonna double the number of counters on it on this Mosswood Hydra every single landfall, and yeah, this Fable Passage is another thing. So we'll see if there's like a more follow-up on Oscar to make this even bigger, or if Lincoln can find some way to deal with this threat, because this also has trampled, so it's kind of a massive threat from this Mossborn Hydra. Just starts as a 1/1 essentially, but yeah, grows to gargantuan sizes.
Absolutely, a very big threat. Similarly to Tifa, because of the trample as well, you cannot just Huschenbeth. But look at that, the superior Spider-Man.
Okay, so let's see if there is indeed a Bring of the Last Gift in this graveyard. It is just the Overlord, so yeah, I think it's just going to get a little bit of value here. Of course, the Superior Spider-Man also ends up exiling the card that it copies. And you now get to mill 4 and then return any creature from your graveyard to your hand. This also happens when the Superior Spider-Man attacks. It is only a 4/4 though. It does retain its power and toughness, which is why you want to specifically use it on things that are you want to use it on things that have massive enter the battlefield triggers. But going back to Oscar here, can he grow this Hydra into gargantuan sizes?
I believe so. I honestly...
you know what? I think this Hydra is going to be coming in for 32.
Okay, that would be great, but let's see if Oscar manages or not. Right now it's only 4. It was going to be 4. Then
yeah,
8,
exactly. So if he has another land, it's going to be 8/16. And then if he has something like a World Soul's Rage, for instance, you could actually get it.
Oh, this is perfect.
Icesteel Explorer.
Okay, 2 lands a turn, and you can play lands from your graveyard. So this means that's indeed, Simon, going to be ginormous.
I actually take it back. It's going to be 64, I believe. So doubling up here, up to 8, fetching once more, doubling up to 16, and then you get to play your second land drop for turn, which Oscar has not done yet. Replaying that Fable Passage and bringing it 2 more doubles from 16 to 32 to 64. And for anyone who's played, you know, all of these fantastic matches where you just get to double your counters, you know, maybe people know from the commander tables how nice the word double is. Well, this is one way you can go completely bonkers over the top.
You know, Simon, I've played this deck, and one time I lost because I cracked my Fable Passage and I didn't have any basics left.
Oh.
So I couldn't put double the counters and I just missed it. But I think here, Oscar for sure will have enough basics in the deck to make that Hydra absolutely enormous. And
the 20-sided die is not enough. Needs to bring up the second one, and here is 32 damage, not even having cracked the Fable Passage yet, and that is awesome to see. Oscar Vass really showcasing this mono green landfall deck, splashing for World Soul's Rage.
And me and Simon yesterday were talking, and Simon said that he wanted to keep track on how many counters would be needed because of Ouroboros. I think he was thinking about the wrong deck, because we are seeing full landfall is the one that...
Yeah, I was thinking, okay, are we going to see 30 counters in play over the course of like the entire board? And yes, we were. 30 counters in just one creature.
Yeah, way more than that. I mean, that's the power of this landfall deck. And what a way to start a very fast game, very explosive. And I want to see more of these decks, Simon. You know, both of the decks, very fun, very different than what we've been seeing before here today. Why do you think more people are not playing this Gruul deck? It seemed pretty explosive to me.
Yeah, I wonder if, I think certain decks have stigmas. They have stigmas that they're the type of deck that are only played by people who don't know what else to do, and so they just put their random commons together and they try and cheese their opponent and see if it works. But this is all the style of decks that I like to play, and maybe that's because I am that same style of player. I just want to put my comments in and see if I can cheese my opponent. But no, I actually think that there's these decks can have a lot of potential for playing into your opponent's removal spells, and how you pace your gameplay can be very important. And so I think the reason they're not played is just that people think that they're little kid decks, but I just don't think they are.
And I want to see here why the decision to bring this deck and to learn more about this decision. And congratulations on the win. Now we're going to have the winner's interview with Martin.
Hey everyone, I'm sitting here with Oscar West, who just won his match with Gruul Landfall. Oscar, how are you doing?
Well, I'm doing fine. First time being here, and first time being at a big event.
Good
also
stuff.
Then getting a feature match. It's cool. Yeah.
Why did you choose Gruul Landfall? That's not a very typical deck, right? When most people think about aggro in standard, red is 20% of the metagame. Yeah. Why Gruul Landfall?
Well, I like to play with lands. In Legacy, I play a land deck. Modern, I'm in Amulet Titan. I play lands. So it just felt natural to go into something along the lines of lands in Standard.
That's great that something like that exists in Standard, right? People are saying, hey, it's all VV and, blue-red, but clearly there are other decks you can choose and you can play something different.
Yeah, exactly. So far I've been pretty lucky to not run into any VV decks.
Okay.
And I don't really have a lot of matchup against VV decks from earlier, so I don't really know how I match up. But we'll probably see later today.
How would you say the deck is positioned in the metagame? Have you had a lot of practice with the deck, or have you chosen it last minute?
And I've played a few events back home, but that's about it. So not a lot of practice on the deck. Yeah.
So you kind of just like it, it's been working out?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Do you think you get a lot of value from the fact that this is a closed deck list event? So maybe people are not expecting the cards you have in your deck. I noticed you're playing 4 Snakeskin Veils.
Yeah.
What would you say has been the best card in your deck, or how are you really getting advantage of the closed deck listing?
I mean, the closed deck list, I think I have a good position in my sideboard because I can go up to Simic from there.
Okay.
So it's not really just Gruul. I can put in blue as well.
What's the strategy after sideboard?
If it's a lot of aggro, I can put in go into blue, get landfall and get dragons done.
Okay.
So yeah.
That's cool stuff.
But otherwise, yeah, it's. Yeah, Snakeskin catches people off guard, of course.
Yeah, 4 Snakeskin Veil. I can imagine. There's so much removal these days.
Yeah,
and Snakeskin Veil.
But I assume people have to guess that Snakeskin is in green.
Right.
So
with the landfall guys. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, cool stuff. Congratulations again for doing so well with Gruul Landfall, and hopefully we're going to see more of you in the future.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be back. Thank you.
Congratulations and good luck for the next rounds, but we have more Magic to show. We are ready for another match here, our second match of this round 5. And again, we are bringing all the spicy lists, and I have to get a big shout out to Frank Carson. He's really helping us out pick those fun matches that I know you're all excited to see. So here we are having the pairings for this round.
Oh yes, this is we have some. This is some of the top pairings that we see this round. I want to highlight the people who are playing like on the floor right now. Marcio Carvalho and Adrian Inigo Tasted, that's another RC winner there in Adrian, and they're playing the Isaac Cauldron Mirror at 4-0. Jean-Emmanuel Deprat versus Alton Bichette as well. That is World Championship winner and set championship winner, Alton Bichette. So that is, some titans of the game battling it out on the floor here. And you can, of course, come to another Spotlight event in your near area. It is free to enter these, and you can see these matches being played out live right in front of your eyes.
I have to say, Simon, 2 of the players that I chose for the caster prediction were there, Autumn and Marcio. So looks like my caster prediction for the fantasy draft might be going well. So I'm excited to see that. But we are ready with another fun match. So we have a very interesting deck here.
Yes.
Temur Onslaught. Tell me a bit about this deck that runs the card Devastating Onslaught.
Yes, so this is by Jijun Wang, playing the Temur Onslaught deck that is built around, it partly has the Temur Battle Crier, which is the 3 mana whenever a creature with power 4 or more enters the battlefield, draw a card, and Outcast Trailblazer, whenever a creature with power 4 enters, you draw a card. And if you come... sorry, wait, that's what the Trailblazer does. The Trailblazer draws a card. The Battle Crier says that things cost less for each creature with power 4 you have. And so it's really built around this power 4 synergy. Railway Brawler is another way where creatures come into play with counters equal to their power. And then Devastating Summons, Devastating Onslaught is the big payoff here. So it's XX red, you make X copies of target creatures. So you can't... This card being reduced because of Temur Battle Crier makes you make a ton of copies of anything, like Outcast the Trailblazer, draw a bunch of cards, copy the Railway Brawler, and just do so much damage. And all these copies having haste means that it's a very easy way to just end a game quickly. So that's for Jijing Wang. On the other side here, we have
Sylvan Grudger.
Sylvan Grudger playing a Dimir midrange, and Sylvan is someone who has some tournament experience in the past. Was very close to making top 8 of the Grand Prix in Prague in 2018 in Modern, just coming a couple rounds short of that, making top 64 instead, and has also even traveled to the Spotlight Series in Chiba earlier this year. So someone who is wanting to just play a ton of tournaments, and this is just yet another one here for Sylvan, sitting at 3-1 here, and from the Netherlands.
I have to say, I also like the Mir mid-range. It's the only deck in Standard that plays a Planeswalker. Have you thought about that?
Oh, really? Yeah, you're probably right.
I think so. I mean, some people might play Ashiok or Liliana, but I don't see that too much, especially in competitive. But we see here already Siren Spyglass. On the other side, we have Esper Origins. I have to say, Esper Origins has become one of my favorite cards in Standard.
Yes.
I mean, for 2 mana, you get Surveil 2 and gain 2 life. Then that card goes into your graveyard. It has Flashback. It becomes a 4/4 that just gives you things over and over again. If you mill it, it's great because you can flash it back. I just really like this card.
Yeah, I love this here. Also milling over a Winter Night Story, so you certainly set up for later. And I think the way to think about this card is like it just surveils 2, but doesn't actually draw a card, except it kind of does. The card it draws is the 4-mana flashback mode. But you don't flashback it into just surveil 2. It also becomes this 4/4 that then, like, after you've surveilled 2, you get to reveal the top card of your deck and put a permanent into your hand. Yep. And then this 4/4 is in play as a Saga creature that has the overrun effect later, as we now see the map token being cracked and Cecil come down.
Wow, this card is very shiny, but it has Death Touch, and it works really well in this kind of decks. You start doing some damage, then if you're at 10 or less life, it's going to flip in also an unbelievable creature.
Yes, so it's a very interesting card. Again, we see here in Jizheng's hand, it's going to be the Untimely Malfunction, which can change the target of a spell ability with a single target. So instead of having Snakeskin Veil to protect his stuff, he actually uses these target-changing effects to really blow out removal spells. That's very interesting. Esper Origins being played here again, leaving 2 on top. And actually, it seemed like Jizheng was trying to look for a land drop last turn and missed after surveilling 2. But now it seems like the second Esper Origins has set him up for success here, as these creatures just keep rolling in for Sylvan. Cecil dealing 2 damage to himself, or to Sylvan's life total. And here's a Doc Orlok. So this one is going to reduce, like, every card you play from exile and graveyard costs 2 less, and also costs you 2 less to plot cards. So this is a great mana engine for this deck. As you see the Outcast Trailblazer here being plotted for just a single mana. Sylvan also taking a point of life finally. Like, there's 4 damage being dealt by Sylvan, but 4 life being gained right back from that, from those Esper Origins there. But now finally, Jizheng is over, below 20 life here. But this Outcast Trailblazer can be cast for free off the plot. It generates a mana when it comes into play, and it's got a, like, you could then play the Esper Origins, draw a card, play a second one, draw a card, because again, the Doc will make the flashback cost only 2 mana.
Oh yeah,
you could actually generate so much board state and card draw next turn already. So Sylvan just taps out here for, let's say, a Kaito. It's not actually going to be that good of a position.
True, difficult position here, and let's see.
So yeah, from the blue-black side, we haven't actually talked much about this deck because it has been in Standard for quite a while. But for those who don't know, this is a deck that tries to play small creatures that have some sort of evasive ability, or at least like hard to engage with in combat one way or another. We see here Cecil as a 2/3 Death Touch, for instance. And then you try to play these card advantage engines that are based around your creatures being hard to block, like Kaito that have ninjutsu and can then start drawing cards, and of course the Enduring Curiosity, which is a 4-mana flash threat that whenever a creature deals damage to the opponent, you draw a card. And then all of this card draw, you kind of use that to have a bunch of removal spells and counter spells and kind of trip up the opponent so that your small creatures and card draw engine can finish the game. That's the essential game plan here. And of course, Water the Grave here coming in from Edge of Eternity is boosting the mana base of this deck. As we now see just a pass from
Very
Sylvan.
interesting, because there's the Enduring Curiosity in hand. That card does have flash, so that can be a strategy to just play it during the opponent's turn.
Yeah, and this is how you're supposed to play with a blue-black deck. Instead of just playing out the Curiosity here and cashing in 2 cards immediately, waiting here and keeping your options open, potentially needing to play a removal spell. So we actually see here just Winter Night Stories being cast, again costing 2 less to harmonize from the graveyard because of the Doc Orlok. Drawing 3 cards and discarding 2. The Doc is just so nice in these decks, generating so much mana.
There's a Tishana Steinbinder on
Sylvan's side?
Yeah, I believe so. That card can work pretty well.
Yeah, that could actually counter the trigger from Outcast Trailblazer that makes the mana when it comes into play, and then it removes all the other abilities, such as the card draw effect. So yeah, that could be quite interesting here, and I wonder how Juza is going to continue this turn, now shocking with the Stomping Ground after discarding yet another Esper Origins. So I wonder if it actually is time to just try and go for the Trailblazer, or if Juza is going to be a little bit more careful here. Now just try to go for it. There's still that untimely Malfunction in hand, which does say change the target spell or ability with a single target.
Oh, okay.
So actually, but I'm actually not sure you could counter the Tidebinder, because Tidebinder says it counters a triggered ability, and there's no other triggered ability for it to counter on the stack. So you can't change the target to anything else. So I actually believe that this won't work the way that Sigyn is hoping for.
Thinking here if...
No, so just gonna let that resolve and just play the Esper Origins here from the graveyard, and yeah, accepting that this Outcast Trailblazer no longer has abilities. Of course, it is still a 4/2, and if you can ever remove that Tidebinder, you can come back online. But it might be, it might not be in time to do anything busted, as this turn was the one that was gonna go really off the charts.
True. Let's look at the top card. If it's a permanent, we can put it in hand. It looks like it is. Another plot card, so very good synergy there with these plot cards.
Yeah, exactly. So now you can plot the Railway Brawler for just 2 mana next turn, as well as playing Esper Origins for 2 mana. And yeah, you can see how this deck really gets to get a massive mana advantage on the opponent here. And also the Esper Origins, like the Summon Esper Maduin, as it is on the backside, is a 4/4. I love how in Final Fantasy, the word Esper means something completely different than it does in Magic. So we see this green card that is called Esper Origins.
Yes, I was thinking that. Why? But okay, it makes sense. It's from the Final Fantasy.
Yeah, exactly. So from the Final Fantasy lore, I have not played that particular game, so I do not know exactly what an Esper is, but clearly it is something ancient that has an origin.
It's not a white, black, blue deck.
It has nothing to do with that. Yes, that is true. Rafine does not reside in the Final Fantasy lands. Okay, so yeah, here's another attack here. Notably, the Tidebinder can attack into that 4/4 blocker. It's going to go away in a couple turns because it is a Saga creature. But while it's here, it's going to cause so much damage and eventually overrun as well. +2/+2 and trample to all your other creatures.
And the
turn it goes away.
Mana is also really important in this deck, because if you get that extra mana, you can do some absolutely wild things.
Right, yeah. Actually gaining, actually next turn could be 2 more Esper Origins being flashbacked, as well as that Railway Brawler. Or you could just cast the Railway Brawler for 5 mana and then for 2 mana flashback the Esper Origins. Not sure which line is better, but really like making this threatening. And Sylvan recognizing that this Dog Orlok is just generating too much mana. And this really puts a hamper on Sigyn's situation here. Might just generate mana and play the Railway Brawler and do nothing else here, using the Untimely Malfunction to hope there's another removal spell so you could change the target and maybe completely blow out Sylvan.
So let's see here what's the play.
I love, by the way, there's a small thing that happened, but the Outcast Trailblazer did trade with the Cecil, and that's Sigyn recognizing that you really needed to... Okay, so this is just Esper Origins rather than the Railway Brawler being flashback. But recognizing that the Cecil is going to be an issue if it's not blocked right now, and there's just no real way to get that Tidebinder off the battlefield. So it's not like your Outcast Trailblazer is going to gain his abilities back, as we now see Esper Origins put away and a Braid on an Elf with that availability. So this is going to be a trigger in the blind to see if it hits a permanent. But I guess there's so many permanents in this deck. Oh, Devastating Onslaught on top, so not even drawing a card here. But
not a bad card to have.
Especially with the 2 mana from the Esper Maduin next turn.
Yeah, that's true.
You could just make even more copies of the Saga if you wanted to. They are going to go away end of turn, and you can't time it in a way where they also get the +2/+2 bonus. So this is just, tap land and pass, and hoping that the Untimely Malfunction can do something. But I actually think it's going to be 6 plus... It's going to be 18 trample damage next turn. Or no, it's going to be 6 trample damage and 3 4/4s that don't have trample themselves from this Devastating
How does it
Onslaught.
work, the Devastating Onslaught with the Saga?
It will just copy what's on the backside, but it will come into play with, get the first chapter and trigger the first ability here. As we now see the as we now see the good cat come in here and draw a card.
During Curiosity is such a sweet card. Provides so much card draw. I've lost against this card so many times.
There's another mode on this untimely malfunction here. And it is to make 2 creatures unable to block. So actually, you could make your Curiosity and the Tidebinder unable to block here, and then copy your 4/4 2 times, and then attack with everything. The Cecil is forced to block one of the 4/4s. You take 6 + 4 + 2 damage from Cecil. I think it's very possible that this is lethal for Jijin, but the question is, do you go for it? Which sort of counterplay is there to it? And also, do you even spot the line? Because it is a bit complicated and tricky. I do believe there's 2 red here because of that starting town, so it should be possible to make this play.
Absolutely.
But it seems like it's just playing out the Railway Brawler here and setting up for a bit later here. So yeah, Sidrin just trying to play a little bit more carefully, not just trying to go for a potential lethal here, because it is very dicey. You do spend all of your cards to do that, and if it fails, well, if your math is off by anything, or you're like a little short, well, then you just spent all of your resources and tapped out to do that.
It's close deck list, and your opponent has 1 mana, so
yeah.
if you know probably doesn't play Spell Pierce game 1.
Yeah, it's hard to know, right? Yeah, so this way you get to put in the Railway Brawler, and that's also going to be a scary threat, especially if you can then Devastating Onslaught that one next turn, because, you know, then all of the copies of the Brawler will just enter with so many counters.
Yeah, thinking here, what's the best approach? Both players 3-1 here in the tournament. They need to have 18 points or more after 9 rounds to make it into day 2. And a lot of things in stake, $50,000, the amazing trophy we saw there before, very sought after, and also 8 invites to the Pro Tour. So I feel like players really want to secure that top 8.
Yes, getting to top 8 is certainly the goal for these players. I imagine it's going to be after 15 rounds we're going to play, it's going to be at least 12-3 to make the top 8. Maybe 12-3-1 can do it. We'll see once we get into that point. But that's a lot of Magic to be played for these players. You know, they got 3 wins so far, but that's only a quarter of the way as Jijin is passing the turn back here and just praying that Sylvan has a removal spell, because then you get to change the target and blow out with that untimely malfunction, which I'm sure is not at all on Sylvan's radar here.
There's another Enduring Curiosity in hand.
That's a lot of card draw.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe to try to find that removal that you are not aware, but actually would work against you.
Exactly. And there actually isn't that much like opportunity for damage here. We also saw Sylvan last turn not attack with the Cecil here, preferring to keep back the Death Toucher on defense. So might just plug in here again with just a Spyglass Siren, maybe play out the second Curiosity and draw 2 new cards and then see if there's any help from there. You could also attack here with the Cecil, but the summon Esper Maduin is like kind of an easy block on that Cecil. Cecil, of course, if it, you know, isn't blocked here, will flip into a 4/4 lifelink, and I don't think that Zijin is interested in that. Oh, and there's Secret Reach on the Railway Brawler. I forgot about that, and so did Sylvan. 4/5 reach here, so yeah, devastated the board state here of Sylvan, and 2 damage more to 2 damage more life here lost. And I wonder actually if Jijin draws another land and can go for the Devastating Onslaught for X equals 2 while having the untimely malfunction. That could be you know, a big blowout here, but just draws a Lano Elf. Okay, so now you can just gamble and just try and copy this twice. You can try and copy it once, and it'll enter with 4 counters, so it's going to be 12 damage. But that can be blocked out by Sylvan, so it's not that good to just do 12 damage. Or you can just be a little bit more patient here and just, yeah, use this Esper Origins, take your time. It makes a lot of sense. You're going to get 2 more mana next turn, and wow, like this Esper Origins card, like how good it is in this deck, it's kind of incredible to see.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what... Oh, surveilling both cards away. So let's hope that there's a permanent on top. It's a bit of a blind pick there, but...
once again, Jushin is showing that they're just like not interested in like keeping any card on top just because it's a permanent. But remember that now the Railway Brawler will trigger, and that will be an 8/8 Saga creature here. So really brick walling all of what Sylvan is trying to do, and just passing the turn here rather than play the Lano Elf. And now Sylvan knows there's something up. You know, if you're not playing the Elf here, you certainly have a 2-mana instant you're trying to do. But can Sylvan predict exactly which one it is?
And there's the Enduring Curiosity right there. Second one. Threat of drawing a lot of cards. There's also Restless Reef as one of the
That's true, actually. That
There's
is
also a
Death
Sanctuary.
Touch attacker. Yeah, so
Yes.
this could be interesting here. You do get to attack for 4 here, and or even swings with everything here, but Jushin had a high life total here. So this is basically just giving up some board state just to draw extra cards. Unless our life totals are wrong, but I don't think they are, because there's so much life gained by these Esper Origins.
Yeah, going to mill 4 cards now because of that Restless Reef.
Just
Deciding
milling,
to mill.
yeah, it makes sense because there's too many flashback cards in Jushin's deck. So yeah, might as well just mill yourself instead. And this is actually going to trigger a lot of card draw. It's going to draw 4 cards here for Sylvan, as well as deal some damage. But and I think Sylvan is trying to look for a removal spell, knows that like this can't stay there. Also remember, the Devastating Onslaught in Zijin's hand is face up.
Yes.
So Sylvan knows that he is dead if he doesn't do something desperate. And so this is what desperate looks like. You can do it this way. Your Curiosities are going to die, but they're just going to come back as enchantments here. Deal 7 damage, draw 4 cards, and if you draw a removal spell, well, you're only taking... You're actually not taking lethal because you could then use the removal spell to protect from that Devastating Onslaught. And here we see...
Oh, Bitter Triumph.
That is Bitter Triumph and a counter spell as well. But you're 1 mana short of doing both. So yeah, Sylvan just has to pass back the turn here, and now we're going to see the fireworks. Untimely Malfunction. Is it really going to do its thing right now? There's also a Nova Hellkite, which is also on this list. Because why not? That's another thing you can play from exile with the Dark Orlok. Yeah, this deck is just nice.
Getting 2 mana there from the Summon Esper. And
yeah, so now... Oh yeah, so now you can do it for X equals 2, and you make 2 copies of Railway Brawlers, which means that each creature, each copy of it is going to be 12 power, because all of them are going to trigger. Actually 16 power, right?
Look at that, Bitter Triumph.
Bitter Triumph comes in, a single target, and then Untimely Malfunction. Going to change the target of that to... yeah, that's a reader for Sylvan right there. Change the target to the Tidebinder and make 2 more 16-power Tramplers with haste. And that is game. Once again, we see 32 counters in the...
That's true, and not the cards that you were thinking about.
Yes, exactly. I guess this is just 24... This is just 28 counters, actually. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
Never mind, the lame. But I have to say, that Untimely Malfunction was not untimely at all. Right on time to win the game.
It looks so awkward for most of the game. It's really funny as well that like Jushin had that opportunity to potentially go for lethal through the other mode that like you would never think of to make creatures unable to block. But yeah, that is kind of a nice showcase of a card that most people have forgotten about.
That's true. I mean, absolutely insane card. In very specific situations, this was one of them, a nice way to win. And we are going to have now game number 2. Now, Simon, tell me what these players have in the sideboard, how they can prepare against each other, because I'm thinking the Dimir player was not really prepared to play against a Temur Onslaught deck.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think so, but also I do think that it's possible that that the deck list here actually lines up totally fine into a deck that's like, if you can line up your creature interaction, you might be able to like stop the combos from happening. Though I guess some of your creature interactions stuff like Floodbit, Strata, and Kaito to tap down creatures, and yeah, I don't think the Onslaught deck cares too much about that. So 3 copies of Strategic Betrayal, I think, are going to be very, very good. They make Jushin sacrifice a creature as well as exile the graveyard, and that's going to be huge, getting rid of all those Esper Origins and whatever else might lie in there. Other than that, there's like Lord Skitter, which is another form of graveyard hate, and another Tishana's Tidebinder, which could potentially be good for counting some triggers, but I'm not sure it has enough enough text or value to be good here. So yeah, it's going to be a little slim after that. There's not too many more counter spells or instant speed removal spells in this sideboard here. So maybe just has to rely on those strategic betrayals and the 2 Bitter Triumph and 2 Shoot the Sheriff in the main deck for instant speed removal.
Yeah, removal being key. But let us know, I'm curious, Twitch chat, where are you watching from? Not only Twitch chat, because did you know, Simon, we are also on YouTube. So let us know, where are you watching from? I'm always curious, because for some people, they're just waking up now if they are watching from the States, Brazil, and other countries. But some people are in their lunch break. Some people are in the afternoon. For some people, it's already nighttime. So let us know. Hopefully you are enjoying the event. We are going to give in this tournament $50,000 to the players as well. Top 8 gets the qualification for the Pro Tour, which I'm sure is a dream for many of the players that came here to Liverpool to play this Magic Spotlight Spider-Man event. And I really like these Spotlight events because in the regionals, usually we see more of the people that qualify through the local game store, but sometimes they cannot come with their other friends because they didn't qualify. But this is an event that you can just bring all your friends from your local game store, and everyone comes here and tries. And then in between rounds, you ask, how is your day going? What did you play against? And you get all these fun stories.
Yes, exactly. It is nice to travel together for these tournaments. We also heard earlier of Mr. Almeida, who has birthday today and decided to bring 5 friends along from Portugal to this tournament and crushed it in our feature match round with Esper Mill. That was good to see. And it seems like these players are ready to start game number 2 here. I will add from the Teemo Onslaught side, there's not that much in terms of sideboarding that really stick out to me, except for Surak Elusive Hunter, which can really punish all these removal spells. But there's a ton of one-offs in Jison's sideboard here, so I'm gonna be interested to see which ones come in and how they affect things as we start with a starting town into Llanowelf.
I love that. I mean, being closed deck list is also an interesting thing, especially against these Dimir decks that have so many options in sideboard. Yep, 2 great 1-drops on both sides. This one can already start attacking with flying. Land here.
Yeah, and that is a Flood Pit's Drowner coming in, putting a single stun counter onto that elf and delaying the mana development of Jishin. So yeah, that's a good start for providing some pressure here. Let's see if there's a blocker in the form of a Doc Orlok. No, it is just Esper Origins coming down and setting up, sculpting the future turns of Jishin.
Yeah, gaining some life as well. That stun counter on Llanowelf was actually pretty tragic for Zijun here, that really wants to ramp with his deck.
Yeah, and also we mentioned, last round that we had Lincoln Yang coming from China, but here we have Jishin Wang coming from Singapore. So there's a lot of people internationally traveling to this event and or potentially living in London. Like I don't know about that, but that's really cool to see, and it's cool to see as well. We get to see the Dimir deck doing its thing here as Kaito is being ninjutsu'd in. It's a Planeswalker with ninjutsu. Such a nice designing. It's gonna come in as a 3/4 creature here, deal 5 damage, and then you get to surveil 2 and draw a card if an opponent has lost life this turn, and indeed Jishin has. So this is a much better start than we saw earlier, and now Sylvan gets to untap with this Kaito and have interaction up, but won't just run out of interaction after the first 1 or 2 spells, because this Kaito will continue to provide a steady stream of stuff.
Kaito is a very good Planeswalker, as I mentioned before. I think the only Planeswalker that is really played in Standard these days, but it's also very flexible because you can just use it to stun a creature, put 2 stun counters on it. You can also just start giving +1/+1 to your ninjas, which then Kaito is a ninja.
Oh yeah, it's true as well. Yeah, I actually love playing with Kaito, figuring out when you're supposed to just +1 and make that emblem, and set up your Kaito to just be a quicker clock and give up the card draw as well. It's always tough to give up card advantage, but yeah, sometimes you absolutely supposed to just reduce the clock here. As we now see Outcast the Trailblazer being plotted, and Zijin is trying to set up for a big turn now, potentially even leading on that Serac and then playing the Trailblazer. We'll see how this next turn plays out, or maybe even just plotting some more and setting up for an even bigger turn. We'll see how this this exactly can go, but I guess Jushin can't take too much more time because there is 5 damage coming in, 6 if the Kaito is plus. But you know, again, who can give up that card advantage?
Attacking again, and let's draw another Kaito. So both are surveilled away, drawing a swamp, I believe. And I have to say, I love the fully foiled deck here from Sylvan.
Oh, true, yeah. That is actually a great point there. So that is certainly a student of the game and a connoisseur of fine arts. As the turn is passed here, and Sylvan is sitting on potentially some interaction here. Did not crack any map tokens, so might have a Shanna Sidebinder or some other 3-mana thing to use. And Jushin is going to be aware of that. And he's going to try and time the abilities to the cards to play around potentially that Tidebinder. I wonder what the blue card in Jushin's hand is. I don't actually make it out completely. I wonder if it's a null.
Can it be an Into the Flood Maw?
It could, yes, it can actually be an Into the Flood Maw. Yeah, I think you're right about that. That is a good eye there, as now the Trailblazer is going to come in and once again ask the question, do you have the Tidebinder? And once again, yes, the Tidebinder is there. Counter the triggered ability, remove the other abilities from the Trailblazer, so now it's just a 4-2, and yeah, that is a beautiful answer there. Outcast Trailblazer does have the trigger when it comes into play to make a mana, and that is what allows the Tidebinder to stop that.
Breathing Pool taking 2 damage, now down to 6 life. Let's see, again, to keep that 1 mana for the Into the Flood Maw.
Yeah, actually, it's going to play out here, the Teamer Battle Crier. So now everything is reduced by 2 because you have 2 big things. And it's playing out the Serac, but... Oh, playing out Zurich and then also Esper Origins.
I love this.
Because the Esper Origins now is reduced by 3 because there's 4 things. So instead of keeping up that Into the Flood Maw, Jushin is like, yeah, you know what? I think I can just let you do your thing, and I have so much stuff now that I should be totally fine.
Yeah, gaining that life back lost from the Shockland and developing a board here, setting up very well for the next turns. And look at that, surveilling away another Esper Origins. That's exactly what you want to be doing. And let's see what the top card is. And another Temur Battle Crier into end here. And this was a pretty good turn here for Zijun, really setting up to close the game soon.
Yeah, could you imagine how this would have gone if the Tidebinder wasn't there? That would have been kind of nuts. I wonder actually even if Jushin was supposed to bounce it with the Into the Flood Maw just to get to trigger that the Trailblazer again. But I guess you wouldn't quite have enough mana to do all of it since the mana still got countered. Mana ability still got countered. But yeah, this is a big board. But Sylvan still has the Kaito out. Of course, Kaito is not indestructible, not immune to combat, and so is right now getting brickwalled by that summon Esper Maduin. So maybe it needs to -2 here.
Oh, okay. This is a card that I haven't seen in a while. It's the Lord
Skitter.
Yeah, it's going to exile a card and start making some rats. So here, a way to exile that pesky Esper Origins from the graveyard, make a 1/1 rat that cannot block, but yeah, starting to make a little bit of an army.
Yeah, a chittering army, if you will, as now this Spikeler sign is coming in, and you saw that pause there from Sylvan. That is just a quick scan of the opponent's board. Is there reach on any of these creatures? No, there is not, and that is why you're safe to getting for 1 damage here. Making the rat token, and then now again, using the Kaito just to draw cards. So Sylvan, instead of putting the gas pedal down, decided to just break a little bit here and just attack for 1 and kind of build some board and set up some more cards and let Jushin do their thing.
Ooh, okay.
Strategic Betrayal not being kept here because, yeah, that would just deal with a Llanowar, and that is not very exciting at this moment.
Exactly. Oh, a card that we have seen before here this weekend, this Otter.
Azure Beastbinder. So that one is when it attacks, it's going to remove the abilities from a creature and turn it into a 2/2. So that could also potentially be quite good. Might even want to do that on the Esper Maduin, because that will it'll actually stick it just on the second chapter, so it'll like make it be kept alive, but it won't have the overrun effect anymore. Which, yeah, that could be a pretty good thing to have happen, because, yeah, now the Team of Battlecry is going to reduce this Railway Brawler down to just 2 mana, and then you can play the other Team of Battlecryer, and it's going to come into play with just so much damage. Or even, yeah, the 2 mana that was produced by the summon Esper Madwin is going to pay for this Brawler, so you don't even need to tap any lands for it.
And I'm thinking if Sylvan actually is playing a Dimir Rats deck, because we also have that Azure Beastbinder, which is a rat.
Oh, that's true. There's also a rat.
Yeah.
And the Lord Skitter. And even the Soulstone Sanctuary.
Yeah, that's true.
Whoa. Okay.
Dimir Rats from now on.
Yes, Dimir Rats is on the board here and trying to, I guess not actually on the board, a game down and trying to climb back up, skittering up any sort of chimneys or any openings that Jishin will give. That is where Sylvan's rats will creep in. Because that's what they do. That's what rats do.
That's right. I mean, Zijon down to 6 lives, so pretty low life, but this deck just is an absolute madness at getting value.
So it is going to be an interesting board state. I wonder if Jushin is thinking about how to potentially attack here. Can you get rid of the Kaito? You do have a reach creature now, but it can't just be tapped down by the Kaito, so that's not too interesting by itself. And also, this Azure Beastbinder is going to be unblockable. So there's also the 2 map tokens that can provide extra damage. So it's actually very possible that Jishin is very close to dying. If he taps this starting town for red mana, goes down to 5.
And actually, like the exiling of the Esper Origin there was crucial.
Yeah, preventing the life gain. Yeah, so I actually do see an attack here, trying to clear the board a bit and attack the Kaito down, but it's going to be not that hard for Sylvan to align some blocks here. Could even do the cheeky double block on the Esper Madwin, getting rid of it that way, but if you do, then the Into the Floodmaw could provide some disruption there. Because, yeah, I think actually Jishin was about to go to 1 life here if there was, if the maps both hit a spell on top. Okay, so this is just a jump block and then a trade with the Trailblazers, so leaving that summon Esper Madwin in play, not risking anything to combat, going down to 5 life. And yeah, we do see the ability to tap down the reach creature and essentially an unblockable creature from that Beastbinder and the Kaito that can tap something down. We also got to keep a track of the ground creatures as well, because there's 3 ground creatures plus the Soulstone Sanctuary, and you tap down one of the blockers, so that's 4. Okay, there's still going to be 4 blockers, so that's not really an issue. Sylvan needs to try and win this in the air.
There's also the Into the Floodmaw, I believe.
True, yeah, it's still there. Yeah, so it can also prevent lethal if Sylvan doesn't have any sort of counterspell, of course. So yeah, I think we are, Sylvan really needs something here actually to not just die to the overrun effect next turn. Of course, the Azure Beastbinder can come in and stop the Esper Madwin from doing that overrun effect. And maybe that's just going to be good enough. Remember that the rat tokens can't block those, so you also got to make sure that you don't just die to the damage as is on board.
Because also the Esper, summon Esper is going to get the 3rd chapter.
Yes, exactly. So, but that's why you can attack with the Beastbinder, remove the abilities, and then the 3rd chapter won't happen. So that's how you can survive that just with the things you have on board. Of course, Jishin could also just try to bounce the Azure Beastbinder before it gets to attack, which I guess is a reasonable play in this situation, as yeah, that would protect that overrun effect and require Sylvan to have some other sort of interaction effect. And I think that the hand is, what is it, 2 lands and another Kaito? Potentially you could lock something down with Kaito, play another one, lock something else down. It's a really tricky position here from Sylvan. Oh, something else to note. The ninjutsu still matters a lot here from Kaito. Because if there's a Kaito in hand, you could actually get in damage with that thing as well. So yeah, I wonder if there's some way to do this. We start by seeing the map tokens onto the Beastbinder, and Jishin is just going to let that resolve. And you see a black card on top of some sort. It's a little bit off screen for us.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that might be, but it looks like...
Okay, my guess is a Bitter Triumph, because it was kept on top. So Bitter Triumph would be very nice to draw into. But the only way you can draw into it, you need Jishin to have lost life this turn. That's actually not trivial if the Brawler has reach and if the Into the Floodmore targets the Beastbinder.
I'm doing some math here. It's not an easy one to be on coverage in this kind of situation, and there are just so many things happen. You also have Surak that you have to be aware of. Like, there's
whenever you try and target anything, including with Kaito's ability, that will trigger Surak. So yeah, we do see beginning of combat here into the Floodmore, onto that Beastbinder, and yeah, this was pretty important to have here. So just gotta pick that back up. No counterplay to that. And yeah, right now can't get in damage with anything, which means the Kaito can't actually access the card draw at the moment.
Yeah, so not able to draw that removal spell there. And just going to exile the Trailblazer, make another little rat. But again, the rats do not block.
No, they do not, and neither does anything really. If everything gets to get +2/+2 and trample, it is so much damage that is being represented. I wonder why we're seeing a superior Spider-Man.
I can tell you exactly why. I was on the card your job last round, and it's just having some issues, so sometimes it just delays. So this superior Spider-Man and the traveling Chocobo, it's actually from our Grow versus Reanimator game.
I see. Okay. Well, yeah, I guess we're gonna, marvel at these delayed cards here that are, coming in and, showing us some remnants of a not too distant past.
That's true.
But yeah, Sylvan is really trying to figure out how to access this Bitter Triumph. Is there any way to do it? I do believe there's a Floodpits Drowner. The other question is, can you actually survive here if you tap down the Battle Crier? Could you pretend, and you tap down something else with Kaito, using the Floodpits Drowner, and could you actually survive here? Because you are at 18 life, so and the Esper Magion is going to go away, so it's not actually that much damage, right? It's going to be 12, 15 damage if you tap down two things.
Yeah, but you're just also giving card draw in the meantime every time that you're targeting, so then that's more chances of Jijun to find some way to get devastation.
It is true, but in this position, like, you can't actually think too much about that because you are dying, right? So you just have to imagine that Jishin is going to not draw anything relevant off those triggers. So yeah, we see here, no attacks.
Also, is there a second red source? I'm not
tapping down the Battle Crier. There's no second red source at the moment. But a Devastating Onslaught only costs one red.
X red, yeah.
Okay, there's another Spyglass Siren coming in, and there was no Floodpits Drowner, just the Lazav and an Azure Beastbinder. So this is just saying, okay, well, you're going to attack me for, I think it's now 21 damage. And that's, again, like, Sylvan can survive that. Sylvan can survive this overrun effect. So instead of panicking and, like, thinking, I need to, like, clear the board right now, Sylvan just did the math, figured out, okay, if I tap this thing, I do give you a card, but I hope that it's not too bad for me. All of these things get +2, but yeah, there's just an Outcast Trailblazer in hand. It doesn't actually do that much. And the Stomping Grounds. And neither of these cards are really going to help Jishin here. And the board state now is massive. And especially since if the Kaito doesn't die here, he can tap down the Reach creature and send in, the two Spyglass Sirens. There's also the Bitter Triumph potentially that can kill something. So yeah, I actually think Jishin is in trouble here, despite having the overrun effect and despite having 21 damage on board at the moment with Trample, because that 8 power creature got locked down.
18 life is a lot to deal, and yeah, I mean, Sylvan did a very good job at also leaving quite a bit of blockers.
Yeah, so the relevant blockers here are the Lazav, which is a 1/3, and the Lotskater, which is a 3/3. So you block with both of those and you survive at 3 life. And then you leave all your evasive creatures around. So that's going to be the game plan here for Sylvan. But that means that if Jishin attacks at everything, that doesn't actually work. You could attack with just the 6 power creatures, all of them attacking Sylvan. That way you at least force 1 block and you bring Sylvan's life total very low. But you only have 2 blockers yourself, and you're just not going to be able to survive the swing back. So I even wonder if Jishin has any attack, or maybe if the attack is going to be sending 1 creature at the Kaito and nothing else. just to try and get rid of that Kaito or force Sylvan to block with 2 creatures.
I just want to say that there's 10 minutes left on the clock, and we only had 1 game so far. So if Jijun doesn't manage to win this game, we will have a game 3. And that doesn't leave too much time for game 3, Simon.
It really does not, yeah, as this Outcast Trailblazer comes down also with 4 counters, but not having the pump effect. And yeah, both players just struggling to figure out this, admittedly complex board state. I'm also sitting here in the booth, not really sure what exactly I would do here, because if you attack with too many things at that Kaito, you might be in trouble too. I think you can afford to send exactly 1 creature, and then Sylvan would have to block with 2 things to stop that. So I think you could send the Teamer Battlecryer only at Kaito, no other attacks, and I believe that you then live. I believe. Because if the Kaito's gone, and you have 4 things, there's a bit of Triumph, can take care of the Flyer, and there's only 4 points of evasion at the moment. So yeah, it should be good. Though there's also the rats actually coming in here. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ground creatures with the Soulstone Sanctuary as well. So no, you know what? Actually, even if you just attack with the Teamer Battlecryer, you're not going to have enough ground blockers to survive the rat tokens that are coming in. And I think this is what Jijun might be concluding at the moment here, realizing that this position that Sylvan has set up is actually just an unbeatable board state.
Yeah, deciding here exactly what to do, not an easy call.
So yeah, just attacks with those creatures, potentially at the Kaito. And yeah, Sylvan can just let the Kaito die here just fine, but has enough damage with that Soulstone Sanctuary to just attack for lethal here. And that's going to be probably not a very slow turn here from Sylvan.
Yeah, just making the mat. I mean, there's 2 mana open on the other side, and you did see 1 into the Flood Maw, so there's always the possibility there's more.
Actually, I just realized if it's not a Bit of Triumph, or if the Bit of Triumph triggers the Serac and draws a Jijun into some sort of interaction, it's not actually quite enough. So you would need one of these map tokens to hit something relevant. And so trying to map onto a Siren, which can be blocked though because of that reach creature.
I'm mad at Sylvan by hiding the top card.
Yeah, no, but that's
no.
It's exciting. It makes it more exciting though. We see a Tidebinder actually being surveilled away there. And so I guess the Soulstone Sanctuary is not going to be part of the attacking force here. Remember, by the way, it's a tragic trajectory.
Okay, that's still pretty good.
Yeah, so that draws a card. That leaves you with only 2 blockers now. And so blocking the Skitter, blocking the Lasav, and then you take 5 damage from the rest of the things. Actually, you take 6 damage from the rest of the things. So yeah, I do believe this is indeed lethal here.
Was there a draw or?
There was a draw, but it's just a forest.
Oh. Well.
7.5 minutes left on the clock. Can they finish the match just in time?
7 minutes also then includes sideboarding time.
Yes,
starting
exactly.
The game 3.
Yeah, normally when you're in these positions, and it's actually the Azure Beastbinder says, I will not target anything.
And what do you think as the advantage of closing the game faster? Because we don't have that much time on game 3, right? So if it doesn't end up in a draw, what would you sideboard to just be super aggressive?
No, I think either deck could win in the time. And I think it's very, very possible that you lose more time trying to sideboard to be faster than you would just presenting your deck and just playing quickly.
That's
just... once you get into these game 3s, and you have less than 10 minutes on the clock, this is where you kind of go into supercharge mode. Hopefully your opponent is with you on this, and you just play speed magic. So this is you imagine you have your chess clocks going, and you have like 5 minutes each at best is essentially what's going on here. So you're just trying to play quickly, play to the board, and yeah, you're probably gonna make some mistakes because you can't think too much about it until we get to the turns being called. But essentially, you want to speed through as much of the game as possible until we get to rounds. But if you think about, there's a lot of time spent on this game, but the majority was spent within the last 4 turns.
True.
So if they speed up in the first 7 minutes until a point that's 2 turns from this was looking, they can actually still take their sweet time With like obviously, you know, they can't be super slow about it because we are still playing a tournament. You don't want to delay the entire tournament, but they can certainly like they stop being speed magic once you hit extra turns, and then it goes back into normal. And this is also a really important point to do so because that's when it gets really important. So now you see here the players, you know, they're just gonna, you know, play the lands, quickly think, okay, I have 2 options for 2 drops. Gonna play the Dark Orlok, take a damage. Okay, that took not too much time, right? That's so far we've spent like 30 seconds.
Yeah, and so then after the 5 minutes, you also have the 5 turns.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the 5 extra turns matter a lot for finishing these games. Now we see the map token, and so on. So these players, you know, they're not gonna play super fast. They're not gonna play, but it's certainly not gonna play slow either. And I think they are gonna be able to finish this game, as you now see Tragic Trajectory.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, I love the interaction between the map tokens enabling the void on the Tragic Trajectory. So that's a good little synergy here. We now see the good doctor hit the graveyard. Serac coming out here though, so that's the one-off sidebar card again from Jichen showing up here and punishing any sort of interaction effect.
Yeah, I mean, great way to be able to draw cards. And there it is. Oh, Strategical Betrayal actually doesn't target, so just sacrifice and exile the graveyard. Keep dealing damage with that Spyglass.
Yeah, we see why that Lord Skitter was actually surveilled to the or put to the graveyard with the map token, because there is no 3rd land from Sylvan, which is looking for the 3rd land drop. Jichen also does not have the 4th land drop here, but is plotting that Outcast Trailblazer, and we already know how dangerous that could be here. But Sylvan just has to pass back again here, so yeah, this is not too much pressure, and of course makes it a little bit harder to finish in time. There seems to be 2 copies of Devastating Onslaught in Jichen's hand, and might just want to play out the Dark Orlok here and just wait a little bit more with doing anything too crazy.
Yep.
So keeping up that into the Flood Maw.
Absolutely. So here, 2 mana, we see the Dock.
Yeah, I think what... Oh yeah, so that was almost bait spell actually, because Jichen didn't really care about this Dark Orlok. It wasn't reducing anything of value, but wanted to make sure that the interaction is being bled out by Sylvan, because if you draw a land next turn, you could go Trailblazer plus copy it twice with the Devastating Onslaught. And that is so many card draw, as well as a few more pips of mana. So yeah, now we see here the... Oh, that's actually Winter Night Stories, yeah, coming in. So that is sure to find a land here, actually finding 2 of them. And that Untimely Malfunction we saw from earlier is now showing up here. The question is, which 2 cards do you discard? Or do you just discard the Nova Hellkite?
Not an easy choice here. And...
yeah, and not too much time again to make these choices here.
3 minutes left, I mean...
yeah, you can't really think too much about this. I wonder...
And Sylvan got the 3rd land now, so things are about to spike up really fast.
We are not at the point yet where you where you stop speed playing, but the Into the Flood Maw being discarded and the... okay, this also makes a lot of sense actually, because probably unrealistic to be able to use either of these effects. Sylvan here just playing out the Tachana's Tidebinder just for pressure. Remember that Jichen is at 6 life now. It's not actually very much life, and so it puts a lot of pressure to have the correct sort of answers here.
Yeah, this seems like a fast game so far. I mean... just the Spyglass was absolutely wild. The map really helped as well. And...
so now just gonna play out this this Outcast Trailblazer, get a mana. And yeah, you can go for the Devastating Onslaught, but it actually doesn't do anything here. Like, you just, you know, you just make 2 4/4s, draw, I believe, 4 cards and make 2 mana. But it's not actually that good because it doesn't help you stay alive. So instead, you're just gonna go for the Winter Night Stories.
It has to feel bad. Not
actually,
anything relevant, right?
Well, you still have the Nova Hellkite. So that's the big thing here, is that you could just have out for the Nova Hellkite and yeah, you could just tap out for the Nova Hellkite here, but I didn't hope that Sylvan has nothing. But it's really hard for Sylvan to not have an answer in this position.
Something like a Flood Pit.
Yeah, Flood Pit would just end the game as well.
This deck does have a lot of ways to stun.
So yeah, instead, Jichen is just going for it. Do you have an answer to Devastating Onslaught? And there is a bit of Triumph, countering that and attacking for not quite lethal, but yeah, it is lethal with the Kaito, and that is game over. So yes, the players were able to finish within the time limit.
Exactly, not even going to extra turns. And honestly, the Spyglass was really MVP here. Did damage from the beginning. Congratulations here to our Dimir player for winning this game and now being 4-1. What a way to be featured here on camera. And I have to say, the Temur Onslaught deck seems really good. Just the interaction on the other side was quite unfortunately for this deck, right? The deck that really gets punished by opponents like the Dimir one with a lot of removal spells, a lot of some counter magic as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's also what I mentioned during sideboarding, that it does seem like the blue-black deck is actually well enough set up to deal with these things as long as you don't start the Temur Onslaught deck from snowballing. So yeah, blue-black mid-range. You know, a year ago, we were playing this deck still when Kaito came out, and yeah, it's still alive and kicking in this metagame.
Oldie but goldie, and we will see more of it during this weekend. And what a round 5 that we had so far. The day is just passing by so quickly. We have 9 rounds today. 5 rounds are now over. That means that we are going to have 4 more rounds today, and then all the players that have 18 points or more are going to advance into day 2, which is going to be tomorrow. We will have 6 rounds tomorrow, and then a cut to top 8. All top 8 players will be very happy because that means that it qualified for the Pro Tour, and also we have an amazing trophy to give to the winner of the overall event. Things are starting to shape up. I'm really curious to see then what kind of conversion the decks will have, and what of the spicy decks do make day 2. And Simon, what do you think of the games that we had so far?
So I really like that we got to see the Gruul landfall deck
absolutely
win like in such a dominating fashion. Like that is you know what, that's just like a just such a great deck at just showcasing like what you can do with very like, you know, like not that many like wild cards are required for this deck because like the mana base is just Forest and Evolving Wilds, and so yeah, I love those style of decks where you just combine your cards for, you know, impressive effect, attacking for 64 trample on turn 5, I believe it was.
Yeah, we will hope to see more of that deck, but for now we have the winner interview here with our Dimir player.
Hey everyone, I'm sitting here with Sylvan Cryer. You just won your match and moved to 4-1 with Dimir midrange. How's your deck doing? How are you doing? How's your? No, I'll do it. I'll do it.
That's the downside of recording, right? You can go back.
Hello everyone, welcome to round number 6 of Spotlight Series Liverpool. This is Andrea Mengucci, joining me, Arne Huschenbeth. We're bringing you the action.
Yeah, and we are excited to bring you 4-color control in the feature match against a blue-white mid-range token-style deck. This time in round 6 here, both 5-0. This is table number 1. Yes, indeed. And we have Luis Grenzing, a Berlin local player here fighting it out in table 1. And on the blue-white mid-range deck against
Konstantinos Kyriazis.
Yeah,
the Greek name, so I think I'm more suited to name.
The Southern Europeans.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. Although Konstantinos is playing the deck that you chose as the deck to win the tournament for color control, so I guess you are rooting for him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is a sweet one. It's essentially sort of a Jeskai control deck. It's kind of reminiscent of those old school control decks that didn't play any kill conditions, just all kill spells, removal. And then how you actually win? You just burn the opponent down over time, which is kind of wild. Yeah, you just lightning helix their face and finish them off that way.
He's playing 2 copies of Mystical Teachings, a card from the past that were printed in Foundations, so you can play it in Standard. It really is a card that I, wouldn't have thought would be good enough for Standard, but it is cool to see here in, table 1. So this is our top 10 players. Of course, there's many more people with 5-0 record. This has a lot to do with like tiebreakers and such. I recognize, of course, in number 10, Pro Tour champion Autumn Bruchet. She's, from England, so definitely trying to defend the home turf.
Yeah, and on 7 we have Pavel Siorinsky, which you might know as Surkovitz, a limited X specialist who's very good at collecting the 17 lands data and translating it over to the X community.
In 5th place, Sergio Garcia lost the winning for Pro Tour top 8 at the very last Pro Tour playing Jeskai Control.
I actually lost to him in that tournament, so don't remind me of that. He beat me pretty badly.
Yeah, so
locked me out of the game.
Very, very close to a Pro Tour top 8. And now starting 5-0, definitely one of the most players that is doing the best right now. 9th place, we have Adrian Inigo Testet, which is from Spain, from Madrid, RC Lille winner.
I believe you're correct with Lotus Field Pioneer. Yes.
Yeah, you were in that top 8.
No, I was not. I was the only one. I was tiebreaker out at 9th.
Oh,
the only one.
All of these bad things back to back.
Yeah, I mean, and I lost to Adrian in that tournament as well. So I mean, they're good players for a reason. And
yes. So we're gonna watch only one match this time around. It is between, we've mentioned, a blue-white mid-range, or a lot of creatures. So you can even call it blue-white creatures. And yeah, the players are ready, so we can head down and see how those two, will fight it out. There is a card that maybe we see it as early as turn 1, Synthetizer Lab Ship. This is a card that I have, loved in Edge of Eternity's draft. I didn't know it was, good enough for Constructed, but very excited to see it here. A station, a mechanic that, we don't see too much right now. A lot of just very many creatures, 29 creatures in the Azura's aggro, which is very, very cool. There is, of course, a Novice Inspector, a throwback to Thraben Inspector, a card that I have been very much a fan of in Pauper. This is standard, of course, so the power level is a little bit higher than Pauper, so it's nice to see commons taking place. But the Card Advantage engine is brought to you by Enduring Curiosity, Cosmo Grand Zenith, and a card that I am, a little bit new on. Arachne Psionic Weaver. It's from the Spider-Man set. 3 mana, 3/3. It has the powerful ability to end web. That means that you can just bounce a tapped creature and you can cast it for just 1 mana. You mention a type, and that type costs 1 more to cast. So
and you get to take a look at the opponent's hand before you choose that type. So
that's true.
Sort of like Lead Spellbinder-ish, which used to be a great card in Standard.
Yep, seen this card in Vintage before, in the Mono White Initiative. So
there you go again, the throwback, the ton of
I play every format of Magic, so I can give you every The names are...
It looks like we might have the wrong matchup here.
Yeah. I'm sorry for that. We're trying to fix that as it goes. But anyway, on the table, we see Gergely Pap on Ars of Fixies against Liam Tiller-Collins on Mono Red Aggro. Wow, this used to be a matchup from the last standard format, I remember. Mono Red versus Pixies. Pixies being quite favorite against Mono Red. At the time, of course, Mono Red lost a very, very important tool in Manifold Mouse, but also Pixies lost an important tool in Hopeless Nightmare. So these two decks are, still doing strong though. 5-0, that is definitely a strong record. Hardclaw into Ember Art Challenger is the start here, turn 1 and 2. Meanwhile, Gergely Pap is trying a little bit down to passing the turn, probably holding a nowhere to run in his hand, like our card viewer expert, I think is suggesting us. I think Simon Nielsen on the other side suggesting us that maybe there's a little to run. No, there isn't. There isn't.
Okay. Sorry about the.
There it is. Nowhere to run. Simon saw. Maybe he was actually, he had a camera somewhere behind Gergely Pap shoulders. So these two players are actually much closer than the previous two. We've got Ireland versus UK.
Yeah, a little bit of a British Isle face-off here.
Exactly, I love that. But anyway, Liam unfortunately does not have a land to follow it up. He doesn't have a land to go for the Screaming Nemesis here. So we're just gonna play one drop. Not exactly what you want to do on turn 3. Just miss your land drop, cast a 1-drop. But this is a very powerful 1-drop. Name is Burnout, Bash Drawn Out. 1 mana, 1/1 menace. Start your engine. Let's see, does Gergely have a powerful 3-drop such as, is it coming? Is this the Preacher of the Schism? No, it's a Cosmogrant Zenith. Now, not as exciting, just turn 3 pass, but later on we're gonna double spell, making more and more value.
Yeah, apologies about that. A little bit of confusion with the matchup, sorting that out. But yeah, we have Mono Red Aggro. This is sort of not the Mono Red Leyline deck we had in round number 4. This is more the stock version that's been popular for the last few months. And yeah, we have an interesting attack here. Higher Claw into the Cosmogrant Zenith. It's actually a pretty good block for the Zenith. But I suppose Collins could just pump.
Yeah.
Or could perhaps threaten to Lightning Strike after damage to then get rid of the Cosmogrant, because that card is very, very, very good if it gets to untap. If the Pixie player gets to untap.
Yeah, there's 3 copies of Witchtalker Frenzy, but clearly Liam does not have that in hand, or would have played it before the blockers. So we're gonna level up the speed as we've dealt damage. They're just trying to communicate whether or not the speed goes up before blocks. But anyway, this is a combat phase. Let's see. We have, of course, the Ors of Pixies. So again, Ors of Pixies has been a deck, in the standard format, but if I recall correctly, it was a pretty good against the red decks, but that kind of changes with Quantum Riddler. Am I getting it right? Like, I was watching Marco the Pivo Future match around 2. He was playing against Swords of Pixies. He got empty-handed, and then he just drew Quantum Riddler, and just from there it's kind of like snowballed. So that is maybe a deck that is suffering a little bit of the strength of blue these days, but very good against red. But we'll see if he's going to be able to fight back against this Mono Red. Playing just a 2/2 haste post-combat is definitely not where you want to be from Liam.
Yeah, the Pixie deck has gone through multiple iterations. Of course, we had the rotation happening. Brothers War rotating out. Temporary Lockdown used to be a big part of the deck. Hopeless Nightmare got banned. So it does look a little bit different now. It plays this new card from Edge of Eternities. It also plays another card from Edge of Eternities, Elegy Acolyte, very strong one as well. So it's gotten a little bit more creature dense and sort of plays more like a normal mid-range deck, you could say.
Ooh, that is the replacement for Hopeless Nightmare.
Tiny Bones joins up, yes. Just one copy in the entire list, so he drew exactly that one. Could actually play more, you know, but it's not that bad to draw on multiples. But of course, it's a lot worse than Hopeless Nightmare, as it doesn't deal 2 damage and also doesn't have the ability to be sacrificed. And there's literally 0 legendary creatures in the main deck, so no way to trigger that mill card and lose 1 life ability on Tiny Bones in this deck.
All right, that Cosmogrand Zenith didn't block, so I'm assuming it's going to attack this turn. Usually creatures in Magic, you know, they either block or attack.
Yeah, if you don't want to block, you should perhaps choose to attack. You could say, like, maybe something changed this turn that now he wants to block, but yeah, of course, that's a very...
you don't want to give your creature pacifism. That's usually what I say when people either don't block nor attack. I just say, you know, ooh, look at that. Shock from the Odyssey set, I want to say.
Oh, wow.
That is a nice one. And there's a card that I don't recognize in Liam hand. Can you guess what it is next to the Screaming Nemesis? It has a...
It's a promo. Maybe it's the Lightning Strike. I'm just thinking it's Lightning Strike because he made that interesting attack with the Hired Claw, which seemed a little suspect.
Ooh, maybe it's Lightning Strike. Yes, indeed. No, what was that?
That was Lightning Strike on a token.
Lightning Strike on a token to make
get
sure.
In, yeah, to get in with the Bastronaut and the Hired Claw. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and Gerli just decided not to chump 1 damage. Makes sense. And so some damage go through, and Gerli's already at 5. Sorry, at 8. Actually, more than 5. Let's see, is there any lifelink in that black-white deck except for the Elegy Acolyte? Like, is there a way for usually to gain life right now?
There's 1 copy of Arch Enemy's Charm, which can give a creature lifelink at 2/2.
That is a nice one. Even costs triple black, which is currently on the field. Wow, triple black in a deck with planes and Soulstone Sanctuary is definitely... It reminded me a little bit of the Goblin... oh my god, I remember the name. What's that 3/3 that deals 1 damage to every creature?
Goblin Chainwhirler.
Yeah. Goblin Chainwhirler mana base back in the days that were very troublesome.
It's very interesting in a standard format that there's some color combinations who have incredible mana. They have all the duals, and then some color combinations have like 8 duals less. So it's really unfair. Like, look at this mana base. We have 4 Virtues, 4 Fastlands, 4 Shocklands. On top of that, we also have Shadowy Backstreet, the black-white Surveil land. So this color combination...
And the Restless Fortress as well.
Restless Fortress if they want to as well. So
it's here, 1 copy.
Oh yeah, 1 copy, yeah. So they have like what, 5 dual lands in their... No, 6 dual lands. No,
wow.
5 dual lands in their combination.
Look at this turn. The Sample Kirin bouncing back that Nowhere to Run and then casting it down to trigger a Cosmogrand Zenith. It totally makes sense that usually decided not to block earlier with a Zenith, giving it the 2-for-1 just because of how much value the card is providing him right now. So totally in control. I mean, Liam also missed a key land drop, the 3rd one. So it's definitely on the back foot.
He could use a Goblin Chainwhirler right now, that's for sure.
The Goblin Chainwhirler is very hard to cast.
Very hard to cast, but would be very good here.
Yeah. So I think... At this point, let's see what's happening, but ooh, look at that. We even see the Goblin Chainwhirler on the screen. Of course, the card that gave Javier Dominguez the first World Championship title back in 2018. Now, Standard moved from the original Dominaria set. Okay, yes, there it is. That's the shock. That is from Onslaught. Thank you, Simon,
on top of his game here.
For selecting the proper art. Ooh, we got a max speed. We've got the max speed, although we're gonna lose the Hard Claw. You can just triple block it. No, it just chooses to chum block it. All right. Pass priority. And then what? What is our game here? What's gonna happen? Well, it usually is at 7. There is a shock. There is...
He likes the promo cards. I don't know what that 3rd card is.
A mystery card. Maybe it's is it? You know what it is? I think the 2/2 needle
Razorkin Needlehead?
Razorkin Needlehead, because my opponent played that card at the RCQ last week against me in Indonesian language with a different art. I'm like, what's going on here? What is that? There it is. There it is. I think it's that version. But anyway,
that's a crazy looking artwork.
It is. It is. Duskmore definitely got crazy. I have a friend of mine who is doing right now a Duskmore draft for Halloween. Apparently, you know, the horror, theme set is, you know, is it today Halloween or was it yesterday? I guess it's yesterday. But anyway, is the season. All right, we've got the Momentum Breaker, making the opponent sacrifice a creature, max speed.
Oh, that's another way to gain life.
I would say minimum speed right now. Oh, yeah, that is. And then Pixie, trigger. I'm going to get back the Tibaret joins up. No, sorry, Tibalt joins up. Wait, what's Tibaret?
You were right the first time. It is Tiny Bones joins up, not Tibalt joins up.
Oh, I said
that one.
I said Tibaret though.
Tibaret?
What's that?
That's maybe the Greek half god or whatever.
No, yeah, I don't know why.
Tibaret?
I don't know why I thought about. Oh, Tibaret. Right. The one from Terrace Beyond Death. Yeah. I mean, these names are hard to keep up.
A little bit of a question there, maybe.
Yeah, so the Cosmo, the Cosmo Grand Zenith so far made 2 tokens, but now it's gonna actually deliver counters. I'm assuming.
There was maybe a little bit of a missequence there. You play the Pixie first, and then you get the counter on the Pixie as well, and then play the Momentum Breaker afterwards.
The Pixie,
but I don't think it's gonna matter too much
the
here.
Pixie will get a counter though, but for its own ability. Let's see what he.
Oh, he wanted to pick up the Momentum Breaker. Okay, I mean then.
Or maybe he picked up the Momentum Breaker to justify, you know.
Yes. To make up for the.
But now, so that he would be like, oh, wait. So Arne is gonna tell me that I actually didn't make a mistake, you know.
Yeah.
All right, 2, 4, 7, 10. Liam is at 15. He's gonna head down to 5 life. Honestly, though. I would have maybe considered holding up that mana. I don't think there's a way. Okay, no. If we're shocking creatures, it's definitely not dying. That's always what you want to see when you are a relatively low life. Just burn spell added to your creatures. But yeah, so this is only 7 damage, which is still good enough to be lethal the next turn.
Yeah, I think this is pretty much over.
So what happened to Mono Red in the format? Because I believe that like at the beginning, you know, he was one of the best decks alongside Vivi. But last weekend in Baltimore, it actually didn't perform as well as it used to. So I'm assuming what happened is that players just respected it a bit more.
Yeah, there's been a certain metagame cycle happening, I think, where Mono Red took down the Spotlight Series event in Orlando earlier this summer, and it kind of came out of nowhere. People didn't really expect it much. They were all prepared for the Cauldron Mirrors, and they didn't have much like 1-mana shock effects in their Cauldron decks anymore, and so Mono Red was able to capitalize on that. And then, you know, Mono Red saw a lot of play in Magic Online leagues and other tournaments, and everybody came prepared for it now in Baltimore. And that's what we saw in the numbers. We saw Mono Red having a below 50% win rate, Cauldron having a above 60% win rate, and actually beating up on Mono Red, completely turning it around, which, from Orlando to Baltimore.
You can, of course, check out the article by my friend Karsten on the page magic.gg's Metagame Mentor weekly series of articles. Is extremely interesting. I make sure to never miss that. And, you know, he did say all these things you said. I was also thinking that Mono Red actually took down like all the major tournament this year. He took down, to begin, the Pro Tour with Ken Yukuhiro. He took down the regional championship, and then he took down Orlando. He took down Baltimore. So I have a feeling that Mono Red just won every single event this year. Let's see if today it's going to change the narrative and we're actually going to find a different winner. Yeah, so the players are heading to sideboard. Let's see if Mono Red can change the narrative. And what do I see in the sideboard? I see 3 Sunspine Links. That is the 4-mana 5/4 that deals 1 damage per non-basic land, and we've seen how many the Irish player had in play at some point, so that is definitely a card that's going to come in alongside, I want to say, Stinger Bacteria, that is just a threat like just a big threat that doesn't die to nor to run. So that could be a strong cyber option. But let's check out the Ores of Pixie.
Ores of Pixie has 2 authority of the consoles. They're surely going to come in here.
Oh, wow.
2 Raise at the Bounding Spring, another great cut against Mono Red, so really prepared on the side. But 2 copies of Get Lost. That's a maybe, not the greatest, but also not terrible against Mono Red. Intimidation Tactics ×2, that's a card you could bring in. I don't love it on the draw, though. Discard spells are usually a little bit worse than removal spells in matchups like these. 2 copies of Overload to Mistmost, that's more for grindy matchups or mid-range. 2 Rest in Peace, no. 2 Unholy Hacks, no. And a copy of the rest. So we're looking at maybe like 2 Authority, 2 Beza as definites to come in. You know, looking at his main deck, there's not that much bad cards. You could take out the 2 Elspeths at the top end that are in the main deck. Those are probably not needed here and a little bit slow. And then you could shave, you know, Tiny Bones joins up or something like that. Yeah, he really doesn't have much to take out, to be honest. His deck looks really nice against Mono Red, and I think it's one of the reasons to play the Pixie deck. And I think we also saw that after Orlando, that Ores of Pixie came up a little bit, because it was actually kind of very, very good against Mono Red. And yeah, we see it's 1-0 here already, so definitely adding up to that predictable.
Yeah, so the players are, of course, shuffling for their game number 2. And, you know, next to them, there are our judges, our, you know, life total manager. We definitely have a very, very big team of just people working behind the show. I mean, they're working in front of the show, but there's so many people back here. It's very, very cool to, you know, be for the first time for me back here to see how many people are involved in this coverage. We just started. We're gonna do full 2 days of Magic. We are now just around 6. There's 4 more rounds today. Well, this one plus 3 more, and then many, many more rounds tomorrow. So
yeah, absolutely. We got just to let you guys know, we haven't really been featuring Izzet Cauldron in the latest rounds much, but it is there. We have a lot of Izzet Cauldron mirrors at the top tables, so it is there. But for now, we wanna you know, dodge that a little bit to show it, because we might see a lot more of it tomorrow. And we're going to show some of these other decks that are still doing quite well here with Ores of Pixie.
Yeah, decks that you may be interested in picking up if when standard changes the 10th of November announcement.
Absolutely, like any deck, I think you can confidently say that any deck that is able to play in this format right now, with, you know, Vivi Cauldron being the top deck and actually having, you know, even if it has a 45% win rate against Vivi Cauldron, a deck like that is impressive in a post standard change world where maybe some of the cards in the ban announcement, you know, you might lose Vivi Ornator, who knows. That is certainly impressive that it is able to be strong right now, and perhaps will be then after, so keep an eye on that.
All right, we are on the way. Turn 1, Hard Claw. Turn 1, Godless Shrine tapped. What do we see here? Is there a second land? I believe there isn't. Ooh, there is no second land, but this is as good as you can start with just 1 land. Double Air Claw, dealing 3 damage on turn 2. Yeah, no second land is very rough. Kept a 1-lander, 7 on the play. I believe there was no mulligan. 5 + 3, that is 8 indeed. Tragic Trajectory is gonna kill the Hard Claw, and is that it? All right. I feel like there is a land on top of the deck. There is, yes indeed. It is the
Rockface Village.
Exactly.
The one that gives lizards and mouse. I think those are the relevant types.
Rockface Village. Well, right now we're just hopeful, you know, just happy that it taps for colorless, all in this case red, because I think the Razorkin Needlehead will be played this turn. That is.
He's been putting it to the forefront of his hand. He also has a Magebane Lizard in his hand, which he might be considering.
Wow, Magebane Lizard is an interesting sideboard against other Pixies, but I guess the Cosmo Grand Zenith wants you to double spell, so you'll take 3 damage.
Yeah, that's certainly an interesting tech. It's good against Nowhere to Run, I suppose, which is the premier 2-mana removal spell.
Well, Magebane Lizard says a non-creature spell, though, so I don't know. Anyway, is this the Razorkin Needlehead? It is. 2 mana 2/2. First strike in your turn, and now draw steps, 1 damage. Little Shieldred action going on. Of course, Shieldred left the format, so it's nice to see a smaller version of it still around, punishing those decks that want to draw lots of cards, such as Blue-Red BB. 3 mana. Is this the Preacher of the... Oh, wait, actually, I mentioned that. There is not.
It's Cosmogrand. Yeah. There's no Preacher in the deck.
There's no copy of Preacher of the Schism anymore.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, such a pillar of Standard.
Yeah, it's been kind
so long.
Kind of rotated out, I guess. But
it's still legal, but rotated out in the sense that Cosmogrand Zenith and Elegy Acolyte are just better cards. Ooh, look at that.
That was a timely draw. Obliterating Bolt.
Well, we already had a removal spell in the form of Witchstalker Frenzy. It's just nice to draw more, I guess.
Yeah, I think so. Against these 4 toughness big creatures that just win the game, well, they stick around. It's certainly very good for the mono-red player to have the removal. And he's happy to have a second one there.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, we are missing 2 of the top 4 land drop. Like, this is their 4. We missed 2 land drops. But I don't think it's... Ooh. Witchstalker Frenzy decides to be cast over the Obliterating Bolt. Can you understand why?
I think that's maybe a little bit of a hedge, that he's worried that maybe a creature dies, he doesn't draw the 3rd land, then he couldn't cast a Frenzy. And the Acolyte is also a 4/4, right? So the Bolt deals with the Acolyte anyways.
Yeah.
He could get punished if there's a Baza right here, right now, because that is a 5 toughness creature. And then he would certainly... But you know what, like, they again, closed deck list. I want to remind everyone of that. Closed deck list. So,
do you think this is a Beza, or do you think this is an Elegy Acolyte? I'm going to say it's an Elegy Acolyte.
With higher likelihood it will be.
Yeah, because it took way too long. Beza would have just been a slam there. Make 2 tokens, gain 4 life. There's not that many better cards in that spot. So just a 4/4, once again, dies to that Obliterating Bolt. Liam does not draw a 3rd land, but check it out. Like, we just keep on just dealing 4 damage a turn here. +1 from the Razuki Needle. So that's like...
Was there a missed trigger, or
why you say so?
on the Razorkin? Because the life total should be equal. Like
I don't know. Maybe. But anyway,
it should be even. Odd, but it's okay. I mean,
what do we see here? Untap land, tap a black. Is that another tragic trajectory? Now, some of the players love to just play with their cards on the table. Both of these players are, holding them very, very close, especially our Urza Pixis players, which is under a lot of pressure, despite curving out, pretty well. 1, 3, 4. Ooh, Intimidation Tactics. Huh. When you're so behind on creature, you really don't want to just take a look at the opponent hand. You just want to play removal. So you've mentioned it, how
tempo negative play
against the red decks, you would, I would say Thought's definitely a side out, but in standard Intimidation Tactics, I wouldn't be too interested in having it in, mostly because like creatures are just replaceable. You took 1? Okay, I'm going to play another one.
You much rather have a tempo positive play. Tragic Trajectory is that type of card. 1 mana, can kill a 2-drop. That's great. 1 mana, take a card from your hand is tempo negative for you, because you're not actually affecting your opponent's mana usage. You are spending mana while they're doing nothing. And
All right, so we can see here a couple of plays. One also is to pump the Iron Claw with the colorless land and play a 1-drop. But we see here a Kirin to just block. This Kirin is not even gonna... Yeah, I would have definitely played a colorless land first, because you could like pump the Iron Claw and then play the Bastronaut, whereas here, is Liam going to burn down this Kirin? Of course, you couldn't play both Burst Lightning and... oh wow, there's a concession here. Okay, I guess Gergely thought that it was just dead, even though... Was it lethal?
Yeah, well, he just Intimidation Tactics and saw the Burst Lightning, right?
Yeah.
So if he has only 1 Kirin to block, he goes to 1 or 2, and then
Burst
Lightning finishes arm.
Yeah, that's... I mean... sometimes you're like, do you want to be on the threat side or the answer side? And it looks like the combination of 2 cheap creatures backed up by 2 removal spells got the job done. in a similar lineage of what would be a limited game. So a very, very simple strategy here of a creature's removal spell, turn 5. Turn 5, was that turn 5 kill? Maybe turn 6 kill, but definitely didn't seem so by the look of the board state. He just had 2 lands and 2 creatures.
Yeah.
But those 2 creatures dealt 20 damage.
Yes.
And that is pretty good.
That's the mono red recipe, right? You go 1-drop, you go 2-drop, or at least like that's the playbook against some sort of Golgari mid-range type deck. You go 1-drop, you go 2-drop, you hope they don't have the early removal, and then you just kill their Glisser, you kill their Shieldred, you kill their Preacher with your removal spells. Well, you swing in and deal a bunch of damage. This exactly played out that way. Jogurli needed a little bit more removal. He only had that one trajectory, I believe, for that second copy of Hired Claw. So he really got punished by those cheap removal spells.
Of course, being on the draw is a big deal in this matchup. Now the black-white player is going to be back to be on the play, and that is a lot stronger.
Yeah, and maybe you can start with a nowhere to run. So he really needs those type of effects, nowhere to run or momentum breaker, to make the Pixie, to make the Kirin a lot stronger, which he both plays as a playset. Yeah, I mean that's certainly the loss of Hopeless Nightmare is hurtful. Making these Pixie Kirin cards definitely a lot less powerful.
Yeah, so at the time, again, you mentioned it quickly, but a very powerful play that the black-white had that was temporary lockdown and then bounce it with with Pixie or the Kirin. Can't they do that the same with the new quote-unquote temporary lockdown?
The Pinnacle Starcage, yes, I was thinking about that card too right now. Pinnacle Starcage is restricted to artifacts and creatures. It just removes artifacts and creatures. So it doesn't remove Momentum Breaker, Hopeless Nightmare. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't rebounce all those, and at that point it's just not even close to being powerful enough as temporary lockdown would be. So it's kind of a built-in protection to prevent this little combo from happening in the Starcage itself. I don't know if that was intentional. I don't know if they had the Pixie deck in mind when they sort of put that restriction on it.
I mean, but they definitely had the Pixie deck in mind when they banned the Hopeless Nightmare. That was a decision to, weaken that powerful combination. Of course, also this town ain't big enough happened to be banned. That was another very powerful play that the Mirror Bounce deck had access to. So, yeah, I mean, this summer, that was such a groundbreaking ban list, the one that shook Standard. We're going to see what happens in the 10th of November. We're going to see another, huge change over there. But yeah, the players are exchanging their decks. We've got Ores of Pixie on white sleeves, and we got Mono Red on blue sleeves. Both
players playing for an invitation to day number 2 here. Both
That's true. This is a win-in for the day 2 already. Of course, once you're 5-0, you're not exactly thinking of day 2 here, thinking about winning as much as possible. But, it's always nice to just check that box and be like, I made it.
Yeah,
the first goal was achieved. Now let's keep on winning and let's keep on upping that bar. That's usually how I do it. How I did it. No. All right. Let's see. The players are debating whether to keep or not. Of course, the Ores of Pixie player has to say first whether it's a keep or it's a mulligan. The Spotlight Series, of course, brought to you by Funfinity. Sponsors of the show are also Ultimate Guard, which is part of the team that we are on, both me, Arne, Martin. So definitely a shout out to them, as the show here is, the players are exchanging a thumb up. We're headed down to game 3 of this round 6. That's a fortress. That's another way to gain life. 4-1-4 when attack drains to life. Boom, Heartclaw, the best start. Now the Manifold Mouse got banned. That is the best option.
Hardfire Hero, you mean? The 1-drop.
What do you say?
You said Manifold Mouse.
Oh yeah, no I didn't. Yeah, I was wrong.
But indirectly, Manifold Mouse got banned through that one.
Well, it did top 8 the last Spotlight Series in Baltimore, Manifold Mouse. Actually, when I saw it, in the Boros Mice deck, I thought oh wow, that card is still legal. I haven't seen it in so long. It's gonna be the next RCQ winning promo.
Yeah, Boros Mice making a surprise top 8 in Baltimore. Okay, what are we looking at? We're looking at a Bolt Frenzy, so more removal, Shock as well. 2 lands, good distribution.
Nice.
Yeah.
This is honestly just a nice hand. We have 2 creatures, we have 2 removal spells. The removal spells are so necessary to make sure that we don't die like in game 1.
The weakness of this hand is clearly if this Hired Claw dies and Liam stops drawing creatures, that, he's just sitting on a bunch of removal spells, and of course the longer, better, like the Pixie deck, of course, is going to be stronger in the late game. And there you go. That's a really nice 1-2 punch here.
Seam Rip, that is the enchantment portable hole you've mentioned before. There is an artifact temporary lockdown and enchantment portable hole. They kind of exchange their role here.
I suppose, yes. True.
So
it's mini lockdown.
Yeah, so that you don't kill the... you don't kill your own.
The Scar Cage is no anti-synergy with the Seam Rip. Yeah, that's perhaps something they had in mind. They were both in the same set. They were surely thinking about that.
Yeah, because at the time you're always debating, even in other formats like Pioneer and Blue Eye Control is always debating: am I playing the portable hole or the lockdown? I can't play both, and now I guess you can with these 2. Although, as you mentioned, Pinnacle, Star Cage is not able to kill other stuff like a Proft. So maybe that's a little bit worse, but anyway, let's see. Does Liam draw a creature? Does not.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a draw-go situation here.
Yeah, so the draw-go situations definitely favors Zhurgely. As in, he's the one that benefits the most from having a 20 life total to work with.
Absolutely.
But...
he has 2 mana lands already, so that's sort of virtual card advantage right there built into his mana base, which he can use in a long game. So he can sort of drain Liam out of removal spells. He's thinking right now if he wants to play the Acolyte into the Obliterating Bolt. He could just pass the turn, which he seems like doing. Is he going to do? And then activate the Sanctuary end of turn. I kind of like that play, to be honest.
Yeah, so there was a time where Mono Red player had card advantage engine. I'm thinking about Experimental Frenzy, or most recently the Crimson...
Case of the Crimson Pulse.
Is the Crimson Pulse, but now, look at the sideboard, there's none of that. There's Sunspine Links and Stingback Terror as like go big plan. Not get me wrong, the Stingback Terror is definitely a good card here. I mean, it dies to Momentum Breaker, but outside of that, there's not that many spot removals. So that might still be a very good draw, but just not having card advantage engine is, again, what Mono Red used to do in these type of matchups.
Very interesting. Zhurgely didn't even activate the Sanctuary end of turn. Oh wow, Liam has drawn another land. He cracked a little bit of a smile there. He's drawn 4 lands in a row since that Intimidation Tactics, I believe.
Yeah, honestly, it's not. So obviously, you'd rather draw a spell at some point, but it's not that bad to have lands when there's this like draw-go situation, because otherwise you might just be going to discard.
Mengucci. Yeah, I suppose that's true. Interesting that Zhurgely does not want to activate that Sanctuary. What is his plan here? He wants to play this very patiently. He knows about the Frenzy, he knows about the Shock, he knows about the Obliterating Bolt, and 2 unknowns. So he's got to be thinking maybe some of those unknowns are even more removal. He could be thinking those are Lightning Strikes. I guess he just wants to have all his mana, so he can maybe double spell at some point one of those Acolytes. Interesting game, to say the least. We have these interesting draw-go situations of Mono Red today. In round 4, we had that Leyland Red players who cast his first spell on turn 6 or something.
Yeah. But I think this is gonna be better. I don't know, but I trust Liam. I don't think he's in as a bad spot as it seems. Like usually Pop deck has like creatures. Like that's how he wins. So if Liam just draws like removals and I guess stop drawing lands at some point, did he just draw Twisted Filthy?
I think that was a Nova Hellkite.
Nova Hellkite.
Yeah.
All right. So what are the removals for that card? I mean, I've mentioned the
Momentum Breaker, Get Lost, Arch Enemy's Charm.
Yeah, there's not too many though.
Yeah, if this Hellkite goes the distance because Zhurgely is sitting on just
Tragic Trajectory and nowhere to run.
-3, yeah. Although if he has a Sunpill Current as well in hand, he can just bounce the Nowhere to Run immediately and then
like a 6 mana -6 effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would jam. Let's see what Liam does, but I would jam.
3. Yeah, you could wait to
3 mana. No, 6. Okay, so a hard cast. Let's go. 1 damage to nothing, I believe. This only goes to creature.
Yes. I kind of like jamming too, but you could not jam and try to snipe a Karen down the line, I suppose, but it's just not getting better for Liam.
Okay, now this is a big moment. Does usually have Momentum Breaker? Because otherwise, I feel like there is definitely a... Yeah. Let's see what happens. He's thinking about activating the Soulstone Sanctuary, which is just a 3/3 with Vigilance. So the race is definitely in Liam's favor. 4 versus 3. I mean, it's not definitely, especially if it decides to fire off the Fortress, which virtually is just attacks for 5. I mean, attacks for 5 as in deals 3, gains 2. Let's see. All right.
Yeah, I think I like, you know, starting to do something here. Opponent's tapped out right now, so they can't play the removal immediately at instant speed.
4 mana.
You can actually get a hit in with the Acolyte here.
Yeah, because
draw a card as well.
The Acolyte says if a creature you control deals damage, you are going to be losing a life and drawing a card.
I kind of like this play.
Yeah. Let's see now, because this is actually, things are moving after like 6 draw go in a row. There's actually some fireworks here.
Yeah, I don't think we have Momentum Breaker, but I see at least 2 copies of Nowhere to Run. If...
Wait, there's 2 copies of Nowhere to Run now. Oh, he drew it. He drew the second one now with the Soulstone Sanctuary.
If he had Momentum Breaker here, this would be amazing, because then he actually would trigger the Warp as well.
Ooh.
Which would give him a 2/2 end of turn of the Acolyte.
Yeah, Void, yeah. Yeah. You can consider killing your own stuff, but that's not very smart. All right, so we see a Godless Shrine tapped and a passing of the turn. Liam will definitely be killing a bunch of creatures now.
Yeah, but this game is far from over. I mean, I believe 2 Nowhere to Runs are going to take care. Oh, there's a Sunspine Lynx. This is exactly the type of draws you need here from Liam. He needs those big creatures. He needs Hellkite. He needs Lynx. If he keeps drawing those, he can make a comeback. He can kill the Acolyte here and play the Lynx and deal a ton of damage. That was an incredible draw. That's 5.
Yeah.
5 damage from the Lynx.
Yeah, we've mentioned how like mono red draw go type of effects need to have a payoff, need to have something that just goes bigger than just playing 2/2s. All right, Novacat attacks. We believe it goes through, so black, white, Pixie will go to 11, unless he wants to gain 3 life, basically, by just going Nowhere to Run, but no. 4 mana, Nova, Sunspine Lynx, 5 damage to you, 2 damage to me. 7 life from Juza Pop. That's just gonna be, you know, you have the shock. Oh wow, this game may actually be.
Yeah, that was a turnaround. Nova Hellkite into Lynx, and Jogeli not drawing the Momentum Breaker, not drawing a Get Lost.
Okay, so we're gonna see now Obliterating Bolt on the lifelink creature. It's not a chance that the card can stick around. There's no Ephemerate to protect it, so no way.
Yeah, we're not playing Modern here.
Yeah, they're...
But he could cast the Kirin actually to bounce it back to his hand.
Oh, wow, so there is an Ephemerate.
Kinda.
Wow, that's cool, that's cool. Although, we care about lifelink, we don't care about drawing cards. Actually, because drawing cards loses life.
And Jogeli is down to 6 life. He was at 20
last
prior.
Yeah, that's true.
8 plus 5 here. Wait a minute.
Wow. So we're gonna go what here? Just double Nowhere to Run on the Novel Kite, and then just try to live by jumping?
I believe he should be at 7, right? Because he took 8 and took 5. He should take 13 damage, go down to 7. Anyways, maybe
2 judges over there. Maybe they misrepresented some life earlier, and let's just see what we got here. We've got a card that is that Go for the Throat? No, that's not legal anymore. What card is that?
In his hand, second to the Swamp.
Oh, that's a swamp? Oh my god, it was a swamp. Anyway, Nowhere to Run. Ooh, we're going after the Sunspine Lynx. And then Nowhere to Run. Bam, that's down. And then 1 mana. What do we got here? Ooh, Tragic Trajectory.
That was huge.
That was
turnaround.
That was huge. And now we have actually a pretty fast clock here with these 2 creatures plus the Restless Fortress. Tagging with both, of course, it doesn't make any sense to play around Noble Kite because it would kill the Kieran. Man, what a draw. Actually, Noble Kite is lethal now. It's lethal because of the Shocking End. Let's see if it's on top of the deck. I don't know why, but I feel like there is. I have this feeling right now.
You do?
I do. There's a Noble Kite right now. Let's see.
Burst Lightning. You gotta be kidding me.
Oh my god.
You gotta be kidding me, Mengu. I mean, what is up today?
Sometimes I just feel things.
But he should be at 7, no? Something's, I don't know.
Let's see.
Maybe he's at 6. He's at 6. Maybe I miscounted or forgot a damage.
Noble Kite. It's gonna be lethal. And then a shock. That's the handshake. Oh
wow,
my god.
You called it. So he drew Hellkite into Lynx, into Hellkite, after drawing 5 lands in a row.
Yeah.
Steal it. Wow, in a bad matchup too.
That's amazing. That was cool. That was cool.
You called it.
I know.
Mengucci is looking flabbergasted right now. Yes.
Oh yeah. I had a feeling. There was a Noble Kite on top of the deck. I don't know what to tell you. Maybe I should use my power a little bit better. But
maybe when you're in the match, huh?
Yeah.
Next time. In Antwerp.
Yeah.
And you're asking for the.
Okay, so we're back here. We've watched a pretty fiery game. There was actually a lot of back and forth. The second game with Mono Red deck missing a second land drop, and then the third game with the Mono Red deck drawing 8 lands in the top 6 turns. That was definitely not thinking that Mono Red would win any of those 2 games, but it did. It did. So congratulations to Mono Red deck once again winning. Let's see if Mono Red is gonna keep on winning. Again, won every single major event this year in Standard. Pretty incredible stuff.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, is this going to be taken down by Mono Red yet again? But yeah, there we saw sort of that higher echelon of what Mono Red is capable of doing. The Nova Hellkite, the Sunspun Links, the 24 lands, and having those good removal spells. This Mono Red deck can actually really turn himself a little bit more into this mid-rangey Mono Red deck and play a longer game, as we saw there. And yeah, Nova Hellkite. I mean, that's really a huge addition to the archetype in recent time. Really, really cool card that deals as like this pinger for the 1 toughness creatures, 4 damage to the face, then later on 4 damage to the face again. It's a very strong card.
Yeah, definitely it is a card that, Standard Mono Red has dragons for its entirety of its life. Remember, Stormbred Dragon, Thundermaw Elkite, Glorybringer, and now Noble Kite. It's kind of cool how like Magic manages to innovate, release after release, sets after sets, but kind of keeping things in their normal ways. In like Mono Red, just a lot of cheap creatures, always different mechanic, a lot of cool 5 and drop, always different, but some things never change. Back to back 5/4 5 drop, and the mid-range deck that's supposed to have a good matchup loses to the red deck.
All right,
that's kind of the story of this mid-range deck.
Sounds like we have a winners interview ready for you guys. Let's
all right,
over there.
I'm sitting here with Liam Tiller Collins. You just won your match, so that means you moved to 6-0. So congratulations for making day 2.
Thank you, 6-0. Yeah, that's day 2, right? Because even if I lose 3.
Yeah, now you're locked. That also means that you get the special promo card. You get the foil version.
Yes,
now.
I'm not used to those because I played in old GPs of the past, and they didn't have. I don't think they had stuff like that. It was just get to the top money or not.
Yeah, and sometimes you got like a playmat or something. There's actually a very special prize that we have for the winner tomorrow, and being 6-0, that puts you in a pretty good position. So, have you actually seen?
I did. I saw it on the stream of. Is it Baltimore, the previous one?
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy with the pet frog in the sideboard.
Yeah, Poison Dart Frog. Yeah, there's actually just 2 copies of this in the world. So
it's not any more than that. I thought it'd be like 1 for each stone or something.
One of them was for the Baltimore winner. The second one is cool. For the winner here.
Yeah.
So you're playing Mono Red. Any particular reason why you chose Mono Red?
Up until yesterday, I was playing VV Cauldron stuff because I actually have the opportunity to play it. I had the cards and things.
Yeah.
And I thought, playing the Atsuki yesterday with it, I thought I can't do 9 rounds of this. I play too slowly.
I can relate. Yeah.
Playing the mirrors, I'm not sure how to sideboard. It seems when you ask someone, they always sideboard differently to someone else. And with mono red, I'm quite confident in how to sideboard, and yeah. So, and it's much easier. I get to eat and drink between rounds.
Exactly. I was just going to say that. You also actually have time between rounds to get some fresh air, grab something to eat.
Big thing for like 9-round tournaments.
Is your list just super stock? Any spice? Anything you would recommend people to try themselves? Maybe.
Yeah, I thought just don't get cute and start playing braids and things in your main deck, because I've played against Vivi one time, I think. Which is probably correlating to why I'm winning.
Okay.
To be honest. No, I don't think the matchup against Vivi's that bad either. So, yeah, I think the lists at the moment are good. You hedge against the mirror with the sideboard. Sticking back Terror is I can't remember which pro started seeing that in the sideboard of first, but that's a good call.
And you said you were from the south and you travel here with a bunch of friends?
Yeah, near the south coast, and it's the small shop in Salisbury. Shout out to New Realities Gaming. A couple of those people have traveled up with me as their first GP event. So I thought I'd bring them up here.
That's cool.
And they're enjoying it so far. They're doing the side events and things. But.
Okay. Yeah, well, great stuff. Congrats again for being 6-0. That locks you for day 2. Once again, you're going to get the sweet foil promo. And yeah, hopefully your run is going to continue. So best of luck.
Yes, I'm confident.
All right, and you just watched Hall of Famer Martin Juza interviewing the winner of our round 6, Tyler Collins-Liam, who advances to 6-0, locks day number 2 already, but 3 more rounds are missing, so plenty of more action from him, from the rest of us. Now we're going with a very, very sweet segment by our own Frank Carson, who's going to bring you what are the most played cards from the latest Spider-Man set. Let's see.
Hi, everybody. Indeed, I'm sitting here with Frank Karsten, and we're going to talk about the top 10 most played cards from Spider-Man and their impact on Standard.
Yes, indeed. So I ran the numbers across all the 580 deck lists that were submitted here at Magic Spotlight Spider-Man, and yeah, I figured out which ones were the most played.
Yeah, we have 10 cards, so let's start by number 10. We're going to go back all the way up to number 1, so I believe we have the slides ready. So number 10 is Heroes Hangout.
Yep, so this is just a combat trick. It can either target some of your creatures to give them a power boost, or, exile top cards and then you can play them. This is seeing a little bit of play in decks like Boros Aggro or Boros Mice, where it's also a nice way to enable the Valiant triggers.
So kind of a light up the stage kind of card for the aggro decks?
Sort of a split card between that and a pump spell.
Okay, so the flexibility is nice. All right, let's take a look at number 9.
So the number 9 card, we'll just go through them carefully one by one. It's going to be Radioactive Spider.
Oh, okay.
So that's just the 1/1 Death Toucher that can trade early on, and then later in the game it can actually search for Superior Spider-Man. And this is seeing play across 11 Sultai Reanimator decks here at the tournament. Not like a big impact piece, but like a support card that fits in the deck.
Okay, what else do we have there? Number 8?
Number 8 is going to be Hide on the Ceiling.
Okay.
So this card is seeing play in modest numbers in, for example, some Quantum Riddler decks, where you can exile your cards, blink them, and then they return. So, useful in decks with some warp creatures. Also seeing play in Jeskai Artifacts, where you can blink your Cryogen Relics or like Legion Extruder, because it's like blinking creatures, artifacts. Mm-hmm. It does everything, and a nice value piece in decks with those Enters abilities.
I do want to say, if you see this card in draft, don't pass it. This is one of the biggest bombs of Spider-Man draft, and I keep seeing it so late every time. Don't pass that card.
It's a lot of fun too.
Yeah. Number 6.
After 8 we get 7. Yeah.
That's why you're here.
Spectacular Spider-Man. So this is a 3-2 flash, already great stats with the ability to gain flying and potentially protect your board. And it is mostly seeing play in decks like Azurius mid-range, where it's just good stats, good abilities, and adding some spider fun into the white mid-range decks.
This card is actually even in the powered cube on MTG Arena. It's just a good aggro card.
Yeah. It does everything.
Yeah. All right, what's next?
Number 6, that's Arachne, Psionic Weaver. This creature can, just disrupt the opponent in like a similar sense as Thalia, a card that we've seen across time in Magic. But the web slinging ability can even turn into an upside when, for example, in decks like Azurius Midrange or Ors of Pixie, you can return value creatures like Novice Inspector or just your Nurturing Pixies, Spyglass Siren.
Okay.
And it's a solid addition to those kinds of decks.
So something that slows the opponent down, but you can also use it for value yourself. I've actually seen this card in Cube as well. I think it's a great addition to the limited Cube as well. I know I keep talking about limited, but it's one of the best cards from Spider-Man that you can use in your limited cubes.
Yeah, the most powerful and versatile cards are good in both constructed and limited, and we're seeing that here too.
All right, number 5. What do we have?
Number 5 is Morloon, Devourer of Spiders. This creature mostly appears in mono black demons decks, where it just scales with the game, starts off as a 2/1 and then grows for every additional mana you sink into it. Also pretty good alongside Bloodletter of Ecclesot, because it comes with like a life loss ability, and then the Bloodletter can double that.
Yeah.
So a fine addition, some synergy there, but it's. Like these first 6 cards, they only show up in somewhat modest numbers. It's the final 4 that are really making the big impact.
Okay, so what's number 4?
Number 4, it's going to be Jackal, Genius Geneticist. This creature has been a pretty big addition to Simic Uroboroid, which has been one of the best performing decks in these tournaments so far. Where, it starts off as just a 2-drop, just a 1/1 for 2, but then, let's say you play a Spyglass Siren, you follow up with a Floodpits Drowner, and all of a sudden you've created a 3/3 for 2 that has copied 3 mana worth of creatures. And if you can just keep the chain going, imagine like copying an Uroboroid, the board just scales out of control completely, and that's amazing to see always.
I will add one more thing. It is a lot easier to make this card work in Constructed than it is in Limited. I have tried. It didn't go particularly well.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Number 3, what do we have?
It is the Superior Spider-Man.
Okay.
So this is a card that has basically enabled an entire new archetype in Standard, the Sultai Reanimator deck. So what this does is when you cast it, you can let it enter as a copy of Bringer of the Lost Gift, which, because you cast it, then basically brings about a living end effect. And in this Sultai Reanimator deck, which then fills its graveyard pretty quickly, this creature is effectively game-winning on the spot. And even in some situations, when you play against Izzet Cauldron, you can copy an opposing Vivi from their graveyard, and you can immediately activate it to get like 4 mana from your 4/4.
Yeah.
So just a strong card, and defining a completely new deck. Big impact from the new set.
Okay, now we get to the top 2. Was it close?
No, not specifically. Number 2 is Spider Sense. Now, this card is seeing a lot of play, but mostly as a sideboard card, largely in decks like Izzet Cauldron. So, for 2 mana, counter an instant, sorcery, or trigger ability. Effectively, you can see this as sort of a negate that can counter, for example, an opposing sweeper. It is a bit more restrictive in what it can counter, but, against control decks, that's all good. The main benefit is that it could be played for 1 mana in certain spots, and that is a big deal. So that's why this card is included in a bunch of sideboards.
Yeah, I think I even saw Spider Sense being played outside of Standard.
I think at the Modern Pro Tour a couple weeks ago we saw it too.
Yeah.
So you know that Spidey sense can certainly make like a proper impact on constructed formats.
All right, number one. What do we have at the top of the list?
Yep, seeing play in over half of the field, like I ran the numbers, was 51% of the field is playing Multiversal Passage. So just a land, but an important one nevertheless. Like in 2-color decks, you might think, hey, it falls like a bit short of like a shock land, like a Watery Grave, but it does fulfill a similar effect, right? It fixes your mana, it can enter untapped for 2 life, and it even enables your Verge lands because it has a basic land type. So that's why it's seeing play in all kinds of decks, from like Izzet Cauldron to Dimir Midrange, Simic Ouroboros, Azorius Control, and so on. And in some decks, like in 4-color Control, it can actually fix all of your colors. So a nice addition there too. It's just a land, but you know, mana bases are the foundation of constructed decks, and this new land from Marvel Spider-Man is, as I said, seeing play in over half of the decks that are registered this weekend. So
exactly.
Number one.
If you have ever read any of Frank's articles, the mana is not going to fix itself. Make sure make sure you do have the right amount of fixing and duels and everything. So there you have it, the top 10 most played cards from Marvel's Spider-Man. And yeah, I believe that's it from us today, from us right now. Let's send it back to the booth. There's more magic waiting for you guys.
Always lovely to see Martin and Frank providing us with cool stats about the new set. Love to see it. I'm Filipa. I'm here with Simon Nielsen, and we are ready to start round 7. The day's flying by.
Yes.
Only this round and 2 more.
Yeah, truly is. Like, it's just, swinging by on a... What's the move? Is it this?
A spider, I don't know, something like this.
You gotta click something on your wrist. That's all I know.
Yeah, we are flying by the event, or web slinging through the event.
Web slinging through the event. Yes, that's exactly what we're doing.
Yeah, and before we start with our first match here of round 7, I always love to see the caster predictions, to see caster fantasy draft, to see how we are doing. So if we can show that slide, that would be great.
Oh, I'm nervous.
You are nervous. And Simon, what deck are you excited to see here in this round 7? Because speaking of predictions, I saw that Andrea Mengucci in the past round did a pretty good one. So let's see if it's going to happen.
Predicting what would happen from the top deck? Yeah, exactly. Okay. Well, I guess it's even between 3 of us here. Arne, you and I, all at 57 points.
We are tied.
That's quite a lot here. So it's after 6 rounds. So it's so what is it, like 6 rounds with 5 people? So that's 30. So 90 points would be the maximum. So yeah, I guess we have got the 66% win rate on 65% win rate on 3 of us, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot complain. We're doing pretty well. I'm surprised because Frank always go with the logical choices, the players with the best statistics to win. So it just show you that sometimes just following the heart of the cards, or just following your instinct can turn out well, as we can see by our results, but it can still go anywhere. It really matters who ends up making day 2 and then how day 2 plays off. Let me know in the chat, what is the player that you think is going to win the whole thing, or at least make top 8 of the event. I'm always curious to then go back and see if any of you were right or not. I promise I will look and I'll see if there was someone that was even with more points than us. Very exciting stuff. Now we are going to go right into round 7. This is Magic non-stop, and some players that I know, Simon, that you really know and want to talk about, they are playing Simic Ouroboros versus Izzet Cauldron. I mean, the most played deck here for the weekend. But tell us a bit about the players that are piloting these decks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, if we could just head into the match while I talk about these players, because they are. Because there are 2 people that, if you read the names, you might not be too familiar with them. The main one here is Pavel Sirozinski. And that's not a name that rings any bell. But if I say his Twitter tag, which is Sirkovitz, a lot of you might recognize that. You might have even watched his YouTube videos, his weekly content, where he analyzes limited format. Sirkovitz, you see here, in the nice bright pink shirt. is one of our limited content creators. He does a lot of like data analysis and like brings kind of like looking at the format from like a holistic view and brings that to the people every single week on his YouTube channel. And this is not a limited tournament. This is in standard where he's showing up against Tomas Kubiska, who must have had a year abroad because he top 4'd the Taipei Regional Championship last year, earning him an invite for the Pro Tour Aether Drift earlier this year. So also some Pro Tour experience on Tomas's side, up against Pavel here, who actually played his first Grand Prix back in 2001 in Prague. So yeah, these people, they've seen some things.
Specific facts. You are like, you study. First Grand Prix. I mean, you are Magic Best. This is
what I know this about every person in the room. I know all these facts.
I love that. The players probably think, how does Simon know that? I don't even remember what I was doing in 2001. But we are at the Spyglass turn 1. I mean, great way to start. We want to make a lot of counters with that Ouroboros. And how does this matchup usually play out, Simon?
Yeah, so this is all about the Ouroboros deck getting on board fast enough and saying, you know what, I know you can like do some crazy combo stuff, but my board can get bigger. It's also, in order for this to work for the Ouroboros deck, it also requires the Cauldron deck to not have too many disruptive pieces like into the flood maw, because that can really like do some work bouncing, especially the aura board itself. There are some ways of interaction. The main one here is Azure Beastbinder from Tomas, which on attack can turn off the ability from the Cauldron. So Sirkovic here is going to be careful with deploying the Cauldron at the right time.
Absolutely, and look, that is Nathan, also known as the Duelist of the Mind. I mean, great card. We saw how good it was, specifically in the mirror as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. This is a card that we've been seeing in a lot of these Izzet lists, and it's definitely the like new improvement of that deck. So yeah, it is a just a 2-mana flyer that it is a 2-mana flyer that like is going to have plus. It's going to have power equal to the amount of cards you've drawn this turn. So right now just a 1/3, but of course if you follow it up with more card draw, well then it's just going to become even bigger. And especially on a turn where you go completely off with the Soul Cauldron plus Vivi combo, it's going to have so much power, which equals so much mana. On Thomas' side, by the way, there was a missed land drop here, but an Innkeeper's Talent has been developed, and the Siren, Spyglass Siren, is now a 3/3, so unable to be killed by that Torch the Tower. Oh yeah, that is a crime. Killing a Siren is a crime, which triggers Duelist of the Mind. Drawing a card, discarding a card, and that means there's 2 counters from this Prophet Eidetic Memory going onto the Duelist, and it's going to attack for 5.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a big attack right there with Flying Vigilance, starting to drop Thomas points of life, and Thomas really needs a land here to be able to start developing this board. Innkeeper's Talent is great, but this deck really wants to go wide, and there's only 1 creature so far, so even if you do have the Ouroboros, there's not much to give counters to.
It actually is fine. The deck doesn't need to go wide necessarily, just because like Ouroboros is such a strong card. You can also try to go tall sometimes, but it is a lot more vulnerable to removal. As we now see this Spyglass Siren coming in here with double talent up to 5, and bringing Pavel all the way down to 10. So you can see Pavel's life total is actually kind of in trouble. But very, very interestingly is that this land was left untapped. No map token was used, and no talent was leveled up. So I wonder what Thomas is sitting on here, and what that signals to Pavel. And there's actually, so this is where the closed deck list really can come into play. So Pavel's gonna have a think. Which 1-mana instant could this deck possibly play? And I think the only answer is Snakeskin Veil, because these Simic decks don't actually play into the Flood Maw. They're not playing that much interaction. So going tall here could actually work out here. Of course, Pavel also has the opportunity to just draw even more cards and potentially race, because this Duelist of the Mind, well, it does attack for quite a lot if you can make things happen. There's a Agatha's Soul Cauldron. Also a way to trigger crime. If you target the Llanowar Elf in the graveyard, that's also a crime.
Yep. So, I mean, and Nathan does love the crimes, starting to get all that connive going. And that card is going to be very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, it's going to attack for potentially a lot here, because obviously triggering the crime will also let you draw and discard once more, and that will also trigger the Proft. And so, yeah, already the Duelist of the Mind is going to be, I believe, 5. Yes, it's going to attack for 5 this turn as is. Of course, though, it's not really winning the race here with Thomas at 15 life.
Yeah, I mean, considering here what to do, it's really good that this creature has vigilance here.
I think what the question is just about like the order of operations here. You know, do the counter come first? Does the Ron discard come first? Actually, I'll take it back. It's going to be 6 damage for the Duelist, because it also gets the counter from the Soul Cauldron.
Yeah, Agatha's Soul Cauldron is amazing. It also gets your crimes going. There it is, that's a crime.
And even now, the Duelist will be able to tap for a mana post-combat as well, if you wanted to.
True. Yeah.
It also, you could potentially draw enough cards that you could outgrow the Spyglass Siren. It's going to get 2 more counters next turn, so it's going to be 7. And right now, your Duelist of the Mind is at 6 toughness, so you just need like 2 more draws, preferably 3. So this is just a
cycling.
Yeah, interesting. Cycling that Mako, and just to like get another card draw and get a little bit more damage in. I guess if the Siren does attack for 7, you are still not dead. So you could potentially end up racing here, because that's another 2 damage. This is going to be 8, I believe, from this Duelist of the Mind.
And taking a bit advantage of this thing that you said, that the Ouroboros deck does lack that interaction, so just putting everything into the same, all the eggs in the same basket, and attacking for a lot of damage and making that creature that's going to be very difficult to deal with from Thomas' side.
Oh, very interesting here. Thomas can choose to end of turn, play the Snakeskin Veil, grow this to 6. If he then draws a land, he can level up. Oh, but he can't level up the Talon fully because it's lacking the level 2.
Exactly.
So he can only get it to 9 power, which is not quite enough to force this Duelist to jump block. Regardless, he's going to go for that play here and trying to draw another way to buff the power. So taking a damage here, and I think Thomas just realized that this is not actually lethal.
Yeah, I think just realizing exactly what we were saying there, not possible to level up, and was really fast to pay that. The issue there is that by paying that, you're also at 5 life. So asking if probably can go back with that decision, didn't realize that couldn't level up twice.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. We see, like, kudos to Thomas for even considering this plan in the first step. Like, that's something that a lot of people would actually miss. That the Snakeskin Veil can just adding 1 more point of power could actually matter over time. And so yeah, he is allowed to take this back because this was kind of a smooth motion into an illegal play, and we kind of just wind back up to
didn't get any
all of that
extra
happened.
Information and so on.
Yes, yeah, the extra information is very important in these scenarios. The map token not helping out here, and this Duelist of the Mind, it's right now at 5, 6 power after Pavel's draw step. If he draws just a single other card during his turn, it's going to be... Actually, even the Agatha Soul Cauldron is going to make it lethal, as Thomas is sitting at 7 life. So you have to hold this Spyglass Siren back, leveling up both the talents to at least give ward, essentially ward 2 to this Siren, and putting it up to, an 8-8 blocker. But yeah, 8-8 blocker, it's probably not going to be enough to deal with this Duelist.
Doesn't feel good, and they're like, really, that leveling up was necessary and just couldn't happen. A bit unfortunate. And I feel like Thomas was so happy to get that land as well.
Yeah, exactly. No, you could see that was his game plan.
Yeah,
Like, top deck, yes, finally the land. I can, do exactly 10 damage, but no.
+1/+1, just thinking about that land. I mean, everything was lined up except not noticing about that.
Yeah, you do need to go to level 2 before you can access level 3 in these talents, and that is an Abrade, just doing 3 damage. So it's not killing it or anything, but it is a crime, which of course will draw a card for Pavel, discard a card. You can even discard the Vivi here, and yeah, now you can kind of go off. He doesn't need to go off by that much, but just being able to deploy a little bit of a... Oh, there's actually the ward triggers are happening, but Pavel decides not to play.
Yeah, if you don't really need to deal the 3 damage, it's more to just get that connive going from the crime, and Agatha Soul Cauldron is going to be getting the Vivi, and we know this is dangerous because now Pavel has access to quite a bit of mana.
He also has an Into the Floodmaw in hand, and that can bounce the Spyglass Siren and actually just, you know, finish out the game right now. You can pay the ward twice, gotta draw and discard and put even more counters on the Duelist of the Mind. So there we saw, you know, the combo was kind of available, but not really necessary to win this game, as just Duelist of the Mind plus Proft Eidetic Memory was the combo that got him here against probably the biggest Spyglass Siren I've ever seen.
Yes, I mean, that was a big flying creature, and it felt really bad to have to leave it behind without attacking. What a game one, but we are going to have game two, and I am sure that this Simic Ouroboros deck is ready to deal with all the Vivi decks. What do you think might enter here from Thomas' side against the Vivi deck?
Yes. All right, so yeah, to answer your question, a lot of the interaction pieces are actually in the main deck. Specifically, the 3 copies of Keen-Eyed Curator are in Thomas's main deck here. So you can't include that much else, but Tishana's Tidebinder can actually be important to come in to stop Agatha's Soul Cauldron. The way you do it is that the Cauldron will exile something, that will give it a trigger that tries to put a counter, and then the Tishana's Tidebinder can come down and stop the counter that triggered ability, removing the abilities from the Cauldron altogether. There's also like copies of Insidious Fungus, which are other ways to deal with the Cauldron, but I think you really have to be careful with focusing too much on the Cauldron. Pavel's deck actually only has 3 Vivi and 3 Cauldron, and it's even possible he bought lower on those pieces. They're not super necessary. They weren't that necessary for this game. So it's also very possible that because of those Duelist of the Mind, that he'll bring in the 3 copies of Dragon Sniper, which is a reach Death Toucher.
That's pretty good, yeah. And I was also thinking here, Simon, that the Duelist of the Mind, for me, it's been a card that really has grown on me today with this week, because we've seen it being so good. It's so easy to commit crimes in this deck, also with the Cauldron, making it even easier. I don't know, the card is just absolutely wild, and I like to see it play here in this Vivi deck.
I think both players mulled to, yeah, I think Thomas mulled to 6 and Pavel mulled to 5 in this game.
Yep.
So yeah, we're starting with, you know, a bit of a disadvantage, but obviously also much more well-sculpted hands.
Pollinator, one is gone. There's another one.
And the Dragon Sniper that I mentioned. What a lovely card. I actually played this in Pro Tour and Final Fantasy. And it is, you know, kind of an unassuming little creature. But yeah, it just keeps showing up in these standard decks because combining Vigilance, sorry, not the Vigilance, combining Reach and Death Touch on a 1-drop, just not many cards that do that, of course. Radioactive Spider from the Spider-Man set also does the same thing.
And also Vigilance, so like 3 big keywords. And we have Jackal here. It was one of the most played cards from the Spider-Man set. Frank Carson was saying, Jackal Genius Geneticist. Say that fast.
Jackal Genius Geneticist. Jackal Genius Geneticist. Jackal Genius Geneticist. Okay.
You're good at this, Simon.
I practice every day in front of the mirror. Okay, so, but the Jackal actually, getting to untap with it here after the torch was spent on that Gene Pollinator. That's always the big question, right? You know, the saying goes, always bolt the bird, but that also means that you don't have the bolt for the very scary card that is Jackal here. And also, I wonder if Thomas actually had the Jackal last turn and decided to not play it out on turn 2, instead developing the other 1-drops, trying to bait out the Torch the Tower. Because if so, that works so well now that he'll play a 1-drop, trigger the Jackal, get a copy of the Fungus, and now he can play a 2-drop and make a copy of that. And it's just so much board presence.
Double Fungus, we are tapping away.
Yeah, so the Gene Pollinator, of course, requires you to tap another permanent to activate its ability. Make 2 copies of the Keen-Eyed Curator. And yeah, if last game Thomas was going big, well, this game he is going wide, putting so much power and toughness on the board, getting to attack here. And yeah, the Dragon Sniper beautifully holding back a Vivi, no matter what size it is.
Yeah, I mean, Agatha Soul Cauldron now. And we will see this Vivi starting to be a problem, but look at the other side of the board.
Yeah, it's the problem is certainly on the other side here for Pavel as he warps a Riddler, but The issue is there's no way to get the Vivi into get like a Vivi into the graveyard right now and use the Cauldron and kind of like benefit from all these extra mana he's going to be able to have. So right now the only thing on defense is just this Vivi. It's going to be big, courtesy of the Prof, courtesy of its own ability, and of course itself can add some mana, and you can do some stuff. Could potentially even play out the second copy of Vivi from his hand, legend rule it, and then use the Cauldron.
Yeah, that's definitely.
Which will then actually generate 8 more mana for Pavel.
Yeah, and I think Pavel, considering here there's also a fear of missing out, a land and a fear of missing out were drawn. There's also that second Vivi that you mentioned.
Okay, so now we get out the mana counters. Yep, blue and red, and
prepared.
Nice. Yes. I love to see these people being prepared. Haven't seen any multiversal passages since our last match here, but instead, oh yeah, actually with the fear of missing out, you don't even need to legend rule the Vivi here. You can just discard it to that, and really need to draw something. But 2 draws again off the Quantum Riddler. That is the benefit of mulliganing to 5.
That card is absolutely insane. It works very well as well with the Harmonize spell, Winter Night Stories. Just very impressive card. And now we are, of course, exiling the Vivi. It gets a counter on the Quantum Riddler that now is also a Vivi. I mean, it has the Vivi ability.
Yeah, exactly. And Vivi also gains his own ability back again. Because it's, has already used its own ability once per turn, but there's also the ability from Cauldron, which is also once per turn, and is counted as a different ability. So here we see yet another cycling here, but can't get the 2 mountains out of hand and just draws a Torch to Tower. Torch is not too great here. You could, potentially kick it, or you could just try and kill a Dragon Sniper. You certainly have the mana available to play it here, but yeah, just sitting with 2 mountains, and that's I would say, a very common scenario for this Cauldron deck, to just not have, have the combo, but not have anything to do with it. You really need the Winter Night Stories to keep the chain of card draw going. Do remember, though, the Riddler is actually going to warp out here, so it's going to be 1 less blocker as well in that way. And I don't think Sekrovitz is, dying at the moment. Just torching out the Death Toucher here, and we do need to see the Riddler warp out. It's actually very important. Yeah.
I mean, I love to see here Pavel play. As you say, he's playing more... He's playing more limited, right? Or is it Thomas?
Oh yeah, Pavel is the limited content creator, yeah.
I have this theory, and Simon, correct me if I'm wrong, I might be wrong. Please, constructed players, don't come at me, but all limited players can play constructed, but not all constructed players can play limited.
Yeah. No.
You agree?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I mean, obviously all players can play all things.
Yeah,
you just mean sit down and play. But I do believe that the skills you need for limited are, in terms of, actually drafting a deck is less transferable coming from constructed into limited than the other way around, where you're just doing gameplay. But I would also say there's a lot of constructed tricks that you don't pick up unless you played a lot of constructed, so it doesn't fully follow in that way. As we see the limited resources shown on screen here. So yeah, now it's time for Tomas to do some math here, because it's possible he can't even attack that well. He was almost out of cards, and Pavel is sitting at 14 lives. So an all-out attack here means that probably the Jackal or a Curator gets eaten by Vivi. And the fear of missing out can, eat one of the small creatures, and then you get in 8 damage. That's not actually very enticing here. However, you can try to rely on the fact that you have these Curators, which are going to attack the graveyard, and you have the Fungus, which can get rid of the Cauldron, so that's not happening anymore. You can get rid of the Prof. You can even get rid of the fear of missing out, actually. I'm also just realizing, though I guess that doesn't push any more damage that way. But once you get rid of these permanents, get rid of the Cauldron, get rid of the Prof, now your Keen-Eyed Curators can next turn grow into 7/7, and that can potentially break through the board. So it might be that Thomas is just deciding to slow it a bit down here and just spend this turn interacting with Pavel, and then next turn swinging in with 2 creatures that can become 7/7 at instant speed.
So deciding here what to do. A lot of possibilities. the other side of the board is definitely intimidating.
It certainly is. It is also a very scary board in the sense that like you are still letting Pavel untap here with a Riddler, with a Vivi on 3. There's a lot of extra mana. Like if Pavel draws a spell, so he can play the land, play the spell, then play Riddler, draw 2 cards again. Like it's still a lot of stuff happening. And also the 7/7s aren't invincible. They can be double blocked by Vivi and Riddler. So it's going to be an interesting spot here, like what Tomasz did here, where he just killed the Cauldron, which needs to be killed immediately, and is holding off on killing the Prof, depending on exactly what happens, or could even potentially set up a jump block and then kill something.
There's Quantum Riddler warped and now playing into the Flood Maw.
Ooh, bouncing
That's really good.
Copy of the Keen-Eyed Curator. So that is one potential 7/7 down. And also a card out of Sirkovitz's hand. So now, after the Vivi gets activated, you can play the Riddler and then draw 2 cards once again and potentially draw into something else. So yeah, it's very possible that you do need to get rid of this Prof. Otherwise, like, either that, or you could try and get rid of the fear of missing out, which is also somewhat threatening. Though the other curator can remove Delirium if needed. So maybe the Prof is the more scary card here. As we see now, Riddler coming into play off the mana from Vivi.
Going to draw 2 cards because there's only 1 card in Pavel's hand, and that's a Mountain. So let's see what cards are drawn. Fear of Missing Out and another Prof.
Oh, interesting. So there's something very interesting with the Prof here. It triggers beginning of combat. If you want to stop it before it triggers, you have to kill it in the main phase, which actually would let Pavel play a second Prof to replace it.
Yeah.
So there's really, like, if there is a second Prof and the mana to play it, there's no real way to get around it. But here, actually, it does seem like Pavel spent the Pavel did spend the mana that was floating to play this Fear of Missing Out, if I'm not mistaken. I guess some of the land's a bit off screen, so can't quite see it.
Yeah, there's mana represented floating there. There's one source of blue there.
Yeah, so that's 4, 5. Yeah, I think you're right. I think there's a 5th land that is being tapped off screen that makes this work. So yes, now the Prof is being killed this way, but you can actually just, since we're in the main phase, still play the second copy of Prof. No, okay, so the mana was floating was... Okay. The floating mana was just misrepresented. It was supposed to not be here.
Ah, okay.
But regardless, I do also love how Fear of Missing Out and Riddler plays out, because the Fear discards first, so you go down to 1 card again, and then...
Then you draw 2 cards.
Yeah, exactly.
That's absolutely insane. We saw here so much card advantage, and as you said, like, rewarding when you have to mulligan to come you back from these kind of games where you don't have so much cards in hand.
So now this curator is just sitting back here trying to tag the graveyard. It will become a 7/7, but yeah, again, 7/7s aren't actually that attractive to this board because it's just like it can still get double blocked. And now we see the Prof come in. I wonder how many cards this Riddler drew. I think it has drawn like
6 cards?
4 cards by itself, and then made 2 other cards draw an extra one. So I do believe it is 6 cards, which is kind of insane on a 4/6 flight. It's still sitting in play and potentially providing more card draw. So the question is here, like, did Pavel draw the card from Prof yet or not? Because the Vivi is supposed to trigger first. Or I wonder if there's a Tidebinder here, which you can use on the Vivi trigger, removing its ability to create mana. Pavel, of course, can respond, making the 4 mana now.
Look at that. Looks like you're exactly right, because 3 mana there, Tishana Tidebinder, and that's going to be able to counter.
Yes, so that will stop Vivi from generating mana and from gaining counters in the future. And it'll actually copy the Tidebinder.
Oh, okay.
So what will happen is that the copy will come into play and counter the triggered ability. And then the other one will come into play and have nothing to target because there's no triggered abilities left on the battlefield, like on the stack. So it's the copy token that is the one you need to remove if you want your Vivi back.
That's important to know.
Yeah. So now I see these players trying to figure out exactly how this works. It's a little tricky. For those of you who followed the coverage last weekend, The exact same thing actually happened on stream, and that is why I know it. So
you studied, so you're prepared.
Yes, exactly. This was, when I saw that, I also had to pause and try and work it out, like what exactly happens. Spent 5 minutes on it, so that I can spend 15 seconds on it right now.
That's great, because it's really important to be able to keep up with what's going on with so many different triggers, and to keep track of the stack.
I will say it looked like the players were gesturing as if it's the original that has the.
Maybe they're not aware of these interactions.
Yeah, exactly. It's possible they're not aware, but
they didn't study like you, Simon Nielsen.
But also, that's just based off gesturing. I don't know what they say, so and they're smart people, so they might have also figured it out anyways.
Looks like here players are trying to see if there's maybe delirium.
Yeah, that's certainly one thing, though. Though the Keynet Curator can always interact with that and prevent the fear of missing out from actually working.
Winter Night Story. So that card has been an absolute beast in this format. I mean, just works really well. And Simon, I was thinking that even if we see a Vivi or Cauldron ban eventually, maybe there's a point where these just deck as draw this card kind of synergy can be good enough.
No, I mean, Matej Sadelkar actually playing this tournament without the Vivi Cauldron card, just the Prof deck. So yeah, it's I would say Prof is also one of the cards that Wizards has to look at as a possible card that can't stay in the format. Because of these synergies, it's just so powerful. I think it is arguably better than the Vivi Cauldron thing.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely insane. So much card draw, so much synergy with this deck. So many different lines of play as well, which makes it very interesting. It's not like... So there's times where there's a standard deck that is the most played, and it's something that maybe doesn't have so much interaction, so it doesn't have so many different lines of winning. But this deck can win from very different angles, which I find that it's very interesting.
Yeah, the games can look quite different. If you think about how the last game went, right? That was Prof plus Duda to the mind, raising a huge Siren, Spyglass Siren. Now, it is an unchecked Jackal that just went off and copied a bunch of things, but now the Cauldron deck is trying to have to play defense with its ground creatures.
But I think that's what makes this deck so difficult to play against or to counter, let's say, because, yeah, you have answers for the graveyard, but then you have the creatures, and then you have so many different angles that they try to win from that it's difficult to counter them all. There's a Duelist of the Mind in hand, there's the Winter Night Stories, and a land, I believe.
So once again, not using the using the floating mana, but it is not indicated. Yeah, it's very unclear whether or not there's a blue floating at this moment as we talk. But I do believe there's no mana floating as another Winter Night Stories is being resolved and potentially discarding a third copy of the card, leaving another Riddler in hand here. So yeah, this Prof is going to distribute 7 counters to something. And something that's really tricky here is that if Pavel can make sure that he has Delirium with so much extra stuff that even two activations from Keynet Curator can't disrupt the Delirium, you could attack with the with the fear of missing out and just do so much. So I wonder if that's the trickiness here from Pavel. If you just start, there's 7 counters on something, attack with a fear of missing out and the Quantum Riddler. No reach creatures on the opposing side. So now, in response to the trigger, you have to look at the graveyard. Can you exile 2 things and stop the Delirium? But I wonder if there's 3 sorceries, 3 instants, 3 lands, 3 creatures. Something like this would make it impossible to stop. So there's an enchantment creature. That's another enchantment. That's another way to do it. Yeah, I think you had 3 instants. You can't touch those. 3 sorceries can't touch those. You can get rid of all the lands, but there's still artifacts. There's too many types. The graveyard is too big for this Keynet Curator to access anything. You can exile the 2 enchantments, but there will still be creature. Yeah, so this will just happen, and it'll untap the Riddler to attack again, and the Prof will trigger once again, get another 7 counters, then the other FOMO will attack.
That's why FOMO works so well with Profs.
Yes, it is an incredible combination. I believe even if Thomas was at 50 life, I'm not sure he would win.
Yeah, I mean...
Because he's getting attacked for 11 into 18, so that's that's 39. And then, yeah, okay, exactly 50 would be the amount of damage that is being dealt here. here. So
that's insane. And I mean, I have to say, Pavel, you're showcasing why this is the most played deck of the weekend, right? I mean, you really like counters, don't you, Simon?
I mean, okay, I love looking at a board state and just adding up like all the little numbers. That's what I do. Every morning I wake up, and to turn off my alarm, I have to do like an arithmetics-like thing, where it's like, you know, like adding together some numbers, doing some multiplications.
People
so
cannot
this
see
is
him,
what I do.
Looking at Simon with a judgmental face. But hey, if you had to guess, how many counters have we seen today so far between all the matches that we've covered?
Combined? Okay,
Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna guess. I'm just gonna add it up based on what I've seen. So I saw 6 there, and then I was 32 there, and then this was 64.
We'll be back for round 10.
Okay, I think 157.
Okay, so somebody in chat, if they have a lot of free time and nothing to do, they can go back and they will DM Simon and be like, Simon, you were actually wrong. It was not 157, it was 158, but nice try, mate.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. You forgot the talent counter. Oh my god, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this Vivi deck being absolutely insane, and we have to admit it's a very strong deck, and it also rewards, as we said before, players that know how to master it. It's not an easy one to play, and honestly, 9 rounds today, the players that play Vivi must be very mentally tired after the end of the day, and it's impossible for 9 rounds, or almost impossible, to play this deck perfectly, in my opinion, because there are so many different lines. How do you come back from playing a game that you didn't play so well, that you made a mistake, and moving forward for the next game, and like kind of composing yourself and not being too harsh on yourself in these kind of tournaments?
The most important thing is self-compassion. You have to allow yourself to like make mistakes, and you have to, give yourself a hug and think that that's okay. You have to make sure that your like nervous system doesn't spike in any way. That you don't get like overly like self-critical or angry or like start into these spirals, because that's the sort of thing that will really disrupt your ability to perform and think in future rounds. So the best thing you can do is kind of like maybe put yourself away. Don't tell it as a bad beat story to all your friends. The more times you repeat the mistake, the more you are likely to enter the spiral. Instead, you also shouldn't necessarily try and ignore it and bottle it down, but just go to ahead. Okay, this was a mistake. Why was that a mistake? What can I learn? And now you're done. Now you go, get a snack, sit down, read something, do a small meditation before you start your next round, because the mistake you made before does not impact your future tournament. It is in the past and you cannot change it. And if we know something as Magic players, is that we should not care about the things we cannot control.
I love that, Simon, take it as a lesson and just grow from it. Very inspirational. I know that people watching at home will appreciate it and take it as an example for the next tournaments. I sure will. But now I want to hear from a player that at least I didn't see make any mistakes, which was our winner of the round, Pavel. So let's take an interview with the winner here.
Hey everyone, I'm sitting here with Pavel Shurachinsky, who just won his match piloting Blue Red Vivi. That puts you at 7-0. So you're already locked for day 2, and now you can just make it better.
Yeah, now I just don't have any pressure.
No pressure.
I'm day 2. I probably am in the mini game for getting the foil promo, which is also nice. Yeah. And now I just have to focus on winning one game at a time without any stress. I didn't come here with amazing expectations. I'm not a constructed player. I'm a limited grinder. So I'm quite happy with the result, and the deck is treating me well.
Exactly. How did you settle on Vivi? Why Vivi?
I mean, when else will you play that card? This is probably one of the last times when you can play this amazing combination of Cauldron and Vivi, and turning every thing in the world into your personal copy of Vivi. And I thought that when I was younger, I often played in tournaments with some junky decks that I homebrewed, and I lost opportunity after opportunity. Now I'm old, let's be fair about it, and I have very few opportunities to play competitive Magic, so why would I blow it on playing some deck that is not the top deck in the metagame? And the data shows you that Vivi is by far the highest win rate deck. If you tune it well, it can basically win with everything. And if it has broken draws, it can win from any situation. So why wouldn't you not play it? That's the question.
So you're the type of guy that usually plays the best deck rather than the deck that tries to be the best deck, or tries to be the next level?
I'm normally the type of guy that doesn't play constructed. That's the thing.
Okay.
So because of the scarcity of opportunities for me, I decided to play Vivi because, as I said, I mean, this is the last time you can play it. It's clearly the best deck in the metagame. So why would I come to the tournament with something that it doesn't work as well,
right?
And then suffer through 11-hour drive here, and then 7 hours of losing game after game. So
it is a well-oiled machine, and why try to reinvent the wheel, right?
I did work with the Team Cosmos for the build, so I got some advice from the pro team because I helped them with limited on from time to time.
I did notice you were playing cards like Duelist of the Mind. How did you arrive at that particular version? Did you guys figure out that maybe you were going to play a lot of mirrors, or what was the thought process?
I was the build that I had was partially inspired by Anthony Lee's striker. But in the end, I decided against it, and I kept 3 Duelists of the Mind because I think that the card is so much better than the Steam Core Scholar. It's you drop it earlier on the curve. You often will have those turns when you play Profts on 2, and on turn 3 you play Duelist and some removal. You draw additional card, so you make it bigger. It's also a vigilant threat that can block well after you put counters on it.
You mentioned something else. So not only have you demonstrated, the ability to pilot 60-card decks, being 7-0 in the tournament, but you're known for 40-card decks as somebody on 17 lands and also as a frequent guest on Limited Resources, right?
Yeah, so if you didn't see me ever, because I'm sometimes a voice in your ear, I'm Sherkovitz, so I dabble with 17 lands data, so they provide the data, I do the analysis, I also do my own podcast called Magic Numbers. It's a very imaginative title, but it deals with numbers in Magic, basically. And yeah, I dabble mainly in analyzing data and Limited, trying to put some numbers to the theories that we have. So I don't know, for example, I made an analysis of how good it is actually to bolt the bird by analyzing games and seeing what win rate do you gain from bolting the bird versus when you don't. So yeah, I like to play with numbers, and I like to convert them into something actionable, but also I am a scientist from the background, so I have a skill set to interpret it in the relatively good way when I don't make those basic mistakes. Like now we have cube data on Arena, and I already see people saying, oh, but mono red card or aggro cards are having higher win rate than the Moxen. That doesn't mean they're better, it's just that they're put in the right deck every single time, and that's why they have a very
I agree, these tools are great to use as a tool to help you understand the format and make your own conclusions, but you don't need to go exactly strictly by, they said that this card is better, I'm just going to pick it under.
What I advise against. Don't follow the data blindly. You should be the master of the data, not the servant of the data.
Exactly.
Once you become a servant, you're running into problems, and you have to supplement the numbers with your brain. At some stage while you're drafting, you have to think about what deck you're building and not what card is a better card in vacuum, because you are not in vacuum. You already have like half a deck in front of you.
Speaking of Limited, we have actually announced the events for 2026, and part of the Spotlight series next year, there's going to be an event in Brussels, which is going to be Team Limited. So if you guys are thinking of coming to that one, I sure am. Make sure you check out 17 Lands and Limited Resources. That's going to help you prepare for the event. Pavel, thanks a lot for talking to me.
It was my pleasure.
It was great. It was great seeing you at 7-0. Hopefully it's going to continue.
If it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I'm content as it is.
That's a great mindset. Take it one round at a time and just see what happens, right?
Exactly.
All right. Thank you so much, and best of luck in the
Thank you very much.
rounds.
Great interview. I loved hearing more about Pavel's story, and also I was thinking while he was talking that him and Frank Karsten would be an incredible duo of just crunching data and making some analysis. So you guys have to partner up somehow because we would get great data insights on Magic the Gathering decks. But now we have more Magic, so we're actually going to have a backup feature match here for round 7. Simon, talk us about a bit about what are we going to see. One of the decks is a very well known to the public, and the other one also one of the most played decks actually.
Yeah, we're actually seeing Liam, who we just watched win last round by top decking the Nova Hellkite on mono red, is repeating himself again here, maybe becoming a little bit of a storyline in this tournament. See if the luck can continue to be with him. And I say the luck with him. He drew 5 lands in a row in the middle of the game, and then still won with the Nova Hellkite into Sunspine Links into Nova Hellkite. And also, I think, playing the deck quite well. So that's Liam that we see right there from England, up against Lari Tonström, who is from Finland. So one of the young Finnish players, an absolute menace on Magic Online. Kazuga is his name there. He's always up for good chats about any sort of topic you might, non-Magic related topic during the match when you play against him. And yeah, I've seen some wild screenshots about Lari's conversations. It is hilarious. I've also been part of some of them. But it's all good. He's a very curious soul, and also with quite a bit of PC experience at this point. I believe like 4 or 5 Pro Tours at least that is under Lari's to Lari's name now. So yeah, he's a bit of a crusher here, and also a crusher of this tournament, sitting at table 4, 6-0 for both these players. Lari, of course, playing the Cauldron deck up against the mono red aggro from Liam.
I mean, I have to say, like, we are seeing, like, players that we know more frequently or know the story about also here doing 6-0, doing very well. I mean, we just had Pavel before. Now we also have this match here. And it's interesting to see. Do you feel like, is it easy for players that we know to do well in this kind of open tournaments, or is it more than we just know a lot of players and some of them are bound to do well?
Yeah, it's more about that. So, like, obviously there's, the vast majority of players in this tournament, they might be, playing their first tournament. I haven't played that many. I haven't, like, made a name for themselves yet. But then the people who have, like, that I've seen before, typically also tend to rise to the top, and we get to see them again. And that's why we can kind of like create these storylines and see the repetition and kind of like follow people's story outside of just the story of their tournament, but more so the story of their Magic career.
Love to see that. Now I'm curious to see if we are able to predict top decks as Andrea Mengucci. I doubt that, because that was a really impressive one. I was watching and it... Oh, look at this, starting here immediately with Burnout, Bashan out from Liam's side, trying to aggro the opponent out. Now with 2 mana available, and we are going to have the Emberheart Challenger attacking here for 3. Trying to get that max speed as soon as possible, but we do have the Into the Flood Maw, so only 1 damage coming through. But now, speed 2. You really want to get that speed 4 to have the max speed, and for a creature to have double strike.
Oh yeah, exactly. This Burnout Bastronaut is kind of the replacement 1-drop that came in after Heartfire Hero got banned, and it is it was kind of like on the cusp. I remember for Pro Tour Aether Revolt or Aether Drift, we were playtesting this card for the red decks and deciding that yeah, you don't really need 1-drops enough to play this card because it is just a tad weaker, but like now, yeah, it's doing its thing. And once again, Liam here, with an uncooperative mana base here, sitting stuck on 2 lands. We've certainly seen him do that before, but he's going to keep his head high. He's going to keep chucking in with that Burnout Bastronaut, go up to 3 speed now. And yeah, once that card gets to 4 speed, it is so scary as a 1/1 double strike menace that can be pumped with all your extra lands.
Absolutely.
Yeah, always has to play the Emberheart Challenger on defense here, because of course the 2/3 blocker from that fear of missing out is in the way.
Yeah, I mean, great blocker here. This card is just so great overall. It's also an enchantment creature, so it even helps you your Delirium if you have another fear of missing out, and one is in your graveyard. So just a very strong card that we saw how well interacts as well with the Riddler, with the Profts. Just amazing addition to this deck overall.
Yeah, I think the fear of missing out, we've seen it in just like a bunch of different decks, and I think it's such a powerful card. It can go in different ways, and yeah, it is not that hard to get Delirium once you have cards like that in your deck. I was trying to build a Leyline Red, and I put Fear of Missing Out in the deck, so you could discard the Leylines you draw. It's just, it just goes in a bunch of spots, and I don't think we're done discovering what the card can do, but we might also not be done discovering what Liam Tiller Collins can do with a handful of spells, but not very many lands to cast them. Hopefully has a Lightning Strike to deal with his Vivi, but it seems like there's just a Burst Lightning. So there's a big question now, because you can attack with the Burnout Bastronaut, enabling the double block, but then you're trading both your Bastronaut and the Burst Lightning to get rid of a Fear of Missing Out or a Vivi. And of course, just killing the Vivi by itself is also not that enticing in the current scenario here. The Emberheart Challenger, however, is a much better attack, because, you can trigger prowess on it now and then kind of get through. So that might be just what Liam is doing here. And, triggering prowess on it would also enable the double strike of the Bastronaut. And then, yeah, you could, play with that later. So showing a bit of patience here from, that's always good to see red players doing that. And yeah, you don't really need the Die Hunt 4 once you flip the 2 max speed up for Liam here. Yeah,
we're playing another Emberheart Challenger and trying to finish the game fast. As you said, land is needed. A fear of missing out on Liam's side at this point wouldn't be too bad, right?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's the advantage of the card, right? Is that, whenever your draw isn't quite cooperating, too few or too many lands with the fear of missing out can help smooth them out. And once you get to Delirium, it is such a formidable threat by itself because of that double attack ability.
Do you think the name of the card is due to the fact that the players are a fear of missing out on the card?
Yeah, that's possibly what it is, right? Yeah, the card you're discarding, you're missing out on that one. That's actually beautiful design. I've always thought that the fear of missing out is just so aptly named. Of course, it's part of the fear cycle from Duskmourn. There's quite a few enchantment creatures that have, fear of something, and including fear of missing out as part of that is just, that's just like A+. As you see here,
removal.
Yeah, Vivi being activated to use this Abrade, triggering Vivi again, and now there's just chucking in here just 4 damage, of course, also with the 2 Vivi triggers, but starting to put a dent into Liam's life total. That's what you want to do if your opponent is stuck on mana, because if they, want to draw out of it, there's just so many cards that you have to fight through. So if you extend the game, that is how you can lose to someone who's missing land drops. So rather than that, Larry's trying to finish the game quickly, but he only has 1 card in hand and might not have the tools necessary to finish this game quickly. So yeah, I'm seeing Larry with just 1 card now. I think Liam is ahead.
And we have Screaming Nemesis here. This card also very good.
The 3 damage from that. So, and that's not really a scenario you win that much. Like that, then you're down to just a Vivi, which is going to be at 4 power. Where if you kill the Bastronaut, you put Liam down to 13, and your attack is, you're attacking for 5. Yeah, it's also like not that scary. Like you're not necessarily winning the race against the Screaming Nemesis plus whatever else is coming, but yeah, deciding to just do that right now. The Nemesis could also beat a troublesome blocker in the future is another thing you have to consider. So yeah, not an easy choice to make there by Larry, but does decide to just kill the 1-drop.
No Delirium yet, right? So there's a land, an instant only.
Yeah, just lands an instant, so it's actually quite far away from Delirium. Unless he top decks something like a Winter Night Stories, which would be huge here. I believe that would be very close to lethal even.
Yeah, attacking here with Vivi and Fear of Missing Out for 5 damage.
Yeah, actually, a Winter Night Stories into like any other non-creature thing, like a Torch the Tower, would actually just be straight lethal there. So yeah, that's as long as you could discard a creature to it. So yeah, that's kind of the power of Fear of Missing Out there, is if you hit Delirium quickly. But nothing of that sort for Lowry here. Just has to pass back, and now the Screaming Nemesis, can potentially go on defense here. There was a lot of it. There is 5 power. Oh, wait, actually...
1 damage there, so then the Burst Lighting is enough to finish the Fear of Missing Out.
Yeah, and once you do that, you're actually, like, free to just attack with both creatures and not really having to leave back the Nemesis on defense. Putting Larry down to 6, it's very possible Larry just has a land in hand. That's entirely a thing that could happen here, because there's not that many cards you would draw and not play in this scenario. So, yeah, I think Liam has to read here that he's safe to just attack for 7 here, and, but didn't even use the Burst Lighting.
Yeah, I mean...
Interesting. Now we see the Steam Core Scholar, which could potentially change some things. Wait, so what happened? Oh, so this is Lowry, instead of tapping the mana, deciding to just use the Vivi ability to then play the Steam Core Scholar. And I actually think there was a spell in Lowry's hand. Yeah, I think maybe that was a Torch the Tower? No, as a Mako. Oh, so he can now discard a Mako and a Cauldron, and that will actually get him Delirium. And then the attack will be for 2+3, untap the Vivi, attack for 3 again. So Liam didn't cast the Burst Lightning on that Fear of Missing Out. And I believe that this would cause him to lose the game now, as Larry can just attack with the Fear of Missing Out and the Vivi for lethal. What a huge setup here. And yeah, you can see him smile to himself. I wonder if he was thinking that he could potentially go to the face or something with that Burst Lightning, but or it's very possible he just played too quickly there. But yeah, this is just controlling that the damage is indeed 8 damage, exactly lethal there from Laurie Tonström. Wow. Yeah, that's the power of Fear of Missing Out. You just hit Delirium out of nowhere, and then it just goes from being a 2-power attacker to essentially a 5-power attacker in this game.
This card is absolutely insane. I'm telling you, like, for me, the card is just so good in this deck and also can work in... We saw, for example, Gruul Delirium being a deck in the past that plays with Fear of Missing Out and can be also very explosive. And this card, when it is in the right deck, can be some very awesome things.
Yeah, exactly. We've even seen versions of the Reanimator deck play the Fear of Missing Out rather than playing green, so that you just enable it that way, because the card is so powerful. If you've ever tried reanimating a Fear of Missing Out with an Arden, the one that makes it a demon,
yep,
at the beginning of every combat, so you attack with the Fear of Missing Out, make another demon next turn, or like not next turn, immediately after, because of the extra combat step. That's another nice synergy. As we jump into game 2 here with Hyatt Claw on the play for Leon Tiller Collins.
Yeah, and we already have the Hyatt Claw on the mono red side now on the play. And what do you think usually is favored in this match, Simon?
I believe that the Cauldron decks, as long as they play like 3 copies of Torch the Tower in the main deck and like are well tuned, like play stuff like Duelist of the Mind, I believe is probably not too bad in this matchup either. As we see now, here's a third way to indicate Multiversal Passage. Just putting the basic land not into the sleeve, but just right on top of the passage.
Yeah, dealing some damage there. And, oh, okay, that's going to start doing some damage every time that Laurie draws a card. And we know that Laurie does want to draw a lot of cards.
Oh, Pyroclasm clearing up that board. Huge. Yeah, the Razorkin Needlehead is truly the important card for this matchup and the reason why you want Torch the Tower. We've seen how many cards the Izzet deck draws during a turn. If the Needlehead is unanswered in play, well, you just take too much damage to even go through those turns.
That was absolutely brutal and going to set up Liam quite a bit.
I wonder if there's a missed trigger there.
I think they were discussing that there was a missed trigger and it was too late when Liam realized.
I see. Yeah, that is tough with the cards that trigger when the opponent draws, because you do have to be pretty diligent to get those in. Of course, it's like fine if the opponent draws and immediately plays something, you still have some time. But yeah.
Liam's hand. Are those all lands?
4 lands. Wow. Liam cannot catch a break.
Absolutely. I mean, there's the burst lighting, but you're just 1 off to be able to get the 4 damage instead of just 2.
And this is always like how I think about these like scenarios where like you can think about this and be like, well, why am I so unlucky for this to happen? But there's also something that was within Liam's control, which is like that burst lightning we talked about last round. And so it's kind of a cascading effect where like that would have like saved him to win the first game, so that he could stomach having a game like this, where he's unlikely to win, so then get to play at game 3. And so that's like more like when I'm in these situations, I'm thinking less about like the fact that my draw is so bad and more about what I did last game.
What could have done different?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Of course, again, giving the advice I just gave, it's never great to think about what you did last game in terms of like, just like thinking about alternative realities and stuff like that. But yeah.
Learn from the...
But in order to learn from it, yeah, it does certainly matter. As we see here, Prof coming in here into a fear of missing out. That's 2 counters going on to the Vivi, which can then make attack for 3 and then make 3 mana to follow up with something else nice. So yeah, I wonder what Larry is thinking that is in Liam's hand here, but I guess if the opponent's just passing, you might just assume that their hand is so bad that he couldn't do anything. Like even a Nova Hellkite, they would have played it for Warp.
Yeah.
Sunspine Links would have been played. So it must be some sort of interaction that doesn't line up at VV, and you can maybe think it's possible there's like 2 Burst Lightning in the hand and just lands. But even then, I would think that the 2 Burst Lightnings would have been aimed at Vivi. So Larry might even be able to determine that the hand has to be Burst Lightning and lands and nothing else.
So drawing a card here, another land? Oh, wow.
Yeah, it truly is. And you see Liam with the head shake there. And it just has to... has to pass it back here once again. This is brutal. This is the red deck when it is at its absolute worst. Yeah, and imagine that. Yeah, Liam basically kept a 4-lander. There was Hired Claw, Razorkin, Needlehead, Burst Lightning, 4 lands. Probably a reasonable hand to keep, but it's not a very strong hand because that 4th land kind of gets in the way. And then has 4 consecutive draw steps, drawn 4 more lands.
I feel bad for Liam here, but it does happen. Once again, like that's why these games are best of 3, to allow you to have some games like this, and it's part of the magic.
And yeah, now we just see Larry go completely off here with the Prof, and with the second Winter Night Stories here. He's trying to think about if he discards an instant here, he will actually obtain Delirium too. And I guess that means the Burst Lightning will target the fear of missing out. So it's not, that doesn't mean it's lethal. And yeah, I guess Larry concludes that there's actually no reason to try and enable Delirium for that reason, because it's probably going to get Burst Lightning. It also means that your Prof will want to target your Vivi so that you can't just Burst Lightning in response. Ooh, that's a Time Spiral Island. Those are the islands that I play with.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
This is a foil version of it. I don't play them in foil, but yeah, it's that's nice to see Larry.
What do you think of people that played mismatched lands, Simon?
If they have 3 lands that are exactly the same mountain and then 1 Alara mountain that is a different one, I think I'll be a little disappointed in them.
Yeah, because usually I was grabbing it from the land station.
Yeah.
Just, like, play with whatever they have in the land station.
I like to grab from the land station and then match them up, which is like quite possible to do because it's like a lot of them are the same. But it's like just a little bit more of effort to do that. I do like to have matched lands. I will also say that purposely all 20 lands are mismatched. I'm fine with that too, because
like
it took effort.
Legendary kind of situation.
Yeah. As long as you just like provide some effort. But yeah, we see here the Prof just like getting 6 counters onto the Vivi, and yeah, that's.
I mean, it was just a tough game. It's one of those.
Yeah, it is.
There's not much that could have been done. That Pyroclasm exactly on turn 3 able to wipe the board, and from there Liam just getting land after land after land after land. I feel bad, but these happens. Congratulations though to our EZAT player here, advancing 7-0. Showcasing once again, I mean, this deck really punishes when your opponents cannot like have an either your opponent has something absolutely explosive that wins the game, or the VV deck just ends up getting every time a way to win.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that so far we've had Vivi on camera 4 times, and the only time it has lost was against Asper Mill. So yeah, maybe that's the deck to explore for your future, like the last few RCQs or whatever is going on here until we get to November 10th. But yeah, strong deck clearly. Now we kind of like we've been showing what's been going on, a little bit on some of the other tables, some of the other matches. Here we're showing up what's going on at the top tables, and yeah, it is a lot of Vivi matches going on.
And I have to assume we are going to start seeing more of these as the weekend progresses, because I feel like these decks that are top decks are just going to perform well. I mean, of course, we are going to see tomorrow in the meta conversion that Frank always does, exactly what decks did well. I'm curious to see, for example, this Esper Mill, how it's playing out, and how exactly it will do against just VV decks. But
that is just one player, though, so it's like hard to gather too much from that. I will say, know, last round we actually had table 1 and 2 in the feature match area, so also undefeated. And we both saw the match that was on camera, which didn't involve Vivi, as well as the match that there was the Mono Red versus Pixie, as well as the match that wasn't shown, which was 4-color control against Blue-White mid-range. So, you know, like things are also going on that isn't this, even at the very top of the tables. So yeah, we wanted to show a bit more of a holistic thing when you combine all the rounds to paint a picture of Standard, and that's exactly what we've been doing here, getting our brushes out and just splattering with a bunch of blue and red hues.
You know what I would play if I was playing this weekend?
You play Oath of Demons?
Mono black.
Mono black demons.
Yes, I would play mono black demons, try to kill my opponent, try to combo out, or I would play some Golgari deck. You know, I have a friend that is playing not a Golgari, but a Smuggler Surprise deck.
Oh yeah, I love the Smuggler Surprise. That's a good one. I lost to that last time I played it on Arena.
Really?
Actually, yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's cool. So
I was like, oh, they
stuff.
pass with 8 mana up? Oh my god, they have nothing. I could just attack with it, and then I died.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. We also saw the Kona deck with Omniscience. That was also a pretty fun one. So I feel like there's a lot of fun, different combos that players can have in this standard format. And there's a bit for everyone. So I'm curious to see from these decks which one we'll see tomorrow. And also, what decks exactly make the top 8.
Oh yeah. I want to see some red-green landfall make top 8. That would make my day for sure.
The deck seemed pretty strong. You know, a 64-64. I mean, with Trample.
With Trample.
I want to see Vivi block that.
Sometimes it probably can. I don't know. The other thing is also crazy.
Blood Maw, back to your hand. Try again.
Regardless, you know, we have some more rounds coming. Round 8 coming up here with Arne and Andrea in the booth once again. So yeah, let's cut to a break here and let's get them in here.
2, 3. Hey everybody, I am sitting here with Emma Manchot, the community manager of Infinity, and she has something very special to announce.
Hello everyone at home. We hope you are having a wonderful time at our Spotlight Spider-Man event. We have here this incredible prize for the winner of today's event. Well, this weekend's event.
Let's take a look at it.
Take a look.
So our friends at Wizards of the Coast, Marvel, and East Continental Gems have brought the Infinity Gauntlet to life for this event. So what this means is, not only are we playing for the 8 slots for the next Pro Tour, which is the Lorwyn Pro Tour in Richmond, but the winner of this event is gonna go home with a real Infinity Gauntlet replica with an embedded Madeira Citrine Soulstone set in 18-karat gold.
This is just an incredible prize. It is gorgeous, it is heavy, and just the engravings on the gauntlet, it is a gorgeous, gorgeous prize, and we cannot wait to hand it over to our next Spotlight champion.
This is super cool, super exciting. You can win actual gold at this event. You have no idea how heavy this actually is.
Dude, you want to like try and like?
I'm actually, you know what? It looks like, you know, this bad things could happen. So let's not do that.
That's fair. That's fair.
But yeah, shout out again to Wizards of the Coast, Marvel, and East Continental Gems. This is a super incredibly cool thing. Only 2 people in the world are gonna have a chance to have this. One has already been handed out to the winner in Spotlight Spider-Man in Baltimore. And the second one is going to be handed over to the winner tomorrow evening.
We cannot wait. And stay tuned for more magic. And soon we'll crown our new champion.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Let's get back to the booth.
Hello, everyone. It's once again Andrea Mengucci and Arne Huschenbeth bringing you the action from round number 8.
Yeah, we have a good one this time. We have Blue-White Control, one of my favorite decks in Standard, and we have Freddy Barber championing that one against Douglas Penman on Is It Cauldron. Freddy, if you've watched the Spotlight Utrecht series, there he was also crushing it with Boros Energy on day 1. I remember that, and he's doing well again here with Blue-White Control.
Definitely rebranded from Boros Energy to Blue-White Control. That's a very different lifestyle of play. It is cool to see control strategy doing well again. You mentioned it's your favorite style of gameplay. Have you had any chances to try Blue-White Control in the Standard season?
I have. Day of Judgment, very good right now, and the blue card draw is amazing as well. Okay. We're gonna take a quick look at the standings here.
Ooh, we've got only 4 players undefeated. We recognize the Lori Thornstorm, who just won on camera there, as well as Paweł Sierkowinski as well. Sierkowicz, yes. We also see, look at that, 7th place. That's my pick for the fantasy draft, Gerardo Delia from Rome. Nice to see him, as well as your, oh no, he's not in this page, but also your the fantasy draft pick, Adrian Inigo, also 6-1. So yeah.
Tony Martos in there as well, on number 6.
Tony Martos, of course.
Yeah.
Not you know,
crushing it.
Very, very cool to see him doing well, of course. So yeah, we have seen Liam Taylor-Collins. He was playing mono red, so we for sure know there is a mono red player in the 10th place. But we now have blue-white control. I believe the players are 6-1, so they already locked day 2. But looking to finish the day 1 very strong. Of course, you need 18 points to advance to day 2, but the more wins you get on day 2, the less wins you need on day 1. Sorry, the less wins you need on day 2 to achieve the top 8, which is the goal of everyone playing in this event. All right, so we are now seeing the players.
We have some of the before we go into the top. There we see the last 2 undefeated playing at 1 and 2 here, Laurie versus Mache, and
and then we have the Spanish battle around at table 3. Adrian Inigo Tastet versus Tony Martos. Round 4, my friend Gerardo. All right, he's been championing blue red cauldron for a very long time on Twitter.
You want to know a fun fact about this one? This is 8. Is it Cauldron players?
And that's why we're not going to see any of these players for today. You know, Frank Carson is the person in our coverage booth that is choosing the matches. I told Frank, let's delay the mirror match of Cauldron for a while. Let's show some variety. What is standard going to be after the changes, the 10th of November? That is definitely going to be a very important date if you're a standard fan, if you want to see, if you want to play that format again, or in your case, what to do at Worlds, because of course
the World Championship is going to come up in December with Avatar then, which is also looking to be a very exciting event. We're going to have a look at some of the spoilers from Avatar during the weekend here in the coverage booth as well, which I'm excited for.
That's cool.
Always love discussing those.
Yeah, so I assumed you are qualified for Worlds. Was I assuming right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I didn't want to say anything wrong there. So yeah, you are definitely going to be one of the first person, one of the few person that are going to be able to play a high-level tournament in standard post changes that are happening post Avatar new set. So definitely things are going to look very, very different there. The World Championship is in Seattle. Is in Seattle, so that's gonna happen in December. So still a little bit there, but again, we've got plenty of action this weekend as well.
And top 4 tables all playing as a Cauldron Mirrors, but there's still a lot of interesting stuff in the running. We have on our backup feature table Sota Reanimator, for example, 4-color control still in the mix. We have a Gruul Landfall deck. We have this blue-white control deck. Lots of mono-red aggro still in the running. May it be Leyline, may it be normal. So, we're not quite yet at the point where we're only showing is it Cauldron Mirrors, and we're going to stay off that point hopefully for a little bit more, and see
hopefully
some blue-white action.
Okay, we're down to the players. We are actually showcasing right now Autumn Bruchette player, of course, Pro Tour champion, one of the best player from the UK, so defending the home turf and playing is at Cauldron. Whereas on the other side, we see Stuart George playing Sota Reanimator. You mentioned it, Arne. This deck is now going to be featured. This is one of the few combo decks in Standard. I mean, unless you're counting is a Cauldron as a combo deck.
Yeah, it is a sweet one. It is essentially a form of Living End brought into Standard. If you're a Modern fan, Living End, here you have the ability, essentially you're trying to mill over your entire deck, bring off the last gift, which is this 8-mana 6/6 demon, and when you cast it, you essentially perform Living End. Each creature in play will be sacrificed, and then all the creatures from the graveyard will come into play, sort of swapping graveyard and battlefield with each other. And how do you achieve that 8 mana? You don't cast it, of course not. We're cheating it out with Superior Spider-Man, a new cool addition from the Spider-Man set, which copies a card in your graveyard when it's cast, and then boom, you get to cheat out the Bring of the Last Gift for just 4 mana.
We see here Agatha Soul Cauldron, which is like a main deck hate piece for the Reanimator deck. Kind of unfair how, you know, the Reanimator deck is trying to do something cool with his graveyard and the opponent just has a combo piece. Sorry, just like main deck hate piece for your deck. Although I played this match on Magical Line, and I was not able to stop it because the opponent milled so many cards, milled so many Bring the Last Gift that just Agatha Soul Cauldron was not enough. The Superior Spider-Man does not target. So if there's 2 creatures, the Superior Spider-Man is still going to be able to work its way to a you know, the deck functioning. But yeah, so we see here Simcore Caller. Oh no. This is the so-called, you know, the best start possible for the blue-red deck. We're discarding Vivi.
Oh, wow.
We're putting the Vivi under the Cauldron, and we're getting 3 mana already.
On the play here, Autumn showing off the Cauldron power. This is the nut draw. I mean, there's only a Marauding Mako missing. That would be the actual nut draw, but it doesn't really get any worse than this.
Yeah, so we're going to go to combat. 3 counters are going to be put on that thing and pass the turn because we've already used the Vivi ability. Let's see if the opponent has a spot removal spell, and I believe there is. That is the Saga, right?
Awaken the Honored Dead. Yeah, that's a really strong card in this deck. It's a sort of a Vindicate on the front side, but then it also mills 3 cards, and then at the end of it, it returns a creature or land from your graveyard, and you have to discard a card. So it does it all. So you can find a Spider-Man with it from your graveyard if you milled that one over, and you can discard the Bringer of the Last Gift, while also being an interactive turn-free piece. Card is absolutely amazing. You love to see it from Target Dragonstorm, having some nice free color, also powerful cards.
I love to see the mana base. Like, look at that, 3 fast land. That's exactly the dream of your, you know, first 3 lands, all into play, all untapped. Perfect mana. We see here Tersa, Light
Shatter, yes.
Light Shatter coming in, discarding 2, drawing 2, putting 2 more counter. This is so much damage. Like, that's the power of that deck, right? It was both a combo, but also it's just attacking for how much is
11.
that? 11 on turn 4. All right, second chapter, milling 3, Kiora.
Noteworthy, I want to point out that Autumn discarded a Quantum Riddler, but into this Terza, but I think that's actually a smart play, potentially, because of that Living End ability. You might want to put some creatures in the graveyard, so you also get something back from the Living End effect.
Also, I want to shout out Autumn, who definitely improved her choices of basics. I don't know if you remember this, but when she won her Pro Tour with Mono Blue, she was playing like 18 different islands, very not aesthetically pleasing. So I love to see a very important upgrade here to the Urza Saga. Really just going from, you know, one of the worst options to one of the best options. You know, it took a while. You know, it was like 7 years, I believe. That was PT London 2019, so I guess 6 years, but you know, that's I appreciate the improvement.
Yeah, we're all maturing. But yeah, it's great to see Autumn here against George Stewart. This is certainly a battle of the British of Britain here. Autumn, one of the most accomplished English players we've seen in a long time.
Indeed.
Pro Tour champion, MPL, I believe, as well. Excellent players.
Okay, so now, actually, I mean, we still, things are going good, but we would like to keep pushing this advantage. There's a couple of ways to draw extra cards. There's the fear of missing out. There's a second copy of Proft. So we could just do that, put a bunch of counters on the Light Shatter. But let's see what's happening here. 3 mana are being spent to play Vivi or Natir. Is there any 1 mana interaction that can be played? I believe there is not. So now we see, I'm assuming the Proft. Okay, so we want to put counters on Vivi, and then post-combat, we want to use Vivi to add 2 mana to play that Fear of Missing Out, I believe. So now we just attack for 5, and then post-combat. We do.
Yeah. Sequencing it out correctly. You wouldn't expect anything less from Proto Champion Burchett. There's also a Soulstone Sanctuary in the mana base, which is a card that not that many Vivi lists actually play these days. But that one is certainly threatening to attack.
But
even after.
But now we looking like this is the turn. This may be the turn, and it is.
Wow, are we discarding? And we found the Spider-Man with the last mill. Oh my god! And we discarding the Bringer of the Last Gift. That is insane.
Yeah, George did not have a Spider-Man in hand. A reanimation way, so we are able now to reanimate that combo card.
Yeah, and now we're gonna have it, Living End. So we're gonna bring back a Kiara and a Town Grid. That's actually not that strong.
I mean,
wow.
Autumn did discard a couple of creatures throughout the game, so she's gonna be able to bring it all back. There is one card in hand, so the Quantum Riddler draws 2. We'll see. I mean, she has the opportunity to put a card on the stack.
There's a lot of triggers here on the stack. Noteworthy, the Bringer of the Last Gift should be exiled from the Spider-Man trigger, but you can actually stack the triggers to bring back the Bringer first, so it never gets exiled from the Spider-Man trigger. It's really neat interaction.
I didn't think about that. So now George has 2 6/6 flyers in play. Oh, sorry, a 4/4 flyer and a 6/6 flyers.
Yeah, so George is the active player. So he has this triggers on the stack first, and then Autumn puts
the
triggers on the stack, so we see those resolve first.
Yeah, exactly. That's a complicated thing. Usually you let Arena or Magic Online do it by, but here we have to actually do that. So active player, non-active player, first draw 2 from Riddler, then draw 2, discard 1 from the Steamcore Scholar, and finally Fear of Missing Out. The game is not over. The game is, I mean, George did its thing, but Autumn played in a way, as you mentioned before, where she would find herself in a decent spot, even if that, I mean, we keep on saying Living End. What is that meaning? Like, Living End is a card from, Time Spiral. Suspend, actually, it's a throwback to even an older card, Living Death. That is a 5-mana card. You are just exchanging the board with the graveyard. And okay, so that's another reanimation target. Arden, the Usurper. Ooh, actually, Arden the Usurper makes me remind again. Did you think about that?
I did think about exactly that when you said it.
Yes, we played a game on Magic Online. I believe it was a final of
it was first day. It was very shortly before the Pro Tour.
Yeah, it was the day before the PT. We played in a final of the single elimination draft, and I beat you with Arden turn 8, both games.
Yeah.
I was like Golgari.
Yeah, you were actually playing Zultai. So you
oh my god, the game is over because
what happened?
Autumn just triple bounced the flyers.
Yeah, that's crazy. Found the Floodmoss off the top there, and then boom.
I mean, off the top, she looted like so many cards that turn.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
So yeah, that must be the worst feeling, right? You do the thing on turn 5 and you lose the next turn.
Heads up by Autumn to put all those creatures in the graveyard.
Yeah, so exactly. If you ever find yourself against a Sultai Reanimator deck in the future with a deck with creature, it's very, very smart to, put those creatures in the graveyard somehow. Survey Land, or in this case, Steamcore Scholar, Fear of Missing Out. She just did not held this card to cast. She just knew that, okay, so if my opponent wants to win the game, he has to reanimate my graveyard. That's actually an inevitable thing that's going to happen. So might as well just be ready for when that happens. So, of course, very heads up. All right, we're headed to sideboard now. How can Sultai Reanimator fight the best deck in the format?
Okay, the sideboard of George entails 3 copies of the rest, not that good here. 2 Harvester of Misery, 2 Heritage Reclamation. Heritage Reclamation could come in. It does solve the issue of
Quantum Riddler?
No. Heritage Reclamation is the disenchant.
Sorry.
it does solve the issue of
Cauldron.
Agatha Soul Cauldron.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. We've seen how Awaken the Honor deck kill it very quickly, but obviously the more answer you have to that card, the better it is, because I mean your deck relies around graveyard, so you don't want to see Agatha Soul Cauldron ever.
So then we have 2 Malicious Eclipse. That's the -2/-2 effect. Not good here. We have 2 Strategic Betrayal. They are going to be excellent here. Exiling the graveyard while killing a creature. We have 1 copy of Annul. That's going to come in here. Counters that. Agatha Soul Cauldron. Really annoying for George.
What's Mr. Negative?
Oh, that's a sweet one. I actually played that yesterday in my Trios sealed. It swaps life total. So it's very good against mono red. So they put you down to 2 life and they are 20. You just put them to 2 and you're at 20. Just a casual 18 drain.
Yeah, that's actually a throwback to one of the first cards in the game, Mirror Universe from the Legends. It's a 6-mana artifact that did nothing else. This is a lot better. 7 mana, 5/5 Vigilance, Lifelink. It sounds better. Let's start with one of the best common from Final Fantasy Draft, Town Greeter. Milling over Cavern of Souls, ready to name Spider or Man. I don't know. What's that?
Spider is certainly one of the options, yes.
Okay, we see Proft, one of the best cards in the deck from Autumn. And bing, 1 damage. Let's see now. Would you be interested in going to Awaken the Honor Death on the Proft? It does seem like kind of bad because you are killing a thing that drew a card, but maybe it's a necessary evil.
It's reasonable if I wouldn't have had a different free drop to play. And there you go, Steam Core discarding a flyer.
Yeah, both of these decks are exploiting the power of Steam Core Scholar, a card that, you know, very interesting, but I didn't see too much play, I guess, in the Oculus deck. Ooh, look at that. There's the Cauldron's back.
Yes.
So here with, you know, if George was about to play, let's say, Spider-Man, Autumn can just, you know, response, exile your creature, and you just have a 4/4 instead of a 6/6 flyer. That is that a May ability? Can you choose not to use the ability? It enters if you cast it. Each player sacrifices. Nope, it's not. All right, we want to mill more though. We are milling Overlord of the Balamurk as well as. Is that a meringue as well? Okay, we're filling our graveyard here, but again, the Agatha Soul Cauldron is gonna clean it.
Yeah, but only 1 per turn, right? So yes, Autumn can remove the Bring of the Last Gift here. But next turn, you know, George could play the Spider-Man, and then at that point, as you said, it doesn't target, so it has meringue or Overlord, and then Autumn has to choose which one of the 2 George would receive, and both are, you know, pretty good, so not a good deal for Autumn.
Yep. So what are we seeing right now is maybe a draw. Wow, the Vivi is there. But there is not Steam Core Scholar or Fear of Missing Out, so we can't do the combo yet.
I like developing the Vivi here. You have a Floodmore to at least start growing her, and also you have Cauldron to grow her, of course. And there's no immediate danger right now because there's no Bring of the Last Gift in the graveyard anymore, so you can play a little bit more relaxed, right? And that's why we see Autumn choosing to tap out here, using the Vivi ability immediately.
Exactly. So we're gonna go to combat, or gonna be a counter there, but we can't go more mana in second main because Vivi was already activated. Okay. On top draw, what do we see? George has a full grip. The Cauldron is tapped. We can do...
I see at least freelance. I see a Spider-Man.
A play that Autumn made that you briefly mentioned about, like, she said, you said to pass with the bounce spell up. Autumn said, this is not the moment to bounce anything. I don't want to waste the mana. I want to be tapped out. If you just do whatever you want. I'm gonna hold this Floodmaw for whatever reason. So it is a very different skill to just a difficult skill to just know when to tap out.
Yes, to know when not to be playing carefully and to know when to be playing aggressively. And I think Autumn picked the right spot, and a player of their caliber, of course, knows exactly when, where to go.
So what I was briefly talking with Frank Carson before about Blue-Red Cauldron is that it's an extremely difficult deck, and the player have had so much time to master it. Sometimes when you have like very powerful decks, they don't last very long, but the players have been just playing this deck over and over, so the deck, which is already super strong, is just, the players just getting better and better at playing it. So we see, like, you know, again, like, just look how many options this is. This is like so difficult, this deck to play.
It's a really fun deck to play. You have this combo, you have the fear of out on tapping stuff with Prof. It's really cool. Quantum Riddler is so much fun. You know, it is the best deck, and we'll likely see it being nerfed next month. But I have to say, actually, it's already November, isn't it? What am I saying?
Ooh, 1st of November it is. Yeah. No, but it's true. Like when I was playing RCQ last weekend on Saturday and Sunday, I definitely had a blast playing this deck. It is definitely the best thing. All right, so we see that Winternet Stories discard 2 lands, but still there is a land drop to be... No, there is no land drop to be made, so that's why we discard 2 lands there. We have Winternet Stories immediately played. Vivi still needs to be activated, Cauldron still needs to be activated, and so on. So this turn is going to be big.
Autumn, you see them smile here. Okay, that's a quartet. A quartet, you would say in German. I don't even know. What do you say? Four of a kind?
Oh,
4 of a kind Floodmoors here.
4 of a kind, indeed.
Not the greatest.
Yeah, well, we've seen Floodmoor winning the game earlier via just discarding the bouncing the creatures after leaving an effect. She's keeping them all. She's keeping them all too. No, okay, one gets discarded alongside of a tap land. Very cool, very cool. But I love also the
this is a very hypothetical scenario, but could potentially the Vivi have killed the George here with the Floodmoors?
Attacking?
Yeah.
Maybe.
It's very hindsight play, of course, but like 4 creatures, 4 Floodmoor.
Yeah.
And then 4 more damage from the Vivi trigger, 4 more Groves.
Okay, we're tracking mana, of course.
Yeah, now we're going crazy with the Vivi. How much? 11 mana?
It's 11 mana to be. We're in the second main phase. So the Prof already has been activated. And let's go. 5, 6. Let's start with a 5 mana Mold Drifter. Almost. Mold Drifter, draw 1.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to be a very explosive turn. We'll see what Autumn can assemble, but we also know that George picked up a Meringue River Regent. So for 6 mana, he can bounce the 2 biggest things on the opposing side to reset.
Oh wow, she drew a Quantum Riddler off of a Quantum Riddler, and both of these will be into play.
That is actually very good, yeah.
She also needs to be a little concerned about a living... No, because the Cauldron is now acting as a Ghost Vacuum.
Yes.
Just to make sure that nothing bad can happen. Well, except... yeah, also that card costs 8, so it can't be cast. Okay, we're warping now.
Okay, I like that Autumn is putting the warp upside down. That's good to remind themselves.
Okay, we can also, what we can do is also fear of missing out, discard Vivi, and then tap the Cauldron to get 16 more mana.
Oh my god, there's the Vivi, yes.
Although, I don't even know what can she do with 16 more mana. I guess
we'll find out.
Of course, Caller. Yeah, because...
Keep the train rolling.
Yeah, there's this very strange rule that lets Vivi add mana twice, because she has twice the ability of, itself, plus the one delivered by the Cauldron.
Autumn just keeps cracking a smile here.
It was also super cool that she decided to warp the Riddler instead of casting it. I think I would have casted it. I would have drawn off of it a fear of missing out, and then I couldn't have deployed it because I didn't have mana anymore. So she decided to warp it, draws exactly the card that rewarded her for warping, and now she just goes off. Again, I would have just passed the turn, but probably would have maybe, still had a good time. But here we are basically just adding 16 mana because of warping instead of casting. And again, this is all the difference between, so we're gonna get 5 blue mana, casting Steam Across Caller. And it is, honestly, this weekend, this is my first time covering Is a Cauldron. I've never, because whenever we were on cost, there was never a Cauldron match.
Yes.
It's fun. Like, it's actually fun to see.
it's completely insane, yeah.
Yeah, because we are pinging as well with...
Wait a minute. What are we doing?
The same card. She is
so we all using
right now
to...
the same Steam Course Caller 3 times to deal 3 damage and add 3 counters on the Vivi or Natir. I think what she wants to do is empty her hand so that she draws 4 out of the Quantum Riddler.
That is some spicy play here by Autumn.
Yeah, also bouncing the same thing instead of the Super Spider-Man.
I would have thought you could bounce the Spider-Man though. You don't want the Avatar.
I mean, the Agatha Soul Gouger is stopped. So George can actually go Town Greeter, mill over, and then Spider-Man.
Yeah, that's true, that's true.
So that is, yeah. Okay, so it's time to finally cast that. Okay, I'm casting Proft first.
We still haven't activated that Vivi, by the way. That is an additional
exactly.
mana coming.
Yeah, the mana is not a problem in this game, in this turn.
This is ridiculous. So here's this Cauldron just playing solitaire here, going off, showing its muscles. The Vivi, being what is this, 16, 19? No big deal.
Okay, we're replacing a die. Okay.
We need more die.
More dies.
Materia.
Indeed. We got only 11 mana. I would assume it was more. That's 16 mana. That should be. I think she just maybe told the judge to give her more dice.
Yeah, perhaps.
Yeah, because we should have more mana. But anyway, Steam Course Caller draws.
Yeah, how many cards have been drawn this turn? Is breaking all records here. Okay, so for George, yeah, he could actually play something like an Overload for 2 mana next turn to wipe the entire board theoretically.
Oh, also what Otto can do is play a new Cauldron. No, that doesn't work. Oh yes, it is. You give the ability to Vivi once again.
Yes.
So you can get 17 more mana. Again, yeah, that's actually what's happening right now. So she replays the Cauldron.
George is like looking afar right now. He's like, yeah, all right.
Yeah, George is just
F6ing.
Yeah, playing with his cards, inflaming the sleeves.
The turn is over.
What's that?
It looks like.
Oh yeah, she wants to. Yeah, she wants to pass the Cauldron up to make sure she doesn't die to a Tongue Reader into exactly meal the what's it called again?
Bringer of the Last Gift.
The Bringer of the Last Gift, and then going Superior Spider-Man.
Yes. Okay, well, George has Cavern of Souls, so you can put that on Dragon here. Not that one Spire Bluff Canal actually represents a counterspell for a 6 mana card. So he doesn't have to do that exactly, but yeah, it's a nice comeback play. He can bounce the Vivi, which is advisable to do so at this point in time. And perhaps the Riddler, and to reset the board a little bit. Yeah. I don't really see other options right now. I suppose this Overlord attack could be very threatening if it finds a spider. Okay. We have 4 of a kind, 3 of a kind.
Yeah, all the Into the Floodmaw are in the graveyard. All 4. So we won't be bouncing anything anymore.
He would have needed to find some ridiculous combination. Like he would have needed to find like 2 Bringer and 1 Spider-Man right there in this mill to be actually play around that Cauldron on the other side. So yeah, no, not happening. So we're probably going to see a Marangra region bouncing Quantum Riddler and Vivi. You could also bounce the Fear of Missing Out, theoretically, because that one's kind of threatening with the Proft in play. But yeah, here we see a block happening. The 4/4 is being eaten.
6th land, and then
it is noteworthy that the Meringue could have been played pre-combat to get rid of that Riddler. So the 4/4 actually has an attack that's...
I believe you don't want to bounce the Riddler.
You don't want to bounce the Riddler?
I don't know.
Just bounce the Fear?
Yeah, bounce Fear and Vivi because of the... I mean, the Fear ability is too strong, right?
Yeah, I could see that.
I believe it's... I guess there's no removal spell for the Meringue because they were all cast... I was saying Dragon? Funny.
The Dragon token represented as the... That's really cute. I have not seen that before. The Cavern of Souls uncounterable.
Is there a way to have lethal now?
I'm sure there. Well, there's certainly a way. It's just a question. Does Autumn have the cards for
I'm thinking about because, you know, without a way to bounce, I mean, you can force the meringue to chump block, I guess.
Yes, you could technically have lethal. I actually think you can have lethal, right? Because the fear attacks twice.
Okay.
If you make the Steam Core 11 power by drawing 8 extra cards here,
oh, okay,
you're gonna have lethal. Actually, 7 is enough. 7 extra cards because you have the Cauldron ability.
Yeah.
I think that should be possible with like the bazillion mana that Autumn has here.
Yeah, so we're going Quantum Riddler. We're going Vivi, I'm assuming. I mean, it depends. It depends. Because she had like infinite mana last turn and didn't use it, so it may just be that there's not many things to use it on.
It looks like Autumn is planning to...
Yeah, Mako is basically just free because it costs 1, but then what you do is you go Fury Missing Out, discard a card, put a counter. So already the Mako produced mana.
Yeah, I think Autumn is thinking if they should cast the Fear, discard the Vivi, or play the Vivi, but I think it makes sense to discard the Vivi.
Discard it, yeah. We need to... Oh, I think she used the mana from the Steam Core Scholar and not the lands.
Yes, yes. Not forgetting any triggers here. I really like how Autumn is keeping track of everything and has a little bit of a system as well with all the cards.
Yeah, the dice of the Proft is very important. I was also doing that.
Yes. It's a very it's like a technically hard deck to play in paper for sure.
Yeah, I was talking to Andre Strasky and he said how he was playing on Arena and he didn't play much in paper and he was just yeah, there's too much to keep track of and you actually spend so much time just not forgetting your triggers.
Here we see the nasty combination of 2 Vivis under 1 Cauldron. Yes, that means double the Vivi abilities. So if Autumn chooses to put the counter here onto the Riddler, that's 10 additional mana just from the Riddler. The Steam Core will be able to activate again here. Yeah, we're looking at least like 15 mana again this turn.
Yeah, I think what George is saying is, give me the basics, I'm gonna keep track of the lands. I'm gonna keep track of the mana.
I like that.
Yeah, I don't know, I just
saving some time.
I just thought about that. Actually, this game is going for a while. I believe it's over 10 minutes now of just solitary, the blue-red Vivi stuff.
Yeah, we really get to see the deck in action. I mean, being able to fulfill, you know, the combo turns in a very good way, sequencing them correctly is an art in itself. And here we see, you know, one of the best players in the room doing exactly so. So that's yeah, it's a good lesson, I suppose, for all of us.
Yeah. So Quantum Riddler gets 5 mana and plays Quantum Riddler, draws a card, adds the count to the Proft. Remember that you need to put the Proft counter. Oh yeah. So you can just go. The first counters go on the Steam Core Scholar. It becomes a. Oh no! It needs to become 11 with the first time you target it. So it's twice lethal.
Yes.
So
we're getting there. We are.
The goal of what Autumn's trying to do is she needs to put 8 counters on Proft.
Just 3 more now, yeah.
So that those 8 counters go on the Scholar. The Scholar becomes 11 power. You attack with Scholar and Fear of Missing Out. Untap the Scholar. Meringue has to chump, and then the Scholar attacks again. Whatever. Proft puts more counters on it, doesn't matter, and it's going to be lethal. So
yeah, but
okay,
it looks
that's
like
not happening though.
We have 8.
Yeah.
8
Unfortunately,
it's not lethal.
I assume what happened is that Autumn stopped. Like she just didn't have any more.
She
draw spells.
Yeah, needed like a Winter Night Stories here to finish the job.
Yeah, only one Winter Night Stories was drawn in this.
I believe
process.
so, yes.
Okay, so we're attacking here, and Fear of Missing Out will untap the Scholar.
Well, the Scholar has Vigilance, so you can untap the Fear itself.
Okay, but the Fear of... Oh, true. So what's going to happen now is the Meringue is going to eat the Fear of Missing Out and take 7.
Oh,
that's the only way
I think that's
George
what you should do, yeah.
that George can win. Sorry, survive.
Yeah, he could not block the Fear, theoretically.
No, he should block the Fear with the Meringue.
Yeah, he should have blocked the Fear with the Meringue here, yeah.
And now,
the
Proft puts 5 more counters on. It doesn't even need to put it on the Scholar now. It can even put it on the Fear of Missing Out. So what's happening here is that this is like, I mean, again, technically there's a combination for which George turns it around. So Autumn still needs to be patient. Maybe she has some cyber card in her hand. Like, I don't know, Disdainful Stroke. Let's see if there is... No, there's no Disdainful Stroke in the sideboard. Okay.
Oh, Autumn could have put the counters on that Fear, theoretically.
Theoretically.
Because of the second combat step. Interesting, but not choosing for that and choosing on the other one.
Yeah, maybe what she thought is I don't want
creatures to die.
Yeah, I don't want Tongue Raider to jump.
Yeah, that's fair.
There's always when you watch good players in and you make them and you see them make a play that's obvious, you're like, there must be a reason. What am I missing?
Yeah. That is a very good reason. Yeah, we have 7 mana now for George, so that's 1 short from your favorite Arden, 1 short from Bringer of the Last Gift. But he does have Steam Core Scholar, so maybe you can cast that one and find Superior Spider-Man and then go off. Potential.
If the Superior Spider-Man reanimates the man, I never remember that name. Bringer of the Last Gift, things can happen here. But I don't think that George has the Spider-Man in hand. Okay, we're tapping Swamp and Colorless to play Balamurk. All right, we're looking for Spider-Man.
Oh, he has it in a graveyard already, actually.
Okay.
So maybe he had to make a decision here. He's sort of like, can I mill a Bringer? Okay, GG. That's what this was about. Yeah.
So
the Overload gives him more.
Yeah. The Reanimator player. Honestly, I had a chance until the very end. It looked like the game was very over, but Autumn never found a Winternet story, so she really couldn't really go off too big, and until the very last moment, the Spectacular Spider-Man could have been put on the stack. So it is cool to see again. You know, UK battle over here. The
Powerhouse Autumn
Wales
showing.
And Autumn Bruche winning with Urza Saga lands. That is always a nice touch, and I'm glad to see them on a stream now. We are gonna see, of course, more of the tournament. We're gonna see more of the players. We are gonna see more of me and you because we are back over here. I love that you have a button tie. Whereas I'm trying to, I try to time up my shirt up here, but with the scarf, it got a little bit messy, so I need to open it.
No,
I don't want to look unprofessional though, but whereas you look a lot cleaner. You look a lot cleaner.
You're looking great. You've been bulking up. I've heard you've been going to the gym, so like it doesn't fit anymore. It's too much muscles here.
No. There's still a lot to work, but I'm glad that you're recognizing.
He actually was in a gym today in the morning as well.
That's true.
In the hotel gym. Yeah,
that is true.
Waking up early.
Now let's change topic. Let's talk about Magic. One day we'll talk about that as well, but it's not today. We have the other coverage. We have the other future match. It is between Azor's Control and Izzet Cauldron. Of course, we strategically put them after because we knew, this is 2 UK players. I actually recognize them both. This player I play pre-modern with at Four Seasons from time to time. So it's cool to see, pre-modern fan over here.
Douglas, yes, he's on Izzet Cauldron today.
Yes, and on the other side, we have blue-white control. We've talked briefly about it before. Wow, this deck is clean. Lots of 4 focus on the star charts, and only 3 stock up.
Only 3 stock up.
It's not sorcery speed.
The star charts has been taking some of the attention away from stock up.
All right, on the other side, it's the classic Izzet Cauldron with, we're going to talk about the small thing here and there, but let's focus on blue-white control. 2 copies of Elspeth Storm Slayer. Of course, a throwback to Elspeth Sun's Champion, but aggressively costed 1 less mana for that powerful end game. You make tokens, you pump them up and attack with. We're underway now. We are starting from game number 2. Douglas Penman won the first match of the first game, so Freddy Barber is on the play. I believe that was a snap keep. I love that. Just open hand, land spells, keep. Then you think about what to do. All right, let's go. Restless Anchorage. Ready.
I remember Freddy. We covered him in Utrecht. He was doing very well with Boros Energy there in the last Spotlight series in Europe in March. On day one, I think he was also a 6-0, I believe, 6-1. So he's no slouch. He knows his way around these tournaments. But yeah, Boros Energy, a lot different from Blue White Control.
Yes, so
he has
the range.
A very big range here in terms of decks.
That's what you need in order to be a successful competitive player. You need to follow the metagame and sometimes attack the metagame with this Azorius control. Again, Soulless Sanctuary, that is not a common land. In fact, it's a rare land. You know, most decks play Stinker Scholar, get No More Lied. I wonder if Freddy had No More Lies on Agatha Soul Cauldron, but just decided to let it resolve, thinking it's not that big of a threat, you can have it.
Absolutely, I think that's a really good call. And here we see the 4-mana pass. Back in the days it was Memory Deluge, nowadays it's Consult the Start Shots that's being threatened.
And even before it was... Oh my god, I forgot. No, I guess
Glimmer of Genius.
Glimmer of Genius, of course.
Oh god, a good
Yeah, Glimmer of Genius.
I love that. Yeah, so that's the turn that you want to do something very powerful. So to make it a little bit awkward for the Blue-White Control player, they either cast a Consult or have to cast like their counter spell. So I like that Douglas is really developing here.
Yeah, if you are, you know, maybe a new standard player, this lesson that Arne just said, it's a very, very important lesson. If your opponent's mana up on turn 4 with Blue-White Control, you need to tap out. Don't just let them use their mana. They either, as you said, counter this Prof, counter this fear of missing out, or resolve the star chart. It's very, very important. This is how you beat the control deck. You squeeze them into not using mana in key moment and making them use mana whenever you want, basically. Very, very important to do so. And now we see fear of missing out, discarding Vivi, putting a counter. Oh my god.
I mean, did this play, we were tapping out here in response to a fear of missing out being cast. There was no reason to do so. And now Douglas can just go off completely without having to worry about anything, any get lost or any counter magic.
Yeah, that was maybe not the best timing, but yeah. Again,
by the way, also we have Douglas Pennon already 1-0. We jumped here into game number 2.
Ooh, a passing of the turn though.
Yeah, not the craziest turn.
Okay, so
we're looking for like
Ultima. Here. I think
Ultima. Ultima would be nice. Yeah, I think he's not playing it actually.
No, yeah, there's one copy.
Oh, he's playing one copy.
I don't know if I saw it in hand, but I did not. We're saying the 1-mana removal spell for the Agatha Soul. No, never mind. Fear of missing out gets exiled under the Seam Rip.
I think that's actually a valid strategy to, if they have that going, the Cauldron combo, that you just kill all the creatures. And try to prevent them from generating mana that way. It's also, it's also not trivial to put counters on your creatures when there's no creatures in the graveyard either. So you can like let them play a creature, and then with the Prof trigger on the stack, you can just like get lost it.
What if you kill the Prof?
I would advise against that usually.
Because it's legendary?
It's legendary, and I think you're better served to not sort of two-phone yourself that way. You're going to two-phone yourself either way if you... Okay, he wants to play around Spell Pierce, I suppose.
Ability on the stack, we are killing it. And then it resolves. So now, if Douglas draws a creature, he's going to be able to target it with the Prof. So maybe it was better to wait on the Prof target. To be able to once again play around that Cauldron plus BB.
I think it might have been. I believe he's probably playing around Spell Pierce being in the top 2 here.
Let's see.
But he should of course also play around Marauding Mako or Land plus Fear of Missing Out, which are 2 Prof targets. So all things considered, perhaps best to wait for that Prof trigger to target something before using the Get Lost.
Okay, so we are discarding a creature, Quantum Riddler. Wow, that's a good creature to discard. And then we have, for 1 red mana, the Marauding Mako. Let's see. Is there a land? Well, actually, we don't need a land. We have 3 mana from the VV ability. tap land. Let's use those 3 mana. At least we can use it to crack the map, but we don't.
Okay, yeah.
We don't use those 3 mana. The maps...
first map I would have liked to crack there.
Okay, we're bouncing Agatha's Soul Cauldron. That's very important, because what happens is Agatha's Soul Cauldron will, of course, exile the... Agatha's Soul Cauldron will, of course, exile the Vivi. That means that there's no more Vivi to... exile with the ability, and the Meringue River is sticking around now. So 6/7 flyer, very, very big creatures right now.
Yeah, Meringue River is actually very, very strong against Izzet Cauldron. They don't have removal for it. It's a 6, like they can bounce it, but that just, you know, brings the problem back to hand, and then it comes down again, you know. So Meringue is a really nice stabilizing creature in this matchup. Although Proft might have something to say about that. Like they can go over the top of it, right, with a Proft.
All right, the Mako is back. Let's see if there's a way to grow it. Fear of missing out, discarding. Let's see if there's an additional Vivi in Douglas' hand. It's cutting a Proft, putting a counter. All correct. Lots of cards in hand for Douglas, it seems. At least we know 1 Cauldron.
He's keeping his cards close to his chest.
Okay, are we mapping this time around? Yes. Second main phase mapping on the Mako. Draw. It's a Froggy. Well, the Frog is not that bad. The Into the Flood Maw, I think I'm gonna hold it on top. Let's put that counter on the Mako. That is a mandatory trigger. You definitely cannot miss that.
This match is recorded.
Yeah, we can't interact with the players at the moment. But, you know, there's some things that you can mistrigger, but there's some things that you cannot mistrigger. This is a very important thing when you play competitive Magic. If you're your opponent, you have to remind your opponent to put a counter on the Mako. This is not a thing like, oh, you know, he didn't put a counter on the Mako when he's discarding a card with Fear of Missing Out. Okay, you as opponent can say you don't have it. But this, you have to say it. But it doesn't matter, because his goal is going to die to the Day of Judgment, unless there's a negate. Which there is, Disdainful Stroke, actually. Okay. All right.
Perhaps regretting the attack of the Meringue now, leaving himself open.
Yeah, I mean, the life total actually favored Freddy. Douglas is at 18.
That fear on Delirium?
Exactly.
We have 3 types
No, it's not in Delirium, but Fear Missing Out plus Proft is scary, but Freddy has a the removal spell.
There's a Get Lost, yes.
So...
And conceivably, it could still be a way to win for Douglas here, if Douglas has a Spell Pierce.
At the beginning of the game I don't know, felt kind of over on turn 4, right? But Blue-Red Control, I don't know, it's similar to the previous match, honestly. Blue-Red Vivi just takes an insane lead, but somehow doesn't close, and the opponent just manages to play a Meringue, play a bunch of things, and get back into the game. We'll see if it's going to end the same way as the previous one. Ooh, we see Into the Flood Maw gifting a frog. Oh, sorry, a fish.
It's a very cute play.
Now, trigger, discards. Oh, okay, land. Yeah, I was thinking about discarding Cauldron to get Delirium, but I guess land does it as well. Now we have Delirium, creature, enchantment, land, instant. And, yeah, so that Mako's gonna get a counter this time around. We did not miss this one.
I mean, with the Sanctuary, we already have 9 plus another 7.
Okay, so with Internet Stories, this is another way to grow. I mean, this would be lethal if it wasn't for Get Lost. So if Douglas draws a Spell Pierce or a Negate, which are both of these cards are in a sideboard, that's not true, it's not Negate, only a couple of Spell Pierce, which for sure were cited in. He's gonna win the game this turn. Again, if you're not familiar with the combo between Fear of Missing Out and Proft Edict Memory, it's pretty good. You get to put counters an additional time with the second combat step. All right, we're discarding a single card. it's the Steam Core Scholar.
And we saw Freddy use the Get Lost aggressively on the Steam Core Scholar earlier. I think here, in response to the Winter Night Stories, I might have actually wanted to see him play it on the Fear of Missing Out, because, you know, that's really the very, very threatening creature here.
Okay, so, yeah.
Like, for example, if Douglas now goes to combat and puts a prof trigger, if Douglas plays correctly, he puts it on the Mako anyways.
Yes.
And then attacks with both, and then puts maybe the second prof trigger on the... So, maybe give your opponent a little bit less draws there for the Spell Pierce. But yeah, there we go. Prof trigger resolving.
The first... Oh, wow. Is he even going to let the Fear of Missing Out attack and trigger, untapping the Mako? Alright, Mako dies. And now... Freddy's going to take 3 damage, and then is going to take 7 damage. So taking 10 this turn. No spell pills were drawn.
Yeah, he's actually just taking 3.
Oh, it doesn't untap. The Fear of Missing Out does not untap. So were you supposed to target the Fear of Missing Out, I assume, at that point?
Well... No.
Same thing.
You could have killed at beginning of combat, though. Then you would have taken more damage from the Mako, though.
Yeah,
actually.
I mean,
so this is actually saves you more life in the short term, but it leaves the fear around, which is scary as well.
Yeah. So, well, Freddy is alive at 17. That's a lot of life, whereas Douglas is at 12. 12 is twice 6. 6 is the power of Meringue River region. So. There's a world in which the Meringue attacks now, there's no blockers, so Douglas goes to 6, and then something happens, and next turn, Freddy is lethal. That's an avenue, and if you want to win games of Magic, you have to wonder, well, how actually do I win the game? And I don't know, I wouldn't think about that, casting that Day of Judgment there. In fact, Freddy's not. Freddy's saying, okay, I want to see how can I win. Look at the top 6, adding a card to his hand. Man, having that, like, temporary lockdown card would have been so good here. Let's see if he plays that card. What's the name again?
Pinnacle Starcage.
No, there is not. But it's the second time in a row that we're on stream, and that card would be very good. Even queuing them up.
Yeah, the 6-7 is really nice here. Douglas on 12 life because of that Multiversal Passage, putting him to 18 earlier.
All right, Seam Rip.
On the Cauldron.
Going under the Cauldron.
I don't know if I like that.
And then...
On the Proft? What? I would have chosen both the few.
All right. Well...
Yeah,
let's see.
Maybe he has a plan with that.
Exactly. Maybe he has a plan. That's 2 cards in hand. I don't know if he has any interactions in hand. I think it's only 2 cards, and one is the Day of Judgment. But let's see. Douglas now has, at the very least... Oh, there's also a fish. So...
He does have a jump blocker. He's at 17, but...
Yeah. So, Arne, tell us, how do 2 Fear of Missing Out work with each other? What is the best way to maximize value from 2 Fear of Missing Out?
Okay, so yes, you get both triggers on the stack. So what you can do is you can attack with one of them, untap itself, I believe. Then you attack with the other one, untap that one, then... No, actually.
Yeah.
Not actually 100% sure how you do it. How do you do that?
Yeah, that way you get 4 attacks.
Okay. There you go.
Yeah.
You're the better player after all.
No, I mean, I thought...
I'm the expert. With that interaction, that one was too much for me.
All right, we see Into the Floodmaw giving a fish tapped.
Yeah, and there's the Proft again. Yeah, the tapped fish is so important here.
All right, Proft starts.
Well, I don't think Freddy has a Get Lost left.
That's tapped.
Freddy should have put it to play tapped. I don't know if that was intentional.
Yeah, of course. Is that actually a fish? Oh, wow, it is. All right, Quantum Riddler with 1 card in hand, drawing 2.
These post-spot Floodmaws have done some good work here for Douglas.
But if those 2 Seam Rip would have gone on the Fear of Missing Out, you know, we wouldn't have a combat step. But that Quantum Riddler would have been able to block the Meringue, so we'll see. Witness Stories. I mean, if there's no removal spell, this is 100% lethal.
Yeah, it is.
We're attacking 4 times.
100 damage?
Yeah, we're attacking 4 times. and we're putting 3 times the counter from Proft.
Yes.
So what you do is, again, to recap it, you attack with 1 fear of missing out. Sorry, you trigger Proft, you put counters on 1 fear of missing out, attack with that, untap itself. You trigger Proft, you put counter on the other fear of missing out, attack with that, untap that, and then you have 1 more times the trigger from Proft, and you attack with both. That's why you get 4 combat. Whereas if you attack with 2 fear of missing out, you have less Proft trigger. Still 4 combat, but less Proft triggers.
Yeah. That is very nice. So you get 6, then 12, then 18 counters. So we're talking about...
At least. I mean, the turn is not over yet.
Talking about 60, 70 damage.
Looks like the turn, the main phase 1 is over, and boom. Oh, wow. Douglas knows.
Douglas knows what's up.
Douglas has done its homework. Knows what's up. Freddy says no block. You shouldn't block the first one, because the next is going to be bigger. Freddy goes counter on that one. Nope. Oh, wow, it does. It does it correctly. Love to see that. Chump. Should have... Yeah, it was lethal. Yeah, it was lethal anyway. There's no way to escape it. We would have had 1 more times the counter from the Proft. So yeah, this UK battle ends between Douglas Penman and Frankie Barber. So it's nice that we had, 4 players from the Great Britain on the feature match. We are indeed in Liverpool. Yeah. Outside is raining. No, I don't know. I just guessed.
Yeah, we're right on the dock here, right in the harbor of Liverpool, which is honestly a beautiful sight. If you go outside of the venue, you're right at the water. You have the entire port of Liverpool, and it's a really nice location actually here in Liverpool.
All right, we're back. We have showed you Blue Eye Control versus Is It Cauldron, as well as Ultra Reanimator versus Is It Cauldron. As predictable outcome, the 2 Is It Cauldron won. But there is, I'm sure, some non-Is It Cauldron decks that are doing well somewhere around that.
We'll find them.
We'll scour the table. Actually, next round, it's the last one before the cut. So I'm sure Frank will select 2 excellent match to show you before the end of day 1. Arne, does that mean this is our last match today?
Yeah, that means that's the end for us today. We're going to be back tomorrow morning for round number 10. Very excited for that. And yeah, it's been a pleasure to have you here in the booth, Mengucci. How has the experience been for you so far?
It's been very fun. Honestly, the highlight for me was calling that Novel Kite. I don't know if you watched that match at home, but the Mono Red player was playing. I had a call from the top of the deck. It says it's a Novel Kite. I'm like, all right, I must tell the viewers beforehand so they get prepared. And it was indeed a Novel Kite. Lethal was had, Mono Red. One of the few non-VV player that was 6-1. So it is very cool to see him succeed. I hope he won. I hope Liam won this match. No, I don't know him personally, but we're rooting for all the non-VV players over here. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the VV Cauldron deck, I have to say. I really enjoy playing. I enjoy playing, enjoy watching that deck. I think it's very, very intricate and very interesting to play. It's a very cool deck. Yes, of course, it is too powerful. I get that, but I don't mind it as the best deck too much, personally speaking. But of course, I'm always rooting for the control players in the room. I love the Jeskai, the 4-color stuff, and I want to see more of that. And we still have a few of them in the running.
We're making history after all. It's like when you watch the Nadu Pro Tour, when you watch the Eldrazi Pro Tour. This is going to be for very, very many years talked about.
Maybe summer.
The best deck, the most popular, the highest win rate for so long, undisputed. So it is cool that we're doing that.
We're part of the history.
It's less cool when you're playing against it, but
we're comfortably here, not looking inevitable defeat in the eye, playing against the Cauldron decks.
So I'm sure you're gonna have some very, very excellent matches selected for round number 9. After this match, I'm gonna head down. I'm gonna see my friends doing. Hopefully they all make day 2. All my Worldly Council member that are still alive.
Yeah, and I mean, even if you sort of get into day 2 at 6-3, tournament size is not that big. We have 580 players. X2 and 1 is a pretty safe top 8, and I think a couple X3s will make it as well.
top.
So you're still in the running, even at 6-3.
Yeah, and also top 128 gets a foil promo. That is a very cool prize. So the tournament does not end there, definitely. But yeah, so it's going to be it for me and Arne for today. Again, it was a pleasure to bring you. Let's see if tomorrow we will match once again our outfit. Actually, Arne, I'll give you a spoiler. Tomorrow I have like a light blue shirt. So I'm not gonna.
Right, I'm going with black tomorrow.
We're going with black. Okay, okay.
Maybe we can run to the shop real quick after.
No. We'll be wearing different outfit tomorrow. So yeah, thank you for watching. Simon and Filipa are coming right now for you. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned and
see you tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
The world's first sustainable deck box.
Welcome back, everyone, for the Magic Spotlight Spider-Man. It's the last round. I'm Filipa, joined by Simon Nielsen, and we are excited for here what is coming to an end of an exciting and very emotional day. I mean, Andrea Mengucci and Arne did a great job, and Andrea Mengucci actually first time here with us on the booth, but of course he has a lot of experience, and it's such a great addition to the team. I was having so much fun watching the past match, but now this is where things get really exciting because players need 18 points or better to make day 2. So they played all these rounds. They are trying to get that win in or trying to squeeze in as many wins as possible so they can get a better start for tomorrow. So this is a very decisive round. Now, I know that first we are going to see the standings to see what players are doing the best. And I'm wondering if any of our caster predictions are going to be on top. So I see here top 10 players, some with 24 points, some with 21 points. And from my caster prediction, I see Marcio here, number 5. So at least one of the players that I chose is doing well. What about you, Simon? Any of these names are familiar?
Yeah, so I just want to shout out Denis Bekiri and Maciej Barovic. Those are the 2 players at 8-0 now, finally battling out to be the last 9-0 player. We are not going to watch them this time because they are both playing Izzet Cauldron, and we're not looking into that. I do have Lauri Tonström in 3rd place. He is on my caster prediction. That's nice to see him showing up here and doing well. As well as Liam Tiller-Collins, the mono-red player we just saw in the round earlier, picked up a win this round that is still 7-1 here. So keeping up with it, Tomas Krupica also saw him earlier today on the Simic Ouroboros deck, also sitting at 7-1. And of course, Sirkovitz can't forget in 10th place.
Absolutely amazing here for our top standing players after round 8, and now we have round 9. And I have to say something, Simon, because you were so impressed by that 64-64 Mossborn Hydra. But you know what's better than a 64-64 Mossborn Hydra?
I can't count any higher.
65-64 Mosswood Hydra with lifelink. So what does that can mean?
That means we're going to watch Celestia Landfall. So same shell of the mono-green Landfall deck, but this time splashing white for Sheltered by Ghosts. Otherwise, a lot of the same cards that you might see actually might form Harmonizer in this deck as well. Another Landfall card that doubles the power of creatures. So yeah, this is really interesting. But what's even more interesting is the player piloting this deck. So yeah, if we can head down into the match, and I'll tell you a little bit about Matthias Jordsted, which I'm sure a lot of you might not even recognize that name.
A lot of familiar names here this weekend, and I have to say, Simon, I think it's so fun that you always know the story of most players that we see here, and you even go and check that they were the 2001 G player, or that in 1997 they won at their local game store 3-0.
That's exactly. I know everything. Yeah, and speaking of that era, Matthias Jordsted, in 2002, he tabbated a Pro Tour. In Extended. Then later that season, or like next year, I tabbated another Pro Tour. And then a little bit later that season, Pro Tour Yokohama 2003, Matthias Jordsted won, beating people like John Finkel in the top 8. This was Onslaught Legion's draft format. That's the Pro Tour that Matthias Jordsted won, and that's the player we see in front of us right here. So he was a massive, massive name back then in the early 2000s era of Magic. 3 Pro Tour tabbates within a calendar year is, you know, like, very rare. Very few people get to do that, and he even picked up a win on top of that. So that's a player who, you know, has drifted out, but you kind of came back recently with the Spotlight Series. He was in Utrecht as well, and now he's playing here. He is 5-3. Remember, 6-3 is what you need to make day 2. So that is what he's battling out for right now with his Celestial Landfall deck up against Niko Altapamakov.
Yeah, and here it's always exciting to see these players that, as I said before, are trying to make that win and in, trying to get that that day 2 qualification. And Simon, you're talking that, you know, some of these players were winning back in the early 2000s. I feel old saying this, but I feel like some people in our tweet chat were born after that.
Yes, I am sure that we have people born after the year 2003 in our Twitch chat, as we now see a Braid immediately killing off that Bristly build before any shenanigans can happen.
I mean, Bristly build can get absolutely wild, as we saw before in this kind of landfall deck, so very good to remove that. But now we get that Mossborn Hydra that is a big threat that needs to be dealt with very fast. No kind of fetch land yet, so saving probably here for this Mossborn Hydra.
Oh yeah, and here we see no removal spell immediately for that Hydra. It's going to discard a Vivi to the fear of missing out, drawing a card, and there is a Cauldron, so Niko might be ready to go off next turn and even has an Into the Floodmaw. The question is, do you play the Floodmaw right now, or do you wait? If you wait, you expose yourself to a Snakeskin Veil. We'll see if this Mossborn Hydra can grow out of proportion on this turn.
And I feel like there is one Veil, I might be wrong. And there's also, I believe, an Evolving Wilds or a Fabled Passage.
There's a very cute card, which is in Foundations here. It's Ordeal of Nylea. Enchant the creature, and when you attack with the creature, you get a plus counter. Once it has 3 counters, you sacrifice the Ordeal of Nylea and get 2 basic lands from your deck into play, which is 2 more landfall triggers. So that's actually a massive amount of damage here. And yeah, the question is, if that Snakeskin Veil is going to protect from Into the Floodmaw, is that actually going to be lethal? And is Niko going to play around it by bouncing the Ordeal rather than the Mossborn Hydra?
Oh, I like that. That's actually a very interesting play there.
Yeah, it's possible you could do that, because if this Ordeal resolves, the Hydra will get 3 counters and then doubled up to 6, doubled up to 12, doubled up to 24. Yeah, I do believe that this is 24 damage, actually even more, because there's a counter from Snakeskin Veil as well, if Niko goes and bounces the Hydra. So yeah, this is a bit of a question here, as Niko is tanking on the situation.
Yeah, difficult decision, and
of course, if you just bounce the Ordeal, it might not actually do that much, because then Matthias can just play it again next turn. So you really need to like leverage that extra 1 turn you get. And we can see here some little bit of math, some tapping fingers on the table, and the deal has triggered.
Oh, wow. This is going to be absolutely insane. Is this game?
I believe that this should be game, yeah, if there is a snakeskin well.
There is. I believe there is.
So this is 2 triggers from the Mossborn Hydra. One will put it to 6 counters, one will put it to 12, and then the escape tunnel being sacrificed will put it up to 24.
Oh, it's still not a record, though. We saw 64.
We did see 64,
I want
yeah.
to see 128, 128.
Yeah, so here's the crack, and now Nico might have a response with that into the Floodmore.
And someone
waiting so patiently, but I wonder if Nico kind of knows that has already put the snakeskin veil in Matthias's hand by waiting so long, and is now using the into the Floodmore. I'm thinking that Nico waited with the. Already knew that was coming, kind of expected it, and Snakeskin Veil on a Mossborn Hydra there. It's 25 damage coming in with Trample on turn 4.
I mean, Mossborn Hydra is a fantastic creature. Same thing with Tifa. Those creatures can, especially with that Trample, can really, out of nowhere, end the game, and we saw here very well played by Mattia. And I have to say that I want to read a comment that we got from chat, and I think you're going to appreciate it, Simon.
Okay.
So it's a story from 25 years ago. Apparently, according to this chatter, Mattia played a Pro Tour, round 1 feature match. So imagine here, Pro Tour, round 1 feature match, cameras on, everyone excited to see.
It wasn't even
gameplay.
Cameras on feature match in round 1 back then. Oh, but go on. Yeah, it's a probably text feature match.
Yeah, maybe. Versus an opponent whose deck was 60 basic lands.
Oh. Yeah, that's some great coverage.
Like, imagine you go to the next Pro Tour and you're there in Richmond, I guess. You go, they're like, it's Simon Nielsen. We have to put him on the feature table because, come on, it's Simon Nielsen. You go, you sit, and your opponent plays Forest. Island.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, so I think back then there was just a way for there might have been some promo you'd get for showing up, but some player who was qualified but wasn't and was in the area but wasn't actually planning to play test just showed up with the 60 basic lands just to have attended the Pro Tour. And that's probably the solution for that. But apparently the coverage team back then didn't know. We didn't have the decklist tools that we do now, where we can carefully select our feature matches. Ended up with a round 1 feature on text coverage that was a little bit less interesting than hopefully this match is going to be.
Very interesting. We're going now to go for sideboard. We saw here game 1. Oh, this Selesnya landfall deck is absolutely insane. Sideboard, what do you think can enter here against this VV deck? I do see quite a bit of options.
A lot of people could read on the sideboard, and I bet a lot of people wouldn't know any of the cards. So we have
Seam Rip. Okay.
We have 4 copies of Seam Rip. We know that one, yeah. So that's probably going to be a good answer to stuff like Fear of Missing Out, Eidetic Memory, and Cauldron. So I believe Seam Rip is going to be good in this matchup. 2 more copies of A Deal of Nylea in here. 2 copies of Restoration Magic. 2 Unflinching Courage.
Okay.
And 4 copies of Hollow Merc Siege.
But what ways to cast that?
The Hollow Merc Siege, well, you have a Swamp as well in the sideboard. So Hollow Merc Siege is a green-black enchantment that you draw a card whenever you put a counter on a creature you control. So that's something that his deck can really take advantage of. So very interesting, kind of swapping the white splash for black splash into interactive decks where you don't really need the Seam Rips or the Sheltered by Ghosts.
Yeah, it's interesting. And with 4 Escape Tunnels, 4 Fable Passage, 4 Terramorphic Expanse, you are usually able to get that Swamp, no problem. Love to see that. So we have some options. On the other side, what can we play against Selesnya Landfall if you are on the VV side?
You already play 4 copies of one of the most important cards in your main deck, which is the Into the Floodmore. So your sideboard doesn't contain that much else. You do have Fresh Start, which is very interesting. So that's the 2-mana Flash Aura that gives -5/-0 and removes all abilities. And the removing abilities part is really important. But if there's already a Hydra that has gone off, and already has like, let's say, 10 counters on it, well, then the fresh start actually won't do that much against it. So it's a bit of an interesting one, but if you get it early enough, it can be good. You have, of course, your damage-based removal spells into the Floodmaw, Abrade, and Obliterating Bolt, which is in the sideboard. And, you know, these can be nice, but they need to be lined up at the right time. Because, again, there's, you know, could be a lot of power and toughness on Matthias's creatures here.
Yeah, now Vivi is going to be on the play. The Vivi player, which... I never see this player here before. Are you familiar with the player that we are seeing, or is it the first time as well seeing it here on coverage?
I have not done any research on Nico, no. I was busy scrolling through all the achievements of Matthias Hjortstedt.
I'm asking because it's always nice to see these new players as well. Like, we have like these stories from these players that 25 years ago, you know, were crushing the Pro Tours. But it's also nice to see them against these new players that we see here for the first time. But who knows, maybe the first of many, hopefully, that we are seeing players like Nico here playing in these events. So we have turn 2, Fear of Missing Out, and we are discarding an island, drawing a Multiversal Passage, which can be an island that it costs you 2 life.
Yeah, we actually see the Shelter by Ghosts were kept in the deck here, and now Matthias gets to decide whether or not to run out this oh, interesting. So decided not to run out the Bristly Bill, Bristly Bill, and instead is keeping it back here, potentially trying to combine that with, I wonder if there's a Restoration Magic in hand. Yeah, I think it is.
There is.
And a white land in form that Toss would work. So Matthias is going to save that Bristly Bill because right now, like last time, played up Bristly Bill because there was kind of a bait spell to resolve the Hydra, which is what he actually wanted to win with. But now he's trying to play a bit more carefully, drawing a Seam Rip here, and could potentially run that out, but again, he would be exposing his threat. So yeah, we see here that's the fastest Torch to Tower I've ever seen from Nico Altabamakov, and the Restoration Magic will give Hexproof here and stop that Torch to Tower from working. So now Bristly Bill is sitting in play. He is a 3/3. That doesn't mean he's immune to anything. There's
another one.
Another one drawn. There's also an Into the Floodmaw. So the Torch to Tower is interesting now that there is a another Bristly Bill has a counter. You could, you know, if you really wanted to, you could sacrifice your Fear of Missing Out.
Because it's an enchantment.
Exactly. Because yeah, for the bargain cost to deal 3 damage to Bristly Bill, but that's a big cost.
As well.
Or you could try and bounce the Bristly Bill, and then when he comes back and tries to get another counter, that's when you could respond with a Torch to Tower. The issue with that line is that if Matthias has an Evolving Wild effect, if he plays Bristling Bill and then plays Evolving Wild, tries to make it bigger, well then you can't actually kill it by dealing 2 damage, because Matthias can always sacrifice the Evolving Wilds in response and grow it out to 3. So you might be priced into getting rid of your Fear Missing Out anyways, and we see that him actually coming to this exact conclusion that, yeah, you know, you delayed your card in order to play it with this protection spell. It means you care about it a lot. So I'm just going to get rid of your threat in this way, and hopefully just stabilize behind this Riddler. We see a land drawn here. That's actually really important to draw an untapped land for Matthias, because it means he gets to play a Harmonizer right now. Mightform Harmonizer from Edge of Eternities. 4/4 that you double the power of target creature whenever you landfall. And it's you know, falling right back into the hand here.
But both players have a lot of ways to answer things, but missing a bit of a way to get, which Riddler just did.
Yeah, so we see a Braid being picked up, but that doesn't actually deal with the 4 toughness of this Mightform Harmonizer. So now it's really up to Nico to try and find something else.
Oh, that's the room.
But it doesn't have enough cards in hand to actually use it. So he can combine it with the Abrade in hand to deal enough damage. So that's the big question here. Do you go for that? You could actually play out the Steaming Sauna and, or I guess it's the Roaring Furnace. Play the Roaring Furnace, play the Abrade, and play the Prosthetic Memory. And then you will be able to kill off that Mightform Harmonizer. He's going for that exact play, just trying to keep Matthias's board as clear as possible. No matter that it cost him 2 cards to kill multiple of these things. You know, both the Bristly Bill, you know, he's had to spend 2 cards to kill that, and also spending 2 cards to kill this one now. But
getting
it's actually
2 cards
fine
now because of the
Riddler. But yeah, true. So it's actually just like, you know, realizing that his deck can afford to 2-for-1 himself as much, you know, all these times, just because it because he has so much extra card advantage available. So yeah, this was beautifully played.
And Mattia really needing here a cheap creature that can be sheltered by ghosts, but missing the creature. And sheltered by ghosts is great, but if you don't have anything to enchant, then
it is less good.
Difficult, yeah. And I think there's 2 of them in hand. This was a land top deck. There's not like there's a Steam Rip, but that does not get rid of the Riddler. I guess it can get rid of Profts.
Yeah, so that's the big question here is: do you get rid of the Roaring Furnace or do you get rid of the Proft with the Seam Rip? Because if you get rid of the Proft, which would be like the obvious choice, well then then Nico can just unpack the sauna there on he actually has 2 Seam Rips, so he is able to deal with both of them. So that does take a lot of pressure off. Well, it takes a little bit of pressure off, but it still has Quantum Riddler, which is 6 power here. So Matthias does need to top deck some sort of creature so he can put the Shelter by Ghost on.
Oh,
and he also he needs no removal on Nico's side, and I think there's an Abrade there, so it's going to be quite hard for Matthias to dodge everything here. It's possible if he doesn't crack his fetch land here, I believe that he could top deck a Sash's Chocobo and then play the fetch land and play around the Abrade that way.
Oh, yeah.
And so I wonder if he's even going to do that, considering the same thing would be true for a Bristly Bill, where, he actually needs to save his fetch land to be able to play around, this.
Oh, legendary rule just to get those extra draws there.
Wow, yeah, so is it even
really caring?
Is it even lethal? Like if he has the into the Floodmaw onto the Proft, that will commit a crime, and that'll be, 2 more cards drawn. Yeah, I actually believe Into the Floodmaw on the Seam Rip will be lethal right now. So no chance for Matthias to top deck any of those creatures. Would have been very sweet to see him elect to not crack his escape tunnel to beat an Abrade. But that is not how this game is going. And the Shelter by Ghost stuck in hand because of how Nico beautifully, surgically played this game. Was not afraid to give up value just to keep Matthias's board clean.
But that means that we are going to see game number 3, which is always nice to see. And now Matthias is going to be on the play, trying to get those creatures really early on. And I mean, it felt a bit awkward for Matthias that all the creatures he played got removed, and then those Sheltered by Ghosts just became really bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but it's actually, there was a lot of really good gameplay showed by both players there. Where there was also Matthias didn't play his 2-drop, waited with that because of Restoration Magic, and then didn't play his land drop after playing the Harmonizer. He could have played the Escape Tunnel in hand, but decided to hold it because of guaranteed landfall. And then on the other side, we saw how Nico played. So I just think this is really well played by both players. It is not just playing out cards in the immediately obvious best way. This is players taking their time and thinking about things in a manner that best suits their game plan.
Absolutely, and I see here Matthias actually sideboarding. It looks like a lot of cards. Do you think being on the play makes a big difference here for the Selesnya landfall player?
No, I wonder if we saw him. I'm not sure he put in a bunch of cards, but if we saw him put in a bunch of cards, it's just because he's doing the thing where you shuffle in your entire sideboard and then remove 15 cards to not reveal to your opponent how many cards you're sideboarding, which I think is an okay strategy if it's open decklist, but since this is still closed decklist, the last round of closed decklist in the tournament actually, as tomorrow will be open, it matters a little bit less if the opponent doesn't exactly know what you have in your sideboard anyways. But it does kind of still, there's a potential that Nico could have a transformative sideboard. You don't reveal to your opponent whether or not you're boarding 8 cards.
Is it more difficult or easier, in your opinion, to sideboard in closed deck list versus open deck list?
I mean, it's a lot easier in open deck list. You also get to see the opponent's sideboard and kind of map out how they would board. So you don't get the full information on exactly what their 60 will look like in the post-board games, but you will have a pretty good guess as to what they'll do. And because you can line up the numbers, you can figure out, okay, they probably cut one Supreme Verdict and they meta, and then you like have a better idea of like how many numbers of cards you're supposed to play around post board. You can't always know for sure. You know, I'm sure that like even though it's like open deck list, if you play against Esper Goryo's as affinity, and then like you know might still keep your Torment Crypts in because you expect them to have Goryo's Vengeance post board. You don't know that they cut them all. So stuff like this is like still you know, the opportunity to do something unexpected and kind of change your game plan for something that isn't really obvious.
Yeah, I was thinking that that's what also makes it fun to sideboard in open deck lists, is that you're like, okay, I know that you have these and that you're going to sideboard these against me, so I'm going to take all of these that is good, that is very bad against the thing that you're sideboarding. So then the thing that your opponent's sideboarding is, after all, not so good. So it's like a mental game. In closed deck list, the mental game is another one. It's like you have one mana open, it can be like 10,000 things. What can it be? Especially in formats like Modern, maybe not so much Standard, but we have here our players getting ready for Game 3, and this is going to be their last game of the weekend. Not of the weekend.
Well, one of them is going to be of the weekend. So this is winning in for day 2. And getting to day 2 means that you're quite likely to get one of those foil Amazing Spider-Man promos, which are, you know, quite attractive for these players. I heard, overheard some people talking about how, yeah, that's like, you know, a part goal. Like one of the goals is to make day 2. Another one is just to get top 128, because that is a lot of added extra prizes to this tournament. So as we get to see here, if the Chocobo gets to show up on day 2, of course the landfall deck sometimes just has to start with a tap land in the form of a Terramorphic Expanse this time around. You could actually play 12 Evolving Wilds in your deck if you wanted to in this format, on top of 4 Fabled Passage.
I love that, especially in this deck. It's so good. And Simon, I want to make a little challenge for the people watching us either on YouTube or Twitch. Let us know, what was your favorite moment of the day so far in terms of what the stream goes, from what you watched so far? What was your favorite thing? I'm always curious. We have that Chocobo getting pretty big, but on the other side, we are removing it.
Yeah, I was talking about the Obliterating Bolt, say, sideboard option. Does seem like Nico has brought in all the removal he can, and I do think that is smart. And it actually, like, we see here Matthias deciding to fetch main phase to get the Chocobo out of a Braid range, but then he came right into Bolt range. So let's see if there is a land draw. Actually, think Matthias might be missing a land drop here, which is a death sentence for this deck. Just has to play a Tifa and pass the turn. But on the other hand, oh, that's a Pyroclasm to deal with the Tifa. That is not...
Also no land on the other side.
Oh, I see. So both players are missing land drops here. Okay, that's going to be a bit interesting, seeing how that plays out. I do believe there's 2 copies of Seam Rib in Matthias's hand, so he might be able to buy some time. But there's so much removal in Nico's hand.
I mean, both players are going for the removal.
We actually see a 3rd way to represent Multiversal Passage in this round, or 4th way.
What's...
to not represent it at all.
Okay.
There's nothing indicating the Multiversal... Oh, actually there is. Look at the life pad.
Oh, and you missed a game that the other casting duo was commentating, where they had Cavern of Souls and they put a dragon to represent.
The dragon token, yeah.
Yes, that was very
I did actually see that, and I was like, almost close. I think you're supposed to put the token behind the card in the sleeve, so you just see the dragon word. But yeah, here we see the land drop drawn, and now Bristly Bill is firing up to be good. And you see the 2 Obliterating Bolt being used. So now Matthias decides to play around the Abrade instead. And that was actually a big decision from Nico here, deciding to use Bolt rather than Abrade, keeping the Abrade for instant speed interaction, but is now left unable to actually deal with a 4 toughness creature.
There's the Into the Flood Maw maybe still, but...
Yeah, you can still bounce it, and if you draw a land, no land for Nico again here, so...
You're missing out, though, I think, or no, that's a chance to get a land.
It is, and it's possible that you would just go for that here. I will say in general, my rule of thumb is, when I'm missing land drops, I would rather do the best I can with the lands I have, rather than try to spend my mana inefficiently to dig for lands. Playing Fear of Missing Out is not that inefficient, but he misses again, and now this Bristly Bill can just run rampant. Seam Rib taking care of the Fear of Missing Out. Tifa coming down, but of course no land from Matthias either. He did not have those locked up, so it's not like this Bristling Bill is going to run away with the game by itself.
There's a land there for Nico. And a landfall deck without lands, it's like... I don't know.
It's like a game of Magic without green cards.
Yeah, or a summer day without sun.
Oh, yeah.
Or Filipa without Simon.
Oh. So we see Duelist of the Mind come down here, and a pass with it into the Floodmaw. Once again, Nico could decide to main phase the player on Snakeskin Veil, but yeah, this Seam Rip can target the Duelist, letting that happen, not caring too much to get the loot, which I think I agree with there. And just attacking here for 1 from Tifa and 4 from Bristol Build, but of course...
5 damage.
It is 5 damage, yeah. There's also the Traveling Chocobo in Matthias's hand, so that is a way to potentially dig for some more land drops if there's not one drawn next turn. But we've actually seen Matthias repeatedly decide to use the Seam Rip rather than develop the Traveling Chocobo, which is quite interesting to me.
Tough decision here for Nico when to bounce. Now... Okay, looks like bouncing. That way making a fish token, but getting...
Yeah, so you get
the fear back.
You get the fear back. Yeah, this is a nice play here. Of course, there is the fish token, and the Seam Rip is actually kind of awkward in Matthias's hand here because that can't actually recast it right now. There can't be that many white sources in his deck once he already he only has 1 plains in his deck. So can only play 1 Seam Rip a turn, and now actually gets to untap with this Fear of Missing Out, also gets the extra loot with it to search for some more stuff. And I believe it's only instant sorcery and enchantment so far. But this Fear of Missing Out discards the island, and actually this puts you online. If Nico had the still had the Proft here, I guess he wouldn't have the no, yeah, he actually would be able to like do the thing where you trigger it twice here, and you would be able to attack with the, for 10 damage with this Fear of Missing Out, which is kind of crazy.
Only 1 card left though for Nico. We know it's a Braid.
Yeah, and so the question is, you could actually hold back the Fears or try and double block, but it's not really gonna work because there's a Seam Rip anyways. So you might as well just attack that 1 extra time. And that's, I guess, where we see the pause here from Nico. It's also, actually, here's the decision. You know the Seam Rip is coming down and exiling a Fear of Missing Out, but then the fish token can come in for 1 damage. So the question is, do you want to trade you dealing 2, but I take 1? Or are you actually in a position where you feel so far ahead going into the later game that you want to trade damage inefficiently that way?
This is awkward for Matthias, because if he does play that Steam Rip, then he cannot do anything else in the turn. And there's always a chance that with the Traveling Chocobo to get a land off the top, get the Bristly build going. And the question is, do you go for your way to win, or do you slow down your opponent on his way to win?
Yeah, and it is interesting. If you just play the Traveling Chocobo, I mean, I guess it gets hit by removal spell, that is 8 damage coming from these Fears of Missing Out. So if you play the Chocobo and you brick on land, and then the Chocobo gets answered, you know there's no land coming next turn anyways. So it's actually super risky to play it in that way, and we instead see Matthias continue to do this game plan where he's just being inefficient just to make sure that he can clear off the Fears of Missing Out. Attacking for 7 here, but now we actually see Nico being the one ahead on lands. Oh, and that was a Riddler.
A Quantum Riddler here is very good. It allows you to draw 2 cards, but those cards need to be good. Let's see
what those are. That's a Vivi and a Mountain. So you could just go Mountain Vivi right now, attack for 4, and not be in too bad of a position. Though, of course, you don't have that many spells to trigger the Vivi with right now. So, yeah, that is I believe that Nico might be a bit regretting to have discarded that Proft Eidetic Memory, because look at all these extra combat steps and extra card draws that has been since then. But now you see the Vivi come down, the Riddler's gonna warp out, and yeah, Nico is really getting on board here, so it demands a lot of Matthias to do something about this, but he's only at 7.
It's a land. Okay, that's good.
Oh, and that's actually that's really funny. You even get to play 2 copies of Wastewood Verge in this deck as well. It's kind of like a forest, but not really. And so now you can play this one first. You don't quite have lethal here. A fetch land would have been more perfect to ensure that. So instead we play the Traveling Chocobo, and if he hits a fetch land on top, then he actually gets to pump the fish to 3 power and force the Vivi to jump block. Instead, now it's just gonna be the Verge. Oh, right, but the land will trigger twice because of the Chocobo.
Yeah,
I keep forgetting that part. So now you force the Vivi to chump block and remove a lot of damage from the board that way, pushing Nico down to 4 life. Still has the Seam Rip for next turn potentially.
Oh, that's the room.
The Steaming Sauna, but it can't. It counts the number of cards in your hand, and that's not actually. It doesn't actually work right now to kill anything because he only has 1 other card in hand.
That's true.
So yeah, he can't clear 2 things right now. I think Nico's best bet right now is just attack with the Fear of Missing Out once, and then leaving it back on blocks the second time, play the Quantum Riddler, and try to like hope that there's no more. Hope that there. Oh, actually, but it doesn't work because you don't know about the last Seam Rip, right? No, he doesn't know about that. Yeah, so he's going to try and hold back between 2 blockers. Might be his best out to win. Hope there's not a land on top for the Traveling Chocobo to play.
Yes, we believe there's not a land on top because Mattia decided not to play the card on top, so it must be.
Well, there's no land. Yes, he's not going to draw land from turn. I agree with that.
I mean after
but
that.
The land on top after the draw step,
Yes.
yeah. And I love these 2 Muzzwood Hydras. They were so good in game 1. Just been stuck in hand for Matthias the entire game,
I mean,
deciding not to play them.
And without a way to protect it, and when you're low on mana, it doesn't really work that well. But here, Bristly Build really making a fantastic job this game.
So the Fear of Missing Out coming in, offering a trade, and I think Matthias is not going to try and take this trade here. Knows that he has the Seam Rip to deal with that Fear of Missing Out. Matthias knows that if it's just a Quantum Riddler and a pass here, Matthias will actually have lethal. Seam Rip on the Fear of Missing Out and then attacking with everything while Nico's at 4 life is enough to win the game regardless of a land on top.
So Matthias here considering what to do. This is so intense because this is the last game for these players of the day and potentially of the weekend.
Yeah, for one of these players, it will be the end to their tournament. That's the stakes of watching these, playing for day 2 type of games. And we see here, Island and a go. So is Matthias going to go for it and play that Seam Rip? See him carefully untap here. He's a seasoned player, knows to not take anything for granted and take anything too quickly. Just going to go through the motions. You have time right here. But he must be thinking that, yeah, this should be good enough unless there is an Into the Floodmaw. So that's what's going through his mind right now. If there is an Into the Floodmaw, how bad is it for me if I just remove the Fear of Missing Out and go for it? And I don't think it's that bad for him. It's not like he gets an additional creature eaten. And he actually forces the Fear of Missing Out to trade, so it's not like he dies in the backswing. So yeah, we see him go for it here, and that's the game. And you see the little fist pump there? Matthias still got it after more than 20 years since his Pro Tour win. 22 years.
Absolutely insane. I love to see it. Lesnia Landfall advancing into day 2. Very well played, and really fun seeing this deck showcased here. And I mean, Simon, what a day we had today. I'm happy that we were able to showcase a lot of different decks, and I'm very, very curious to see the win rates tomorrow and the conversion decks. Any highlights from the day after 9 rounds of Magic, Simon, from your side?
I mean, now we just saw 2 of these landfall decks win. I love this deck. I'm just gonna go back and play it on Arena, I think. And yeah, also just seeing how well Matthias played that game. The idea was just beautiful. Multiple opportunities for him to be more mana efficient, but leaving room open for Nico to get back in the game, and he did not allow that to happen. Yeah, I think that was amazing. Other than that, just like getting in here in the commentator booth and just watching things. Maybe actually my favorite highlight was when I was doing Card Viewer for Andrea, and he said, "Oh, I feel like there's a Nova Hellkite on top," and then there was a Nova Hellkite, and I'm gonna be like, I will not trust Mengu with in any match against him, because he just knows what's being drawn at any time. It's very, very scary to play against that guy.
I mean, that's a superpower of its own. We are, after all, in kind of a superhero set here with Spider-Man. And I mean, that's a pretty good one to have to predict what card is coming next.
Actually, I wonder if it's just that he can smell dragons, because I remember, way back in 2018 when we were playtesting together for the Pro Tour, he was like, "Simon, the way you're sitting, I can see you have Glorybringer in hand." not because I was revealing the card, but just because I was feeling confident. And I have Glorybreaker. He was so right.
I mean, I love to see that, but it looks like we are having another matchup here. They are
really?
in game 2, I believe. So let's take a look at that. More Magic to show you all. And while the players are getting ready, Simon, I have to ask you a question, and tweet chat/YouTube. Let me know if you could choose any plane from Magic's history to go back to, what plane would that be?
Oh, yeah. I guess we're going back to Lorwyn now, which would actually be my choice, I think. So I'm really excited for that set.
Oh, yeah, it's a very fun one. I'm also really excited, and honestly, people at my local game store seem very excited as well. So let us know in the chat. In the meantime, Simon, what are these players here bringing to the table?
So it looks like we're doing blue-black mid-range versus mono-red aggro. But that's not the full story here. Because this blue-black mid-range deck is playing one of the sweet new combos that you can do in Standard. And that is, you know how in Modern, you ephemerate the Quantum Riddler and it's very, very good?
Yes.
Well, Standard has an ephemerate too. It's a blue sorcery, Splash Portal. Says you blink target creature, and if it's an otter, you draw a card, or a frog, or a bird, or a... a rat? Must be a rat. Yeah, so you don't get to draw the extra card from blinking the Riddler, but you do get to turn 3 Riddler this way. You can also blink your Thunder-type trainer.
Okay.
And then you draw the card.
Another card,
and then you
that's a rat.
Yeah, and well, it's an otter.
An otter, yes.
Then you look at the top 4. And this deck even plays 2 copies of Hide on the Ceiling, which is the other way to blink X creatures. Blue and
rare, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
so
that's
that's really cool too. And I kind of love that addition to this deck, as well as if the opponent just has a bunch of blockers, you could just remove all their rockers, blink them out for a turn, and attack for lethal. Now we see here the Burnout Bastronaut. What a wonderful artwork in play here. The speed, the golden speed version here of that 1-drop. As we see Dave Shales move up to 1 speed against Honored Koenig here.
Yeah, attacking here, we are going to start getting that max speed going. Speeding through the win, and both players are actually, I said game 2, but actually it must be game 3, because it looks like both of the players already won. And again, a win and in, which I love to see. Very interesting one. We have the Lizard here, which is an interesting one, and very good against this deck post sideboard, right?
Kind of, but I'm not sure it's good. So there are a lot of instants and sorceries in this deck here, but there's also a lot of creatures. There are 19 creatures plus the 3 Kaitos, which won't trigger it if you...
That's true.
So, yeah, and it's even possible there might be more creatures post-board. So, yeah, I'm not sure how good the Magebane Lizard actually is in this matchup, but but it does have the advantage that it doesn't die to Tragic Trajectory. And it's possible that Dave just made that change of out with Razorkin Needlehead, in with Magebane Lizard, just so that to avoid Tragic Trajectory, and also apparently so he could even cast it, because he doesn't even have double red right now. As a Nova Hellkite is being brought in. That is some blingy versions here from Dave's deck.
I like all these very fun artworks. Now we do have that Floodprint tapping and putting a stand counter on the Nova Hellkite.
Yes.
So let's attack for 2 and let's get our speed going.
Up to 3 speed, so that's very close to being online for this Burnout Bastronaut. Actually, if Honored plays an instant, such as a counterspell on Dave's next play, that'll trigger the Magebane Lizard and bring the speed up to 4 for the attack step. Always looking out for those ways you can get speed outside of combat. Not too many ways if you don't have a Hired Claw. And actually, Dave's hand is pretty nice here with Screaming Nemesis to follow up next turn, as well as an Emperor Heart Challenger. So let's see if Ono has what it takes to stabilize against this board here. Just sitting on a 2-1 Vigilance, which is not going to do very much to block out the current board state.
A good thing about this Dimir deck is that it does have ways to deal with creatures without dealing damage, so it actually has good ways to deal with cards like Screaming Nemesis. But these Tragic Trajectories being sorcery speed,
Yeah, their sorcery speeds are not able to deal with the Screaming Nemesis before it deals 3 damage. And actually also, in order to turn online the Void for the first one, for the second one, you had to play the first one on the Burnout Bastronaut and actually take an extra 2 points of damage from that Magebane Lizard. So yeah, Arne's life total is a little bit under the res here, as now we see the Screaming Nemesis come down, deal 3 more damage. He is still above 10 though, so if he can answer this without too much trouble, might still be okay.
I mean, there's a lot of cards in hand, but I also see a lot of lands. There's a Restless Reef as a land, which is always important to note, even though we are far from getting there. And yeah, let's see what Arnold is going to be able to do here. I believe he will have 4 mana available because there's a Swamp, Multiversal Passage.
It's plenty of lands, actually, is what it looks like.
Yeah, I think there's a Strategic Betrayal, perhaps.
Oh, that would actually be a good way to answer that Screaming Nemesis right now. And yeah, Strategic Betrayal coming in, also exiles the graveyard, and you get to chuck in for 2 more damage with that Flood Pit Drowner. Can you tell what the last spell in hand is for or no?
It looks like... Oh, it's 2 lands, but I cannot see the last one, if it's a 3rd land or not.
Oh, this is actually replacing the Multiversal Passage with the island. I guess we can see it's unsleeved, so that's why we can remember that it's a non-basic land for the purpose of Sunspine links. But yeah, it is something to be aware of at least. Oh wow, we see here the dragon from Thunder Junction. Yeah, so this is the Stingerback Terror, which is a 7/7, but it gets -1 for each card in your hand. And Dave only has that one card, the one Emperor Challenger right now. So that is a 6/6 flyer with Trample that Arno also has to answer. And of course, if there's a land, well then there's the Nova Hellkite you have to answer. And then there's the Soulstone Sanctuary. And then there's the Soulstone Sanctuary again. So many threats here for Dave. And the Preacher of the Schism, I believe this is. It's gonna come down here.
That touch.
Yeah, but it does not have flying.
It does not have flying, that's right.
So it's good at answering the Soulstone Sanctuaries. Let's see if there's another land being drawn here so we can... Yeah, Nova Hellkite coming out of the Warp Zone, killing the Flood Pit's Drowner. And these 2 dragons, that's 10 damage in the air, which is almost lethal here. So honestly, we keep seeing this on coverage, right? This mono-red deck, it is not a 1-drop deck. It is a big monsters deck. That's how it wins. I wonder if it's supposed to just play a ton of lands. And wow, yeah, speaking of ton of lands, Arno reveals that there. And the dragons from the mono red deck takes this down. I really believe that this might actually be better built as a big red deck.
I love it. Congratulations here to our winner that now is advancing into day 2 with a score of 6-3. Very exciting stuff. And honestly, love to see these decks.
Have you seen the shirt?
Yeah, it's very cute. It's a cat.
No, not just a cat. It's the Michelangelo like reaching towards God, but then it's the cat saying like, "Nah, I'm gonna pounce on you."
Very funny shirt indeed, and we are going to have very soon an interview. But before that, that's going to also be the end for us, Simon, because then Martin will be closing out the show after the interview. It was a pleasure being here with you. Tomorrow there's going to be more. I know that people were also really enjoying Mengu and Arne together, so you'll have a lot more of them tomorrow as well. What are you most looking forward for tomorrow, Simon?
I want to see which decks, like, really take it far. I want to see, which players are clinching up their Pro Tour invites and, like, all the emotions as we get into, like, the last round of Swiss. Like, that's, like, the best part of it for me.
I think 4 of the 5 players that I chose for my caster fantasy draft made it into day 2. So I'm curious to see how they do and if I'm able to take the crown this weekend. Since the last times that I've played it, I was really bad, but I really want to see how that plays out. And I'm really excited to see the conversion once again of the decks that we see here. If people prepared against Vivi, if it worked or not, or if Vivi continues to have a good win rate here this weekend, like it had in Baltimore last weekend in the Star City game Spotlight Series.
Yeah, exactly. It's probably going to convert pretty well as well, but yeah, there'll be a lot of other people as well contending for those top 8 spots. So yeah, that's all coming to you, tomorrow right after this interview.
Yeah, I believe tomorrow at 9 a.m. Liverpool time, we will be here for round number 10. And thank you so much for watching today. Stay tuned. Let's watch the interview with Martin and our mono red player here.
Hey everybody, I am sitting here with Dave Shales, who is playing a pretty stock mono red list.
Yeah, pretty stock. Yeah.
So you just won your last round. That means you're 6-3. That means you just made the cut to day 2. That means
I just missed my winning in it as well the round before. So
Okay.
I was a little like, and I'd gone 5-0 in Lille like earlier. Was it this year or last year?
Yeah.
And then failed all the winning in. So
Oh, no.
there's a lot of pressure, you know.
Yeah. Well, good for you, because you get the chance to not only get one of the special promo cards, the foil one for 100 and top 28.
Oh, that's my goal.
You're
yeah.
also playing for the special prize for the winner of the event.
I mean, that one might be a long shot, but you know, we'll give it a go.
Yeah. So you just won the last match. You played against this Demir-ish looking deck. Talk to me about that. With closed deck lists, you know, it's very unlike the RCs, the Pro Tours. What did you think you were actually playing against?
I mean, when he played the Thunder Trap trainers, you know, it was. I was just kind of like, I wonder what this is. And then I had to read so many of his cards because I was like, what is this? You know, there's some Spider-Man cards in there that blink creatures and artifacts. And in fact, I'd read it once and I had to read it again when he actually cast it. So, but you know, he'd mulled to 4 game 1 and he almost took that game down, even though he'd mulled to 4, like, you know, the Quantum Riddler, you know, with the blink, bringing it back. You know, it was really tough, but you know, I'd managed to like be able to, he blocked and I Witch Stalker frenzied it, so I managed to like take care of the Riddler. But yeah, it was touch and go that game 1, even though he mulled to 4. So
you said you came from Wakefield, pretty close to Liverpool.
Yeah, it's not too far. It's about like an hour and 40 minutes. Yeah. We come here quite a bit for like regional qualifiers and stuff.
Okay. Any, you know, something cool about Wakefield, something with Magic going on right now?
I mean, I just opened a game store in Wakefield, so Gearhead Games Wakefield.
That's cool.
So we opened in August. You know, we seat like 44. We do, you know, Magic, competitive Magic. We do RCQs for the, you know, the upcoming seasons. So
yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, good for you.
Yeah.
All right, I think this is going to be it for the day. Congrats again for making day 2.
Thank you.
I'll take a hard look at the trophy again, because this is some extra motivation for you tomorrow.
That's the dream, right?
Yeah, exactly. Thanks to our sponsors. Shout out to Ultimate Guard and Beckett, and also obviously Wizards of the Coast, Marvel, and the East Continental Gems for providing this super cool special trophy. We're going to be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. local time with round number 10. We're going to be playing 6 more rounds of Standard before we cut into the top 8 and crown our winner of the Magic Spotlight Spider-Man event here in Liverpool. So thanks everybody for watching. We will be back tomorrow, and make sure you tune in at 9 a.m. Good night, everybody. I don't know if we were, because I did.
The world's first sustainable deck box made a bold impact. For us, it's more than only a simple box that holds your cards. We are proud to see how the series has established itself in the community worldwide. We know you've been waiting for this a long time, but all good things need time to grow. Finally, it's time to give your commander decks the space they deserve. In the biggest ever of our sustainable Boulder deck boxes.
picture with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, it's slowly killing me. Say it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine. Such a fool, but I don't have the will to run from you. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. Break me down. Go ahead and break me down. Go ahead and break me down. Go ahead. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. Treat you one go. Let it fucking burn. It's not too late to machine. Gotta light up when we do it so we don't gotta feel the pain. Like a church mouse, land up with the customs and we never get to get it out. Match it when the engine so we see what it's about. Always wanna talk, but you never want the smoke. If you flashing all the guns on your live, you a joke. Closing up with bodies when you never ever broke. I'll be pressed to find a shooter who be lacking in the soul.
I was trying to tell you about that real shit, boy. You been steady capping on that fake shit, toy. I was trying to tell you about that real shit, boy. Real shit, boy. Real shit, toy.
Shit, boy.